Welcome to our first ever open house for the MBA degree program. Thank you so much for joining us. So, we have a lot to cover today, and I've decided that after I've covered all the material I'm going to cover, including going through a sample lecture, talking about the MBA degree program, and interviewing one of my amazing students, Jason Blythe, I've decided that I'm going to take questions for literally ever. Now, my record for taking questions, and I love doing this without getting up once from this seat, is 9.5 hours, which I did on October 31st of 2019. It gives me such pleasure. I love helping my students. And so this is fun for me. And I hope you enjoy what we have set up for you today. Now, in terms of the agenda for today, there's 5 things we're going to go through. The first one is I'll talk about an introduction to the MBA degree program. Then what I'll do is I'll discuss a sample class for about 1 hour or so. Then what we'll do is we have a special guest, one of my students, Jason Blythe, and he'll take questions from you as well. And then I'll announce how to access the free course and the prize winners. And then lastly, what I'll do is I'll do Q&A. And what I'll do is I'll start by reading in part 5 there. I'll start by reading all the questions you've asked. And there's tons of them today. And I'm so grateful there's so many people on this call. Thank you. Then what I'll do is I'll open up Zoom so that anybody that wants to come on can ask questions live as well. Okay, let's get started. So the first thing I want to talk about is an introduction to the MBA degree program. So what I'll do is I'll actually go and show you, if you go to harounmba.com, you can walk through what the program's all about. And here's where you can register as well, if you're interested, of course. So let me first of all talk about why I'm doing this. So traditional MBA schools are very, very expensive. They're not flexible at all, and they're outdated. Like the stuff they teach is literally from the last century, right? They haven't kept up with social media and technology trends. Now, what you can do with my MBA degree program is you can learn on your own terms, anytime and anywhere. You can watch the lessons live with me, or what you can do is you can watch the replays. And I will literally walk through walls to help all my students reach their full potential in life. So I pride myself on having a lot of real life practical experience, and I don't like teaching theory. I really enjoy teaching real practical concepts that you can apply immediately in the real world. I have work experience at Accenture in consulting, as well as at Goldman Sachs on Wall Street. I've worked in the hedge fund industry, including the most successful hedge fund out there called Citadel. And I've worked in the venture capital industry, and I've started my own hedge fund and venture capital companies. I've sat on many boards, and I've taught during the evenings in MBA universities and undergraduate universities as well. And I thoroughly enjoy it. And so I pride myself on teaching you real life practical comment or stuff from my career, and not theory. Okay, so let's move on now and talk about the MBA degree program in a little bit more detail. I will do whatever it takes to help you find your purpose and your passion. It's a lot of fun for me to do this. The degree is affordable, accessible, and very, very practical. And I've sold over 1 million courses, and my courses have been shown in these media publications right here. Okay, so the degree will actually help you grow quickly in your career. You'll be able to do it without a lot of debt, of course. Now, this MBA degree program, you get a 30-day, 100% money-back guarantee after the program starts. So the spots are limited, but if you register today, you get your money back up until 30 days after the MBA degree program starts. Now, the program starts on December 14th of this year. So that means that if you pay today or in the next couple of weeks, you actually get your money back all the way up until the 14th of January of 2021. Now, the current Platinum program, my current students, and we started last December 4th of 2019. We started with 160 students, and 2 asked for their money back within 30 days. So we have 158 amazing students, and you can always go to LinkedIn if you want to and find any students that are alumni of my program or currently taking my program and ask them questions if you want to. I'm fully transparent. So I want to help you launch or grow the business of your dreams. And if you join the Platinum program, I will literally write your LinkedIn profile for you, not my staff, me. And I'll do it live with you as you get 3 hours of one-on-one time with me in the Platinum program. Now, in terms of testimonials, you can go to my website. There's tons of testimonials from students. And I want to run through what we'll learn in the program. Okay, so there's 5 core tracks, and these are all required courses. So the first track is finance and accounting. And I'll teach you finance and accounting from scratch, assuming you have no experience in finance and accounting. And this is based on my experience working on Wall Street. I got my MBA from Columbia University last century almost, where I have an MBA in finance. But I'll teach you based on my real life practical experience. And we use a lot of props as well. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. You'll love it. You'll love it. So that's finance and accounting. I'll teach you how to value companies, and I'll teach you accounting from scratch. It'll be fun and not dull. In fact, I'll teach you how to analyze and read financial statements like a good book. You'll thoroughly enjoy it, I promise you. The next track, number 2 of 5, is entrepreneurship. And what we'll do is there's a venture capital boot camp that I have actually in the 3rd semester. There's 4 semesters. The program lasts 1 year. In the 3rd semester, we have a venture capital boot camp where I'll take what I've learned from working in venture capital and sitting on boards of companies, and I'll help you architect and create the most incredible business plan. It's a lot of work, but it's definitely worth it. Now, in terms of the number of hours, now it is a long degree program, but you don't have to take every single class. Here's how it works. So there's 300 hours of classes plus several hundred hours of live Q&A where you can ask me questions over YouTube Live or using Zoom. And you certainly don't have to watch all 300 hours. The way I've set up the program is it's pass or fail. So all you have to do is get over 50% on the quizzes. And there's a quiz every single class, which you can take on your own terms. There's no time limit as to when to finish it. And the reason I made it pass or fail is because I found that traditional business schools, there's a lot of sharks, and I love a collegial atmosphere where we're all part of a team. And my students in my first year MBA degree program, they've bonded incredibly well. And we use Slack and other platforms as well to help them network. We got a really good group. So that's entrepreneurship. And what we'll do is we will analyze the best entrepreneurs in history and how they've become successful. The next track, the 3rd track out of 5, is personal growth, where I will help you architect your perfect life and set unbelievable goals. And we'll push the goalpost out as well so that you can accomplish all of your dreams in life. I will humbly do everything I can to help you. And as part of it, there's actually also, I developed this system to help you accomplish much more every single day. And this system will help you to not only be incredibly successful with your career, but also emotionally, physically, exercise-wise, etc. And this will make more sense as I walk through this. And I'll talk about this again today briefly. Okay. Because if you want to get something done, you give it to a busy person, which is you. Okay, so that's personal growth. And the last track here, actually the 4th track, is sales, marketing, and communications, where I teach you how to sell anything, including yourself. I teach you how to raise money. I teach you how to create videos to market your own products or yourself on YouTube if you want to. Again, you don't have to take every single lesson in the 300+ hour MBA degree program. You just have to take a bunch of them, get over 50% to pass. I'll teach you how to write effectively and speak gooder too. That's dad humor, sorry. I do have to apologize. There is a bunch of dad humor in the program, but I'm just being me. Okay. And the last track is, the fifth one is Economics Management and Strategy, which I call EMS. And I teach you how the world works, how interest rates work, how global trade works, etc. All right. And you get all of my books for free, of course, if you sign up for the program. And here's how you register. So the platinum version is the version where you get 3 hours of one-on-one time with me as well, either in person if you're in the Bay Area or visiting, or over Zoom. And it's $1,499. And again, you get a 30-day 100% money-back guarantee. So if you pay today, and seats are limited, but if you pay today, you have up until January 14th to get your money back. And that's 1 month after the program starts. The program starts on December 14th. So you got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Now, the gold track, which is right here, and you can click here to register for gold. The gold track is the exact same thing as platinum, except you do not get the 3 hours of one-on-ones. Okay, great. Excellent. So let me now go back over here and let's jump into the presentation. Yay, it works. Okay, cool. All right, so let's talk about the sample class now. Now, this sample class that I'm going to go through, it's one of the classes I teach in the MBA degree program. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the more comprehensive version of this class I'm going to show you at the end of the lesson today. And I'll tell you very soon how to access the free course version of this, which will be free just for today and just for people that are on this webcast. Thank you. Okay, great. So for every class, what I do is I have a PDF workbook or a Microsoft Word workbook or a Google Docs workbook for all classes, so that regardless of what platform you like to take notes in, I have a workbook for you. And you can take this MBA degree program on a laptop, a cell phone, a tablet, or even your television. I've optimized the size of the screen so you can watch on smaller form factor devices. So for today's sample class, there's not going to be a workbook. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about some of the best lessons I've learned from meeting with some of the most successful entrepreneurs in history. I've met with Warren Buffett. He actually guest lectured one of my classes at Columbia. That's where he went to business school too. And I met Bill Gates a number of times as well. And whenever I meet successful people, I always ask them for one lesson that they've learned in life that's made them successful, and also one lesson that's not taught in business schools. And so what I did was I actually published a book right here. It's called 101 Crucial Lessons They Don't Teach You in Business School. And I'm very humbled to say that Forbes magazine called this book one of 6 books that all entrepreneurs need to read right now, along with Peter Thiel's book, as well as Stephen Covey's book, meaning the 7 Habits of Highly Successful People, etc. And if you're wondering about all the camera angles here, I do this all myself. I'm an army of one here. And I have pedals on the ground that I click on that are just hooked up to my USB ports on my computer. And the reason I like to do this and do it myself is because I want to teach you how to be an army of one. You already have everything you need to build something far, far bigger than yourself. Okay, let's get started. So there are 17 sections in the book. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through all 17 sections, and I'm not going to go through all 101 crucial lessons, just some of them. All right, let's begin. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to kick it off with section number 1, which is called Relationships Are More Important Than Product Knowledge. And in this book and in the MBA degree program, I teach you unbelievable networking tips to make you incredibly successful. So the first lesson is Steve Jobs, his winning strategy on how to get anything you want. So Steve Jobs, when he was a teenager, he called up Bill Hewlett from Hewlett Packard and he asked for a job. And he got it because he asked. I know it sounds simplistic. Most people don't ask. Asking will receive. It's prophetic and it's been true since the beginning of time. And then many years later, this kid reached out to Steve Jobs and asked him for help as well. And that kid's name was Mark Benioff, who was the founder of Salesforce.com, which is the largest employer now in San Francisco. So asking you will receive. It's prophetic and it's been true since the beginning of time. And I'll talk about Steve Jobs a lot in the MBA degree program. And what I've got also is this wonderful picture of him up here where he prided himself on creating Apple and architecting products. And he talked about Apple being at the intersection of technology and the liberal arts. And I absolutely love that. While I'm on this frame here, I want to read to you a great quote from Mark Twain, a wonderful poet. He said, "The two most important days in your life are number 1, the day you're born, and number 2, the day you find out why." And I'm going to do whatever it takes to help you find your why in this MBA degree program so you can find your passion and love every second of every day with your career. Okay, back to Steve Jobs here. Now, Steve Jobs, he was an incredible visionary. And I love his speeches so much that what I actually did was I licensed one of his speeches. So I want to show you a little video from Steve Jobs. And this will really help you understand how to boost your confidence, which we'll talk a lot more about in a little while today. So here it is.
When you grow up, you tend to get told that the world is the way it is, and your life is just to live your life inside the world, try not to bash into the walls too much, try to have a nice family life, have fun, save a little money. But life, that's a very limited life. Life can be much broader once you discover one simple fact, and that is everything around you that you call life was made up by people that were no smarter than you. And you can change it. You can influence it. You can build your own things that other people can use. And the minute that you understand that you can poke life and actually something will, if you push in, something will pop out the other side, that you can change it, you can mold it. That's maybe the most important thing, is to shake off this erroneous notion that life is there and you're just going to live in it, versus embrace it, change it, improve it, make your mark upon it. I think that's very important. And however you learn that, once you learn it, you'll want to change life and make it better, because it's kind of messed up in a lot of ways. Once you learn that, you'll never be the same again.
All right. Next up, we've got how to get a job and why sending in a resume can be a waste of time. There is a better way. So when you see a job opening online and you apply for it, you're just a number. You're one of 1,000 or a couple thousand people that apply. And there's a much better way to get a job, which is by networking and setting up informational meetings. And I'm going to teach you the absolute best networking skills in this MBA degree program. And the skills I'm going to teach you are much better than what I have in my networking book as well. So I'm building on this much more so. You can't just apply to a job because you see an opening online. The person that gets that job usually knows somebody in the company. And I'm going to teach you how to get a meeting with literally anybody in this MBA degree program. Okay, next up is business is about people and not what you know. It's really interesting because a lot of people, when they're in high school or undergraduate university, they keep their heads down and they work very hard. And then they think that, hey, life works out great if I get good grades. Then what happens is they join the corporate world, the business world, and they keep their heads down and they work very, very hard. And then what happens is they start to look around And they realize that, hey, people are getting promoted much faster than I am. What's happening? Well, it's a little bit different, the rules in a corporation. The only way you're going to get promoted is to network aggressively within a company. You know, it's if you want anything in life, you got to ask. And so relationships are always more important than product knowledge. Your network is your net worth. And I'll certainly teach you amazing networking skills in this MBA degree program. All right, next up is your alma matters. Now, we've got a great alumni network in the Haroun Education Ventures MBA degree program. And you'll find that other students in the program will walk through walls to help you as well. We have a great sense of community as well. And you'll understand that when I interview Jason Blythe, who's one of my amazing MBA degree students in the Platinum program. And I'll interview him after this sample lesson here is done. And you can ask him as many questions as you want to. All right, let's move on now to section 2, which is called Be Long-Term Greedy. And I put a comment there which says, use these crucial long-term strategies and watch your net worth soar. So let's kick it off now with lesson number 9. And again, I'm not discussing all 101 lessons, just a bunch of them. So the first one is the longer the view, the wiser the intention. And I use a ton of props in this MBA degree program. We have a lot of fun. And so we're going to study Warren Buffett, trying to get this without glare. We're going to study Warren Buffett and a lot of the best entrepreneurs in a lot of detail. And Warren Buffett has always been very long-term focused. And I'm going to teach you how he invests as well and how he values companies. And so he said, the longer the view, the wiser the intention. Now, when Mr. Buffett invests, he's bigger than this in real life. That was dad humor again, I'm sorry. No more dad humor, I promise. But he's very long-term focused. And whenever Warren Buffett invests in a company, he does so with the understanding that the stock market might be closed for 10 years. Now, obviously, he knows the market will not be closed for 10 years, but that's how long-term focused he is. And I'm going to teach you how to be a wonderful long-term investor. I'm going to teach you investing from a Wall Street perspective, as I worked at Goldman Sachs. I'm going to teach you from a venture capital perspective, where I was a long-term investor. And I'm going to teach you from a shorter-term perspective, but not too short, because I worked in the hedge fund industry. I'm going to share all of the tips I've learned in my career with you. But I do believe that the longer the view, the wiser the intention. Okay, let's move on now. And before I talk about the next one here, you'll see I've got Mars up there. And I've got the Tesla, I guess that's the truck, which is coming out soon. And I mentioned that, and I wanted to show that visual because Elon Musk, who we're going to study a lot in this program, he's great. Elon Musk is so long-term focused that he's thinking about colonizing Mars. And so we will study him as well as other amazing entrepreneurs. Moving on. Lesson number 12 is the most important investment you'll ever make. The most important investment you'll ever make is an investment in yourself. So don't ever be cheap, please, when it comes to education. And with my MBA degree program, the cost is quite low, very low, compared to other programs out there. And you get a 100% money back guarantee up until January 14th. Next up, see if you can recognize where this character here is from, eh? Learn what not to do. So when you work for somebody else, I know it can be incredibly frustrating. And there's always a silver lining if you don't enjoy working for somebody, because you can learn from them what not to do. And I've been incredibly mistreated in a couple companies I've worked for, and I'll never name the names of the managers. But I look back and I feel blessed that that happened because I learned how not to manage people. Okay. Next up, we've got section 3, which is avoiding burnout. And I want to help you to avoid these crucial landmines and save your career and your life as well. I know it sounds strange for me to say that, but when it comes to business, a lot of people burn out. And before I talk about this vacation, lesson 14, I want to talk about the Dalai Lama really quickly. So the Dalai Lama said the problem with Western society is that we sacrifice our health, our entire lives in order to make money. And at the end of our lives, we sacrifice all of our money in order to maintain our health. And then we look back and we realized we never really lived to begin with. So I want to help you humbly, if I can, to understand how to deal with stress and cope with stress in a work environment. Now, one of the biggest lessons I learned was when I worked at Goldman Sachs from a burnout perspective. One of my clients was a wonderful woman named Rhonda Chang, who lives in Toronto, and she works at Manulife. And she told me, Chris, the second you come back from vacation, the first thing you should do is open up your calendar, and I've got a great scheduling system I'll show you later. Open up your calendar, look out 6 months, and book your next vacation. Okay. All right. Next up is stress will kill you. Don't be the gazelle. This one's out there, but fun to talk about. So I was watching Natural Geographic years ago, and they had this gazelle, and they hooked up to the gazelle a bunch of monitors, and they monitored the heart rate, etc. And the gazelle was being chased by a cheetah. And what happened was, as the gazelle was being chased, the immune system shut down. The gazelle actually aged while it was running. And also its reproductive system shut down. And I bring this up because we weren't meant to feel this kind of stress in business or in any aspects of our life unless we're being chased and our life is at risk. And so I want you to avoid stress. And I'm going to teach you many techniques on how to do so. And you got to take at least one day off a week. It's one of the 10 great rules that our foremothers and forefathers mentioned thousands of years ago. And it's a great investment to make in yourself. And I'll teach you how to schedule every day, including the day off, etc., so you can be much more successful. And let me actually just go off script here, as always, and show this to you a little bit closer. So this here is the scheduling system that I've designed for you. And let me just move these pieces around on my messy desk and zoom in a bit. Hold on a second. So what I do with this daily personal growth dashboard, I teach you how to make time for the MBA degree program, which classes you're going to attend. And by the way, the classes are every Monday and Tuesday in 2 time zones. Time zone 1 is from 9 a.m. till noon, plus Q&A, my time, Monday and Tuesday. Time zone 2 is 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., my time, plus time for Q&A. But I write down my goals here, and I have my students write down their goals, and I have them write down their entire schedules, etc. Okay, let me get back on track over here. All right, so next up, we've got the 4th track here, or the fourth section, which is create off-the-charts confidence and wear that Superman cape. So I love talking about DC and Marvel. And we do a case study on Marvel, actually. I know this is DC here. We do a case study in the MBA degree program, a private equity case study, where Carl Icahn invested in Marvel when it went belly up. And then eventually he sold it to the Walt Disney Corporation. I remember that back in, I think, 05 or 06. And we study that transaction as well. All right. So next up, I want to talk about there are no limits. There's no limits to what you can accomplish in your life. I really believe that. And I'm going to teach you how to change your attitude by changing your environment as well. And we're going to do a lot of goal study exercises. And one of the problems with New Year's resolutions is people come up with these great goals and then they never achieve them because they don't set a deadline date. And so what we're going to do is we're going to set unbelievable goals for you, career goals, personal goals, etc. And then we're also going to set deadline dates as part of this one pager here, which is available in many different file formats. And so you always have to write down a goal date in brackets. Always, always, always. Okay, but there are no limits to what you can achieve. And James Cameron, the wonderful director and writer of Avatar and a fellow Canadian, and Titanic, he did as well. He said, if you set your goals so high and you fail, you still fail above everyone else's expectations. Moving on. Next up, we've got the glass is always full. Perception becomes reality, and with crisis comes opportunity. And most people freak out when the market is selling off, and they sell stocks at the worst time. In fact, Warren Buffett once famously said that the New York Stock Exchange is the only store in the world where consumers sell stuff when it goes on sale. Think about that. With crisis comes opportunity always. If you buy the same investments that everybody else loves, then who's the incremental investor to push that stock higher, for example? There aren't very many. When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. And I know for a fact that there are tons of people that are stuck at home because of this terrible COVID crisis. And they're writing their business plans right now. In fact, in my MBA degree program, as part of the finance and accounting and entrepreneurship tracks, as I mentioned before, in the third semester, we have a venture capital boot camp, and you architect your perfect business model, which I'll help you with as well. And so I think a lot of people are going to look back on this horrible time in history and say that the positive thing was that I started a company when nobody else did. When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. All right. Next up, we've got a balanced life means more productive in business. You ever noticed how people that have wonderful careers also have wonderful spouses, and they're in wonderful shape, and they're always happy? It's because if you want to get something done, you give it to a busy person. And I'm going to teach you how to schedule personal time as well, not just business stuff. Yeah. But you got to be balanced, and you got to take at least one day off a week, be it a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, whatever it is. Okay, moving on. All right, and I played Luigi's Mansion with my son, Dylan. I've got 3 boys. I've got Andrew, Matthew, and Dylan. And I play with Dylan, this Luigi Mansion. It's so great having kids because you get to be a kid again. And so Dylan, lately, he's been playing Super Mario Galaxy and Odyssey. And we do a case study on this as well. And so he says, Daddy, can you help me with this level? I'm like, oh, no. Okay, twist my arm, fine. But anyway, that's Luigi's Mansion there. Yeah. But you're never as nervous as you sound. So don't worry if you're up there presenting. And I'm going to teach you how to present better than anybody you know, using a lot of new technologies and techniques I've developed in the past year. But the amazing thing is, when you're up there presenting and you feel nervous and you feel like you're shaking, and I've been there too, dude, what happens is you don't look nervous. You don't look nervous. And I'm going to teach you ways to boost your confidence when presenting as well. It's going to be fun. All right. Next up, and see if you can name what character this is. He is Canadian in the video game, by the way. I'm embarrassed to say as a Canadian. I think his name is Trevor. Yeah. It's the best game ever. Okay, it's GTA 5. I love it. Released in 2013. And yes, we'll do a case study on Take-Two Interactive, ticker TTWO, the owner of this franchise and Rockstar. So avoid those people. So I'll teach you how to avoid toxic people in a corporate environment. And if you have to be around them, I'll teach you how to deal with them as well. And what will happen is, in most traditional business schools don't talk about corporate politics, but I will, because it's important. And if somebody tries to rope you in with their poisonous politics in a big company, and they ask your opinion on something, and regardless of what you say, you know that you're going to get in trouble for it, or your career might be limited, or whatever. All you say are 2 words. You say this. You say, I understand. Because that way, you're not saying I agree with you or disagree with you. You just say, I understand. And I know that sounds a little bit esoteric, but it's something we're going to talk about in a lot of details, because I know that 1 or 2 bad meetings can really hurt your career. I'm going to teach you how to excel and reach your full potential. Next up. That person speaks gooder than me. Don't get intimidated by people that speak eloquently at work and whatnot, and have gone to wonderful universities. Because if you peel back the layers on the onion, you'll realize that quite often they get into these great schools because mom or dad went there or their parents donate a lot of money. And it really disgusts me how people that have a ton of money, their kids all get into amazing universities. Is it because they're born smarter than us? I don't think so. Yes, some people work hard. I get it. Yeah. But it's tragic. And what I've seen recently with the USC scandal, and there's a couple of celebrities in jail for bribing our officials. It's just the tip of the iceberg. And I don't want you to get intimidated by anybody that comes from, a more wealthy or affluent background than you. What I love doing, what drives me, is helping my students, especially the poor, smart, and hungry ones. And those are the only people I hire too. Yeah. I'm a biohacker. I have a lot of acai in here. It's a great South American fruit. Every antioxidant on the planet is in this thing. Yeah. Because I'm going to live to 150. And I think it was 50 Cent said, I'm going to get rich or die trying. But for me, I'm going to teach or die trying. Yeah. All right, moving on. Next up, we've got Nobody is Smarter Than You. This is a dupe on purpose. I showed you a video earlier of Steve Jobs. Nobody is smarter than you. Don't forget that. Okay, let's move on now to section 5 of 17, which is called Ethics, Use It or Lose It. So transparency builds trust. Always disclose all material risks before you invest in any company. And I'm going to teach you how to read through investment prospectuses. I've invested in a ton of IPOs, including Facebook. I own Facebook in my own venture capital firm when it was private. So I know a lot about that company. We're going to study the anatomy of an IPO and how when you read these investment memorandum documents called S1s for IPOs, all risks are disclosed. I'm going to show you how to read them like a good book as well. Okay, and that's Honest Abe there. All right, next up I want to talk about how to tell if somebody is lying. So I worked at a very big hedge fund called Citadel years ago. And the brilliant founder and great guy, who I always got along with well, named Ken Griffin, what he did was he hired 25-year FBI and CIA former agents to come in and teach myself and my team how to tell if somebody is lying in business. And so let me run through 4 things they taught me. Now, as I go through these, please keep in mind that one data point doesn't make a trend. You need to have 2 or 3 of these to be correct or valid to maybe interpret whether or not somebody is lying or not. The first one is if they ramble on and on and on to a yes or no question. The second one is if they break eye contact when they're answering a question with you. And you see kids do this all the time. The third one is if they touch their face, and they usually don't do that when they're answering a question. Subconsciously, they're covering up something. And the, I think that's what was the fourth one? Let me think about that. Oh yeah, the fourth one, the most important one, is have you seen the movie Meet the Parents, with Ben Stiller and Robert De Niro? So remember Ben Stiller had the lie detector test. What that does is it checks to see if you're nervous. And so what you can look for instead of hooking up a wire to them for a lie detector test, what you can do is look to see if their foot is shaking, unless they've had too much caffeine, which I certainly have this morning. So one data point doesn't make a trend, but look for 2 or 3 of those to be correct. And when you watch television and you see a CEO presenting, look for those clues, because I've made a lot of money shorting stocks based on watching CEOs being interviewed on television and lying. Okay. All right. Next up, I've got every battle is won before it's been fought. And that's a famous quote from Sun Tzu in The Art of War. And so this one was fun to put together. And by the way, if you're curious how I create these slides here, it's just PowerPoint. But what I do is I use this great product from Adobe. And by the way, I'm not sponsored by any company ever, and I will never sell out. But I use this great product from Adobe called Adobe Dimensions. And it allows you to make 3D objects without using any code. It's so fun. And then you use the morph effect within PowerPoint. Okay, so every battle is won before it's been fought. Over prepare for everything. Have a backup plan. Have a plan B. For me today, if this computer crashes here, I have another computer backed up and I have all these slides just in case ready to present on another computer. Okay, every battle is won before it's been fought. Next up, let's move on to section 7 of 17, which is called goal setting. And follow these crucial steps and achieve your dreams. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to run to your fear. If accounting scares you, I want you to run to accounting and condition yourself to learn to read financial statements like a good book. And I'll teach you as well. It's so much fun. And I have to be completely honest and transparent with you. The first time I took accounting was back in 1991 at McGill University in Montreal. And I got a D. And the reason I got a D in accounting was because I was memorizing accounting. It bored me to tears. Oh my God, I couldn't stand it. I was memorizing it. And then I took it again. I got a little bit better than a D. And when I took it again, I taught myself to understand finance and accounting and read financial statements like a good book. So I'm going to teach you how to read financial statements like a great book. And I have a bunch of props. And so let me quickly go off script and talk about the balance sheet. So the balance sheet in accounting, it tells you what you have in your possession and who owns that stuff. And so if you think about a balanced scale, on one side you have assets, on the other side you have liabilities and equity. Assets is something you have in your possession. For example, let's say that you have a car and the car costs $100 and you own $50 of it and the other $50 is owned by the Bank of Toyota. So assets of $100, okay, that thing you have in your possession, the car, 100 on a balanced scale, has to equal who owns that. So it equals liabilities, meaning the debt of $50 to the Bank of Toyota, plus my ownership, which is called equity, of $50. Assets equals liabilities plus equity. And so I have a lot of props and I teach you how to learn business in a fun way. I have a lot of old bonds and prospectuses as well and stock certificates, and it's fun. But the bottom line is this: you run to your fears. And so for me, it used to be public speaking. I was so scared, man. I'd rather die than give a speech. I would. I'd rather be in that shark cage there. And then what I did was I went into the prison system and I started presenting to these poor kids that had a deadbeat father. You know, there's no such thing as a deadbeat mother. But anyway, I'll teach you how to present right from the heart and enjoy it as well. And now I love presenting. I enjoy this. And I'm going to do Q&A with you forever today until there's no students left in this call, even if I'm up 48 hours straight. I love it. I ran to my fears and I conquered it, and you can as well. Next up, make a gap analysis. So what I'm going to do with you is we're going to do a lot of goal setting workshops so that you can understand where you are today and where you want to be and how to fill that gap. Now, Jeff Bezos, of course, the brilliant founder of Amazon, what he does is brilliant. He has a bunch of product managers that report to him, including the product manager for Kindle, Amazon Web Services, Prime, etc., Alexa, that sort of stuff. And what he does is he has these product managers every single year. What they'll do is they have to write a press release today that's going to be released 1 year in the future. And the reason he does that is because it's a rudimentary gap analysis. Here's where we are today. The press release is our goal setting workshop, what we want a year from now. How do you fill that gap? And I'm going to do the same thing with you. Of course, the analogy is the top of the mountain is your goal, and I'll help you to fill that gap. Okay, next up, I want to talk about a fascinating study that some people say is not true, but I want to talk about it anyway. So Yale University in Connecticut, there was this goal study they had. And back in 1950, the graduating class of 1950 at Yale University, they were asked, how many of you have written down your goals? How many people have documented your goals? And only 3% documented their goals. And then 20 years later, in 1970, they took a poll again of that same class that graduated in 1950. And the 3% of people that had written down their goals had a higher net worth than the other 97% combined for writing down their goals. So we're going to do a lot of goal setting sessions so that you can achieve your business and personal goals in life. Next up, we've got push the goalpost out. I'm Canadian, it's out. If you're American, you say out, it's not correct, it's out. So push the goalpost out, and we'll do this during a goal setting strategy as well. Okay. All right, next up is number 8, which is happiness is ... And at the top there, I've got a great quote from Confucius, which is, find an occupation you love, and you'll never work a day in your life. And that's why I mentioned this Mark Twain quote over here earlier. The 2 most important days in your life are number 1, the day you're born, and number 2, the day you find out why. And I'm going to find out what your why is. And I'm going to help you chase your passion and make your dreams come true. Or your money back. All right. So next up, don't have a job, instead have a passion. Be happy and achieve all your business goals. You know, I really believe that if you chase money, you lose your dreams and your money. But if you chase your dreams, as long as you're willing to fail at least a couple times, something amazing happens. Your dreams come true and the money follows accidentally. And I don't want you to listen to anybody else, your parents or anybody, tell you what you can and should be in life. I don't want you to be their prisoner in your own mind. I want you to chase your passion. I want you to find out what the reason is that you were put on this earth. What is your raison d'être, etc. Yeah. All right. All right. Next up, we've got money does not equal happiness. That's certainly true. And I think it was Oprah Winfrey. She had this great quote. She said, if you focus on what you have, then you'll always have enough. If you focus on what you don't have, you'll never have enough and you'll be depressed. And I've got a picture there from Mumbai. And so years ago, and I used to be a professor during the evenings at this business school, this university called the Halt International School of Business. I worked in VC during the days. And then what I did was I taught during the evenings. And they sent me to Mumbai to give a presentation. And when I was there, and Mumbai's got well over 20 million people, a lot of wealthy people, but also a lot of people that live in the slums. And I took a taxi ride from the airport to the Four Seasons or Ritz-Carlton, I can't remember. And that taxi ride changed my life. Because I looked around and we drove through the slums. And I've never seen so many happy people in my life that have nothing. Just remember that. Money does not equal happiness. And the most successful entrepreneurs, and we'll study a lot of them in this MBA degree program, the most successful entrepreneurs, they never did it for the money, man. They did it because they love doing what they're doing. And they never gave a damn what anybody else thought of them. You know, they put their dent in the universe, as Steve Jobs likes to refer to it, God bless him, by doing what they love doing. And they just didn't give a damn what other people thought. And that's what I want you to do as well. And if I can humbly be the bridge to help you become successful and reach your goals, then I've done my job, or your money back. All right. Next up is when to change careers. Yeah. So if you wake up in the morning and you tell yourself you're going to work, then with all due respect, and I say this with love in my heart, you're doing it wrong. You got to find your purpose in life. You got to find your passion. Like for me, when I used to wake up actually, when I worked for other people in big companies, when I used to wake up and I'd see, oh, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm like, yes, I got a couple more hours of sleep. But now when I open my eyes early in the morning, oh, it's 4 in the morning, yes, I got to get up and go to work. I love doing what I'm doing, not work, sorry, to do my passion. So if you wake up in the morning and tell yourself, I'm going to work, you have to change careers. And I'm going to walk through walls and humbly help you change careers as part of this MBA degree program. Okay. Next up is section number 9 out of 17, which is legal stuff is important. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm going to introduce you to a lot of very basic business law concepts so that you can protect your family when you start a company, so that people can't come after you. Even when you join a board, like people think, oh, I join a board, it's cool, I give advice. you have to get director and officer insurance, D&O insurance, when you join a board. Otherwise, shareholders can sue you and take everything away from you and your family. I'll talk more about that in much more detail in the MBA degree program. I'll talk about trademarks, patents, copyrights, etc. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but I will give you some basic business law advice. Okay. Number 10 is the most crucial business revelation is that ideas are commodities, but execution is not. So we're going to talk about a little bit about management best practices. So the first one here is when you manage people, you always want to praise in public and only criticize in private. There's nothing worse than being berated by your boss in front of your peers. And I learned this skill here, how to praise in public and criticize in private, from this amazing CEO that I invested in when he was CEO of Hyperion, and I was the third largest shareholder at a big firm I worked at. Oracle bought Hyperion years later. The CEO's name was Godfrey Sullivan, and he used to be the CEO of Splunk, ticker SPLK. And I participated in that IPO as well. And friends of mine that worked for Godfrey Sullivan when he was CEO of Splunk, he's no longer there, he retired. They told me he was great because he praised in public and criticized in private. I think the role of a good manager and a good parent and a good teacher is to build up the confidence in your students or subordinates, etc. All right, next up is be unemotional in business. The most successful entrepreneurs and investors are very, very unemotional. You know, when everybody else is freaking out and the market's tanking, they back up the truck and they buy broken stocks, but not broken companies. You got to be unemotional in business. And I've worked for a lot of billionaires, and many of them, I won't say which ones, I think have borderline Asperger's syndrome. They're very unemotional. And that's one of the reasons they're incredibly successful, because they don't freak out. Imagine that, selling a stock because it goes down. Imagine not wanting to buy your favorite product or the new Xbox or PS5 because the price just dropped. That's what people do with the stock market. They get emotional. We got to keep our emotions in check. All right. Next up for management best practices, the most important investment characteristic is the jockey is more important than the horse. You know, in traditional business schools and corporate training programs, they actually teach you how to analyze financial statements. They tell you how to, decide if this business model makes sense, etc. What a waste of time. You got to look at the management team first. And if you love the management team and you do your thorough background checks on them, and they excite you about their products and how they sell, then do more research on the rest of the company, meaning analyze the financial statements, etc. So remember, the jockey is always more important than the horse. And I would rather invest in a company with an A management team and a B business model instead of investing in a company with a B management team and an A business model. Just remember that. The jockey is always more important than the horse. All right. Now, see if you can find or think about where I got this character from. This Khaleesi or something. You'll get it. You'll find it. Let me know in the comments, please. Okay. So this one is tricky. It's called hire slowly and fire quickly. I hire very, very slowly. You know, I meet with each potential employee 3 or 4 times, as do all of my staff, at various times of the day, over several months at least. And the reason I hire very slowly is because one bad apple can destroy the whole darn bunch. You know, one mistake hire can destroy the corporate culture of a company. And I really believe that anybody that's a corporate bully should be fired immediately. You know, one data point doesn't make a trend, 2 might. So I tend to fire very quickly as well if I have to. And I'll be completely honest with you. I fire a bit slower than I should. And I've been fired before. And I look back upon it and I'm grateful it happened. I didn't understand it at the time because I made the firm a lot of money. And I remember calling my dad and I said, "Dad, I don't get it. I made them a lot of money. I get along with everybody." And he said, "Don't worry about it. Many years from now, you'll look back and this will be a blessing. And now I'm so blessed that it happened. And I look back in hindsight and I think that my former boss let me go because he thought he hired his assassin. And maybe that's happened to you as well. You're so good at what you do that people feel threatened. And if that happens, it's okay. I want you to channel that frustration. Okay, and find a better job, or better yet, start your own company, which I'll help you do in this MBA degree program as part of the Venture Capital Bootcamp. And even if you don't want to start a company, I still want you to go through the Venture Capital Bootcamp in the 3rd semester of the MBA degree program, because you might want to start a new division within a big company, which is kind of like starting your own company as well. Okay. And I'll teach you also how the right way to let people go. I've been trained by some of the most sophisticated HR representatives on the planet. Okay. Next up is section 11, which is navigating corporate politics, excuse me, and swimming with sharks. You see a little shark fin at the bottom there. Okay. This transition took me forever. Okay, cool. This one's important. Unjustified criticism is nothing more than a disguised compliment. Let me say that again. Unjustified criticism is nothing more than a disguised compliment. The more successful you get, the more you're going to get criticized. And as Eleanor Roosevelt once said, they're going to criticize you anyway, so you might as well do it. And when you get unjustly criticized, what I want you to do is I want you to tell yourself in your mind, thank you. Thank you for that. So unjustified criticism is nothing more than a disguised compliment. So bring it on, doubters. That's what you got to say in your mind. All right. Next up, you got to ask, how am I doing often? Okay. So you won't get fired if you ask for feedback every month or two. And when you sit down with your boss, ask her or him, we'll kick off the conversation with saying, if true, I love being part of this team. I'm very humbled to be a part of this team, and we've accomplished a lot together. And I'd love to ask, what do I need, because it's very expensive raising a family in this area? What do I need to accomplish in order to get promoted or a raise? And they'll tell you. And then what you do is you strike while the iron's hot. After you reach a big milestone and your boss gives you positive feedback, that's when you ask for the promotion. Okay. And if you ask, how am I doing, a lot, then the likelihood of you getting blindsided and being let go goes down materially. Okay. All right. And the only way to get a promotion or a raise is to ask for feedback quite often. Okay. Like the Duracell battery just keeps on going, or maybe that's the Energizer bunny. The older I get, the better I was. I screwed that one up. Okay, moving on. All right, a little bit of Star Wars here, eh? Okay. It's important you take advice from the right people. So here in section number 12, we're going to talk about that. Never take advice from somebody that's not successful. And you need Yodas. You need Yodas, mentors, and many of them in order to become successful. And when you join a company, you're the new kid in town for the first 2 weeks or so. And so you can ask a lot of people for coffee or to mentor you. It's kind of like when you're in high school or university, the first semester of your first year, in those first 2 weeks, because you're the new kid in town and others were too, you're still friends with those people today. But in order to get promoted, you need Yodas. You need to ask people that are senior in companies to mentor you. And I'll tell you exactly how to get these meetings because they understand how the corporate culture works. And I tried to get a picture of Baby Yoda because he's adorable. I watched The Mandalorian, but I couldn't find it. Okay. All right, next up is, I have never met a successful person with a negative attitude. And I've got an airplane there, or a space vehicle from Virgin. So Sir Richard Branson, he doesn't even have a high school degree, but he oozes positivity. He's so positive. And if you've ever flown Virgin Atlantic, for example, you find that all the people that work on that airplane, for example, are very, very positive. because the corporate culture is always set from the person at the top. And if you get a chance, what I want you to do is listen to audiobooks from Sir Richard Branson and other business luminaries from audible.com. And when you listen to audiobooks from successful people, make sure that it's that person that's reading it themselves. And Sir Richard Branson's books are wonderful. We're going to study him and his marketing strategies as well. Next up is, it's crucial to be paranoid about these issues. And so this one is called Only the Paranoid Survive. And I've got Intel's chips right here because we do a case study on Intel. And let me see if I get a better camera angle for you here. Here we go. Okay, great. Yeah, so back in 1994, Intel had a material issue with one of their chips. Okay, it was called the Pentium processor floating decimal point issue. And this is one of them, actually. I bought it on eBay. It's one of the many props I enjoy using in this MBA degree program. And what happened was, if you do very complex calculations, you might be off by 0.00001%. And so what Andy Grove did, the late great co-founder of Intel and former CEO, what he did was he owned up to it. And he set up a ton of meetings with NBC, Bloomberg News, Report on Business in Toronto, many other financial publications on television. And he said, we're very sorry about this, and we'll give you a full refund. Remember, a company is only as good as its customer service. He said, we'll give you a full refund. And transparency builds trust. And the unintended positive benefit from this event was a lot of people were watching this honest man on television. And they're like, what is that thing he's holding? Oh, that's the thing inside the computer. And so it was a brilliant PR campaign and a marketing campaign as well, which is an unintended positive effect of being honest and transparent. And he talks about how Intel used to compete, we'll do a case study in this as well, in the RAM market, the DRAM market, basically the chips you put in your computer so you can have more programs open. And then there was a lot of wonderful Japanese companies that started cutting prices in the early 80s on DRAM. And so Intel was so paranoid and they thought they were going to go bankrupt. So they reinvented the company to create processors, which is the brain of the computer. Only the Paranoid Survive. And that's a great title to a book by Andy Grove, actually. It's called Only the Paranoid Survive. It's my favorite business book. Check it out. All right. Now, I want you to question motives. Whenever an investment manager or somebody gets on television and starts talking about stocks, I don't want you to take their opinion for it, please. I want you to do your own research. Because even if they disclose they own that stock, they're going to convince you to buy it. So I always want you to question motives. And the same thing with CEOs. CEOs are the best salespeople on the planet. That's how they became CEO. So when you see a CEO being interviewed, I want you to always question why they're saying what they're saying. Question their motives. And always do your own research. And I pride myself on teaching you how to fish, not giving you a fish. I'll teach you how to pick stocks. But no one is smarter than you. And I always want you to do your own research. And I'll train you how to pick great investments based on my several decades, I'm an old man, several decades of work experience. So always question motives. Okay. All right, next up is section 14, risk taking. It's crucial that you take the right types of risks. And I'm going to teach you how to have an incredible portfolio management dashboard based on a system I developed in my hedge fund so that you can manage risk. And don't worry, I'll make it easy to understand. We'll look at risk reward, meaning upside versus downside, etc. And that will be in the finance track, of course. Now, I want you to fail fast and early. You'll never make it big unless you fail several times. And every successful entrepreneur has failed more times than you and I have combined. Even Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs, in his first startup with Steve Wozniak, they failed. The same thing with Bill Gates. Bill Gates, his first startup was a company called Trafo Data, which we'll analyze. And it was a system of counting cars. Those little wires you get, ba-bump, ba-bump, when you're driving? That was his company, but he failed big time with it. So I want you to fail a lot Because you know what? As Mark Cuban said, you only have to be right one time in business. Nobody has ever made it to the top without failing a lot. If you look at some of the great authors, you look at Agatha Christie, J.K. Rowling, John Grisham, C.S. Lewis, they were all denied by dozens of publishers. So they failed a billion times until they made it big. And actually right here, it's tough to see. I got this from Etsy. This is a great quote from Michael Jordan, one of my heroes. He said, "I failed over and over again in my life, and that's why I succeed." Michael Jordan did not make the high school basketball team when he was in high school. Pretty amazing. So you'll never make it big unless you fail first and fail many times and don't give a damn what anybody thinks of you. Okay. The next risk-taking topic is when you start a company, I want you to use OPM, not the drug. That was dad humor, sorry. I want you to use OPM, other people's money, okay? I don't want you to use debt from a bank. Why? Because banks are chicken. And if you're one day late with a loan, they can literally seize your company. I want you to use money from high net worth investors by networking a lot. I'm going to teach you exactly how to do this and how to raise money. I don't want you to get a loan. And I also don't want you to use a lot of your own money when you start a company. Why? I mean, if you have a lot of money, great, do it. But if you don't, I want you to be happy. I don't want you to feel stressed at home when you start your company. And there's so many people that will gladly invest in your company, your startup, if you ask them and you know how to network and sell yourself. And I'll teach you how to sell yourself better than anybody else you know. All right, next up, we've got don't invest in a company if all of the founders have left. You know, for example, since Andy Grove left Intel, and he was one of the co-founders, Intel has lost a ton of market share, and NVIDIA, a graphics chip company, I can't believe it, but their market capitalization is bigger than Intel now. It blows my mind. Unbelievable. But, and even when Steve Jobs, God bless him, when he left Apple for obvious reasons, they haven't really innovated that much. You know, they've made a bigger iPad, a bigger iPhone, a smaller iPad. They haven't created any groundbreaking new products. And so the image you see here is from, it's hard to see, I'm sorry, but it's an article that I wrote on venturebeat.com when I worked in the venture capital industry. VentureBeat is the number one, humbly, the number one place to read up on venture capital. So search my name and you'll see an article I published called "When a Company Founder Resigns, Investors Should Run for the Exits" as well. In most cases, not all cases, but in most cases. And we'll have plenty of case studies on that as well. All right, next up is we'll talk about sales best practices briefly. This is number 15 of 17 here. The best CEOs are the best salespeople. Learn these crucial sales secrets. That's what they are. They're great salespeople. The same thing with a partner in a law firm or a partner in an investment bank or a venture capital firm. You make partner because you can sell. So CEOs are great salespeople. Let's learn from them, and we'll study lots of them. So the first thing I'll say is less is more. Try to get your point across in as few words as possible. And I'll teach you how to communicate like the most successful CEOs do. Next up, and I'll teach you how to write business-wise as well. Less is more. There's a reason why Twitter is so successful today. Next up is I'm going to teach you how to present and enjoy public speaking. You're going to love it. After you take this MBA degree program, you're going to look forward to presenting like a kid looks forward to Christmas morning or their birthday to open presents. I'm going to condition you to love it and to be artistic as well. I'm going to teach you how to be creative in business because if you're not creative in business, it gets kind of boring. I want you to present differently. I want you to enjoy what you're doing. I want you to experiment and try different things and be an artist when you present in business. And I want to teach you how to think like Steve Jobs does, because Apple was the intersection of technology and the liberal arts. I want to teach you how to be creative in business, and damn it, enjoy the process too. All right, next up, this one is called Shut Up. I'm talking to myself, shut up, Chris. if you think you closed the sale. A lot of people when they're selling, I'll teach you how to sell better than anybody you know. But a lot of people when they're selling, what happens is they keep selling even after the person they're selling to is interested in the product or service. So the second you see that somebody is interested in the product or service you're selling, stop talking right away or change the subject. Talk about personal stuff. Like, did you see the game last night? Why? Because the psychology of selling is such that when you're selling a product or a service, if you sense that they're interested, then the person you're selling to will think, gosh, I like this product or service. And then if you keep selling, they'll say, wait a second, am I a sucker? Why am I so lucky to be given this opportunity? You got to stop. Don't ever sell past the close. Okay. And you'll notice also when you're being interviewed at big companies, you'll notice that if they say really positive things about the company in the last 25% of that interview, it means they like you and they're kind of selling you on that company. So stop selling yourself at that point as well. And I'll teach you how to interview better than anybody as well. And business schools don't teach you how to interview or how to present. I'll teach you that. Okay. Next up is small clients. I'm just laughing at a little graphic there. This little guy's adorable. Small clients are just as much work as big clients. Remember that, because small customers have a bigger percentage of their liquid net worth with you in the company you start, for example. And so they need a lot more hand-holding. And so I'm going to teach you how to bag the elephant and get massive customers as well. All right. Now, next up, we've got talk business later. Yeah. So don't ever go to a meeting with somebody you've never met before and talk business right away. It's a recipe for disaster. You know, business is about people, and relationships are more important than product knowledge. And I remember years ago, I was trying to get a job, and I studied hard for all the interviews, and I just couldn't get a job. And so I went to an interview one day, and I was just fed up, man. And I kind of sat back. You know, I wasn't sloppy or rude or disingenuous, but I was just like, you know what? I'm just going to be me. I'm not going to act anymore. And we talked about the game. We talked about the Oscars at that point. And we bonded for the first 10 or 15 minutes. And I got that job. And then it happened again and again and again. And so before you go to a meeting with anybody, don't talk business right away. Bond with them. Here's how. One trick. Go to their Twitter profile before you meet with them and see who they follow. If they follow certain business executives, you know what kind of companies to bring up. If they follow sports teams, you know which sport to bring up. Sports is great boardroom talk. Yeah. All right. Next up is how to get a meeting with anyone. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. I'll go through this in a heck of a lot more detail during the first semester of the MBA degree program. So what you have to do is you have to find at least two things you have in common with somebody. And then you send a very short LinkedIn in-mail. And in the subject of the in-mail, you put two letters, H-I, hi. And the reason I say LinkedIn in-mails is because I know everybody on this call, and there's 334 people watching right now. I know all of you have opened every single in-mail you've ever received on LinkedIn. You have. But you have not opened every single email you've gotten. Email's dead. So what you do is you do an advanced search on LinkedIn. And you find two things you have in common with somebody. You know, maybe you're from the same hometown that they're from, so all the stars are aligned. And maybe you went to the same school, high school, whatever it was. And you list those two things you have in common, and you don't say why you want to meet. And I'm not being unethical saying don't say why you want to meet. It's just if you say why, a lot of times they won't respond because they feel bad they can't help you. But you keep the message short and sweet as follows. Again, the subject line is hi. The contents of the message. Here's an example. John, hope all is well. I'm also from Mississauga. That's where I'm from. And I also went to the Toronto French School. And I'm here in the Bay Area. please let me know if you have time for a coffee or a Zoom meeting within the next couple of weeks. Thanks a lot, Chris. So I got leverage by listing 2 things I have in common. I kept it short because less is more. I used InMail because it's the best way to communicate as of now. And I also used the words please and thank you. Keep it short. Less is more. All right, we're almost done here. Next up is confidence leads to competence. There's no professional athlete that you've ever seen that's not confident. I think, therefore I am, like the Rodin sculpture. And so if you condition yourself to be confident when you sell, confidence will lead to perceived competence. And you always want a little off script here, list all risks. Always, always, always. Because you know what? You're going to work for a bunch of companies in your life, but the only thing you're going to take with you from one company to the next or one industry to the next is your reputation. And whenever you sell something, think to yourself, would I feel comfortable getting my parents to invest in this as well? All right. Next up, we've got sports is crucial. Boardroom talk, which I already discussed. Okay. And then next up, we've got leverage the media. Yeah. So it's really competitive to get people to want to buy your product or service. And so I'm going to teach you how to network using some of the concepts I just briefly touched upon in order to get meetings with journalists so that they can write articles about your company. That's free PR. And we're going to study many great entrepreneurs. And if you look at Sir Richard Branson and Mark Benioff and Elon Musk, they all have one thing in common. They leverage the media a lot. How? By being controversial. So with Sir Richard Branson, and you can Google this if you want to, but when he launched Virgin Cola to compete against Coca-Cola back in the 80s, he literally rented a tank. You can't do this now, obviously, but he rented a tank and drove into Times Square in New York City. And on the tank, he had a bunch of Virgin Cola. It was free PR for him. He leveraged the media. The same thing with Mark Benioff. He was on all the talk shows. I remember I met him before. I had dinner with him actually at the top of the B of A tower on the 55th floor here in San Francisco. He was interviewed before his company went public a lot by the biggest journalists in the world on the biggest financial television networks because he talked about how controversial his business was. With his logo at salesforce.com, he had a picture of software, the word, with a line through it. And he was saying software is dead. And nobody understood at the time. He's brilliant. He's a visionary. Cloud computing makes more sense than downloading software to run on your computer. But it was interesting and it was controversial and he leveraged the media. You have to do the same thing. Okay. And I don't have to tell you about Elon Musk's examples. Just go to his Twitter profile and you'll see him being controversial. Next up is think different. And of course, those are lots of little Macintosh computers that look adorable. You got to think different. Okay. And I want you to be a contrarian and watch your net worth soar. And Warren Buffett has made a career out of this, man, of being a contrarian. You know, he buys when everyone's freaking out. He said, you got to be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy. You have to be a contrarian in order to do well in business. Because if you chase the same stock everybody owns, who's the incremental investor to push it higher? There's not many. With crisis comes opportunity. Think like the Sage of Omaha here. Yeah. All right. Next up is big companies cannot innovate. That's right. If the founder is left, big companies can't innovate. And I will always bet on 2 girls or 2 guys in a garage taking on a big company. Because the more people you have in a company, the more bureaucratic they are. And we all know what this is like because we've all been in situations in our life, whether it's in school or in business, where we've been in meetings and there's been too many people in the meeting and nothing gets done. It's bureaucracy like government. Now, speaking of Jeff Bezos, he has this rule at Amazon, which is no meeting is allowed to take place at Amazon that has more than 2 pizzas. It's called the 2 pizza rule, right? If you need 3 pizzas to feed people in a meeting, there's too many people, too many cooks in the kitchen, so to speak. And Amazon thinks like a startup too. Big companies, again, when the founder has left, they can't innovate. Next up, the most important chart ever made. Okay, this is really serious here. Okay, I'm going to show you the most important chart, pie chart you've ever seen in your life. Okay, if you remember one thing from this call, it's this. Okay, here I go. This is pie I've eaten, and this is pie I've not eaten yet. Okay, sorry, that was dad humor. I do have an awful sense of humor, but dad humor, sorry about that. Okay, that's not lesson number 92. Lesson number 92 is this. Form your own opinions. I'm talking to myself, dummy. Form your own opinions, dummy. Don't rely on anybody else ever to tell you what stocks to buy or investments to make or companies to start. I'm going to arm you with a gazillion tools and frameworks you can use so that you can make great investment decisions and great career decisions. I'm going to give you so many tools in this and frameworks in this MBA degree program that you will always form your own opinion based on your own research. Nobody is smarter than you. And here's a couple quotes. The first one's from Vincent van Gogh. He said, if you hear a voice in you that says you cannot paint, then by all means, paint, and that voice will be silenced. I want you to be creative in business. As I mentioned before, Steve Jobs always talked about Apple being at the intersection of technology and the liberal arts. A couple more quotes and I'll wrap this up. Eleanor Roosevelt said, that cat is so cute. And we just got a cat, by the way. And my son Dylan finally, this guy here, finally convinced Christine, my wife, to get a cat by showing her adorable TikTok videos. So Eleanor Roosevelt said, you wouldn't worry so much about what others think of you if you realized how seldom they do. Mark Twain, and my cat looks just like that as well. Not the reflection, but the top little part there. Mark Twain said, he said, 20 years from now, you'll be more disappointed by the things you didn't do than by the ones you did do. So throw off the bowlines, sail away from safe harbor, catch the trade winds in your sail, explore, dream, discover. And there's nothing more heartbreaking than waking up and you're an old person and you go to work and some schmuck pays you this much money to make their dreams become a reality. That's not going to happen to you if you take this MBA degree program. I can't guarantee 1,000,000,000% success, but I will walk through walls and help you or your money back. All right. Lesson 93, almost done here. That's Gandhi, of course. And I wrote here, take that walk. So Steve Jobs, one of the reasons he was very successful is because he came up with his creative brilliance when he went for a walk every day at 1 p.m. And I schedule that as well usually, a walk around that time usually. And when you exercise and you do business, you're more creative because you release endorphins. Treat this thing right and this thing will work a lot better. And what I've actually got right here, and this is a little nutty what I'm going to show you, but it is what it is. What I've got here is, and I wish I had a wider angle lens. Underneath here, I've got a walker. And I walk while I'm working in the afternoon. And I get, hey there, I get a lot more stuff done that way because I feel like I just woke up. If in the late afternoon, I go for a walk, whatever, you release endorphins as well. And so you gotta take that walk in order to be creative. You know, it allows you to kind of step outside of yourself as well and see the forest from the trees. Okay, a couple more here. This one's called Passion for Platforms. Now, when I worked in the venture capital industry, I learned that the absolute best investments you can make are investments in platforms. Meaning, if you own the road, okay, you own the road, you can charge the cars and the toll booths, etc. Those are the best investments you can possibly make. So here's some examples. Facebook is the quintessential social media platform. The interesting thing about Facebook is they don't create any content, but they make money from content. I don't trust the company. That's just me though. Another great platform is eBay. They own the road, the marketplace. And the cars and toll booths are the people that populate that marketplace and transact. You know, Apple iOS, as well as Google with their store, the Play Store, I think it's called. They own the road as well. And they charge, and I know because I sell my courses on both those platforms. On that road, they charge me, one of the cars, 30% every time I sell a course on those platforms. Microsoft Windows, great platform as well. So I want you to think about platforms whenever you architect your company and you create your business plan, which I'll help you do. All right, number 96, and it's getting hot in here. Let me just turn on the air conditioning here. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. And by the way, I use this microphone because you can't hear the air conditioning as much versus if you use a Blue Yeti. Okay, number 96 is be honest and speak from the heart. And just be you. You be you. You do you. You know, I remember when I used to work in big companies, I just wouldn't laugh as much as I used to when I was a kid. And I felt like I was kind of acting. And people would probably lose respect for me whenever I acted differently in front of a senior executive. I get into an elevator and I think to myself, oh my gosh, there's a senior executive here. What do I say? You know, nice weather today, don't you think? And afterwards, I was insecure, man. It was wrong. I questioned myself. Gosh, did I say the right thing? Was that good for my career? Just be yourself. Because senior executives like it when you're you. That's right. And your peers don't lose respect for you as well when you're not you. Just be you. Because everybody else is taken. And as Dr. Seuss said, and I read Dr. Seuss books to Dylan, I feel like Dr. Seuss is talking to me too, the reader. As Dr. Seuss said, those who mind don't matter, and those who matter don't mind. Number 100, one more to go after this, and then I'll bring on Jason, who's one of my amazing MBA degree program students. And you'll get to ask him questions as well. So lesson number 100 is you are never too old to start over. So since the 1950s, people are living 26 years longer today than they were back in the 50s. So that means that you're all 26 years younger than you think. So if you're 56, you're not, you're 30. You can always start over by taking courses online. Want to be a programmer? Take online courses. You want to change careers? Take my degree program. And there's a money back guarantee as well. You got nothing to lose and everything to gain. All right, let me wrap this up. Number 101, I love that movie Up. Number 101 is frustration leads to reinvention. If you're frustrated in business, good. And I say that with love in my heart because frustration leads to reinvention. Frustration leads to you re-architecting your future. And if I can humbly be a part of that and help you re-architect and reinvent yourself and create the perfect blueprint for your life, then I've done my job. So if you're frustrated, that's a good thing. It leads to reinvention. Channel that frustration. So frustration leads to breakthroughs. Frustration leads to reinvention. Find your professional passion and please end your frustration. Welcome to the new you. Okay, cool. All right, next up what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring on one of my amazing students to take questions from you. And I'll ask him 3 questions first. And then you can ask him as many questions as you want to as well. His name is Jason Blythe. He's a great guy. He's in my platinum degree program, which started December 4th of 2019. He'll graduate this December 4th of 2020. And he also has an undergraduate university degree from the University of Swinburne in Melbourne, Australia. And he used to work for the largest telecommunications company in Australia called TELUS. TELUS? I think I got that wrong. That's a Canadian one, right? Sorry. Problem with doing these live calls is I make mistakes. The older I get, the better I was. He'll correct me. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and get Jason right now, and then I'll take questions from him. So give me 1 second. I keep it real, and I'm going to go to my calendar so I can get the address. Let me go back here. Here we go. And I will go to questions here. And I'll open up Zoom for you guys later as well. I promise you that. Okay. Let me get all set up. All right, so I'll join with computer audio. I'll go to participants here, and I'll wait for Jason to show up here as well. There he is. Jason's always on time. This guy, he's the best, man. Love this guy. Okay. All right, give me 1 second to get it all set up here. And let me go over here to full screen. We're good to go. Jason, how are you, bud?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, man. I'm great. Well, thank you so much for being a part of this. I really appreciate it.
No problem. No problem. Pleasure to be here.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. I like your green screen background too. That's dope. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. It's. I think I finally got it right here.
Yeah. No, it looks good, man. It looks good. It's awesome. Okay, cool. So I got a couple of questions for you, Jason. And then what I'll do, if it's okay with you, is I'll open
Yeah.
it up to students so they can ask you questions on the webcast here. Okay,
Sounds
great.
good.
Awesome. Awesome. What company did you work for before? I got it wrong.
Its company is called Telstra.
Telstra. I knew it. I'm so sorry. Okay, right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. Biggest Australian telecommunications company, right?
it is. It is. They
Okay,
have
cool.
about 40,000 permanent employees and a fluctuating
Right.
contract workforce.
Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, I had a senior moment there, brother. Okay, cool. All right. So the first question I'm going to ask you is, how's it been learning remotely? And please describe the student experience and how you have fit it into your life.
Sure. Well, I guess as a father of, I've got three boys, much like Chris, ages 9 to 14.
Right.
And my wife's a full-time engineer, an aerospace engineer, actually.
Cool.
So, we're both incredibly busy, as you'd imagine, like most people. And when I started to look into my options for further study, one thing I didn't want to sacrifice was family time. I'd already sacrificed a lot of that to get to where I was in my career.
Right.
So I really needed a program that could fit into my schedule. So yeah, flexibility was the key.
Hmm.
And you have to remember, this is 2020. I was looking at options in 2019, which feels like 10 years ago now.
Yeah.
All right. So I was looking at 100% online options anyway.
Right.
But it was important to me to still have, I guess, that opportunity to interact in real time with people,
Right.
with, I guess, yourself, Chris, as well as the other students. And,
Right.
I've got to admit, I wasn't sure how that was going to work.
Right.
I also knew that I needed elasticity, which is, for those of us who work in IT in the cloud, elasticity is a favorite word, but I'm borrowing it here. And by that I meant, there were going to be times when I needed to drop behind a week or two, and then catch up again, much like an elastic band, and be able to catch up out of band, and keep going with the degree. And, those options aren't always available,
Right.
right, in some institutions. So, and so I guess learning remotely has worked really well, especially from a scheduling point of view.
Right. Right.
For those who might not know, we have in the Platinum program, we have 2 time zone options, which suit. And as Chris knows, I jump from one to the other based on my schedule. So on Mondays and Tuesdays, so that works incredibly well. I would say some people are probably thinking that what I was concerned about early on, they might have these thoughts now, which is what is the opportunity for interacting amongst the other MBA candidates?
Right.
And this was a surprise to me, because we are spread all over the world. There are students literally from I don't know how many countries. We have a little Google pinboard map, and there's pins everywhere.
41 countries. Yeah.
Yeah. So that hasn't been a barrier. So even before, I guess, COVID-19 normalized Zoom calls, we gotten together. We already started even before COVID came along. Started networking and organizing our own Zoom meetups out of band. We used the Chris's Slack channel, and to communicate and set up meetings. So look, that has been, it's really delivered. I honestly can't say that, there's too much other than staring at some beautiful buildings. There isn't a whole lot that you would miss out on in terms of a bricks and mortar experience. So yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank
Definitely.
you. I appreciate that, and I always appreciate your time. And the wonderful thing about Jason and about my other amazing students is, quite often we learn more from each other than we do from the teacher, and that just kind of speaks to the breadth and depth of the international student body we have. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
Cool. Excellent. All right. Next up, question 2 of 3 is, what is one thing that you learned during the program that you use every day?
So yeah, that's interesting. There's any number of things from the program that I do use every day. So it's hard to
Right.
pin it to one, but I would say the most important thing I got out of it would be the personal growth track topics we did early on are probably what helped me out a lot. I think it's easy to get, especially when you have a wife and kids and routine becomes part of your life, it's easy to get stuck in a certain way of doing things.
Right.
And I made a real point of embracing that personal growth track when I started. I wanted to undertake a personal journey of transformation. And I guess, Chris, your MBA program really helped me facilitate that. It helped me kind of bootstrap
Right.
my the way my attitude and approach to each day. So,
Right.
I've committed to a daily planner, and once COVID came along, I had to kind of commit to a completely different way of planning for every day, like everybody else.
Yeah.
And so I guess that the personal growth track is the one thing that returns on the investment every single day. It's always delivering in how I focus on my goals. I look at my goals. I used to look at my goals once a year, usually the week before I had to hand in a performance evaluation at the office. Now I look at the goals, at least every week, if not every couple of weeks, just to cross some off, to look and see where I'm going. Are there things that I want to create or things I need to drop? So that would be the one thing I use every day is just a brand new attitude and focus, which came from that personal growth track.
That's awesome. Thank you. We're very blessed to have you as part of the program. So thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Awesome. Cool. All right. The third and final question, then we'll open it up to students. And so if I can ask people to please start typing questions for Jason now. After I ask him this third question now, I'll open it up for you to ask him questions, and then I'll take all of your questions and let Jason go because I know he's very busy. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. The third question is, what advice would you give someone thinking about taking the program?
Okay, great question. So firstly, if you're concerned about the delivery model, I can assure you, it works well. There were times when I've been on holiday and I did the things on my iPad. Like I said, I used that elasticity to fall behind occasionally and catch up. Right. So scheduling works great. And look, Chris, you've really brought your A game to the table. I know you said up front you were going to do that. And, I would say to a crowd of over 300 people, you've honestly done that. And thank you.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And look, obviously, Chris would be the first to admit he's not perfect. If people don't understand things, our group has been very bold. People will ask questions. They'll throw it at Chris, and Chris may have to answer it a couple of different times because different people approach different subjects in different ways.
Right.
So there's that. I guess moving on to the content, the breadth and depth of the topics has been really good, and I think. I would say you surprised us at first with how you laid things out. I think a whole lot of people thought we were going to bulldoze straight into, macroeconomics or finance or whatever it was. But, the way you laid it out, I don't want to give too much away, but the way you laid it out surprised me personally. And I know it surprised some of the other students. But as we kind of got towards the end of the first semester, there was a bit of an aha moment when we understood the wisdom of why you laid out the first part of the course the way you did. Right. So that really came, and to be honest, it probably saved a lot of time and maybe redundant effort that I might have spent on or thought about things differently that after having completed especially the personal growth track up front, it really level set things for me.
Awesome.
And lastly I would say, like many things in life, I would say to all the students, you get out of this program what you put into it. So for me, I'm the kind of person who likes routine and structure. So, I challenged myself 3 years ago. I'd never been able to run more than a kilometre. I challenged myself to run a 10-kilometre sort of quarter marathon. The one thing I learned is, you've got to stay on track with your training. It's no different to a degree. It's like a treadmill. Try to stay on track with it. Yes, you can do it at your own pace, and that flexibility is magic. Right. But my advice would be to definitely try to stay track on it, especially for those on maybe the gold and platinum programs. Chris is always happy to take questions about topics from 3 months ago, but probably the synergies are a little better if we're all discussing,
Seems,
what's
yeah,
fresh in the mind.
right. Makes sense. Thank you.
Um,
Very
yeah,
cool.
and look, be bold, push yourself out of your comfort zone, and have a real go at the exercises that on topics that come up as well. Don't hold back. My short-term plans weren't to launch a startup. I know I actually got a couple of. I've been sort of scraping some of the questions that
Oh,
have come
cool.
up from
Yeah,
people,
yeah,
mainly aimed at you, Chris. But
yeah, yeah.
there was
Sure.
one question. Someone said, "Oh, can you give examples of some students who've come up with startups?"
Yeah.
I'm planning on my own business in the medium term,
Right.
not in the short term, but
Right.
I nevertheless threw myself into that task. And
Right.
the first two ideas that I thought were pretty good, I threw them away because the process we went through in the venture capital boot camp, I realized, no, this is no good. And the third one, that's still in stealth. So I'm going to sit on that.
Right. Very
So,
cool. Very cool. Thank you. You're very well spoken. I'm grateful for your time. Thank you. Thank you. And
thanks.
let me go through questions here to see if there's questions. And I've got a teleprompter here I'm going to use this time. Okay, great. Himanshu is asking. He's saying, "Hi, Jason. How would you rate yourself from 1 to 5 post the MBA program?"
Ooh, tough question. My wife always tells me I'm my own worst critic. So I probably, if I rated myself a 5, I'd only ever give myself a 4. But
Right.
when I came in, I would say I was probably sitting at a 2 out of 5,
Okay. Cool.
coming into the program.
Right. Right.
And where I'm at now, I'm at a
Yeah.
4, and I'm not going to give myself a 5
Right.
because
Right.
I will never give myself a 5.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
But honestly, was it Comanche?
Himanshu. Yeah. Yeah.
Himanshu,
Yeah.
yes. So I've definitely moved 2 points up the scale
Awesome.
with where I'm at now.
Awesome.
I was lacking focus and direction coming into it, and that was one
Right.
of the main reasons I signed up for it.
Right.
And I have a focus and direction now that was missing. So
Awesome. Awesome. Well, thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. Very cool. And by the way, whenever I answer questions here or take questions, I never filter them. I read everything, everything. So ask anything you want. Okay. Next question is from Hari, who's saying, "Hi, Jason." Hari is saying, "What is the one significant change you found in yourself after doing Chris's MBA course?"
well, one significant change. I'm getting through a lot more books than I did. I
Cool.
know that might sound like a small thing.
Yeah.
I had, like many people, I think I'd start off the new year with a New Year's resolution. I think, you know what, I should read some personal development books this year. And I just wouldn't get around to it. I had a few sitting on the shelf that I didn't do. I set myself a goal when I started this program to get through one book a month.
Right.
And I'm actually a couple of books ahead of that goal
Cool.
at the moment. And that might sound minor. Okay, great, you read some books, but they were all personal development books. And quite honestly, the stuff, in addition to the things that Chris has taught in the program, Chris is always throwing out good book recommendations, and amongst the students, we throw a good book recommendations at each other. So it has just prompted me to go and think about so many other things. So, and it's really rekindled that sense of learning.
Cool.
My a passion for wanting to know more and wanting to apply some of this stuff. And I don't just read the book; I write down 3 things that I'm going to put into practice. So, Harry, I think that would do it for me, definitely.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Very cool. Okay, we'll take 2 more questions for Jason here. The first 2 I see here. Let me see here. Hold on a second. Sorry. We're going to take 3 more questions. I read every question.
Go for it.
Off track a little, but there's a question. How is cricket doing now in Australia?
I've got to admit, people are going to accuse me of being a bit un-Australian. I
Yeah.
don't follow the cricket so much.
You follow this? Australian rules football?
Yeah, I'm more what the Brits would call football, or the rest of us tend to call soccer.
Soccer,
So
right? Okay, cool.
I
Cool.
tend to be a mad soccer fan. So unfortunately, I can't tell you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool. No, I love it. Thank you. Okay, 2 more questions. First one's from Joe, which was, what was your motivation for deciding to take the course, the program?
Yeah, that's a good one. So I'm going to be brutally honest in how I answer this. I one of the things I discussed earlier about the
Mm,
flexibility, that was a
right,
key thing.
right.
And I know we've had this conversation
Yeah,
before on a
yeah,
Zoom, but I'll replay it here
sure.
for the benefit of the crowd. Some people might be wondering, should I go to a bricks and mortar, um,
Hmm.
institution to do an MBA, or should I go to, should I sign up with Chris's program?
Right,
Chris's program is a lot more cost effective. Well,
right.
Chris doesn't have beautiful old buildings
Yeah,
and gardens to maintain
yeah.
that cost many millions of dollars. But so he's a one-man band in the studio. Well, there's more than one person. There's some
Yeah, great team.
people behind Chris. But so yes, that was a factor. But I've been in the IT industry 25 years. I already have a pretty established professional network.
Hmm.
So one of the reasons people might choose to go to a bricks and mortar institution would be if you absolutely don't know anybody.
Hmm.
You're shy, you don't know anybody. Maybe going to a bricks and mortar institution is going to, help you come out of that.
Right.
But I honestly, having taken some of Chris's courses, I noticed that I saw a few people asking questions about,
Mm,
hey, how much
mm,
what's the course content like in terms of your Udemy courses
hmm,
versus the
hmm,
MBA?
hmm.
And definitely, I was impressed by the course content. I was even more impressed in when I joined the Thursday calls. I can't even remember when that started. I think it was 2018. I started
Yeah,
joining your
that's
calls.
right. Yeah, we're on week 109 now. Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Yeah. So
Great.
I think in 2018, and
Yeah.
I thought, I got to say to people, Chris is, what you see is what you get with Chris. He's a
Mm,
genuine person. So,
thank you. Thank
um,
you.
and really, it was the synergy, much like Chris says, the bond before business. Um, I put my relationship with someone
Mm,
ahead and first in my decision making. So it was the
right.
relationship and the rapport I'd already
Yeah,
established
yeah.
with you, Chris,
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
is what sort of convinced me to sign
Yeah.
up.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. God bless you. Awesome. All right, cool. I'll take one more here. So the question is, Jason, how many hours per week did you give to the program? And then also as a follow up to how many hours per week, are you full time into working or just studying? Thanks so much. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, good question. So I was working when I started this program. I'm taking a career sabbatical while I finalize my study at the moment.
Right. Right.
And I'm actually, mainly because I'm taking a transition to a different
Right.
part of a career. So great question.
Right.
I've been in the technology side of
Right.
IT for a while, and I'm shifting over to the business side of
Right.
managing technology. And
Right.
I really wanted to bring a level of focus to that and give myself the bandwidth
Right.
to actually focus on the transition. So as far as the hours,
Hmm.
well, aspirationally, the lectures are sort of 3 hours on each of the days, Monday and Tuesday. Sometimes they go, over that. I would definitely put in, particularly around the venture capital boot camp, I put probably nearly 100 hours into
Hmm.
working on that
Hmm. Hmm.
in that period of time over the
Cool.
course of about six weeks.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I put a heck of a lot of effort in there
Cool. Yeah. Yeah.
during that time. So
Right.
there's definitely some parts of the course which don't require as much effort during the week, and the
Right.
others, well, again, we spent some time on analyzing companies.
Right.
I probably spent, I wouldn't know how many hours, 20, 30, 40, something in the degree of that amount
Right.
of hours
Right. Right.
focusing on analyzing a couple of companies. So,
Right.
because one thing I made some notes here earlier.
Hmm.
One thing that I would encourage people to do is, as you go through the course, there is a breadth of topics, and you will find some topics that will really interest you, and they
Mm.
won't always be what you expect. If you go into this with an open mind, you might
Right.
expect to go one direction, and you end up going another direction. And those particular subjects really grabbed me. So
Right.
I put, tens, if
Awesome.
not close to 100 or so hours in some of those sections.
That's awesome. I
Um,
appreciate that. And the interesting thing is that students can even just do 6 hours a week. The homework doesn't take very long. It's a short little quiz.
no,
And even if you miss a couple months, you can always just catch up online. And you don't have to finish it within a year. Take as long as you want. If you want to join again, meaning potential students here that want to sign up for platinum or gold, you can always join again if you didn't finish it in time. Yeah, yeah, and you'll have access to the content online forever. Jason,
mm,
I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for
no
being a
problems.
part of this program. I've really enjoyed getting to know you. I've learned a
Thank
lot
you.
from you, as have the other students. And Thank you and have a great weekend. I appreciate it.
Thank you much. It's been a pleasure.
All right. Thanks, brother. Take care, man. Thanks.
Thanks, bye.
Thanks, dude. Yeah. All right. Let me close down Zoom. All right. Let me just go back over here to, and I'm using a product called Wirecast, which is similar to a free product called OBS. And I actually teach my students in one of the optional lessons on how to set up your own studio, how to create an amazing webcast that looks just like you're looking at here using your cell phone. That's right. That's right. And if you want to see what it looks like to have a webcast just using your cell phone, you can go to my Instagram page and look at an interview I had on Udemy's channel, or go to Udemy's Instagram page if you want to as well. And I teach my students in the MBA degree program in the optional lessons. Of course, most of them are optional, on how to create a studio from scratch, how to use what you have, because as Seth Godin said, you already have everything you need to build something far bigger than yourself. Okay. All right, time for questions. So thank you for attending. We're not done yet. We're not even close to being done. I'm going to answer just a ton of questions. So to register for the platinum or gold versions of the program, please visit harounmba.com. Space is limited. Also, for details on who won the prizes and how to access the free course, please visit harounventures.com/free course. That's all lowercase. And I'm going to look here at my email, and I always share everything. So I will show you here, and we'll see if we have the announcement of the winners. Drum roll. All right, hold on a second. I'll go here, and let me go to Gmail. All right, prize winners from the live call. Ready? Here we go. Okay, here it is. Awesome. Oh my God. Melody, who's from Atlanta. She's a wonderful teacher from Atlanta. She won the gold prize. And Melody, we'll send you that as well. Okay, we'll email you. And then I'm so sorry for showing email addresses here. The platinum is Asamina, who won. And Asamina she used to work at Ryanair, a great discount carrier in Ireland. She's been on our weekly call a lot, actually. And she's Greek, but she just moved from Belgium to Crete, I believe. And she is starting an amazing video game company. So Asamina, I'm really looking forward to having you join the program as well. Melody as well. And the winner of the one-on-one call with me is Michael Reynolds. So congratulations, everybody. Congratulations, everybody. Okay. Now, in order to access the course, you just go to harounventures.com/free course right here. Okay, here we go. Great. And if you scroll down, you can click right here, okay, on this link here, and you can access the free course called The Foundation of Entrepreneurship. Please sign up for it today or tomorrow if you can, because we're going to limit how long it's going to be free for. Yeah. So click here and you'll have access to the course forever, of course. And it's a little excerpt actually from the MBA degree program. So I hope you enjoy it, and let me know if you have any questions. Again, congratulations, everybody that won those 3 prizes, but everybody's a winner. Because everybody gets access to this free course as well. Thank you. All right. So next up, what we're going to do is this. I'm going to answer questions that you typed. And then what I'll do is after I answer the questions that people have typed, I'll then go to Zoom, and I'll take questions that people have. And again, this call will never, ever end until I've answered all the questions. Okay. So if you want to join and ask me questions over Zoom, what you can do, and I'll show you this here, you can go to the web address you see there at the bottom, which is harounventures.com/askchris, all lowercase, always all lowercase. So harounventures.com, ask Chris, all lowercase, one word. Okay. So in order to ask questions, click on this Zoom link here, and I'll let people in as one at a time to ask questions. Although we do Brady Bunch style sometimes, meaning 9 people at a time in the MBA degree program. And very important for me to mention this, please. When you ask a question, and again, you can click here to go to Zoom. I'm going to go through the YouTube questions first. But when you ask a question using Zoom, please make sure that in your YouTube browser, you click on this little icon here, so that you can mute just the YouTube portion of the call so that we don't hear echoes and stuff. All right, so let me go back here and I will go back to the top and I will answer questions that people have. All right. Just get my foot out of the box down here. And by the way, if you're curious how I have all this set up, I ask questions. I have a pedal down here, and I put it in a box, and I've got this soundproof stuff, so you can't hear me clicking through when I'm going through slides here as well. And I'm actually quite happy how this the matte screen worked out here. It's pretty good. Okay, cool. So the first question I've got here is, let me go all the way. Oh my goodness, there's lots of them. Awesome. This is great. Oh my God, I keep scrolling forever. Here we go. Okay. So the first one I see is from Brian, who's saying, Chris, you're always saying we should start our own business and not work for other people. How do you manage to keep your employees working for you, knowing what you believe in? Yeah. So I always help my employees to grow. And every employee I've had pretty much in all the big companies I've worked at, people that work for me, they're much better off now than they were before they worked for me. You know, a lot of them went to great schools, they've gotten great jobs, etc. And so I always believe in mentoring people, and people would always criticize me. My bosses would always criticize me during my reviews. And it was always uncomfortable for them because what would happen is during my review, they would say, Chris, you're doing a great job. However, can you spend a little bit less time mentoring other people? And I always very politely said, no, it's just who I am. It's embedded within the DNA subfabric of my essence. I love mentoring people. I love helping them. If my employees have side hustles, and some of them do, I'm cool with that. You know, they can do whatever they want. I want to help them. Okay, next up, and I'm going to read every single question. And if you do an @ somebody else, I won't read that because I'm assuming you're talking to each other. Next up is, and I'm going to stay on this call forever, man. Like, I'm not going to, this is fun for me, okay? So I will answer every question. And after I go through all the YouTube questions here, and there's over 300 people on the call right now, what I'll do is I'll do Zoom. All right, next up is from you, who's saying, I just joined a very big company, and there's a lot to learn. I'm not sure if I should enroll in this program now or later when I become more settled and possibly more busy. Any tips? Yeah, it's a great question. So you can always sign up now and take it at your own pace. You know, you can take it over several years if you want to. Now, I usually teach the program over 1 year, but you can always join the following year's program as well if you have questions or you want to learn at your own pace. So the beauty is that you can learn this stuff online at your own pace. Yeah, you don't have to, like most people or a lot of people, at least in the program, have full-time jobs as well. All right. And Mr. Andrews is saying Branson is pretty awesome. I think so too. Very cool. All right. Next question is, looks like somebody's saying hi from Canada. Hey there. I'm from Canada as well. Represent. And then let's see what's next. Edwin. I'm smiling because my son Dylan, his favorite player is the former Blue Jay player Edwin Encarnacion. Edwin is saying, I just signed in for your MBA today and awaiting December. Is there anything I can start before December? Yeah. No, I wouldn't even prepare for it. You don't need to take any prerequisite courses. We'll start December 14th. And thank you, Edwin. All right. Next question I've got here is from Daniel, who's saying, hey, Chris. Hey, man. I hope you're doing well. You're inspiring. Thank you. I appreciate it. Then you wrote, thank you for that. Please keep like this and stay safe during this time. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Next up is what free tools do you suggest for analyzing financial statements? It's a bit tedious extracting Excel. Yeah. So you can use Google Sheets. But I recommend that everybody have Excel that joins the program. You don't have to, but I recommend it because I'm going to be doing and providing you with financial models and frameworks that I've created in Excel. Now, you can probably open those within Google Sheets, although the functionality might be a little bit limited. Yeah. Okay. And I'll demystify the whole Excel process. It'll be fun to learn that stuff too with me. All right, cool. All right. Next up, Saloni is saying, you never fail in providing incredible value, Chris. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. And next up, M. Andrews is saying, I hear that a lot. Fail fast and early. I've also heard fail many times to learn. It's true. It's true. It's kind of like with my three boys. You know, when they first started learning how to walk, they probably fell down 100 times each. And, you know, I didn't approach them and say, maybe this whole walking thing isn't for you. You have to fail over and over again in order to succeed. Yeah. Okay, great. All right. And let me see what the next questions are. Okay, hold on a second. Cool. I'll look for question marks. All right. All right. Pratik is saying the best way to succeed in an interview is to influence the interview, just like how news channels influences us, and we believe in them. Yeah, I believe in always adding value. And whenever you go to an interview or do an informational meeting, or meet with a potential customer, you always have to keep in mind that people are usually motivated by three things. Number one, they want to make more money. Number two, they want to get promoted faster. Number three, they want to enjoy what they do as well. So I would keep that in mind. And before you start answering questions and whatnot in an interview, always bond first. Bond before business. All right. Himanshu is saying, don't make any decisions when you're angry, happy, or sad. That's the best solution. Absolutely. And my dad actually, I learned a lot about business from my father. My father grew up in a town called Sohag, a couple hours south of Cairo. He immigrated, I think, from Egypt to Canada in the 60s. Yeah. But he told me, Chris, don't ever take a shortcut you've never taken before when you're in a hurry, which is true. And he also said, and this is old school, he also said, if you write a letter to somebody and you're negative in your tone, this is old school, don't mail it yet. Put it in your drawer. And when you wake up the next morning, if you still feel the same way, mail that letter. The same thing with emails as well. You can ruin your career really quickly with one email, as we all know. All right. Next up, let's see what the next question is here. Okay. M. Andrews is saying, your course on public speaking is awesome, so I expect no less with it in your MBA program. I think you'll enjoy it. I teach you a lot of great new concepts, and you'll love it or your money back. Yeah. And my son, Dylan, I don't know if you saw the promotional trailer for that. He was in it as well. Yeah. And I had the film crew that makes all of Morgan Freeman's movies actually film it by the Golden Gate Bridge. And if you watch that promotional trailer, you'll see me on the beach by the Golden Gate Bridge, and I'm walking around because this is out there, but it was Naked Day on the beach in California, in San Francisco that day. Only in San Francisco, eh? So I had to actually, the film crew was saying, move over this way, and I kept cracking up. Anyway, it's kind of funny. My Dylan did not see that though. He was only in the classroom scene. All right. Next question I've got here. M. Andrews is saying, Chris, that's a great hint for LinkedIn. Thank you. And then Manas is speaking in French. Je pense, donc je suis toujours. I think, therefore I am. I agree. Okay. And then Mike is saying, it's so true about email. People don't open emails. Nobody has time to read essays in their inbox. And I will teach you all how to write effectively in business, and less is always more. Yeah. And by the way, whenever you guys write for business purposes, any reports or emails, whatever it is, never put more than 3 sentences in one paragraph. Now, I used to have my own ink column on the side, and my editor told me, always write at an 8th grade level, because you got to think of having the largest total addressable market. And that was easy for me to write an 8th grade level. 7th grade level is hard for me. But he also said, never have more than 3 sentences in one paragraph. And I'll teach you guys how to write and speak good and stuff in this course. All right. Next one is, if anybody needs help with business, send me a message via LinkedIn. I'll help with advice. And that's Elekasi. Thank you for that. Okay. All right. Let's see here. I'll look for more questions. All right. Hold on a second. A lot of comments. Thank you, everyone, for your positive comments. I appreciate it. Pratik is saying, you can read this book for free if you have the unlimited version of Kindle, meaning this thing here. Yeah, and don't, if you're going to sign up for the program, obviously, please don't buy the book. Yeah, thank you, because I'll give it to you. All right. Next question is Ariana is saying, Chris, what's the name of your cat? Yeah. So the name of our cat is Ruby, and we just got her the other day, and she was on my webcast yesterday. Yeah, she's so cute. But in 1 week, she's already grown. Like, I bet it's sad. Yeah. Yeah. Melody is saying, I want a cat too, a Sphinx cat. It's a hairless cat. Oh, God, no. Dude, why do people buy hairless cats? I don't get that. Yeah. And then Ronald is saying, I'm blown away by your insight and willingness to share your knowledge. I truly appreciate you, and I've become a sponge to your wealth of knowledge. Thank you. I appreciate it. I love doing what I'm doing. I don't have a job. I have a passion. Yeah. Awesome. And Asamina is saying, I walk my dog 3 times a day for half an hour to a couple of hours. Yeah. And that releasing endorphins is what Steve Jobs used to do when he worked. He'd go on long walks around 1 o'clock every day to come up with some of his best stuff. All right. And M. Andrew is saying, okay, I've got to go and get me one of those desks. Yeah, dude, this desk is great. It's made by a company called Fully.com, Fully.com. I never get comp forever. I'm never going to sell out. You guys know that for mentioning any products. But it's awesome because when you stand, you burn more calories. And also, I have a little walker underneath, and I get literally 20,000 steps in a day now. Yeah. All right. And I write all my content while I'm on this walking desk here, which is fun. Yeah. Yeah. All right. And Michael, who goes by the Aqua Hood, he's from United Kingdom, he said, LOL at the pie joke, Chris. Thank you. And that was dad humor. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let me see what the other questions are. Satons is saying, you mentioned Magic Leap on a webcast a while back. Yeah. And then you said, should we buy preferred shares? How do we go about buying them? Yeah. So I think Magic Leap is actually, I think it's owned by Google. So I'm not sure if you can. Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. And then Musa is saying that sucks when the corporate culture requires you to follow its rules everywhere. Yeah, I just think that if you're yourself in a big corporation, you'll be much more successful. And if you feel frustrated, then that's a beautiful thing. I say it with love in my heart, because that will force you to get outside your comfort zone and find a better job or start your own. And if I can humbly help with that, that's my raison d'être. That's my reason for being. That's why I'm here, humbly. And Dr. Asif, it's been a while, man. Hope you're well. He's saying, hi, Chris. Many thanks for your time today. My pleasure, but thank you much more so for joining us today. Thank you. Thank you. And I treat my students like they're the customers, and the customer's always right. Imagine that, a teacher treating the student who pays for the product or service like they're the customer. And a company is only as good as its customer service. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And Andrew says, I love that frustration leads to reinvention. It's true. It's true. Yeah. All right, cool. And let's see here what next questions. AMM is saying, hi, Chris. Never too old to start over. It resonates with me. 26 years younger sounds plausible. You're a true inspiration. Thanks for the open house and simple motivation. It went well. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. All right, cool. And a lot of people saying Aussie peace or pie to Jason. Very cool. Very cool. All right. Next up is Ahmed. Hey, Ahmed, how are you? And thank you so much for the LinkedIn comments. God bless you. I appreciate it. All your comments. I do. Ahmed is from Egypt. He's saying, how can I develop a new product at a lower to medium price? Yeah. Yeah. So you'd have to give me more details. And in the MBA degree program, I'll help you write your business plan, or at least I'll provide you with a lot of feedback. But I think what's important is to always, when you create products, don't release them when you think they're ready. Release them beforehand. And that's a concept called MVP, which stands for minimum viable product. Like Salvador Dali said, the painter, if you strive for perfection, you'll never reach it. You want to release your product before it's ready, that's right, and then get feedback from the market. And if you tell me the type of product, I'd be more than happy to humbly help you think about it. Now, when you crystallize your thought process and think about creating a company, I never want you to make a product. If you make a product, make sure that you sell it first and then build it, kind of like what Michael Dell does, or all these merchandise companies online as well, because inventory can destroy a business. And we do a case study on the Atari Corporation, which went belly up in the early 80s, because what happened was there's this great movie, E.T., and so Atari made a game about E.T. And they thought, given that the fact that it's a Spielberg movie, it's going to sell like hotcakes. It didn't sell. And I got it when I was a little kid too. It was just terrible. So what happened was Atari, they actually buried hundreds of thousands of these cartridges for the game E.T. in the desert. And the whole video game industry went down, revenue-wise, 90% in 1 year in the early 90s. It was a disaster. And then finally, Nintendo came out with the 8-bit. And yes, we do a case study on Nintendo as well. And they kind of revolutionized the market. Yeah, competition's good for the consumer. Okay. Next question is from Rob, who's saying, when learning is invaluable for confirmation in rural interface zones, such as my homeland district. Yeah, it makes sense. And doing it all remotely is the model of the future, and the future is now. And my vision of the world has been pulled forward a decade or two because of COVID, unfortunately. But this is the new normal, learning remotely. Yeah. Next up, Ahmed is saying, hello, Sire Chris. So call me Chris, please. I'm Ahmed Emad, a medical student in Egypt at a university. I have a project about building a company that sells deep brain stimulators, but deep brain stimulators are not found in Egypt or the Middle East. And I want to build a company that sells the product. But the major problem is that the price of the device is quite expensive. One device equals $25,000 in Egypt. Yeah. And then you wrote, I don't have the money for it. How can I go about doing this? Yeah. So what I recommend doing is meeting with high net worth investors that have something in common with you. And what you can do, actually, go to my website, harouneducation.com, and download this networking book for free. That will help you get started for setting up informational meetings. And during the MBA degree program, obviously, I teach you much more about networking and how to raise money. But what I recommend is don't talk to venture capital firms initially. What I want you to do is I want you to talk to high net worth investors, because a sales cycle is quite short when you meet with a high net worth investor. They might invest within a couple of weeks of meeting with you. A venture capital firm, it's a really long sales cycle. And they're bureaucratic firms at times as well, because they have a lot of investment committees, etc. So the bottom line is network by talking to high net worth investors, because the sales cycle is shorter. And I'll teach that in much more detail in the MBA degree program. Thank you. Okay. All right. And I'm so sorry if I miss questions in between. I'm trying my best to answer these. Let's see, a lot of comments and questions for Jason. Thank you. And Jason's the best, man. Okay. And Manas is saying, what are two differences between your college education and the HEV MBA programs, Haroun Education Ventures? Yeah. No, thank you. Yeah. So for me, I found that I didn't really learn anything in university that I could apply in the real world right away. Undergraduate university, it can cost $100,000 for you. It cost me a lot less because I went to school in Canada, but it can cost $100,000. You have 13 hours of class, and you don't learn anything you can apply immediately in the real world unless you study medicine. And the same thing with business schools. Like, I have an MBA from a decent school, but I remember after a couple of years after graduating, I called my buddies who also majored in finance, and I said, how does a mortgage work? And they're like, I don't know. I'm going to ask my mom. So business schools don't teach you the most important skills, like how to manage your own money. They teach you how to manage other people's money. So they don't teach you how to manage your own money. They don't teach you how to present. They don't teach you how to interview. They don't teach you how to sell. They don't teach you how to write a business plan. That's right. Ask anybody that's graduated from business school the day after they graduate and ask them, so do you know how to start a company now? Business school curriculums are antiquated, they're expensive, and they're slow to change. unlike my program. All right, and Joe is saying, how much time per week do you spend on it? I think that was a question for Jason. Yeah, thank you. And so you could do a couple hours a week for the MBA degree program if you want to. And some people watch my lessons on high speed mode as well. So the 6 hours of lessons each week becomes 3. And you don't have to watch every lesson either. All you have to do is get over 50% to pass. And the homework is, after each class, it takes you 5 minutes to write a quiz. And it's not that hard either. Yeah. And I decided pass or fail because when I went to university, I found there was a lot of sharks. And I wanted a collegial atmosphere where everybody works together. Yeah. Okay. Next up is Anna. Anna is saying, thank you for the opportunity. My pleasure. Thanks for being here. How has your self-perception changed after you completed the MBA? Okay, like you're asking Jason, yeah. Yeah, and Jason, if you're still on, you can answer that if you want to. If not, don't worry about it, brother. I appreciate your time. Thank you. Okay. Okay, next question is from Mitt, who's asking question. If you're doing well on your own and you get stuck, and if a corporate job opens up, is it worth going back to corporate? Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I understand the reality. We have to pay the bills. I get it. And sometimes you can't start a company until later in life. I get that as well. However, I'm going to teach you how to write an amazing business plan so that you can always be writing business plans on the side for a side hustle. And I'm going to teach you how to make money from those business plans. And the rule of thumb I've developed, or I think about it at least, is I don't want you to start your own company and leave. I don't want you to leave the big corporation you work for until the trailing 6 months worth of revenue you make from your side hustle is greater than what you make in the entire year from that other job. Yeah. So I do balance risk reward as well. Yeah. And you only have to be writing business one time, which means you should write mini business plans before you decide to venture out on your own. Okay. All right. Next up. All right. Those are questions for Jason. And then you wrote here, Chris is absolutely awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. I took his lessons on interviewing skills before every interview, and it was amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Well, like Michael Jordan says per this quote, I failed over and over again in my life, and that's why or at least Michael Jordan succeeds. And then Eileen is one of my wonderful platinum students, wrote, Jason is right. Thank you, Eileen. Eileen's social media career is taking off too. She just gave an impeccable speech, and now she is thought of as a content matter expert and a thought leader as well in the healthcare industry. And Eileen is from Atlanta. And Eileen, you should meet up with Melody as well. So Melody just won the draw for the prize for the gold program. You guys are both in Atlanta. I think you'd enjoy each other. Pratik is saying, will you recommend the program to a 15-year-old? Yeah. Yeah. So I think we have some people taking it together, father and sons. You could do that if you want to. But my son, I have a 16-year-old, and I've tried talking about some of my content with him. He's more interested in the creative aspects of what I'm doing here in the studio than a lot of the finance, accounting, and business model stuff. Yeah, but to each their own. Yeah, thank you. See how I dodged that question? Just kidding. Okay, and Shubham, that's a question for Jason. Okay, hold on a second. All right. And Jason, if you're still on, you can answer them here. If not, that's totally cool, buddy. Thanks. Yeah. And then Pratik has a question. Are the lectures interesting enough to keep attention? I'm just kidding. I think that was a question for Jason. I try to make it interactive and entertaining. And my license plate, actually, I wear my heart on my sleeve. My license plate says edutain. So I try to make it fun. I mix it up always. The setting in the back here changes every single class. And everything is recorded. And I only have 3 or 4 cameras today. I usually have many more. But everything is recorded in 4K. So we future-proof this entire experience as well. Okay. I love using props. It's fun. And then let's see a bunch of questions for Jason. All right. Next up, Christina is saying, thank you, Chris. You're most welcome for doing the first live open house for your Haroun Education MBA degree program. Definitely a person gets in life what they put into it. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I think you're in the program as well, right, Christina? Yeah. Thank you. And then Darshan is saying, I'm a student from the first program batch. Chris has amazing insights about business that are hard to find in any other program. This is a no-brainer, thank you, for anyone trying to take charge of life. Thank you. God bless you, Darshan. I appreciate that. Thank you. And if anybody wants to, what you can do to get more feedback is go onto LinkedIn and find alumni or people enrolled in the program and just ask them if you want to. And always ask them, what are the negatives first and then the positives? Because I want to be completely transparent with everything. But the good thing is that there's no risk. There's a 100% money back guarantee, which lasts until January 14th. Thank you. Maz, how are you? Maz wrote, this is the best MBA ever. Thank you. And then you wrote here, Chris is a university. Thank you. From finance to personal growth, he's got it all. Easy examples, easy concept, super practical. Thank you, Maz. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming on the call. Thanks, dude. Next up, we have Hari, who has a question for Jason. Okay, Jason can answer if he wants to, if he's still on. If not, it's all good. Okay. Let's see, a lot of questions for Jason. Okay. I feel bad. Maybe I let Jason go a little too early, but I'm always mindful of his time. He's got a wonderful family, a wife and 3 boys. And he actually lives in Florida now. And they're just about to move back in November. They're flying back to Melbourne. Yeah. All right. Yeah, tons of questions for Jason. Okay, and in terms of, Melody is saying thank you. That's right, Melody won the gold draw as well, and I'm looking forward to having you in the MBA degree program. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Tons more questions about Jason. Comments about cricket, all that good stuff. Okay. And then Michael Jordan Elcock. Hey, Michael, how are you? Michael is saying Jason has done, and Michael is one of my wonderful students from Trinidad. Not to be confused with this Michael Jordan down here who had that great quote. And Michael's awesome. Michael wrote, Jason has done the 2019-2020 class proud. Awesome. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, buddy. Thank you. All right. Let's see here. And then next up, HV is saying, Chris, I'm one of your students from the program. I didn't stay on track with it due to some unforeseen events. I hope everything's okay. Then you wrote, I feel like I blew my chance to be mentored by you. Any advice on how to start over? Yeah, dude. I mean, if you're in the gold or platinum program, you just take it again. Yeah, I'm not gonna for free. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I'm so sorry. I hope everything's okay with you. Okay. Next up, Stefan is saying, do I need advanced placement level math to enroll in the course? No way, dude. No. No, I don't do. We start from scratch with everything, finance, accounting, etc. And we use a lot of props as well. We learn a fun and engaging way or your money back. Okay. Next question is Shaiwal is saying, when is the right time to do this program? I mean, right now, I think. Sign up today and you could take it over a year, 5 years, whatever you want. There's no expiration. And then you wrote, I know it's great, but managing your job and family, it's tough. Yeah. So I would say you could sign up, take it at your own pace. The beautiful thing about this is that every single lecture, including all the Q&A, is rebroadcast and saved on my website for you from your class even. Yeah, so there's no rush at all, and take as long as you want. I have a lot of students that have had some negative things happen this year because of COVID. It's awful. And I told all of them, take as long as you need. Take as long as you need. This is fun for me, and I love bonding with my students and helping. Next question is from Pratik. Can we complete it in less than a year? I mean, you can watch the lessons. I would say no. But if you sign up now and you only start looking at the lessons in like March or April, then you could finish it within 7 months, that sort of thing. But we start December 14th this year and we end December 14th next year. Yeah. All right. All right, a lot more questions for Jason. Yeah, okay, cool. Jason's the best, man. And then SN Goranit said, simply amazing, Chris. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. And then Ariana is saying, good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon to you as well. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. My pleasure. Thank you. My question is in regards to business meetings. There are many people who start to speak immediately about business, and they try to push forward to maintain their position at all costs. This means that it is generally very hard to speak about different topics with them in the conversation. It also makes it very difficult to negotiate business terms. What would you recommend to deal with this type of person? Yeah. So my wife, Christine, for Christmas 2 years ago, I gave her she works at a big company. I gave her a mug, and on the mug it says, I just attended another meeting that could have been an email. I despise corporate bureaucracy and meetings for the sake of meetings and people organizing meetings to grow their empire internally, that sort of thing. I wouldn't change. Just be yourself, though, because eventually they will shoot themselves in the foot. Because if you feel that they're being bullies or really political, other people think the same thing. That's it. Yeah. And if there's people in that meeting that you want to get your point across to, then set up a one-on-one coffee or tea meeting with them or a Zoom call and get your point across that way. And just be yourself because everybody else is taken. Next up is Gregory. Gregory saying, hello, Chris. Thank you for your very interesting and funny presentation. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for laughing at the dad humor. I know my humor is pretty bad, but yeah, I try. Yeah, laugh at me, not with me. And next up, we got Osama, who's saying, if I don't register for this year, when will be the new timing? Yeah. So if you don't register this year, then you can always look into doing it a year from now. Yeah. All right. And then somebody said announcements, ? Yeah. And so we already announced who the winners are. If you want to get access to, I think it's the previous slide. I have to. Actually, I don't have to use the pedal. I can use, I think up here. Let's see here. There we go. Yeah. So to get the free course, you just go to harounventures.com/free course. When I was younger, I've got 2 little sisters and a big brother, and we'd go out to dinner and they'd page us that our table is ready, and they'd say, Heroin party of 6, heroin or heroin party of 6. Yeah. So that's the web address you use right there. Thanks. And I'll open up Zoom in a minute or so once we're done with all the questions here. Let me make sure I've got, there we go. Okay, good. Okay, and that's the Zoom address here and the instructions on how to join Zoom. And I will take questions forever. Okay. And then Gregory is saying, thank you for your very interesting and funny presentation. You're most welcome. Chris, my question is about being promoted. When I received a positive yearly review, I was not promoted, although I asked. I asked my boss, and my boss told me that it was too soon to be promoted to a more senior position because other employees would be jealous, and I should wait 1 year longer. Yeah. I'm so sorry about that. And then you wrote, I'm already taking care of large projects that normally are only assigned to senior managers. Changing the department will require to start over again from, yeah. And then you wrote here, am I in the situation that my superior thinks that I am their assassin? Yeah. I'm so sorry you're going through that. I've been there, brother. I've been there. Yeah. So what I would say is corporate politics are tough, and there's nothing worse than doing a great job and somebody feels threatened by you for just, putting your heart in your work. So what I recommend doing is this. I recommend networking within your company using the methodologies I've explained and ones I explain in more detail in the MBA program. Network and find Yodas, okay, mentors in different divisions, and really bond with them and open up to them if you feel comfortable doing so, and see if they can pull you onto their team. I've done it a couple of times at different companies. I did it at Goldman Sachs as well. I wanted to join a different department, so I did that. So you got to mentor internally. Networking is the essence of business. Relationships are more important than product knowledge, and we all need to have multiple Yodas in order to reach our full potential working in a big company. Yeah. All right. And then Melody wrote, "Oh man, thank you. You're most welcome." And Asamita, congratulations as well. You wrote, it's awesome. They won both the scholarships. And Eileen wrote, "Yay, Melody!" And Eileen and Melody have gotten to know each other over my weekly call. And they're both from Atlanta, so I hope you guys meet up. And Eileen's one of my amazing platinum students. Yeah, very cool. Dustin wrote, "Congrats." So did many other people as well. Very cool. Very cool. And I hope Asamina is still in the call. My team will email her as well to let her know. And I'm excited too to have her. Yeah. And then Geronimo from Brazil. I haven't seen you in ages, dude. I hope you're doing well. Wrote, "Congratulations to the winner." And Dave Capel, one of my fine, awesome platinum students who's here in the Bay Area. He's from France, I think, originally. He wrote, "So happy for you, Melody, and you guys too at Asamina." Very cool. Next up, Cole is writing, "Hey, Chris, do you have any advice on somebody struggling with a certified professional exam?" You put CPA in brackets. That's an accounting designation. "I took one of your courses, and I think you said you passed your Series 7 in a week." Yeah. When I was in the Goldman Sachs training program, they basically told us, this is the summer of 2000. And they sent us to New York, Tokyo, London for a couple months of training. As part of it, they said, "You're going to write the Series 7 exam in 3 days, start studying." And the reason why I passed it after only a couple days of studying, a couple things. Number one, I understood finance because I studied that at school a lot. That helped a lot. And number two, I can get, and I'm not bragging, I'm going to teach you how to do this in a second. I want to be humble too. I can get most questions right on a multiple choice test without reading the question. So can you. Here's how. What you got to do is you got to think like, God forbid, but think like a lawyer when you write these exams. Every time you see the word always or never in an answer, those are never the correct ones because a lawyer can contest it. For example, this microphone is always black. Well, if I look at it closely, maybe it's a different shade of gray. That sort of thing. So the word always and never are always wrong. The answers that are correct are the wishy-washy answers, like sometimes the Intel Pentium chip overheats. It's true, it does. Versus the Intel Pentium processor always overheats. That's not true. Or the Intel Pentium processor never overheats. That's wrong. So questions, think of a Venn diagram, that are wishy-washy. Sometimes, or in many cases, those ones are usually right. It's the psychology of writing multiple choice tests. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So in terms of if you're struggling with a CPA exam, I don't know what to tell you. I'm so sorry. I've never studied for it. But maybe like when I teach accounting and finance, and you could take my MBA degree program and go into a lot of detail on this stuff. But I teach you how to read financial statements like a good book. And I think the trick is to just condition yourself to enjoy finance and accounting, God forbid, and really understand why formulas are the way they are. So for example, when you think of the balance sheet, and I have a prop scale that I use in my classes, a balance sheet tells you what you own and who owns your stuff. On one side is assets, meaning the stuff you have, my assets. Assets has to equal liabilities plus equity. That means that whatever I have in my possession is either owned by a debt holder, liabilities, or an equity holder, maybe me. Equity means me, ownership. So for example, if I have a car in my possession and it costs $100, that's an asset. And let's say I've only paid for $50 of it, and the other $50 is from the Bank of Toyota. So assets, when I have in my possession, my car, $100, has to balance and equal the debt, the liability of $50 to the Bank of Toyota, and the other $50 equity, which I own. Assets equals liability plus equity. So let's rearrange that equation. What does equity equal? Well, equity equals assets, minus liability. It's true. My ownership in something equals what I have minus what I owe to the debt holders. That sort of thing. And the easiest rule when it comes to financial modeling is just make everything, most items, a percent of revenue. And I'll teach that as well, so you can value any company in this MBA degree program. I also teach you in such a way that when you think about valuing companies, don't just memorize what a PE ratio is. PE means price divided by earnings. And for the rest of your life, the denominator is going to be $1. What does that mean? For every formula. Price over earnings. That means the denominator is earnings. If I have $1 in earnings, how many times that dollar in earnings are people willing to pay for that company, etc.? Try to understand formulas, rearrange the formulas as well, and enjoy them. And understand why things are the way they are. And you got to challenge everything. Like, for example, I was explaining to my kids, a car, why are things called what they're called? It's called the glove compartment because people used to wear gloves when they drove. It's called the trunk because people used to get a real trunk and put it on the back. But I don't understand what it means when they say the door is ajar, because I always thought it was a door. Sorry. That's one of the negatives about the MBA program. I have to be completely transparent. Is my dad humor is just it's dad humor. It's terrible, but I try. Laugh at me, not with me. Awesome. All right. Let's see what else we got here. And once I get to the end of these questions, we're almost there. Then I'm going to open up Zoom for everybody. All right. A lot of congratulations. Oh, Asamina, you are on the call. Excellent. God bless you. You wrote, thank you all. And thank you, Chris, for the opportunity. You're most welcome. You're most welcome. We're looking forward to having you joining us as well. Yeah. Excellent. And Asamina is creating a video game right now that's going to make the Rage engine that Take-Two Interactive uses, meaning Grand Theft Auto, look like something from an 8-bit console. Yeah. And I'm looking forward to helping you, if I humbly can, create your video game empire. All right. I think we're almost done with the questions here. Let me see here, and I'll open up the I'll open up the call in a second. All right, hold on one second, guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, wow. Tons more questions just hit. Okay. All right. So I'll probably end up doing this this is going to take me at least another half hour to an hour for the questions here. Then I'll open up Zoom and ask as many questions as you want to here, please. All right. Wow. Okay. Hold on one second, please. Wow. Okay, tons of questions. Okay, this is fun, man. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to answer questions forever. This is fun for me. All right. Next up, Mr. Nitro. Dave, how are you? He's saying congratulations, winners. And Dave was actually the very first person on my very first webcast a couple of years ago. And his wife is from Brampton, I think, Canada, but he lives here in the Bay Area. And he sent me a wonderful Tim Hortons mug as well. God bless you, and say hi to your wife for me. And always great to see you. Yeah. All right. And M. Andrew is saying, yay, free course. Yeah. I hope you enjoy it. Yeah. Next question is, what are your opinion on setting up an artificial intelligence-based stock trading desk, meaning algo or quant trading? Yeah. I'd say it's possible to do, but it's very hard. It's very hard. And so the best artificial intelligence-based algorithmic trading firm in history is called Renaissance Technologies. And it's run by Jim Simmons and his son, who lives out here in Berkeley, actually. And they have thousands of Linux servers running in parallel, picking stocks. And it's heavily guarded. Nobody knows what's in the algorithm. But the algorithm probably contains variables like this. If it's raining a lot, then short restaurant stocks, because people don't go out for lunch to restaurants if it's raining a lot, that sort of thing. It's very tough to do. Goldman Sachs had the Alpha Fund, which did very well. It's very hard to do. Not impossible, but I recommend being longer term focused when picking stocks, kind of like Warren Buffett. Yeah. He's bigger in real life. Yeah. Okay. We have lots of props here. We have fun. Okay. And then Henry is saying, is there an option to split payments into 3? Yeah. Not at this point. I'll talk to my marketing and sales team, but unlikely. We fill up the class, and then it's just easier to do it that way. Yeah. But you do get 100% money back guarantee all the way up until January 14th. So you have nothing to lose. Yeah. Awesome. Next up, the question is, where did you get the interactive screen in the back? Yeah. So this screen here, it's so I wanted to get a matte screen so that it wouldn't shine, right? So basically, from every angle here, and I had to angle this one a little bit differently as well. I don't want to make you dizzy there. Whoa! But from every angle, you can see it perfectly. I had to angle it a different way so that my key light and my fill light don't mirror it. But it's made by Apple. Apple makes a monitor that it's matte, right? So it doesn't, there's no glare. So, and all I'm doing is I have a pedal down below, and this is just PowerPoint slides in here. And I'll show you actually. Let me show you if you're curious how this works. Here we go. Let me hit escape here. Here it is here. So all this is just PowerPoint. That's it. That's all it is. Yeah. And I just make it full screen so you can see it perfectly. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. And I'm a bit of a nerd too. I love techie stuff. It's fun. Okay. All right. Next up, let's see here. Empire Consultant is saying, my question, Chris, how do I spot the people who are with me for the money and who are here for the passion? It takes so much resources to pick them apart. Yeah, it's a great question. So whenever I interview people to join my company, I interview them many different times so they can't act. They have to be themselves. And I have my staff interview them 3 or 4 times each. And I want to see if they light up and they're passionate when they talk about the company and the products, because I think of them as salespeople as well. You know, if they get me excited about what they're talking about, they'll get my customers excited as well. And everybody else on the team and the corporate culture will be awesome. So I look for somebody that can't act because I interview them. My team interviews them a gazillion times. So you can always spot somebody that's insincere after a while. Yeah. All right. And Jason wrote, thanks everyone. And Jason, God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for being a part of this. Thank you so much, Jason. Thanks, brother. Thank you. Okay. Next up, Michael is saying, I'm so grateful to have the opportunity to learn from this gracious, generous, and brilliant man. Thank you, Chris. No, God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. No, I'm far from brilliant. When I was a kid, they thought I had a learning disability. They wanted to fail me, my teachers, in the 6th grade and the 8th grade. And they always asked me to come back and be a guest lecturer, and I don't even respond. Yeah. The issue was I wasn't passionate about what I was doing. And then my dad bought me, he bought me a Mac back in the late 80s for the family, whatever. And it changed my life. It changed my life. Yeah. I believe that you have to do what you're passionate about in life. Otherwise, you'll never reach your full potential. Because as Mark Twain said, the 2 most important days in your life are number 1, the day you're born, and number 2, the day you find out why. Find your passion. My passion is certainly teaching. Yeah. Thank you. All right, and Ahmed from Egypt is saying, Chris, tell me based on your choices of winners, choose wasn't justify. I'm very sad for the, and it ended there. Yeah. So it was random, chosen by my team. Okay. So yeah. So I'm so sorry, but everybody's a winner because you can go and actually get a free course. Okay. So and the free course is right here. So go to harounventures.com/all lowercase free course. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Next question is Vivian, who's saying, "Hey Chris, do you have any payment plans?" Not at this point, no. But you get your 100% of your money back if between now and the 14th of January, if you want to. Yeah, thanks. Okay. All right. Next up, Himanshu is saying, "Thanks for the free course, Chris. You're most welcome. You're most welcome." Solly, hello. How are you, man? Thank you. And I saw that little thing pop up too. God bless you. I appreciate it. And our one-on-one meeting was awesome this week. And if you're curious why, I don't know if I could show you this, why I have a timer up here, it's because I do 20-minute one-on-ones. And so people in the Platinum program, you'll get 3 hours worth of one-on-ones, 20-minute slots at a time that works for you. Yeah. And Solly, I enjoyed talking to you yesterday, man. And so Solly is, he's from Iran, but he lives in Lithuania, and he's a rock star coder as well. Yeah, and a good dude. All right. And then Doris, hey, Doris, one of my Platinum students from England. That's right. Yeah. You wrote, "Congratulations to all the winners tonight." Very cool. And thank you so much for joining. I appreciate this. And then let's see what we got next up here. Let me scroll through the questions. Thank you, Solly. Okay. You is asking, "Hi, Chris, could you share some of your workout plan and tips? I'm planning weights every day and it feels, I'm gaining weight," you wrote here, "every day and it feels so bad." Yeah. I'm sorry to hear that. Let me see if I've got a prop here to show you. I don't have it here right now, but here's the secret. So what I do is I make a shake every day. This is a Ninja Bullet product. And I throw in all the antioxidant stuff I can find in the fridge and a lot of stuff. But one thing I don't consume that much of is complex carbohydrates. So if you try, if you want to, and talk to a doctor first, but if you eliminate bread, rice, and pasta from your diet, you won't retain as much weight, so to speak. And the trick is this. When you look on the back of any product and you see the amount of carbohydrates, fiber is also listed. So what you do is you take carbohydrates minus fiber, and that's called net fiber. And that's what your body thinks you're consuming when it comes to carbs. So if on the back of, say, a NutriBar, it says 20 grams of carbohydrates, which is a lot. And below that, it says 18 grams of fiber. You take 20 minus 18 is 2. So your body only thinks you're consuming 2 net carbs. That's what I would say. And I walk a lot as well. Like I've got a walker under here. I work very hard, but I find I get a lot more done when it's getting hot in here, when I exercise, when I'm walking. This walker I have under this table, it's the cheapest walker you can buy. I don't even know the brand name. It's cheap because there's no sidebars. But what I do is I raise up this thing here, and I get about 20,000 steps in without even realizing it. So that's what I use. Yeah. And then for me personally, like we're all different, but I find that I get depressed whenever I don't exercise, and so this thing rewards this thing if you treat it right. So that's what I do. Yeah. And I work out with my son Andrew. We have a cheap weight set thing in the garage. He's way bigger than I am. Yeah. And it's a fun way to bond as well. Yeah. And as much as I despise what's going on in the world right now with COVID, the one positive thing is I get to spend time with my 16-year-old. He has attitude. But I have fun with him. He's great. He's great because statistically, you've already spent 90% of the time you'll ever spend with your kids by the time they're 12. A little off topic, but it's kind of, we have fun together. That's how we bond. Yeah. Another tip I found with weight, gaining fat and stuff, whatever, is that when I eat dinner, after I finish one portion, my plate, if I'm still hungry, I drink a glass of water. And I'm not hungry anymore after that. Yeah. 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 And then Hari wrote, you truly inspire to aspire high in my life, Chris. Thank you. Thank you. My students inspire me so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. And then Isaiah is saying, in the MBA course, the first part is over, accounting and finance, and I think entrepreneurship. Are these the same as the introduction to finance and accounting course on Udemy and the one we just got? Yeah. So no, it's different. It's different. So the course you just got, the foundations of entrepreneurship, that's actually 2 lessons taken from the MBA degree program at the end of the first semester. It's actually, they're from, if you want to know, E1-2 and E1-3, meaning entrepreneurship semester 1, class 2 and class 3. In terms of introduction to finance, it's completely different from Udemy. Udemy, I didn't have props and all this fun stuff. And I even use a wood burner as well. And I teach you finance using a milkshake and a banana. I'm not going to say why, but you'll see. It's a lot of fun. Yeah. And then Pratik is saying, I'm feeling sad to not be able to do Zoom with you. My microphone stopped working, but we would meet during the program as I've already signed up. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we'll have plenty of time for one-on-ones. Yeah, thanks. All right. All right. Somebody's asking, how do you win the education? They've already been announced. But everybody gets a free course if they want to right here. harounventures.com/free course. Okay, I'll open up Zoom soon when I'm done with all the questions here. All right. Jason saying, hello, Chris. How are you, man? A different Jason, not Jason Blythe from Australia. Jason wrote here, thank you for everything that you put out with your vlogs on YouTube. They're amazing. God bless. Thank you. God bless you way more. Appreciate it. Thanks. This is fun. Okay. Next up, Hari is saying, Chris, how do you find your passion, meaning from a job perspective? Currently, I'm planning to get into a top consulting firm, as this could help me while I start my own business. Could you suggest plans on this? Thanks. Yeah. So I think that if you're kind of confused what to do in life and you want to work at a company first to kind of figure it out, what I recommend doing is working in what's called an origination role. So you make the product, and I'll explain how in a second. But if you make the product, then it's a lot easier after you understand how to make the product to move on to sell the product, market the product, whatever it is, manage the product. For example, I'll give you 3 examples. At Google, here in the Bay Area, if you're a programmer there and you hate it, you hate programming, well, because you design the code and you thoroughly understand the code, you can move on to sell that product at Google or market it or manage it. That's origination within tech. Origination within finance is investment banking. So investment bankers, they create the product, okay, the IPO or the M&A product, whatever it is. And if you're an investment banker, I'm so sorry, and you create the product and you hate creating the product, then you can always move on to selling the product or trading the product or long-term asset management of the product or operations for the product. That's finance. Consulting is great too, and that's what I started out with. I started working in the consulting industry, technology consulting, when I worked at Accenture. And so you start off, if you go into consulting, you're creating the strategic planning. And once you create the strategic plan for your clients, whatever it is, and you thoroughly understand that plan, then from an origination perspective, you can sell that strategic plan, market it, work in HR, operations, etc. So the bottom line with those 3 aforementioned examples is you work in origination in tech, creating the product. You work in origination in finance with investment banking, creating the financial product. And you work in origination with consulting from a qualitative perspective, creating the corporate strategy. And once you start out in origination, it's easier to move to other types of roles like sales, etc. Okay. Next up, we got Victor, who's saying, hey, Chris, I hope you're well. Likewise. I have a question. I'm about to finish university. I've heard that an MBA is for people with experience. So should I wait, or is it good time to take it? Thanks. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think you need experience to learn how the world of business works. And that's one of the problems with universities. Traditional MBA schools say sometimes you have to have 4 years experience before you can join. You know what happens, dude, in those schools? You end up learning more about business from people in your class than you do from professors. You do. Or you learn theoretical stuff from professors you can't apply in the real world. I really do believe that Harvard Business School, HBS, 2/3 of HBS is BS. You can't say that about a Haroun Business School, okay? All right. All right, let me see what's next. Asamina is writing, I'm stuck on some 3D models, and it's annoying me. Apparently, my hand-eye coordination is not as good as I thought it was. Oh, you're talking to Sali here. Yeah, Asamina is won the award for the raffle for the Platinum program. And she's a programmer. She's a rock star video game designer. Yeah, and I'm going to walk through walls to make sure I can humbly help as much as I can, because you're part of the Platinum program, to make sure that you create a product or market it the right way so you're successful, or I've failed. All right, next question is from Sally, who's saying, hi, sir. Chris, please. I'm 19 years old. Where from I start to become a successful entrepreneur? How can I prioritize my learning? Yeah. So I would do what you're most passionate about. However, when you got to think about who's your rock star in business. Who's a rock star to you? Is it Sir Richard Branson? Is it Oprah Winfrey? Is it Elon Musk? Whoever that rock star is to you, I want you to become a voracious reader of biographies about them, or interviews you see on YouTube of them. Why reinvent the wheel? Successful people love sharing their blueprints on success. So focus on reading their biographies or watching interviews with them. And while you do so, not only will they teach you how they made it and what their blueprint is of success, but you might feel excited deep down inside in terms of the industry. And it's that passion I'm talking about, right? So if you don't know at this point in your life, it's cool. And a lot of times we reinvent ourselves when we're much, much older as well. But keep searching. You'll find it. You'll find it. And another way to know what your passion is to basically do this. Let's say that you're given a month off and you're not allowed to travel, and you're not allowed to go to school, and you're not allowed to work. What would you do with your time? That's your passion. That's your raison d'être. No matter what anybody else tells you, that's potentially what you were meant to do in life. Whatever makes you happy. What are we here for anyway? And if I can humbly help you find your passion, then I've done my job. Whether or not you join the program, doesn't matter. You can always ask me questions on my weekly calls. Thank you. Okay. And Mr. Nitro wrote, old school is the best. That movie was funny as hell, man. I love it. Frank the Tank. We're going streaking. Yeah. And Snoop Dogg was in that too, right? Yeah. And I watched Superbad the other night too, because there's nothing to watch now, because no one's making movies. Dude, that was funny. That was funny. Seth Rogen was the best, man. Yeah, it's funny in that movie. But McLovin stole the show with his fake ID. Next question is from Cole, who's saying, hey, Chris, hey, man, I took your financial analyst course. Can you touch on some points in your MBA program on areas you go into more depth than the Udemy course? Yeah, we do a heck of a lot more case studies. We do a pretend case study of Nintendo getting acquired by Apple, and we rip apart their financial statements. So that's part of it. We also go into options, derivatives in much more detail. We go to investment write-ups into a lot more detail as well. I explain finance and accounting from a completely different perspective as well, using props and many other items. We do case studies of Intuit, the hostile acquisition, which never went through. When Microsoft tried to buy them in 1994, antitrust stopped it. We also talk about a lot of other case studies, including Carl Icahn, when he bought Marvel out of bankruptcy, and then eventually sold it to the Walt Disney Corporation. So we do a lot of case studies, yeah. And we go into a lot more detail with financial models, as you build out your business plan as part of the venture capital boot camp in the 3rd semester in the entrepreneurship track. Yeah. And I teach you a new way to learn finance and accounting too, with lots of props as well, including wood burning props. And you'll see it's a lot of fun, or your money back. Yeah. All right. Solly is saying, Solly's my wonderful student from Lithuania in the Platinum program. And Solly wrote, Chris, will Ruby become a tiger one day? I hope not, dude. Ruby's my cat we just got. It's so sad. We got him literally a week ago. He was this big, and now he's like that. It's growing fast. And he couldn't jump on the table when we first got her. I'm so sorry. Now she can like jump on. Yeah, it's crazy how high they can jump. And thank you, TikTok, for posting cute videos. So my wife agreed with Dylan, my son, and I for buying this cat. Yeah. Yeah. All right. And Ariana is saying, Ruby is a very nice name. I have 2 cats, Sortudo, which means lucky, and Feliz. Feliz means happy. Feliz Navidad. Yeah. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Yeah. And Ruby was chosen in the shelter where we got the cat from. And the shelter was actually, the benefactor was Roberts from KKR, the biggest and most successful private equity firm in the world. And Henry Kravis, the K in KKR, he went to my business school and he came and he guest lectured. He was a straight C student. You don't need good grades to do well in life and stuff. Good dude too. I like him. Yeah. Ritesh is saying, I'm not able to find the PDF in the course in the Udemy on 101 things they don't teach. Yeah. So if you have a question for Udemy course, please ask there, and I promise you we'll get back to you immediately. We always get back within 24 hours. Thank you. Okay. And then we've got Jared is saying less is more, and keep some issues KISS. And KISS all in KISS, they say it stands for keep it simple, stupid, which is me, I'm stupid. KISS, that's what they say. That's right, I remember that. All right. Next up, Shywell is saying, what will I lose if I transfer from silver to platinum? When is the right time to shift? Yeah. You won't lose anything, but if you want, you can go. So silver costs $499. If you buy platinum, which is $14.99, you get a discount, which is how much you paid for silver. So if you buy silver for $499, if there's still places available in platinum, then you just pay $1,000, right? You get $499 off. And then you wrote, when is the right time to shift? Whenever you want. I mean, you get your money back no matter what, up until January 14th. Yeah. And then you wrote, my problem is that I want to learn fast and quick, but I have commitments. Yeah. There's no rush. There's no rush. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next up, HV is saying, Chris, I love your sense of humor. Thank you. You're the one. And you wrote, it's always so witty, but you often apologize for it. I think most people get you. Thank you. Sorry. That's a Canadian thing, saying sorry. Yeah. Americans say sorry. It's actually sorry. It's not sorry, it's sorry. Like in Canada, we say process, not process. Or we say out, not out. Yeah. And Manas wrote, thanks for the course, my dear mentor. You're most welcome. I hope you enjoy it. And then Pratik said, I will never let my employees feel as if they are my prisoners. Yeah. You gotta build up your employees and motivate them just like a good parent does. And a good teacher builds confidence in their students, because with confidence, you can accomplish anything. I think, therefore I am. Yeah. Okay. And then M. Andrews wrote, that's awesome that you treat your students like they're the customers. Absolutely. And that's one of the big problems with universities and traditional schools. There's this arrogance from a lot of teachers, not all of them, but this arrogance that they don't want to teach. And a lot of times the only reason they teach in some universities is so they can get access to money for their R&D projects. Yeah. All right. And then we've got Mufidal is saying, hey, Chris, hey. I know you get a ton of emails, but I'm still waiting for a response for my MBA program application. Can you respond here and send me a reply email? Yeah, just send it again now, or just go to register go to harounmba.com and you can sign up there. Yeah. All right. Next up, I'm a software engineer and I have a family. I'd like to create a company one day. I think it'd be best to grow it into other roles is a good path. What paths are best to do this? Yeah. Yeah. Give me a little bit more details on what kind of software company. I've invested a lot of money in software companies over the years from a venture capital and hedge fund perspective as well. Just let me know the type and I'll humbly offer my thoughts. Thanks. Okay. And then Usman is saying, hey, Chris, if a business model is a service intensive one and the only differentiator is price, how do you change that? Thanks. Yeah. So I would say that a company is only as good as its customer service. And if you offer impeccable customer service, you can charge a premium for your price. That's what I would say. But if you want, tell me a little bit more about the business model and I'll gladly offer my humble thoughts on how to differentiate more so than just based on price. Yeah. One of the reasons a lot of people go to the Apple store and they don't mind buying an Apple product is because the customer service is impeccable when you walk into an Apple store. Genius bar, etc. Yeah. All right. Next up, Tom is saying, Chris, I'm working on launching a coffee device on Kickstarter. Do you have any tips to reduce operation costs? How do I reduce costs as I scale up? Any tips to set up contracts with suppliers? Yeah. Yeah, for dealing with OEMs and EMS companies, yeah. So I would say a way to reduce costs, if you want, is to give away equity, a small stake. Obviously, you want to have voting control, and therefore, your interests are aligned. You all eat what you kill, so to speak, together. You all grow together. It's like stock options for a startup. All right. Next one, Pratik is saying, what was the requirements for winning the special prize? There's nothing. It was a random draw. Yeah. All right. Charles is saying, I got an email explaining that I was accepted in your MBA course for December. I can't afford class this year. Can I get a spot for next semester? Yeah. So just apply again next year. Yeah. All right. Abby is saying, hi, Chris. Is it possible to market online content in countries foreign to me instead of my home country? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All you can look at Google ads, which is tricky, but you can do it, or Facebook ads. And I started a lot of companies on the side when I was working for other people over the years. And I didn't want them to know that I was doing that. So I would pick random countries like Pakistan, and I'd advertise there using Facebook ads. Yeah. You can use YouTube ads, Twitter ads as well. You can advertise anywhere. Yeah. And the platforms and those aforementioned social media brands make it really intuitive to do so. Yeah. Yeah. All right. And Tom is saying, will we learn supply chain skills in the MBA program? I'm also interested in real estate investing. Will we touch on this in the MBA program? Not too much, actually. I bought a building in London, Ontario earlier this year. And I'm making a case study out of that as well. In terms of, it's located close to a University of Western Ontario. And the students that are renting the 5 units there, they're more than covering the mortgage. So I'll do that as a case study, but I'm not going to go into too much detail on real estate. But I do talk about it a bunch when it comes to REITs, REITs, real estate investment trusts, which have very high dividend yields. And we talk about creating a broader, diversified investment portfolio that consists of stocks, bonds, commodities, REITs. Yeah, so we'll cover it there. Yeah. In terms of supply chain, we talk about it from an inventory perspective, but I'm not going to be teaching very high-end supply chain management software from the likes of i2 or SAP, etc. Yeah, or Ariba. Yeah. Okay. And Asamina started networking in the game industry. Very cool. Very cool. And then Manas wrote, brick and mortar schools are done forever. Time has changed, like 2020. Yeah. Yeah. No. Things have certainly changed this year. Yeah. And then Dapsy is saying, for somebody who is in accounting and is skilled in financial analysis, what do you advise as a suitable business model for leveraging these skills? Yeah. So there's a difference between finance and accounting. So I'll explain this for everybody because I didn't really understand it until I worked in the industry. So accounting is a science, and it's backwards looking. You have to be completely precise and perfect as you're documenting what's already taken place. It's a science. Finance is an art. You're looking forward and you're projecting the future. And you have to be comfortable with uncertainty because you will never be perfect in your analysis. All you have to do is be right within a smaller range, which is why companies provide financial guidance. So I would say if you're more passionate about finance, then I would think about switching out of accounting and focusing on finance. And I teach a lot about this in my MBA degree program based on my work experience in finance. Having worked at Goldman Sachs, doing an MBA degree in finance from Columbia University, as well as working in tech finance. I worked in the financial services group when I was at Accenture, as well as working at Goldman Sachs, the hedge fund industry, the venture capital industry, and starting companies and sitting on boards, that sort of thing. Yeah. Okay. Next up, Usman is saying, hey, Chris, you mentioned ask and you will get. Question is, when you make the ask, sometimes people get turned off if you ask directly. Yeah. So I don't think you can ask enough times. I think when it comes to pinging someone over an email, you can ask twice and that's it. If they don't answer, move on. But it's kind of like networking is like dating. And I suck with dating. My wife is way out of my league, and I had to ask for 8 billion dates. But it's kind of like that. You got to be comfortable with people saying no. Or not responding even. But don't worry about it, because every failure you have, or rejection, I should say, you get this much closer to success. It's interesting, though, because anybody that's ever made it big, they've gotten turned down so many times, but they had the chutzpah, the guts, etc., to just be a pit bull on a pork chop and keep asking. It's a game of numbers. It's a game of numbers, yeah. So, and that's what a great salesperson is. Somebody that is like Teflon. They get rejected a lot and they just don't care. They just keep at it until eventually they get a yes. And like you'll never meet your soulmate in life unless you get rejected a lot, so to speak. Dating is like networking a lot. You're going to get a lot of no's or a lot of people that don't even respond. But if you get that yes from the perfect soulmate in life, you're happy forever. So you think of things in terms of, as Tony Robbins calls it, and I met him. He invested in one of my companies, great guy. Tony Robbins talks about pain and pleasure. For example, if there's a chocolate cake in front of me, if I eat it, I'll have this much pleasure, but this much pain because I'll gain weight. The same thing with networking and dating. If I ask somebody out in a date or a potential customer if they're interested, if they say no, I'll feel this much pain. If they say yes, oh my God, nirvana, pleasure. Yeah, that's what I would say. And it's interesting because when I used to teach during the evenings, in class, in universities, on the very first day of the 10-week semester courses I would teach, I would always say to my classes, and I always had like 70 or 80 students. I love big classes. It was fun. I would always say, if I told you, all of you students here in class, that if over the next 10 weeks, you did 10 informational meetings over LinkedIn, if I told you that if you did that over 10 weeks, you would get the job of your dreams guaranteed. Would you do it? And everybody goes, all hands go up, oh, for sure. And then right before the final exam, I would ask, how many people did 10 meetings? No hands would go up. How many did 9 meetings? No hands would go up. How many did 8 meetings? Maybe 1 or 2 hands would go up. And those were the students that always got the best jobs, and they never had the best grades. Yeah. You got to be like Michael Jordan said. I've got a little poster down here. He says, I failed over and over again in my career, and that's why I succeed. You got to be comfortable with failure and not give a damn what anybody thinks. That's how you make it in business, because you only have to be right one time in business. Okay. Next up, Abby is asking, do you teach management skills and strategies as part of the MBA course? Absolutely. So there's 5 main tracks: finance and accounting, entrepreneurship, personal growth, sales, marketing, and communication, and economics management and strategy, EMS, economics management and strategy. I teach a lot about management in this track here. Yeah. All right. And then you wrote here, I have a place on a traditional MBA school, but it's very expensive. I know. It's brutal, man. It is brutal. And then Ahmed is saying, Chris, I wish today to be one of your students of MBA program, but I don't have full money. I hope I can be a winner today, but I don't. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, but I'll next year I'll do another event like this as well. Yeah. And then Michael from the Aquahood, I know his name is Michael. And the interesting thing about Michael, and I've never met him, I've gotten to know him on my weekly call, is Michael's from the United Kingdom. And he grew up with Sacha Baron Cohen, the Borat guy. And I asked him, I said, what was he like? Whenever I hear of somebody successful, I always ask, well, what were they like growing up? And he said he remembers from Sacha Cohen when they were kids. Sacha Cohen was so generous. He would give away all his toys all the time. And then Sacha Cohen's mother would come over to the other kids' houses and say, can we get the toys back? And I really do believe that the whole mantra of give and you will receive, it's prophetic. It's been true since the beginning of time. And there's a great book called Give and Take. And the most successful people in the world, actually, let me talk about the poorest people first. In that book, Give and Take, the poorest 1% of people are givers, people with beautiful souls like my hero, Mother Teresa. The middle 98% of people are takers. Most people take. And the top 1% of people in the world by success, wealth, whatever it is, are givers as well. They give. And you have to give with your heart as well and not want anything in return. Call it karma synchronicity, call it what you will. But if you help others, they'll help you in the long run. I mean, you can't do it just for that reason, but everybody I've mentored an insane number of people over the years, people that have worked with me or on different teams. I've never done it because I wanted something in return. But many years later, quite often, for some reason, I get access to an amazing business deal through them, whatever it is. Yeah. And sometimes I feel like when you mentor other people, you're mentoring yourself when one teaches to learn. And then Drew is saying, Chris, how do I upgrade to gold or platinum? I bought the basic package. Just email support@harounventures.com and somebody in my staff will get back to you. Thanks. Okay. All right. And Pratik is saying, will the questions be written down in the description? You know what? Yeah, I'll do that. Let me turn my watch around so I remember. Next time I'll look at my watch. I'm like, what time is it? Oh, yeah, I'll get the questions written down. I'll have Hisham, who's one of my former students from San Francisco State, do it as well. And he's the one that does the weekly calls as well, the description field. Thank you for asking. Asking you will receive. We'll get it done for you. Next up, HV is saying, how can we watch the 6 hours weekly lessons in a faster mode down to 3 hours? Yeah. So when you watch the lessons, the recorded ones, if you can't watch live, what you can do is there's a little gear in the corner. Looks like the icon from Gears of War, that great game on the Xbox. But when you click on the little gear, you can speed up me talking, right? So I sound like a chipmunk. Yeah. And I also get closed captions added to every single lecture. And they're advanced closed captions, and I invest a lot in it so that you can do a search and immediately get access to any point you want in any lecture. Okay. Tom is saying, how do graduates stay connected after the program? So people use Slack a lot. They use LinkedIn, and I will create a portal on my website as well that's login basis for alumni. Yeah. Thank you for asking. Yeah. HV is saying, Chris pours everything he's got in these lectures. So they're always interesting as long as you have the time to dedicate to this. Thank you. I have fun with it. Yeah. And then Pratik is saying one-man university. Thank you. Thank you. And the Aquahood, Michael, is saying unrelated, but how are the Giants getting on, Chris? Dude, I haven't even seen, like my Toronto Blue Jays. It's so sad. Like the Toronto Blue Jays weren't allowed to even enter Canada. So they weren't allowed to play any games there. Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister, who I went to school with in undergrad, he was okay. Nice guy. He didn't let any of them come into the country because of COVID. So they had to play in Buffalo, which is close enough to Toronto, I guess. And they got rejected. But after they got not rejected, they were in the playoffs, but the Blue Jays lost. So after they lost, I kind of lost interest. Yeah. And I'm not sure about the Giants. I don't think they made it, did they? I don't know. Yeah. All right. And Jason, God bless you for answering the questions here, buddy. I really appreciate it. You're the best. And HV wrote, thank you, Chris. You're most welcome. Next up, we have Usman, who's saying, hi, Chris. How do you bring the rigor in the program, especially in finance and valuation? Do you think a general understanding of basic knowledge of core subjects is going to be helpful in the corporate setup? I teach you everything from scratch. And I teach it in such a way you'll never forget it because you're going to be learning by accident because it's fun. It's edutainment, yeah. And I'm going to teach you all the basics, all the skills, so you'll run circles around the competition when you start working or are working currently. A lot of people apply what they're learning in real time because they work full time while they're taking this MBA degree program part time, or your money back. All right. Yeah. Asamina said COVID ruined everything. Yeah. It's been brutal, man. It's been brutal. And yeah. Rough year. It's tough, man. Like I can't see my parents. Like we were going to go home for Christmas to see our parents and Christine's parents. Our parents live close to each other in Mississauga, Canada. But Christine's parents are worried about, so it's sad, man. But we keep up with each other using messaging, FaceTime and all that stuff. And Dylan was so cute when he was younger. My grandmother passed away years ago. And then Dylan, a couple of days after she passed away, said, he said, "Daddy, can I FaceTime Grandma?" And I said, "Oh, sweetie, she passed away." And he said, "I know, but I want to see what heaven looks like." All right. And then Pratik is saying here, if I sign up now, I thought I could take it next year, but as you say, I can take it as long as I can complete it, then could start from December. Yeah, it's very flexible. Yeah. Or your money back. Yeah. Hey, Nitro. How are you, Dave? All right. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Jason is saying, "Hi, all. It seems YouTube has cut off a lot of earlier comments from my browser comments view. Apologies if they didn't get to it yet." And YouTube also, I think, cut off a bunch of questions at the very beginning as well, I think. And there were people hours and hours and hours before this call started that enter questions. If you do that, I'm so sorry. YouTube cuts them off. Just ask again here and I'll stay on forever. And Ariana wrote, "Thank you very much for your answer, Chris. You're most welcome." Next up, we have Fabio who's saying, "Hi, Prof. This event is amazing. Thank you. I don't know how to thank you. Well, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. This is fun for me. And you do me a favor because I love this, man. This is fun." Then you wrote here, "My question is, how could one start a new job with the aim of helping people as coaches do, for example, without being entitled as such?" Then you wrote, "I'm a biotechnologist, but I realized that being in touch with people and sharing what I learned from the best books and from you makes me so happy. Thank you. Thank you." I think what you can do is this. And you wrote, "Thank you as always. You're most welcome." You can teach, dude. Everybody has something to teach. And when one teaches, two learn, at least with me. Everybody has a skill to teach. You can go to Udemy or other websites and teach there. And if you go to my, Udemy is one of the platforms I teach on, but if you go there, go to my profile page, I have a couple courses on how to teach online based on mistakes I've made teaching online. So you can work smarter, not harder. Everybody's got something to teach. Everybody does. Yeah. Okay. And then next up is Murtala. Thank you. It's hard for me to see the difference between the T's and the L's here. Sorry. Murtala is saying, "Thanks for your great impact in our generation." My pleasure. And you wrote, "Please, I registered for the MBA in June, but the link disappeared from my email. Please, can you resend the link to me, Joseph from Germany? Thanks." So Joseph, what you can do is email support@harounventures.com. And in your email, put down the login you used to register for the MBA, meaning the email address you used before, as well as which product it was and all that stuff. And then what I'll do is I'll get my team to help you out. Now you can also go back and search your inbox for the receipt that was automatically sent to you. Thanks. We'll get it resolved. Don't you worry. All right. Samina is still here. Awesome. And then Georgie is saying, "Chris, a big thanks for your reply. I'll definitely do. You're most welcome. You're most welcome." Yeah. All right. And you were saying, "Hey, Chris, your program is always amazing, but very affordable. Why is the tuition so low? And then you wrote LOL. Thanks. Yeah, I want to make it accessible to everybody. I'm not here to make a fortune. I just want to help as much as I can. Yeah, it's just fun. It's fun for me. Yeah. And I've invested a lot in this too. So, like what you see here, I've got an insane amount of technology here. The highest end cameras. I've got a 240 terabyte server, very high end Mac, top of the line, whatever computer, the new one. And I'm doing all this because I believe in this business model longer term. And I know that I can help a lot of people. It's fun too. I don't have to close caption everything, but I pay top dollar for that. Because I do humbly believe, and I gave a TEDx talk on this, which is on YouTube. I do humbly believe that TEA can fix all problems in the world. TEA stands for Technology, Education, and Acceptance. And one of my students in my Platinum program, Vital, what we're doing is we're building a school together in Rwanda, in his hometown of Magu, Rwanda. And I'm covering all the expenses and stuff. It's the first of many, many schools I'm going to build. And we're doing it in such a way so that the roof has solar. And I'm going to give away all my courses to students there and computers and all that fun stuff. Yeah, it's fun. I think education fixes every problem in the world. And Malala, who's one of my idols, heroes, she said, with guns, you can kill terrorists. With education, you can kill terrorism. So I think all problems in the world can be prevented with education. And I think just like we all have the right to air, water, food, and all, freedom of religion, all that beautiful stuff, we should all be able to get access to affordable education. And it kills me seeing people that go to great schools because their parents donate a lot of money. And what you saw with the USC scandal, for those of you not familiar with it overseas, what happened was there's a couple of celebrities. One woman from that TV show, Desperate Housewives, and another woman from Full House, that TV show. And they bribed university officials and they hired people to lie about their kids, saying they were on the rowing team. And their kids got into USC. And the government found out. And they're serving time in jail. And it kills me that happens. And think about how many other extraordinarily wealthy people whose kids got into great schools because there was some sort of bribe or unethical activity going on. It's happening. We've just only seen a handful of people getting caught. And it drives me to do what I do, to even the playing field, so to speak. Next up is Ronald is saying, hi, Chris. Hey, my son wants to go to graduate school at Harvard. After listening to you for the last 2 days, I believe that your MBA would be best. How do I address this with him without bringing up the cost? Yeah. I don't know. Like, ask him, like, whenever somebody wants to do something career-wise, instead of figuring out how to do it, always ask why. Maybe he wants the full Cambridge experience. So I don't know, but I'm happy to. I'm happy to help out. Yeah, if I can, in any way. Yeah. You can bring him onto a call. Bring him on right now if you want. Actually, he might not want to. Onto Zoom. I'll open up Zoom in a couple of minutes. Thanks. But Harvard's a great school. Okay. As long as you earn it getting in. Yeah. And if cost is an issue, like you can get in first and then figure out scholarships. There's plenty of them there. A lot of these great schools, they have tons of scholarships now because of what's happening with the USC scandal. So if he wants to go to Harvard, that's his dream, then let him apply and get in. And then you'll find a way to get a scholarship because there's tons of them out there as well. And Manas wrote, thank you. You're most welcome, Manas. Manas is one of my wonderful students in India. Next up, we got Tiger Glory, who is Cassandra, based in Florida. And then you wrote, hi, Chris. I'm wondering if I will have time to study. I have a busy family, driving my 2 kids to activities all the time. I hear you. And my work is demanding. I can only switch to 4 hours of sleep. Yeah. So what I would say is you take it at your own pace. The homework every week, or every class will only take 5 minutes max. It's just a quiz. 5 or 10 questions, just to reinforce what the classes are about. You can watch them in high speed mode as well. And you can take it at your own pace. If you don't finish it in 1 year, so what? Take a couple of years. There's no rush. And if you start and you're not enjoying it, it's not helpful, or if you need money for other reasons, just get your money back. There's a 30-day, 100% money back guarantee that it's between now and January 14th. So we start December 14th. You can get your money back up until the 14th of January. Yeah. All right. And I remember you well, Cassandra. You were on my calls, I think, the first 10 or 20 or so weeks. And then I didn't see you for a year or so, and it's great to have you back. And it sounds like you've been very busy, and I hope you're healthy and happy. Yeah. And then Asamina is saying, with respect to Intel processors, you wrote, all processors sometimes overheat, especially the cooling system is not so nice. Yeah. And I was talking about how to take exams. So, for example, in a multiple choice exam, if the word always or never is in the answer, it's always wrong, because you got to think like a lawyer when you write these exams. All right. Pratik is saying, are the tips I gave for multiple choice applicable to the SAT? Or is it applicable for the GMAT? Absolutely. I wrote the GMAT, and that's how I learned this. I took Princeton Review. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Next up, HV is saying, what is a great course or material to study for the Series 7? Yeah. I would say my MBA degree program will certainly get you ready. You can also take my complete financial analyst course if you want to. And there's a lot of prep courses you can take. For the CFA, for example, offered by Schweizer, which is owned by Kaplan, which is owned by the Washington Post, which is owned by Jeff Bezos. Yeah. All right. And Satones is saying, hi, Chris. My name is Mark. Hey, man. I purchased your Platinum course. I look forward to seeing you in December. How do we purchase Magic Leap? Thanks a trillion. Yeah, I don't know. I think... is that company that was that Google bought in Florida for like $500 million back in 2013 or something? Yeah, I guess you could invest in Alphabet, which would mean you own a very, very tiny part of it. Yeah, I think. Yeah. And then Arthur is saying, what knowledge and skill? Hold on a second, guys. YouTube sometimes jumps on me. So what I'm searching for, what knowledge and skill? Oh, good, I found it. What knowledge, Arthur's asking, what knowledge and skill prerequisites would you suggest prior to embarking on the MBA in order to undertake it at an advanced level, similar to taking a university MBA with several years of life experience? No preparation. I want you to come in with an open mind and a blank canvas. And I'm going to teach you everything from scratch in a fun way. You'll enjoy it. Next up, Abby is saying, what are your thoughts on the movie The Wolf of Wall Street? Yeah, with Jordan Belfort. Lots of young men seem to find it inspirational. Yeah, it's so interesting you say that. And it's so corrupt, too. So for those of you not familiar with, I'm sure you've seen the Wolf of Wall Street with, what's that guy's name again? Emilio? I can't remember his name. Really famous actor. But it's actually based on a real story. And Martin Scorsese did a great job making the movie with Leonardo DiCaprio as the lead actor. And it's based on this guy named Jordan Belfort, who ran a Ponzi scheme, lying to raise money, to do investment banking deals for Steve Madden shoes, and also rip off a lot of people with penny stocks. And the unintended positive, or the unintended intended consequence of that movie is a lot of people want to go to Wall Street because of it. You know, it looks like a fun way to live. It's corrupt as hell. And Michael Douglas, actually, so he was in Oliver Stone's movie Wall Street in 1987, for which he won Best Actor. And he represented this guy named Gordon Gekko, who represents greed and everything wrong with capitalism. And I'm definitely a capitalist, but not that capitalist. And so what happened with Michael Douglas is when he's in New York City, people always approach him. They work on Wall Street and say, thank you so much for doing that movie, Wall Street. I work on Wall Street because of that movie and because of you. Thank you. And Michael Douglas says he feels disgusted. And I did a vlog on how the 2008 crisis happened, partially because of that movie. You know, a lot of unethical people want to go to Wall Street to chase money. So, yeah, I think it's really unfortunate. Even though in that fictitious movie Wall Street, Michael Douglas went to jail, and in real life, Jordan Belfort for The Wolf of Wall Street went to jail as well. People still, it's like people get romanced by people with power, like the movie Scarface. Like it's got a cult following, which is also made by Oliver Stone. And by the way, Scarface, there's one scene, it is a good movie, where Al Pacino is walking down the stairs and he says, "Say hello, my little friend," with a gun, remember? And Oliver Stone, for that scene, he asked his good friend, Steven Spielberg, if he wanted to direct a scene. And that was the scene Steven Spielberg did, which was the epic scene from that movie. Yeah. And that movie is kind of what Grand Theft Auto Vice City is based on. Yeah, good game from 2002. All right, next up, Randy is saying, "Hi, Chris. You're an amazing guy." Thank you. Then you wrote, "Thank you for all the amazing things you do." Thank you. How would you respond to somebody who says you're wasting time because the MBA is not accredited? Yeah. It's a fair question. Yeah. So I won't do accreditation because what that means is it means a governing body telling me what I can and can't teach. And they're part of the problem, not the solution, because they ensure that stuff that's being taught is theoretical and old school and not helpful. Plus, I've thought about accreditation. I looked into it, but if I do that, what happens is the price goes up to like 10 grand, just to break, because it's a scam. They're full of shit. Excuse me for swearing. These accreditation firms, because you have to pay them thousands and thousands of dollars every year. So I won't do that. I want to make this accessible for everybody with a money back guarantee. Next up is Asamina is saying, thank you for the question. Appreciate it. Asamina is saying, in regards to video game, nothing is leased. We're making everything from scratch, and we're a 3-person army. I'm so proud of my team, although I didn't get much time to code in the past couple of months. Awesome. And I'm looking forward to working with you in the Platinum program, and congratulations on winning the scholarships today. All right. And then Asamina wrote, I took some time to finish and polish the pitches to get done with the GDDs and start on the business plan. I have one of the games and one for the studio I'm currently writing. And you wrote, "Thank you, Solly." Yeah, Solly's one of my other amazing students that is happy to always give great advice. Yeah. And Manas wrote, "Good night from India. It is 2:11 a.m. now here. Thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Thank you." And for those of you in different time zones, just know that you can always watch a replay of all my courses within the MBA degree program. And you can always take it live at 9 a.m. San Francisco time on Mondays and Tuesdays, and 4 p.m. San Francisco time on Mondays and Tuesdays as well. And Pratik wrote, "You're creating." You wrote here. Sorry, I misread that. You're creating a game like GTA 5, and I think you're asking Asamina. Yeah. And then you wrote, Manas wrote, "God bless you all forever, and see you soon." Thanks, buddy. I'll see you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you again on my webcast every Thursday at 8 a.m. my time. Thanks. All right. Okay. All right. And then Pratik is saying, "God bless you too." Thank you. All right. Next up is somebody named Energy who's saying, "Hi, Chris. A finance question. When are net present value and IRR more or less important than each other in determining project feasibility?" Thanks. Yeah. So for those of you not familiar, IRR stands for internal rate of return. And it's a way to kind of decide what the rate of return is on a project and then decide go or no go, do it or not. NPV, which I like much, much more, it stands for net present value. And what that means is you take in Excel, it's awesome. In Excel, you type in equals NPV open brackets, and then you take all the future money you're going to make over a number of years, comma, the interest rate, close bracket, and it will discount all that future money into today's terms. And so I'll teach you what that means from scratch when we talk about present value and future value of cash flows. Yeah. So I'm not a big fan of IRR. I've never really used it in practice. It's kind of like, I don't know how to say this the right way. Like in university, they teach finance and they teach you about Eminem, not the singer, but the efficiency frontier, which is just theoretical. It's like learning how Black Scholes works. It's just too much math. It's not a good use of time, my humble opinion. All right. And then Asamina is talking about weight loss, which was a question we had earlier. If you try to lose weight by lifting, it will take a bit of time because muscle is more dense than fat. It's true. Therefore, a quarter of the size, a bit of fat weighs more or less the same. It's true, yeah. For the people that are putting on muscle, don't even bother going to a scale unless you want to do a BMI measure as well, body fat. Yeah, because muscle weighs a lot more than fat. Yeah. Next up, Abby is saying, Chris, do you eat sweets or drink alcohol? I don't drink anymore, but I don't drink any less. No, I'm just kidding. I don't drink alcohol. No. I don't do alcohol, don't do drugs. And in terms of sweets, the only sweets I eat are every Halloween, I tax my kids. I'm the tax man, like that George Harrison song, when it comes to Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. If they get Reese's Peanut Butter, I could eat like 20 of them in a row. And they know it's mine. I don't ask much for my kids, except for all the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups from them after Halloween. Those are the sweets I love. And it's the best damn chocolate. And by the way, there was a man that lived on the East Coast of the United States in Philadelphia in the 1800s. And he had 11 kids. And he was working for the Hershey's Corporation. And he couldn't afford to maintain a quality of life for his family because he had so many kids. And so out of frustration, he quit the Hershey's Corporation. And he started his own company. And his name was Mr. Reese's. And he made Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. And after he passed away in the 1930s, the Hershey's Corporation bought Reese's. And the number one selling chocolate bar now in the United States is owned by Hershey's, and it's called Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. Those are the sweets I eat, and I'll always eat forever. Yeah. And then you wrote here, I'm going to buy a good blender soon, and I'll start getting my greens and antioxidants that way. I'm sure it must boost energy a lot. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. This is all I've consumed so far today, right? So basically, I have my bulletproof coffee first. And so far, and I only eat when I'm hungry, right? And a lot of chefs, like there's this erroneous notion that chefs are overweight. Most of them aren't. They're quite skinny. And the reason is because they don't have time to sit down for lunch or breakfast or dinner. They're chopping all day long and they sample the food all day long when they're a little bit hungry. And so if you consume smaller meals throughout the day, it works for me metabolism wise. Yeah. Right. All right. And I do teach about biohacking and nutrition stuff in one of the optional parts of the program, but always talk to nutritionists first, of course, or a doctor. Yeah. Okay. And then Charles is saying, I'm very excited to have your free entrepreneurship course. Thank you so very much, Chris. You're most welcome. And thank you for joining us today. Appreciate it. Okay. All right. And Ahmed is saying, what is the difference between strategic planning and personal planning? Yeah. Strategic planning has to do with companies looking to enter a new market or to change their business strategy. A personal plan, at least when I talk about it, has a little bit with respect to this in the personal growth track of my MBA degree program. It just means having better time management and reaching your full potential in life. All right. Next question is, hi, Chris. Out of your experiences in technology consulting, hedge funds, venture capital, etc., which one would you say taught you a lot? Yeah. I mean, they're all different. I would say venture capital, I probably learned the most because I was exposed to a lot of brilliant entrepreneurs. And I sat on their boards and invested in their companies and got to see the companies from seed stage all the way up to IPO. Yeah, so definitely venture capital. Yeah, although I enjoyed all of them, but not as much as teaching. Next up, we have Alok who's saying, hello, professor. How can I get the Platinum MBA scholarship of your design course? Yeah, so we announced the winner of the Platinum scholarship, which is a random draw, which was won by Asamina earlier today. Yeah, but you can get, everybody wins something, get something. You can go right here to this web address, harounventures.com/free course, all lowercase, to be able to get a free course. Everybody gets that participated today. Yeah. All right. Next up, Pratik is saying, my rock star in business are Steve Jobs, Elon Musk, and Chris Haroun. Thank you. Do not deserve to be in the same category as them, but thank you. And then Dave Nitro said, I agree. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you. No, not at all. I'm a fraud compared to anybody successful. Thank you. Next up, question is from Pratik saying, what do you prefer buying, a MacBook or a Windows laptop? Yeah. I prefer a MacBook. I know it's a little bit more pricey. You can always run Boot Camp on it. I run VMware Fusion on it to get access to Windows apps. For what I do, and I do a lot of video editing as well, I find it's easier to do it on a Mac. I use Premiere Pro, which you can use on Windows and Mac, but I love to use Final Cut Pro because it's just easier. I like shortcuts. Yeah. And so my computers here are all Mac based as well. Yeah. I got to nerd out. I got to show you, man, what I've got for this program here. Hold on one second. I went all out for this. So I'll show you about this Mac. Whoops. The screen just stopped working? No. Hold on a second, guys. All right, I'm not going to... It didn't work. That's probably God telling me don't brag about your tech stuff, Chris. Okay, I won't. I don't know what happened there. Hopefully we're still live. I think we are. Okay, we are. Okay, so I'm not going to go there. But my screen just flashed. I don't know if you guys saw it right there. I don't want to crash doing a live call here. Yeah, although I have backup. I like using a Mac. That's all I'll say. How's that? Okay. Next up, Melody is saying, I wanted to know how to brand a product, and I wanted to see if she could offer advice. Okay. Oh, you're talking to somebody else here. Sorry. And Vangelis, what a wonderful name. Vangelis, is one of my favorite music producers. Vangelis did Chariots of Fire, but more importantly, Vangelis also did the original Blade Runner soundtrack from 1981, which is one of my favorite soundtracks ever. It gets me into this incredibly creative zone when I'm trying to be creative. And the amazing thing about Vangelis is he never learned how to read sheet music, kind of like Paul McCartney. He never really learned. The way he learned how to play guitar was with John Lennon, looking in a mirror, because John Lennon was this way and he was this way. Yeah. So Vangelis is saying, Chris, I'm doing your financial course. You are an inspiring teacher. Thank you. I have 5 years of marketing experience, not recent. How can I go back into marketing or switch to finance, having 4-year gap in recent experience? Yeah. So it's going to come down to networking as well, and setting up meetings with people that have something in common with you. And I'll teach you exactly how to do this in the first semester, or you can get your money back, actually. Yeah. So it's going to come down to networking. But just understand that when you're networking and getting meetings with people, and you might have to use Zoom for obvious reasons because of COVID, and it works, by the way, because not many people are asking these days. But just always keep in mind the psychology of business. And when you meet with somebody, they're motivated by 3 things. Number 1, they want to make more money. Number 2, they want to get promoted faster. And number 3, they want to enjoy what they're doing. And so when you meet with them, make sure that you have a way to help them with their career in one of those 3 ways. And I will provide you with a ton of brand new updated templates I've designed for you so that I will arm you with them, and I'll teach you how to use them, and I'll teach you how to conduct those informational meetings so you can turn that informational meeting into a potential job interview or your money back. We do that in the first month. Yeah. All right. Melody is saying, I have to run out for food for the family. I hear you. You're in Atlanta, so you're 3 hours ahead. What time are we now? It's 2:49. So we go at 11, 12, 1, 2. So we're about at the 4-hour mark, and we're just getting started. Yeah. And you're 3 hours ahead of me. So it's 5:49. I get it. Okay, cool. You said hopefully you'll all be on when I come back. Well, I'll be here for sure. I'm going to be the last one on this call. This is fun for me. All right, next up is Dave. Dave, who goes by Mr. Nitro 458, whose wife is from Canada as well. And Dave lives up here in the Bay Area, just north of me. Dave is saying, Chris, how can I buy the shift you're wearing? Or the shirt. I'm sorry, you wrote that right? I read it wrong. How can you buy the shirt you're wearing? I really like it. Thanks. I get that sometimes. You know what I'll do is I have merch you can buy on YouTube. It's done through a company called Teespring. Don't buy any of the shirts, please, on YouTube. I uploaded it because I'm teaching my students how to create money on the side when doing YouTube and stuff. Don't buy it. If you're going to buy anything, the mugs are fine, the iPhone holders, whatever. But I'll put this up somehow on YouTube, and I'll put it at cost, kind of like the degree. Like when you finish the program, you can get a degree and you can buy it at cost. Yeah, yeah. But I'll make them for you. I'll make them for you. Thank you. Yeah, other people have asked as well. Thanks. Yeah. And I think I got the idea for this quote from Pablo Picasso. He has a lot of great quotes. He said one day one, not one day. Yeah. Thank you. And actually, Dave, I'm going to send it to you for free because you sent me 2 packages of the most awesome stuff. Just so you guys know how awesome Dave is. I've never met him. His wife is from Brampton, which is where I used to live, as well as Michael Cera from Superbad, best movie ever, used to live there. And he sent me 2 packages. One was Tim Hortons coffee with a beautiful mug, and that's the best coffee in the world. It's from Canada. I miss home. I can't go home because of COVID. My parents are, yeah. And the second package he sent me was all the greatest hits Canadian candy and stuff, and ketchup chips as well, which is big in Canada. So thank you. So I will send it to you for free. Okay. So send me an email, and then also, or LinkedIn, whatever you want, and give me your address. Okay. Because it's time for karma, payback time. Thank you. Okay. And let me know if you want medium or large. Yeah. And your wife as well. Okay. And then Gypsy Spin has got a question saying, hiya, Chris. Hey, so great to see you live. Highly recommend your classwork to anyone who needs to understand business fundamentals. Thank you for your heart. Thank you. Thank God. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you. And then the next question is it the best time now to launch a tech startup during a pandemic? Yes. The best time to always start a company is during a recession. Always. Why? Because nobody else is. Not as many people are. Yeah, and there's less competition. And if you start a company during an awful recession, you're running lean, mean, and scared and paranoid to the extent that you're levered to the upside when things turn around, and they always will. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Next up is Sarah. Sarah's saying, what's the difference between the gold and platinum MBA? From the MBA program that I'm enrolled with on Udemy. Yeah, thanks. So the course you're mentioning on Udemy is called an entire MBA in one course, which is 8 hours long. The gold and platinum versions are both more than 300 hours of lectures and more than a couple hundred hours of Q&A like this or over Zoom. And you don't have to attend all classes. Just all you need is 50% to pass. And also, so the difference between the gold and platinum, though, is the platinum I do 3 hours of one-on-one time, you know, with students as well, either in person, if you're visiting the Bay Area, or here, or over Zoom. Yeah. All right. Next up, we got George, who's saying, Chris, I just paid for the platinum program. Thank you, George. I appreciate it. Thank you. And you can get your money back up until 30 days after it starts, so up until January 14th. So if it doesn't help you out tremendously, don't hesitate to get your money back. Okay. And last year, we had a smaller class because it was the first year we did it. We had 160 students sign up from 41 countries, including Jason, who you saw earlier today. And then we had 2 people ask for their money back in the first month. Yeah. And then George wrote, I think it's the best value out there, or the best, you wrote, I think the best value will be the one-on-one conversations. Awesome. And you wrote, I'm 69 years young, and I love it. And I'm eager to truly discover my purpose. Oh, I love it, George. I love it. You're my favorite kind of student, somebody who wants to start over. Doesn't matter how old or how young you are, you can always start over. And as I mentioned during the lecture earlier today, since the 1950s, the average life expectancy has increased by 26 years. So that means that you're not 69. You're 69 minus 26, 59, 49. You're 43. You're 43, which means you're way younger than I am. Thank you. Solomon, next up, is saying, oh, Dylan, that was so sweet. Yeah. Dylan, yeah. Oh, and you're talking, because I was talking about my son Dylan earlier, a little while back, how my grandmother passed away. It's okay, she's up there. And Dylan knew about it. And then a couple days after she passed away, Dylan said, "Can I FaceTime Grandma?" And I said, "Well, sweetie, you know, she's not with us." He said, "Daddy, I know. I just want to see what heaven looks like." All right. And then Ramez is saying, "Please find a new Q&A system. Maybe make a site or something where people can ask questions." Yeah. So thank you. And here's what I'll do. You can also ask questions on Zoom, right? So if you want to ask questions on Zoom, which I'll open up in a minute, it's another system. You can go here, all lowercase, to harounventures.com/askchris. And that's the other system we'll use. And I'm looking forward to answering as many questions as you have for as long as you have as well. Thank you. Okay. Next up, Usman is saying, "Thanks, Chris, for doing this. Your passion is quite infectious. I love your commitment." Thank you. And thank you for being here. This is fun for me. You're all doing me a favor. I love this. I don't have a job. I have a passion. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Mohammed in the house. How are you, buddy? Mohammed is one of my platinum students. Really funny guy, too. Really personable. Really personable. He's from Pakistan. And he's one of my platinum students. So Mohammed is saying, "Hi, Chris. Good day and best wishes." Great to have you, man. Great to have you. And HV said, "I was asked to be on the board of directors of a not-for-profit, but I don't relate with the mission and people of this organization. Sadly, I think they are cynical. How do I reject the offer nicely?" Yeah. Yeah. So I would send an email to them in the subject line, all in caps, write, "I don't like any of you." And then I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. I would say something along the lines of, I'm very humbled that you would ask. Thank you so much. It's an honor. However, I'm so sorry. I have so many commitments, you know, with family, with kids and whatnot, that I don't think I'd be able to add as much value as other people that would join the board and help you with your mission. But thanks again. That's what I would say, something like that. And then say all in caps, "I don't like any of you." Just kidding. All right. Christina is saying, "Hey, Chris." Oops, just jumped on me. Give me 1 second. I'm going to search. Now I know what you mean by this not being the best vehicle. Christina. Here we go. Excellent. Christina is asking, "Hi, Chris. Yes, I am your student in your bundle. I got 9 business courses, but I really want to do your MBA degree program, 2021 Platinum. But will I not get the same impact if I just do the silver level? I live in SSF, which I guess is South San Francisco." Yeah. So silver level, you don't get access to Q&A, any Q&A like this, or the Zoom Q&A as well. It's just, yeah. But if you want, what you can do is you can send an email to admissions@harounventures.com and mention that you bought the $50 bundle, and we'll give you $50 off whatever program you want. Yeah, thank you. Okay. All right. Next up, Desu is saying, "Hey, Chris, good to have you back with another great initiative. Thank you. Can we expect more such open houses? It would be great if yes." I'll try. It's tough. It's tough because, you know, I do have to dedicate a lot of time to creating content and serving my current platinum students. So it might be tough. Maybe in November, maybe. But you know what you can do actually is this. You can join me every week on my webcast. I do it every Thursday starting at 8 a.m. Until 11 a.m. And you can ask me questions. And even if nobody wants to buy my stuff, I don't care. Just come and ask me questions every week. It's fun. Yeah. All right. Next up is Tom, who's saying, "Thanks, Chris. It's Thanksgiving weekend here. Happy Thanksgiving if you're celebrating." Oh, thank you. Oh, Tom, you're in Canada, right? It's interesting. So in America, we have Thanksgiving the third week of November. In Canada, it's 6 weeks earlier because in Canada, because the weather, the harvest is 6 weeks earlier. A little bit of trivia there. Wikipedia. I read it on Wikipedia, therefore it must be true. Yeah. Yeah. Happy Thanksgiving. In America, the biggest shopping day of the year is Black Friday, which is one thing Americans are better at than Canadians when it comes to Thanksgiving is this. So in Canada, we have Thanksgiving Monday. In America, they have Thanksgiving on Thursday, which means nobody goes to work on Friday. And Friday is called Black Friday. because that's the biggest holiday shopping or the biggest shopping day of the year. And it's called Black Friday because all year long, retail companies are in the red, meaning they're losing money. But they break even, they go into the black on Black Friday. That's how hard it is to be in the retail industry. All right. And then we've got Cassandra. We have two Cassandras on the call today. Yeah. We have Tiger Glory and then Cassandra LG, it looks like. Yeah. Thank you for your answer. I wish I could have enrolled last year. I could have been done. I'll enroll. I need to learn to be an engineer like my grandpa. My grandpa was an engineer too. God bless him. I hope you're up there watching today. Yeah. And he went to UBC, University of British Columbia. Yeah. Okay. And 1212 is saying, same reason why people play games like Grand Theft Auto so much. I do love that game. Cassandra is saying, if I start with gold, I hope it's possible to upgrade to platinum later. Correct. Yeah. If there's room. Yeah. So if you start with gold and there's room, then yes. Otherwise, you still ask questions in the general session when I teach live. Yeah. Oh, and also there's for gold and platinum only office hours every Thursday from 11:15 my time until 1:15 my time. Yeah. And I'm going to be doing a hell of a lot more one-on-ones next year because I'm going to dedicate more time because I've already done a lot of the content. Yeah. Okay. And 1212 is saying anti-heroes are awesome, aren't they, Chris? Yes. You probably saw. Okay, you saw my Grand Theft Auto thing. You probably noticed that was Trevor, the Canadian, right? Represent, sort of. He's not the best guy in the game, though. Yeah. And then you wrote, except folks don't realize there are consequences when you use bad guy tactics in a world that still sympathizes with a good guy laws. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and you're also referring to, I think, the Wolf of Wall Street, my comment on that, on how a lot of people want to go to Wall Street because they like the glamour of how unethical Jordan Belfort was, played by Leonardo DiCaprio in that movie. Yeah. It's weird how movies do that. It brings out the worst in people. And I really do believe that the movie Wall Street from 1987, Oliver Stone's masterpiece, is one of the reasons why the 2008 crisis occurred, where we were within 24 hours of bank machines not working. I lived it. Yeah. Okay. And then next up, Nazar is saying, hi, Chris. Thanks for the wonderful presentation. You're most welcome, and thank you for being here. What is the difference between the silver MBA program and the gold one? Is the silver MBA program still available for enrollment? Many thanks. Yeah. So it is. The gold version is like silver, except you get several hundred hours of Q&A and access to the weekly office hours call. And you can ask Q&A over Zoom, and I'll open up Zoom soon, I promise. And that rhymed. But silver, you don't get access to the Q&A from me. You can ask questions via text, and we get back within a certain amount of time. Yeah. All right. Next question is from Desu, who's saying, also, Chris, I've been trying to prepare bulletproof coffee, but it looks like we don't have grass-fed butter in India. Are there any other alternatives? Yeah, that's a great question. So what Desu is referring to is I drink a special coffee. It's called bulletproof coffee. And please do your research on this and talk to your doctor first. But I've been doing it for about 5 years now. And if you guys have seen the movie Limitless with Bradley Cooper, he has an unbelievable cognitive ability because he takes a drug in the movie. Drugs are bad and all that stuff, of course. But that's what I feel like when I drink this bullet coffee stuff, a bulletproof coffee. And people have been doing what I'm about to tell you for hundreds of years. People have been putting butter in their coffee or their tea for hundreds of years before the other bulletproof stuff was made up, which I'll explain in a minute. And by putting butter in your coffee or tea, I know it sounds out there, but it tastes like there's cream in it. Actually tastes good. What happens, and if that's the first meal of the day, for me at least, and I biohack a lot, I find I have much, much better cognitive abilities and I can speak gooder and stuff. So that's what people have been doing. That's the biggest part of bulletproof coffee. Now, bulletproof coffee And I'm never sponsored by anybody. I will never sell out for anything. Okay. But it's created by a Canadian on the west coast in Canada. I got to be careful. This Canadian sells a brand of coffee that doesn't have mold in it. And a lot of times when you buy coffee, there are preservatives in it. And what happens is because of those preservatives, you get the pick me up, the high from coffee, but then you crash hard unless you have more coffee. Bulletproof coffee, I'm sure some people are thinking it's a placebo. Maybe it is, who knows? But bulletproof coffee is made in such a way so that there are no preservatives in it. And also there's a special bulletproof serum you buy, which is just like coconut oil. You put a little bit in, it's called MCT oil. But you got to be careful with it because you got to build up a bit of an immunity, and you will get a stomachache if you put too much in first. So please do your research, talk to your doctor first. But yeah, that's yeah. But in terms of grass-fed, I mean, I don't know if it has to be. I don't know. Like I do all organic stuff as well with the food I consume, and I have a meal service deliver some meals because I work a lot, I have fun a lot. It's called dailyharvest.com. And it's organic as well. And yeah, organic is great, but I don't think you're going to be insanely unhealthy if you don't eat organic all the time or grass-fed, whatever it is. Yeah. All right. My one vice, though, aside from coffee, and I only have 1 cup a day. Oh, and by the way, the reason why I have this product here, and it's not that great, to be honest. It's called the Ember mug. The battery runs out pretty fast. The reason I use this, though, is because I only allow myself to have 1 cup of coffee a day. And when I used to drink coffee, and if it got a bit lukewarm, I would finish it and then get another cup. But I'm only allowed to have 1 per day. That's it. That's all I'm allowed to have. And that's why I keep it heated up. Anyway, yeah. All right. And Abby liked my comment about the tax man for the Reese's peanut butter cups. That's right. My kids come home from Halloween. I don't care. Like I'm a good dad. I'm a fun guy. They have a little brother in me. I still play video games with them, and they want this for Christmas. I use this for a case study. So the kids are getting this for Christmas. But I will say, when it comes to Reese's peanut butter cups, they're mine. I take them from the kids. I steal candy from a kid. I love those little peanut butter cups. They're so good. Yeah. All right, and we study a couple of candy companies like the Mars Corporation as well. We do a case study on them briefly in the MBA degree program, and Lego as well, and the Tabasco Corporation. That's not the name of the company, but yeah. Okay. And then Shawshank, my favorite movie, Shawshank Redemption, is saying, "Hi, Chris. Thanks for being an inspiration. You're most welcome. Thank you. How important is reading books according to you?" Yeah, I don't read books anymore. I just don't have the time. And I found that the internet has kind of rewired our brains to the extent that we don't have the same bandwidth. I used to be able to read a 5,000 word editorial from Thomas Friedman in the New York Times. Not saying if I'm a Republican or Democrat. I'm actually a libertarian. I just don't have the bandwidth anymore. So what I do is I listen to books on tape from audible.com. Yeah. And I listen to them slowly over time. Sometimes I'll listen to them on high speed and finish one in a day. Sometimes I'll just kind of listen to one when I'm washing my face at night, and it takes me a couple of months to finish. But I always, my favorite books are the ones from business icons because I love to hear about people's blueprints for success. Next up is Alan is saying, "Hey, Chris, what do you think about investing in the hospitality industry? It's tough, dude. It is hard, just given COVID, et cetera. And also the sector is in secular decline, I think, because of the likes of Airbnb and other commensurate platform offerings. So, yeah, but I don't really know too much about it, to be honest. I hope one day to buy Necker Island and invite all of you, though, to be my hospitable hosts or whatever that is. I butchered that one, but yeah. All right. All right. Give me 1 second. All right. Tyler's saying, happy Canadian Thanksgiving weekend, Chris. Cheers. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Gobble, gobble. Thanks. All right. And my mom used to make, what did she used to make? We used to have pecan pie. My Aunt Mary would make a mean pecan pie. It was good. And the stuffing and all that stuff, the cranberry. So bizarre. Cranberry and turkey, but it tastes good, eh? All right. Victor is saying, hey, Chris, my last question. Ask as many as you want. I'm never getting off this call until I'm the last one on. Yeah, yeah. It's like 50 Cent said, I'm going to get rich or die trying. But for me, I'm going to teach or die trying. Victor is saying, hi, Chris, my last question for you. Why did you decide to move to the USNA? Thank you for all. Yeah, yeah. So for me, I wanted to, I love technology and I love finance. And so I went to go work on Wall Street at Goldman Sachs, and they helped me with my green card they actually helped me with a couple of visas, and then green card I had to get later. They actually hired a lawyer named Tim Todd to get my green card, and he was awesome. Goldman was so good to me. They don't hire the smartest people. It's true. They hire people who get along. And I almost got my green card, but then 9/11 occurred. And because of my last name is Arabic, which I'm proud of, I actually was on a no-fly list for whatever reason for years and years and years, whatever, which meant I didn't have to go through security like everybody else. I can go up to the front and say, hey, it's me with my last name. And they would fast track me through extra pat down, whatever. And I would just hang out and be a baller and drink beers in the lounge. I don't drink anymore, but I don't drink any less. No. So, but I eventually got it. And what happened actually was the Bush administration. What happened was a couple months after 9/11, 6 months after 9/11, it was Muhammad Atma, or whatever his name was, that prick, but a bunch of them that had passed away, the terrorists, their visas were automatically renewed and mailed to their houses in the south of the United States. And Bush Jr., rightly so, got really upset and said, no more visas, and slowed it down materially. So, but I got it eventually. Holy long-winded answer. You asked for a yes or no question, I gave you an encyclopedia. But anyway, I finally got my green card here, yeah. But I wanted to work on Wall Street and also in Silicon Valley. Yeah. Next up is Kartik, who's saying, hello, Haroun. What up, dog? What does it take to make it to executive leadership? Yeah, yeah. So the way to get promoted over and over again is to ask. And you also obviously need to kick ass, do well, but also have mentors, Yodas, have multiple Yodas or mentors in the organization to help you progress. Because the rules are different in every company. The corporate culture is quite different in every company too. And if you have mentors, and I'll teach you in the MBA degree program how to network on steroids and get the best mentors or Yodas. Then they'll pull you up with them and they'll help you understand what the rules are. Make sure you also get mentored by assistants. That's right. Because assistants quite often, he or she works with their boss and have so for ages. And they understand how their boss gets stuff done and how to talk to their boss the right way. And they'll be honored if you ask them to mentor you. So that's what I would say. But you have to ask over and over again to get promoted the right way. Obviously wait until you've hit a big milestone. They congratulate you. Then ask for a meeting and ask, what does it take to get promoted? But no one's ever made CEO or become a senior executive without asking first. Yeah. Yeah. And I'll talk about corporate politics too, which I don't like because I was never good at it because I'm just me. But I'll talk about that in the MBA degree program as well. All right, next question is from Jas, who's saying, which books would you recommend to read that will help with the MBA? Nothing. Don't worry. I'm going to teach you everything from scratch. There's no prep to be done ahead of time. Yeah. And I'm not a big fan of reading textbooks because they're theoretical and they don't help you in the real world. Like traditional MBA schools, they'll have you, look at supply-demand graphs. Nobody uses that in the real world unless you're going to be the Minister of Finance or the head of the European Central Bank or the Minister of Finance or work for the Treasury Department. Yeah. Or the Federal Reserve. Next up, Alex P. I'm smiling because I'm thinking of Alex P. Keaton, fellow Canadian. Alex is saying, hey, Chris, what do you believe are the top soft and hard skills for a data analyst? Yeah. I think the best hard skills are being able to recognize patterns, right, within large sets of data, whether you're using a pivot table in Excel or you're using Tableau software or Hyperion or Cognos software, business objects, etc. Be able to recognize patterns from large sets of data. One data point doesn't make a trend, but multiple data points do. So I would say pattern recognition from a more of a hard skill perspective, and probably understanding statistics as well, which I do go over, but not in a ton of detail in the program. In terms of soft skills, I guess the ability to sell. Because as a data analyst, you look at patterns and then you have to sell your thesis to senior management or your clients, whatever. So you've got a great quantitative analysis set up by recognizing the data patterns, and qualitative analysis, your soft skills, being able to sell, that story. When I look at financial statements, I love to graph them and chart data and read financial statements like a good book. Part of it is finding the hard skill, which is the pattern, the trend. And then the soft skill is to be able to sell that as part of my thesis as well, if that makes sense. And then Christina is saying, yes, thank you so much, Chris. I will sign up for your platinum program. Awesome. Thank you. Can my husband, Christian, and I do it together under one account? Sure. And then you wrote, I love your weekly webcast. I really look forward to them every week. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for signing up. I appreciate it. It'll be fun. Or your money back. And then HV is saying, where is the Apple screen in the back plugged in? Is it wireless? Yeah, so I'll show you actually. It's not wireless. So what I do is, and I did an okay job, I guess, this time hiding the wire. I think from this angle, you could probably see the wire a bit if I'm out of the way. Let's see here. If I move my chair, you see the little wire there? That's a tiny little wire there that's going down behind the screen. Let me hit the pedal here. Yeah, so it's going down past down here. Now, I know what you mean. You mean the USB 3 or Thunderbolt cable, same thing, yeah. So what I've done with that is the way to hook up, so you cannot get longer than a 2-meter USB 3.0 or Thunderbolt cable, right? Don't buy it from Apple, the cables, because they'll rip you off. Now, in order to circumvent that, because I do have my one of my computers over there about 8 feet away from here. The way to get around that is I buy a product called a CalDigit box. And a CalDigit box, it's kind of like those little products that you plug into your computer and you have additional USB ports. But it also gives you another USB-C 3 or Thunderbolt port. And so I've daisy chained 3 of them. And I'll show you what it looks like. And I know I look like I'm neat. I'm not. The floor is a disaster, but I don't care. I'm going to show you anyway. All right, here we go. So let me first of all click here, okay? And let me show you over here. It might be tricky to do, but I'm gonna show you. I'm on manual focus as well. Okay, see the garbage on the floor? See, I told you. That's me, hey there. That's the CalDigit box down there, you see it? Let me just, I can zoom in a bit. Let me try to zoom in slightly more here, crop. I got a crop sensor on this one. Hold on. All right, that's my box. I put my foot in there for the pedals with the audio damping. Right there, that's the CalDigit box right there that I plug in. I've got 3 of them daisy chained. And by the way, this here is so my kids don't trip on the wires and stuff. All right, now let me go here and hit the right pedal. There we go, I'm back. Yeah, so that's how I roll. I'm a nerd. All right, cool. And then Cassandra is saying, sorry, there's only one Cassandra. Oh, you've got 2 profiles. You got Tiger, Glory, and you as well. I was wondering, okay. You wrote, and one of my business partners that works at Ziggy Media, she's great. Her name is Cassandra as well up in Toronto, ziggymedia.com. Hire them, everybody. They're great. So Cassandra wrote here, I'm on the phone now. At home is my 13-year-old daughter. She's named Tiger Glory. Oh, yeah. The profile. That's your other name you said. Her name is Tora, which means tiger in Japanese. Oh, I love it. I love it. Hajime mashite. Yeah. I used to work in Japanese equities at Goldman, and I spent a bunch of time in Tokyo and Roppongi, although I don't remember the time in Roppongi. I don't remember why. Yeah, I had fun. All right. I love Japan. And Alex is saying, what is your opinion on the job market out in Chicago? Yeah, in the Midwest. Yeah. I don't really have a strong opinion. I do have a couple students in the platinum version that are based in Chicago, and they're working remotely in the consulting industry and healthcare industry. But I don't really have a good read on it. I'm assuming it's rough, kind of like Toronto is rough right now. You know, Toronto is the financial services capital of Canada. Chicago does have a bunch of financial services firms. I used to work for one there. Headquarters was Citadel. When I would meet with Ken Griffin a couple times, nice guy. So I would just say that it's just as bad as the rest of the country. Yeah, yeah. Phil Germany in the house. How are you, Phil? Phil was my very first student that wrote a book using my template. And a lot of my students in the platinum version of my MBA degree program, including Eric and many more and Fanny, have written a book using my template as well. But Phil Germany has actually written a couple of books using my template, and I have both of them here somewhere. His first book he published a year and a half ago, which is called Super Students, which is prophetic, but it's not about teaching. It's about chess. His second book is about exercising in your 40s. I have both of them. I love them both. Phil, great to have you. And Phil is saying, I applied for the MBA. Not sure if I was accepted. I'm going to choose platinum if accepted. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. All right. And then let's see what's next up here. Hold on a second. I lost my spot. Here we go. All right. Next up is Christina, who's saying, thank you, Chris. Can you please share your morning bulletproof coffee recipe? Cool. And I think I mentioned it earlier. So I think I answered it before I read this here. But if you want me to say it again, I'm more than happy to. And thank you. Yeah. All right. And Olivier, how are you? Olivier is saying, thank you for your presentation, Chris. I have to leave now, but I'm really looking forward to the rest of it. Have a good weekend, everybody. Thank you. Great to have you here, buddy. Thank you. All right, cool. And Melody is now back from getting dinner for the kids in Atlanta because it is 3 hours ahead of the Bay Area here. It's dinner time there. And she said, oh man, you guys are still on. Awesome. Yeah. And Melody, I have a long history with you with long calls. And this is all public. You guys can look at if you want. But if you go to my YouTube channel and you go to my webcast, I did it on October 31st, 2019. I did a 9.5-hour webcast straight without getting up once. I haven't got up once here as well. And I want to break that record today. And I remember because Melody, right before the end of the call, we did a Zoom call. And I remember you introduced your wonderful kids, and your son said my last name properly, which nobody does. It's pronounced Haroun. But I was impressed. Thank you. And welcome back. All right. And then Christina said, thank you so much, Chris, for your transparency and edutaining way of teaching. My pleasure. And thank you for being here. I can't wait to start your MBA Platinum program to pursue my dream of serial entrepreneurship to serve others. And you live in South San Francisco. Awesome. Well, we should meet up. Awesome. Thank you. And you guys can go and register right now. There's no application for this right now. You can go just sign up. Yeah. All right. Next up, Toby said, I want to help kids who are passionate about learning, but not the old-fashioned education way, especially those who they call slow or dyslexic, like me. What do you think is the best model? Yeah. So what I would say, there's a great book, by the way, you have to read. It's by a dude in Toronto named Malcolm Gladwell, fellow Canadian. And it's called David and Goliath. And it's one of my favorite books. And it's about people that have been told something about them their whole lives. And because of that, they work harder and they're more successful. And he gives plenty of examples. Steven Spielberg was told he was dyslexic. John Chambers, who's now chairman emeritus of the Cisco Corporation, ticker CSCO. He used to be the CEO for like 17 years. He was told he was dyslexic. And he is. Pablo Picasso, same thing. Elon Musk, same thing. And because of this, they work harder. And I believe in hiring people that are willing to work hard and not ones that are entitled, whatever. But check out that book. I think you'll enjoy it. Yeah. But I think the bottom line is the best way to teach is the visual way. So when we were younger and we were in school, there was something called show and tell, where you brought in a prop. Remember those days? You brought in a prop and you showed that item. And I know you remember, we all remember the props that our buddies brought in and the ones you brought in. Do you remember what the teacher taught? That's why I love using props. I think it works best when it comes to edutainment. Yeah. So I have a bunch of props here. I've got Warren Buffett, Intel chip. I have tons. They're everywhere here. Yeah. We even did a case study on Nintendo, and I have this unopened, which I'm going to repurpose as a Christmas present for my kids. Yeah. All right. Alex P is saying, do you believe Bitcoin will disrupt financial services one day? Yeah, I think it already has. Yeah, I think cryptocurrencies have. For centuries, thousands of years, governments have had a monopoly on currency. And that's why traditional fiat or paper-based currency, bills and stuff, hasn't seen any innovation because monopolists are lazy. But I really do think that traditional currency will be much more secure and will have cryptocurrency aspects of it added to some sort of blockchain. So competition is good for the consumer. And I do believe that cryptocurrencies will help to make traditional currencies more secure one day, or they'll just be irrelevant and not exist. And the biggest threat to national security for a lot of countries is cryptocurrencies. And we're going to be doing a bunch of case studies in the MBA degree program on bonds and bond issuances. So the way that governments control interest rates is they sell bonds. And when they sell bonds, you buy a bond, right? I'm the government, you're a consumer or some investor. You buy a bond from me, okay? Here it is. This bond, it says on it, just pretend, I will give you 8% interest on it. You take it, and then in return, you give me money. I just took money, I'm the government, out of circulation. So what I've done is this. Because there's less money in circulation, the value of money goes up, interest rates go up. Kind of like this product here, Nintendo made a limited number, and it's only be available for 6 months. So you can't buy this anymore. And because there's a limited number of these things, it costs a lot more. The price went up. Kind of like when you go to a grocery store and avocados, there's a shortage. So the price. I've never had it crash, but hold on. Let me go here and let me see if I can actually close a program. Could be QuickTime. I don't think it is. It's fine. Close this down. I'm not going to delete. I'm not going to save that. Yeah, give me 1 second. And then let me see what else I can quit. This is my backup PowerPoint in case I had to run slides on here. So you always have to have backup just in case. Let me quit this. Although I do have literally 1.5 terabytes of RAM. Okay, we're good. Okay, great. Back to bonds. So I'm the government. I sold you a bond. You get 8% interest every year. In return for that bond, you gave me money because you bought it from me. I took money and I put it out of circulation. So there's less money out there. So interest rates now go up because there's less money out there. Now, governments do that as well. They issue bonds so that the general use of purposes for the bonds is to protect the country, build bridges, not walls, declare war, whatever it is. If you take that power away from governments, then they're going to freak out, right? It's the biggest threat to national security is the ability to not be able to print more money or control interest rates. So if everybody buys more cryptocurrencies and not bonds from governments, then governments don't have power anymore. So governments have to adapt, and they will, or they'll become irrelevant. Yeah. All right. Next up, we've got Devashish is saying, this was the best live I've ever been on. Thank you. It's almost 4 a.m. in India, and I cannot believe I am here from over 4 hours. Thank you. And you wrote, really hope to connect to you soon. Thank you so much, Chris. God bless. And then you have two high five back. Let me get a little bit closer to you so I can high five right at you. High five back at you. Thank you. Thank you. And have a good evening. And thank you so much for being on this. Thanks. Okay, cool. All right. Next up, Toby is saying, how do you buy stocks? Do you advise everyone to buy stocks with a long-term view? And do you think Amazon stock may crash at some point due to monopoly? Yeah. So the way to invest, the way I teach you, and I teach you many different ways, but I teach you to analyze fundamentals, valuation, and technicals. We do a lot of case studies too I've never covered before. And I teach you how Warren Buffett invests, and we look at his portfolio as well. But there's a lot to it. There's a very, very elongated investment process that I'll teach you. And I'll teach you portfolio manglement, portfolio management as well. In terms of Amazon, so I think the Trump administration would have already broken up Amazon into two companies if it weren't for COVID. You know, what Amazon has done is basically, I mean, we can't live without it. Many of us, right? We get food that way and stuff because of COVID. But I do believe that the government will break Amazon into two companies. They're too powerful, and competition is good for the consumer. But I think Amazon will be broken into the retail Amazon stuff, the stuff we order, and everything else, like Amazon Web Services, Kindle, Amazon Prime, Alexa, etc. Yeah. So, yeah, I do think it'll be broken up into two different companies at some point. Yeah. All right. And Michael, who goes by the Aqua Hood in the United Kingdom, is saying, yo, time for me to skip. Thanks, Chris. You're most welcome. Thank you. Take care. Peace. And I know for my friends in England, I have to do peace this way, not the other way, because I know what that means. Because Winston Churchill, he did peace the other way. I'll hide it. He did peace the other way. And his assistant had to tell him during World War II, you know, the younger generation doesn't take too well to that, because it means the bird. Yeah. All right. Which was actually designed by the Croatians during war. And they designed the ties, the cravat. And that's why they would go like this, bows and arrows. And that's why. This way. Sorry. Peace. All right. Next up, we got Charles. Charles is saying, I really appreciate your candor and love the kidding around. I can't wait to join your MBA class. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to having you, Charles. Thank you. Next up, Rahul is saying, what are your views on network marketing? Yeah. Give me this sector and I'll give you more information on that. Thank you. Okay. Abby is saying, hi again, Chris. Thanks for all this time. Today, I just bought the David and Goliath book. Awesome. You'll love it. It's not a religious thing, but it's about how people who've been told that they're not as good as others are way more successful because of that. And it's interesting because in venture capital, and I've been on boards of companies where Sequoia's, led the A round, we led the B round. So I've been at Sequoia's headquarters and I've met with the partners there, and I've asked the partners before, what kind of companies do you invest in? What kind of people do you invest in? And the kind of people they like to invest in, Sequoia is the best VC firm on the planet in history. Sequoia, they like to invest in people that want to prove the world wrong. And maybe it's because they've been told they're not good enough from a younger age. For example, Steve Jobs, he was adopted, and being adopted is a beautiful thing, but he kind of wanted to prove his dad otherwise. And Elon Musk, he had the poor guy, he had the crap kicked out of him a lot when he was a kid growing up in South Africa. It's not about money. It's about proving the world wrong. And that chip on your shoulder, so to speak, those are the type of entrepreneurs I love investing in. Why? Because they won't start a company and sell it for only 100 grand. They won't sell it for $1 million. They won't sell it for a billion. They want to put a dent in the damn universe. And so if you've been told there's something wrong with you, and I'm talking about myself in hindsight, because those pricks at school, they wanted to fail me in the 6th grade and 8th grade, and they sent me to Oakville, Ontario on Lakeshore Road to go to a place called Chisholm to see how bad my learning disability was. But if you've been told by somebody that you're not good enough, the silver lining is you look back years later and you say, you know what? Unjustified criticism is a disguised compliment, and thank you for the insult because I worked my ass off because of it. Yeah, a little out there, I know. But I hope you enjoy that book, David and Goliath. Yeah, it's great. It's great. And Malcolm Gladwell has a bunch of others as well. There's one called Outliers, and he's a prolific writer. He's good. Okay, next up, the question is from Abby, who's saying, is a 0.79% fee on an index fund good or bad? And so I would say the more liquid index funds, the ones that trade a lot, that invest in large cap stocks, like the SPY, the Spider Index, which represents 500 stocks in the US stock market, they're usually way under 0.5%. So 0.79 is quite high. However, sometimes you have less liquid investments in countries that don't trade as much. Like if you want to invest in the Bovespa, the Brazilian market, you can invest in what's called the EWZ, which has a higher fee because it's not as liquid. Yeah. But I would try to find something, if you can, under 0.5% in general. And make sure you see that it trades a lot because illiquid stocks own you in a down market instead of vice versa. It's hard to sell stuff when it doesn't trade much. Yeah. All right. Next question is, what do you think of Bailey Gifted Global Development Fund, if you've heard of it? I'm investing in a lot of global immature companies. Yeah, I don't know them. I'm so sorry. But what I would do is I would look at it. It sounds like that's not an exchange traded fund. That sounds like that's a mutual fund. I would find out what the fees are, call them, talk to support, right? Customer support. And they always tell you this call is being recorded for whatever purposes. So you basically can ask them as many questions as you want because it's being recorded. And ask them what the fees are, what the hidden fees are, okay? And have them explain it to you. And if you don't understand it, ask them to explain it again, and then explain it back to them and say, is that right? Okay, because there's a lot of hidden fees as well. Just understand that. Make sure you read the investment offering memorandum, which is like an IPO prospectus. If you can't find it, don't buy it. Always read the investment offering memorandum with anything you ever buy. Otherwise, don't invest. And if you don't have time to read it that quickly, do a search on it, Control F in the PDF or web-based, HTML-based if it's just text. Do a search on the word fee, F-E-E, and the word risk, and read up on it as much as you can. Yeah. Okay, and also you want to look at the performance of the management team that's managing that fund, the portfolio management. Has she or he been there for a long time? And what is their performance in the past? Now, we know that past performance is not indicative of future performance, but you still have to look at it. Okay. And then you wrote here, you talk a lot about your family, which I love. Is your wife also in business, and how did you two meet? Yeah. Yeah. So I don't want to mislead people because MBA, my MBA degree does not stand for Master of Business Administration. MBA stands for Married But Available. No? I'm sorry. I'm totally kidding. No. We're happily married. This never comes off. Yeah. No. Thank you. I'm always happy to talk about Christine as well. Thank you. So is your wife also in business, and how did you two meet? Yeah. Yeah, she does. Yeah, she works here from home now at IBM, which stands for Industry's Biggest Mistake. It stands for I've Been Moved. It stands for Itty Bitty Machine. No, I'm just kidding. So she works in marketing, yeah. And we used to live in New York, and she worked in the Trump building. I've got stories for you if you care one day. Yeah. But we actually met in Toronto. It was right before Christmas, 1996. And a buddy of mine rented a bar called Fluid, or the Granite Lounge, right beside Fluid. I don't think it's around anymore in Toronto. And everybody knew each other. It's kind of like going to a wedding. It's easy to meet people that way, you know. And I saw this woman across the room, and my heart skipped a beat. And like I could hear angels singing. And I went up, and I had to go talk to her. And standing right beside her was my wife, Christine. And I'm totally kidding. But I did meet her at that exact event. It was the Granite Lounge right beside Fluid in Toronto. And I asked her out on a date. And I was like, oh my God, I found my soulmate. And then Accenture sent me to Barbados to do offshore banking for CIBC. CIBC it's a big Canadian bank, stands for Constantly in Bed with Consultants. And I mentioned that because I had a couple dates with Christine, and then my company sent me away. And Barbados was cool and all, but I want to be close to Christine. It's my soulmate. And so I sent her a dozen red roses, and she didn't call me back. And dude, apparently I sent the roses too soon. So I had to call my little sisters and my buddy Dave, his wife at the time, and every girl I know, and ask for advice. And they're like, dude, you can't just send red roses right away. You got to play a little hard to get. Yeah. But it all worked out, and yeah. And we got married June of 2000, 8 million years ago. Yeah. And life has been perfect. Yeah. All right. Okay. And then Melody is saying, that was fun. Alex enjoyed coming onto the show last year. That's right, your son on October 31st. That's right, in his Halloween costume, and your daughter too. And you wrote, we're not going trick-or-treating this year. So instead, we're doing alternate activities and making Halloween teas at home with the family. Very fun. Very fun. I love it. I love it. And you said you saw the screen freeze as well, which scared the hell out of me. It never happens. I got backups always. Always. Yeah. So what we're doing this year actually is, if you go to Amazon or search online for retro candy, you can buy candy that was popular in any decade, and it's great gifts to give. And so I'm letting my kids order candy, a candy set, retro candy from any decade they want. But if there's Reese's peanut butter cups in it, I get it, because I'm the tax man. That's how we roll. Yeah. Yeah. All right. And Alex P is saying, have you ever done any business ventures in South America, such as Brazil or other places, before you did edutaining, before teaching? Yeah, a lot actually, yeah. So I invested a ton in South America. I've invested all over the world. So I'll tell you what companies I bought in Brazil. So I was really bullish on the real estate sector in Brazil. So I invested in Gafisa, Cirela. I also invested and met with the management team of the biggest rental car agency there that's growing like a weed, called Localiza. I invested in Petrobras, which is petroleum Brazil. I know I know a ton. I remember analyzing the heck out of Lula as well, who was the prime minister at the time. I think now he's in jail or something, but yeah. But people still love him. Yeah, he was good for business. Yeah. So I've done a ton of work there. Also in Chile, I invested in LAN Airlines. I've gone to Mexico a lot on business. I even saw Vicente Fox present to us, a handful of us, whatever. I met with Cemex, ticker CX is the ADR for the biggest cement company in the world, based in Mexico. Yeah. So I've done a lot of work down there. And the stuff I teach in my MBA degree program, the way to analyze companies, is applicable in every country as well. Yeah. The last big IPO I did in Brazil was Minerva, which is a meat company. It went public in 2007. Yeah, years ago. Yeah. All right. Next up, Toby is saying, can a government create its own cryptocurrency, especially a country that is forward thinking? Will doing that straighten out the country's money in international markets? Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing stopping anybody from creating a cryptocurrency, which is why the crypto industry is such a scam. Most cryptocurrencies are awful investments, but a handful are great. I'll never tell you what to buy, but I'll tell you what I've owned forever, and I'm never selling. I own 4 of them. I own, and don't just buy it, because please do your research. I own Bitcoin, Bitcoin's little brother or little sister, called Litecoin. I own Ripple, ticker XRP. The founder lives around the corner from me. And I also own Ether, or the Ethereum platform. Ether is the ticker. ETH, that's the crypto on it. Yeah. And we'll talk about that as well during the program. Yeah. All right. In the EMS track, economics management and strategy. Yeah. All right. All right. Hold on one second here. All right. Next up, and if I miss anybody in between, just paste it again, please. Sorry. Next up, we've got Melody, who's saying, do you use Google Spreadsheets? It has some cool features. I still love PowerPoint, but once in a while I use this. I do sometimes just for my team. What we do is we use Google Sheets every now and then. But I do provide a workbook for every single class for my students in 3 different formats with the same content. And those workbooks are as follows. Microsoft Word format, PDF format. I have a PDF writer here. I'm a geek. I customize it with JavaScript and fun stuff. And also Google Docs. Yeah. So whatever file format you're interested in using and whatever form factor you want to take this course on, meaning Android, iOS, Mac, Windows, of course, tablet, television, I got you covered. Yeah. All right. And Toby is saying China seems to be invading Africa economically. What are your thoughts? Yeah. So I would say what China's done, and they've stayed, I've got to say, as much as I criticize Beijing for becoming more communist now, which breaks my heart because since I was a baby, when President Nixon went over to China, China's becoming less communist and more capitalist, but now they're moving back the other way, which breaks my heart. Desperate times call for desperate, irrational measures. But I will say China, for the most part, if you get outside of Asia, has not gotten involved with geopolitics that much. And the reason why there's such a massive influence in Africa with China, which is not a bad thing, I think it's good, I'll tell you why, is because China has a voracious appetite for natural resources. They can't slow growth down. If they do, there will be civil unrest, like what we saw in 1989 with Tiananmen Square, with that hero of mine standing in front of the tank. That's just the tip of the iceberg. They cannot slow down growth, or otherwise there will be like a revolution. And so what they do, the Chinese government, they need natural resources, and they can't just rely on, Canada, Brazil, and Australia. And by the way, the Canadian dollar, Brazilian real, and Australian dollar, they all go up a lot when the price of commodities goes up a lot because China has to convert from renminbi to those aforementioned 3 currencies in order to buy commodities there. The Chinese government can't just rely on those 3 big economies. They have to get natural resources elsewhere as well. So they're getting it from Africa. And I've seen it like in Rwanda, for example, where I'm building a school with one of my students. Vital is his name. He's in my platinum program. We're building it in his hometown of Magoo. But the roads are beautifully paved. And it's because, that the Chinese come in, they take a lot of raw materials, and in return, they need to transport that stuff. So they build beautiful roads, etc. So I think it's a win-win. Yeah. And next question is, what are your thoughts on countries giving others debt relief? I'm all for it. And I'm a big U2 fan. I remember Bono, he reached out to President Clinton back in the 90s and the Clinton administration and convinced them to cancel debts for a lot of countries. I think Bono's trying to get a Nobel Prize. Yeah, he was on the cover of Time magazine with Bill and Melinda Gates. I remember that, and he'll get it one day, I think. Yeah, but I'm all for charity always. That's what I'm all about. If our purpose on this earth is to leave it in a better condition than when we entered it, I'm all for charity. Yeah, I'm a capitalist for sure, but I believe that capitalism can fix problems in the world. I do. Okay. All right. And Melody is saying, what are your thoughts on using virtual reality for education for younger kids? I thought this would be great for kids that can't travel to other places. I would say within reason. Like I bought Oculus. I'm a nerd. and the PlayStation VR and all that stuff. And Nintendo's got this cardboard thing that works out pretty well actually for the price. It's cheap. Recycled, of course. But what I find is that like I get dizzy after a while. And I'm worried about, like, with Dylan, for example, I don't let him use it for more than 30 minutes a day, if that, because I just don't know what the impact is going to be longer term. But it is pretty cool. And I've tried the Oculus out. It's cool, but I get kind of dizzy. I think AR is going to be bigger, augmented reality. And if you want cool demos on what AR can do, what you can do is you can just do a search on the most recent version of Microsoft's HoloLens. And they jacked the pricing point up. Couple grand, it's ridiculous. I don't have it. but they're targeting companies. But AR is great because if you're a surgeon, you could do your surgery, whatever it is. And at the same time, you can view in a little window here with your glasses on, how to conduct the surgery, that sort of thing. Yeah. But I worry about the health implications of kids when it comes to eye development. Yeah. And Toby is saying the personal planner sheet that you showed us, this bad boy here. Yeah. Can you fill it out on your phone and save it so you can keep track? Absolutely. I offer this in many different file formats. LibreOffice, it's free Office. I also offer it in PowerPoint formats, a Word version, and PDF. And you can do the PDF version directly on your phone if you want to. And you can even get PowerPoint to run. It's free to download PowerPoint, right? Onto your Android device or iOS device as well. Yeah, so I've got you covered. All right. And Alex is saying, last question today. No, ask as many as you want. Alex P is saying, who is your favorite hip hop rapper? Oh, gosh. Yeah, Charles says probably Chris 1. Chris Cross will make you jump. That's how old I am. Nobody knows what that means. Yeah, I'm just kidding. I don't know, dude. Like it's tough. I like Jay-Z. I have Magna Carta. I think his music is much deeper than we think. Like he sings about Picasso. His music's like Sting. Like Sting is there's this cerebral intensity to his music. I love his music, especially Nothing Like the Sun, that album. Yeah, probably Jay-Z. Yeah, I don't know too much. My kids listen to music a lot. Yeah, I try to monitor it. It's so hard you can't. But there's that. There's they listen to Drake as well, who's Canadian, represent. When I listen to Drake's music, I know what he's saying, dude, because he's talking about Toronto. He finally made Toronto sort of cool. It's kind of like listening to old Rush albums where they talk about YYZ, one of their songs, which is that airport code for Toronto, etc. Yeah. All right. Oh my God, Melody, you said Jay-Z. That's so funny you said that. I must have mentioned that before, or we go way back. Okay, we're family. Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. That's so funny you say that. I love it. I love it. You know who else I kind of like lately is Kanye. Like, dude, I've never really listened to much Kanye until I'm such an idiot dad. I'm Phil from Modern Family as a father, by the way. But I bought one of Kanye's shoes here, right? Looks nice with the lighting back there, right? It's cozy because I walk a lot in here, right? I used to think they looked ridiculous. Like, what the hell? It looks moronic. But this is the cheapest one you can get, his Yeezys, whatever. I bought the shoes, and I started doing research on the guy because I'm doing a case study in the MBA degree program in the 4th semester, which I haven't aired yet. Now we're doing a case study on him, and I got a cardboard cutout of him as well. We're going to have fun with it. And his wife, Kim, who's brilliant. I think she'll enter politics one day for prison reform. She's wonderful. But the case study is on Yeezys. So I can write that off, right? No, just kidding. And it's $1 billion. He's a billionaire. It's $1 billion shoe. He's brilliant with his marketing. A lot of it is planned. He's very transparent, which I love about him sometimes. Although I didn't see him in the presidential debate. I was looking forward to, yeah. But his music is so deep. It always has been. There's basically 2 or 3 levels of sophistication to read in to not just his lyrics, the poetry, but also just the breadth and depth to the gorgeous sonic architecture of some of his tunes. He'll use violin concertos. He's not just about old school rap like Eminem, who I can't stand anymore. He's just too intense for me. But anyway, so I'm getting into Kanye a bit more now, and I like him. And I like the fact I stopped following him on Twitter recently though, just because some of the stuff is a little bit out there. But I like him. Yeah. All right. Next up, Raul is saying, "Hey Chris, until when is it going to be available? Your MBA degree to be able to buy it? Until we're sold out. So the sooner you can, the better. Whatever. And there's You get your money back anyway until the 14th of January. Yeah. All right. Next up is Shiva is saying, "Hey Chris, I joined late. How do I get more details about the MBA program?" You can register today if you go to harounmba.com. Yeah. And then Melody said, "What a beautiful story, Chris. Thank you for sharing that story. Thank you. Thank you." And I think you're referring to me talking about Dylan wanting to FaceTime my grandma in heaven. Yeah. Miss you, grandma. Yeah. And then Ryan is saying, "Chris, this is awesome. Thank you. I just want to say thank you for doing this tonight." My pleasure, man. This is fun. This is fun. I do this with my MBA students. I've already done several hundred hours of live Q&A with my platinum students and gold students this year. It's been fun. Yeah. All right. And then you said, "Thank you. You're most welcome. Thank you." Yeah. And then Melody is saying, "Always take a tax for candy," like I was talking about Reese's peanut butter cups. I tell my kids 2 Reese's peanut butter cups. Yeah. They usually give me at least 1. Yeah. No, I have to see it. No, I'm a fun dad, whatever. They got a little brother in me and stuff. Like I'll help them out. This is their Christmas present. I'll help them out with levels and games like this because I'm a good dad. I don't enjoy it, but yeah. But dude, no, I'm when it comes to Reese's peanut butter cups and Halloween, they have to give them to me. They just know. It's just the rule of the house. The only rule of the house. They're so good though. I love Reese's peanut butter cups. And then Shiva said, "How did you invest in all these investments through stocks?" Yeah, I've been buying stocks for decades. I made my first venture capital investment when I was 18. I got a student venture capital loan from the Canadian government in 1990, and it was $3,000, and I was supposed to pay it back. It's interest free by the end of the summer, but instead, and I'm a risk taker. Instead, I invested in venture company and did really well. Whatever. I've invested in stocks, venture, all this stuff over the years, so it's been fun. Melody's saying, "When you first built your website, did you use WordPress or Wix?" Initially, I used WordPress, and then I changed it to something a little bit easier to use. So I now use Squarespace. And I rent a lot of plugins, so I don't have to type very much JavaScript. It's easy. Yeah. But Wix is probably a bit better. One of the problems I find with Squarespace, although there's lots of great templates to use, one of the problems is when you give a web address, it always has to be lowercase. It's moronic. That's why I write here lowercase. I've got an elaborate technology infrastructure here, but my web addresses are lowercase. It's moronic. Yeah. All right. Next up, Toby is saying, "How did you decide how much to invest?" I like to buy stocks to invest in my daughter's future. Yeah. So, I talk a lot about diversification in the MBA degree program. I did more basic diversification in semester 1 and 2, and I'm going to do much more advanced diversification and portfolio management in semester 4, including options. But I recommend never having more than 5% of your liquid net worth, meaning your non-house or non-apartment net worth, in any one stock, and not having more than 20% in any one asset class. And so I recommend having exposure to stocks, bonds, commodities, real estate, your house, whatever, your apartment. It's the best investment you'll make. But not making any one asset class outside of your house more than 20% of your net worth. But I go through that in a lot more detail in terms of risk management, stop losses, whatever, target prices, all that stuff in the degree program. Yeah. So I look at it on a relative basis. Yeah. It also matters how old you are as well. Like the old school of thought was that you take the number 100 minus your age, and that's how much risk should be in your portfolio. For example, if you're 70 years old, 100 minus 70 is 30. So 30% of your portfolio for investments should be in slightly more risky investments, and 70% in low risk AAA government rated bonds, because you don't have as much time to get that stuff back. Although I do believe that most people on this call right now will live to 150. That's right. I'm seeing so much money in South San Francisco, which is the biotech capital of the United States. I'm seeing so much money going into life extension investments from a VC perspective. Yeah. So you get to reinvent yourself over and over and over again, rinse, lather, repeat, till you find your passion. Okay. Next up, Charles is saying, we didn't inherit the planet from our ancestors. We are borrowing it from our children. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I love thinking like that as well, thinking of long-term helping the next generation. And when we leave this planet, just leave this world in a better condition than when you entered it. Yeah. And I remember back in '08, and I feel bad for the younger generation in '08. It's like a lost generation. It's not fair. You know, a lot of younger people that came of age, in 2008, they couldn't get a job because no one was retiring. No one was retiring, and the world almost ended financially then. We were within 24 hours of bank machines not working. And the stimulus program, TARP, Treasury Asset Repurchase Program, which we'll talk about in the program, the MBA program. The stimulus program, the younger generation in 2008 called it the Steal From Us program. I agree. Yeah. The problem is, everybody is so short-term focused, and as Warren Buffett said, the longer the view, the wiser the intention. If you're long-term focused and long-term greedy, you're a better investor and you're better for the planet. And the problem with Wall Street and governments is, Wall Street stocks and people that run companies are judged quarterly because company releases earnings every quarter. And governments, it's a short-term fix. Let's boost the economy right now so I can win the election in November. You know what I mean? So anyway, I think the longer the view, the wiser the intention, which is another quote from the Sage of Omaha, Mr. Warren Buffett. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And next up is Satans is saying, hey, Chris, have you read Peter Diamond's and Steve Kotler book, Bold? Do you agree with? I've not read it. I'm so sorry. Yeah. I've never even heard of them. Sorry. Yeah. 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 And then Joey said, the Mac Dad will make ya. I love it. I love it, Joey. Joey. Yeah. Thank you. Joey is my brother from another mother. Right, Broseph? Yeah. Thanks, Joey. Thanks for everything you do, by the way, buddy. Thank you. Melody is saying, yes, Halloween lens. My husband was showing me this, and people were assembling equipment using that. I'll need to look into that. I don't know what that means. Halloween lens. I'll check that out. Yeah. My kids, I'm just going to buy a ton of Reese's peanut butter cups for myself. It's my one day a year to go. Like, I eat very healthy. I try to at least. But I can't say no to Reese's peanut butter cups. I'm going to go all out with that stuff. Yeah. And Prasanth is saying, hi, Chris. Hey, Prasanth. Hope all's well. Next up, HV is saying, thanks for everything, Chris. Have a great weekend. Thank you. This call is just getting started, man. Yeah. Thank you. You too. Thank you. Okay. And Prasanth is saying, what do I do to get certificate received after completing the MBA degree program? Is it soft or hard copy? How much should I pay to get it mailed if it's hard copy? Yeah, so here it is right here. So the paper-based version, I'll just digitally send it to you with my signature and stuff on it. If you want to get there's a couple of versions actually. There's this version here. Right, which is it's pretty nice. It's got, I don't want my face to be in because I've got auto face focus here, but it looks like this, and it's actually quite similar to the one behind me with this elbow is pointing to. This is when you need a third arm, and so I'll send you a PDF version of this. But if you want to get like leather bound, and I think this is pleather here for the sample, to be honest. Yeah. Or a wooden bound one, I'll probably provide you with a link to get it done at cost. I'm not going to make money on it, or who to get to automatically frame it for you. I have my graphic designer do the top and bottom part here. So I'll figure a way I'll make it easily accessible. Yeah. All right. And then Colin is saying, hi, Chris. Hey, Colin. Will the MBA program prepare me for entrepreneurship? For example, innovation, raising money, negotiating. Is it an all-round program, or do we specialize? Like, do you get to specialize in finance, marketing, operations? Yeah. So it's all around. We cover every major topic that's relevant to make you successful. All right. So there's 5 main tracks, and you have to take courses in all 5 of these tracks, all compulsory if you want. So there's entrepreneurship, sales, marketing, and communication. And you, by the way, go to harounmba.com because all this information is there. harounmba.com. The 5 tracks are entrepreneurship, sales, marketing, and communications, economics, management, and strategy, finance and accounting, and personal growth. Yeah. Next question is, if venture capital firms reject you, how do you ask for feedback? Yeah. Don't ask via email because they won't tell you via email because they're paranoid for compliance reasons. They're used to saying no, though. If you want honest feedback, call them. Don't leave a voicemail. Just keep calling until you get them live and then ask them. And they'll provide you feedback that way. Yeah. And Melody is saying, when I work out on my recumbent bike, I play Animal Crossing. I have to try the other Mario game. Sorry, you held up. Yeah. I haven't tried Animal Crossing yet with my kids. They make me play these games, but yeah. But this is the one I bought them for Christmas. And this is just Nintendo's great at repurposing content. That's why their profit margins are so high. And they're the oldest tech company in history. They weren't always a tech company. And we do a case study on them. And we actually, you'll love it. I actually created, using Super Mario Maker 2, an entire class that does a case study on this. And I wrote the level, I wrote the words for the class on the levels. It's fun. But this is just a repackaging of older content of theirs. Mario 64, Sunshine from 2002 on the GameCube. And I used to do Japanese equities. And I met with the management of Nintendo. I know the story cold. As well as Mario Galaxy from 2007 on the Wii, although Galaxy 2 is better. Yeah. Hi, I'm 7.5. Yeah. Okay, next up, Melody is saying, if you ever have a chance, try the game called World Among Us. It's based on a comic book called Fables. Oh, Fables. I remember hearing about that. I collected comics when I was a kid. And when I used to collect comics, they'd call you a geek. And then it became a little bit cool because of, Iron Man. And then it became even cooler when the Avengers series came out. And now you're no longer a geek or a nerd. It's like, hey man, can you score me tickets to Comic-Con? But I'll check that one out. Thank you. I'm currently playing right now in all my spare time. I'm currently playing The Last of Us Part 2, which is a masterpiece, but it's scary as hell. I have to play with the lights on. Yeah. All right. And let's see here. Hold on one second. Shiva is saying, is the MBA on Udemy the same as the one on Haroun MBA? So the MBA, I have a course on Udemy called an entire MBA in one course. It's 8 hours long. This MBA degree program is over 300 hours of classes. You don't have to take all the classes. Just pick and choose what's interesting to you because the pass is just get 50% on the quizzes. And then there's a couple of 100 hours of live one-on-one or live Zoom meetings like this or YouTube questions, whatever you want. And then the platinum version, the highest end version, you get 3 hours of one-on-one meetings with me as well. Yeah. 100% money back guarantee if you buy today that lasts until the 14th of January. You got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Yeah. Next up, Melody is saying, where'd you get that Warren Buffett picture made? I have so many props. I have so much fun with this because I got to teach it in a fun way. This one here, I just got on Amazon. It's just cardboard cutouts, right? And the name of the company here, it's Celebrity. They've got one of those laminated 3D things. Celebrity Cutouts. That's the name of the company. Sorry, Mr. Buffett. Celebrity Cutouts. Yeah. I've got tons of them because we do a lot of case studies on successful people. And I want to make it edutaining. And the backdrop, by the way, changes materially every single class we have, right? As well as the camera angles as well. Now, we have many camera angles, sliders, robotic arms and stuff. It's all recorded. This is kind of a cool angle. It's all recorded in 4K. What you see, though, is all, I'm using pedals I've set up below. Everything you're seeing right now, though, is 1080. So I'm streaming at 1080, not 4K, but we future-proof the whole thing as well. Yeah, yeah, cool. All right. Next up, Shiva is saying, how do I sign up for the promotions that you mentioned about the freebies who attend today's session? Yeah, that's a great question. So everybody, we already announced earlier on during the call who won the 3 prizes, but everybody gets a freebie, which is this here. Okay. If you go to harounventures.com/free course, what you get here is you get a free course, which is like an elongated version of what I just taught you in the first hour today. Yeah. It's case sensitive. Yeah. So free course, all lowercase. Thanks. All right. And that free course is only going to be up for a couple days, and then we're going to put the price back on. Yeah. According to my marketing folks. Yeah. All right. See what else we got here. Oh, okay. Melody, you meant Hollowed Lens, not Halloween Lens. Yeah. So do a search on Microsoft HoloLens. It's a business product now. I don't have it. I'll never buy it because it's a couple grand. But they've got some great samples of how to use it for augmented reality, which I believe in. And I will be making an augmented reality version of this MBA degree program at some point. I'm playing around with the infrastructure now. I have no idea how I'm going to do it, but I will do it because I said I have to make it happen now. Yeah. I've always got to keep pushing the goalpost out when I'm teaching, and always raise the bar to make it more interactive, more fun, better customer service always. And my goal is to treat each student like they feel like they're the only student in the program. So I can give as much time to help them humbly, if I can, reach their full potential in life, and then much more. Yeah. Okay, next up, Power Capital Solutions is saying, Chris, I truly appreciate you making time to answer my questions. My pleasure. I'm considering entering investment banking as a financial analyst in order to break into venture capital later. Is that a good path? Yeah. So I would say they're very different. I don't think it's going to help you. I think what will help you more is if you work at a startup or you start a company, because they're different industries. They work together a bit because what happens is venture capital firms eventually, when companies are big, they invest in, they'll hand the companies over to the investment bankers. I'm so sorry. And the investment bankers will then take it public. But the way to get into a venture capital firm and rise up through the ranks is to work at a startup or start companies. Yeah, it'll help you more. And the reason is because the way that you win deals in venture capital, because it's aggressively competitive, right? I compete a lot with great firms. And I partner with Sequoia, et cetera. I've been on boards at their headquarters, et cetera. But to get on the boards of companies and to be selected by the company to be allowed to invest in them in these competitive offerings, you have to be able to prove to the founder that you can add value. And you can usually add value when you're on the boards of companies if you started companies before. Yeah. All right. Melody is saying, I just saw the coolest feature on my M50. Oh, yeah, your Canon M50. I remember you bought that. That's right. Yeah. You said you can take pictures and video remotely off of your phone. Yeah, I've seen that. That's right. You can get the Canon app. I find it's flaky, though, and it crashes every now and then. And you wrote, do you use something similar? I've tried it. Yeah. But what you can also do is with all Canon cameras and any camera made after 2010, you can connect a USB cord to it, attach to your computer, go to the manufacturer, download software so that you can remotely control it, which is important when you're streaming because you want the camera to stay on for more than 29 minutes. Because there are tax laws that deem that if a DSLR camera or mirrorless like your M50, if they record more than 29 minutes in a row, they're classified as video cameras and they're taxed much higher in Europe. That's why your cameras all shut down, the DSLRs, at 29 minutes. Yeah. Okay, and then Mufadal is saying, thank you so much for the time you spent on these live calls. My pleasure. Then you wrote here, you're awesome. Thank you. I can't wait to learn from you in the Platinum program. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks for your support. Thank you. And Melody is saying The Last of Us, part 2 of the game. And you wrote, I heard that was good game. My husband tried the Resident Evil. That one's scary for me. but I was too chicken. It was too much for me. Last of Us, it's a cinematic masterpiece. It's made by a great studio called Naughty Dog, who makes the Uncharted series. Start with Uncharted first. Play Uncharted 1 through 4. It's great. Oh my God. It's like if LucasArts ever figured out how to make Indiana Jones a great game. That would be Uncharted. Yeah. And then Melody wrote, thank you so much, Chris, for having me. My pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah. Okay. And then Arika is saying, hey, Chris, I'm super thankful and excited to start the program in December. Awesome. Thank you. Can you please explain how your program helps students to that second best day in their life and maybe a work-life balance? Yeah. Thank you for your support. I appreciate it. We do a bunch of goal-setting studies in the optional personal growth classes where I help you to accomplish much more every single day, right? And I have you do this during the week. You're not allowed to do this on the weekends, though, scheduling, because I need you to take time off, right? And also, you're going to find you're going to be able to accomplish tons more. Like if you work full-time and you're a parent full-time, I guess I'm a parent full-time. We're all parents full-time, right? That was a dumb thing to say. But you know what I'm getting at. I'll help you with your time management skills so you can accomplish way more than you ever have before. Because if you want to get something done, you give it to a busy person. So I will get you to a level where I'll help you crystallize your thought process and architect your future to the extent that you will see an easy way to achieve all of your goals or your money back. That's right. Yeah. So anyway, that's part of the scheduling process will help out in that respect, or your money back. Okay. I feel like that guy, Vic Remington, who said, I'll shave as close to the blade or your money back. Remember that? Am I dating myself there? Anybody remember that guy? Commercial? Yeah. Then Erica wrote, congratulations once again. It'll be great fun. Yeah. Congratulations to you too, Melody. I appreciate that. Okay. And let's see what else we have here. Okay, next up we got Ryan. And Ryan is saying, hi, Chris. Hey, man. I know it's a short notice for enrollment, but do you offer payment strategies? Not at this point, no. Sorry. Yeah. But you do get your money back up until January 14th or so. If you want 100% money back, no questions asked. Yeah. Okay. All right. And Melody said, Chris, I'm really excited about this program. Awesome. I know so much about education, but the business aspect is where I know I need to grow. So grateful for this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm grateful you're part of it as well. Thank you. Okay, next up we got Victor. Victor saying, hey, Chris, I wonder if you have any other form of payment, such as an account for electronic transfers, account for bank deposits. Can you invoice the course? Can I pay the course with my currency? Yeah, all we have is what we have right now. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Thanks. And then Travis is, and I think we have, credit card we have set up. There's also, we do it through Teachables, their engine. There's also PayPal, of course, and Stripe, I'm sure as well. Yeah. And you can see at checkout what form of payment you can have. Yeah. And then Travis is saying, I know you don't like to tell us what to buy. PS5 or Xbox Series XS. Yeah. Well, the S is just a smaller version of current generation. I would say PS5 for now, because I'm actually surprised how little proprietary content we have for Xbox at this point. You know, and I'm not a Halo fan. I used to be, but Halo, there's no, I don't know, there's no character development. It's not like when you play Uncharted, you get to know Nathan Drake, the characters and stuff. So I'm not a fan of Halo. I'm actually quite shocked that Microsoft doesn't have more proprietary content. And a company like Microsoft that has a war chest of cash, why the hell do they don't just buy Take-Two, ticker TTWO, which owns Rockstar, which owns Grand Theft Auto, and make Grand Theft Auto titles, exclusive to their platform, kind of like they did with Rare, although they butchered that acquisition years ago. Yeah. So I would say PS5. Yeah. The PS5 form factor is moronic. We understand now because of the fan internally. They took it apart and showed us. But I think design-wise, the Xbox is better. You can stack and stuff. It's a cube. It's ugly, but it is what it is. It's more practical than the PS5. And I would have to buy the PS5 version with a disc because it takes 8 million years to download games. And it takes forever to load games as well. Isn't it frustrating? Like, I never turn them off. I just leave them in sleep mode. But it takes like 8 million years to load a game to play it. Yeah. I'm sure it'll be faster on this next-gen console. But one thing I did study, and I've invested a ton in the video game sector over the years, and I've met with Bobby Kotick from Activision a gazillion times, Will Wright, when he used to be at Electronic Arts, and I met with all of them, Sony and all that stuff. One thing I've noticed, and Bobby Kotick's a very funny guy, by the way. He was in Moneyball as well with Bradley Pitts. Yeah. But one thing I noticed is that when these new consoles come out, the quality of the gaming for many games does not look better than the previous console. It takes the video game developers a year or 2 or 3 to really master the new software development kit or SDK in order to create better versions of games. One game I can't wait to play though is Grand Theft Auto 5 remodeled. They're making a more enhanced version like you see on those modded out computer versions on the web. They still haven't gotten the faces perfect, but the cars and everything else looks dope, like realistic. I guess if you're a car racing fan, maybe Xbox Series X for Forza would make sense. So I don't know. Yeah. All right. And then Mr. Nitro, Dave, is saying, "Oh my God, Indiana Jones, my favorite. What platform is Uncharted? Oh, dude. Okay, you got to get a PS4, and then buy the Uncharted series. You can get them dirt cheap now because they've been out for like 8 billion years. Yeah. And the only game that doesn't really discount, or the company doesn't discount a lot, is Nintendo. It's amazing, the pricing points, and their margins are off the charts. And we do a case study on them as well in the MBA degree program. Yeah. Yeah. All right. And then Ron is saying, Chris, I'm just coming from a crappy job that I hate. I'm sorry to hear. And then you wrote, and my browser just jumped. Hold on a second. I missed your enrollment and I need a scholarship. Yeah. Is it too late to enter the scholarship? I'm so sorry. We already gave away the 3 prizes earlier. But what you can do is you can get a free course of mine by going to this web address here, all lowercase, harounventures.com/free course. Yeah. And you can always feel free to come and ask me any questions you want on my weekly call, which is every Thursday from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. I'm never going to stop doing that. Ever, ever, ever. Yeah. Even on my deathbed when I'm 300 years old. All right. I think I missed a couple questions in between. If I missed anybody's question, just post it again, please. Yeah. And by the way, if anybody posts an internet link, for some reason, YouTube blocks it and I never see it. So if you ever want to do a link in the future, you can just type something instead of .com. It's .com. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next up, Mufadal is saying, what are your thoughts on Jordan Belfort, the Wolf of Wall Street movie? Yeah, it's a very funny movie. I'm a big Scorsese fan. I think he's great. My favorite movie I think is Casino. It's awesome. But I think it's entertaining. But I have no respect for Jordan Belfort, in this new celebrity status he's got for scamming people. Yeah. There's no ethics there. Yeah. But I liked the movie. It was funny. Yeah. And Jonah Hill is a riot. I just watched Superbad again last night, which is a gem from 2007. You have to watch it. And I do have a fake ID McLovin card. I do. I'm not joking. I do. I bought it off eBay. I did. But Jonah Hill's pretty good, man. He's funny. Yeah. But he did a great job in both those movies. Yeah. The Wolf of Wall Street. He made 60 grand in that movie, Wolf of Wall Street. That's it. Nothing. But it put him into the stratosphere as being a serious actor now. Kind of like what we saw when he was nominated for Best Supporting Actor for Moneyball with Bradley Pitts. Yeah. All right. All right. And then Ryan said, thank you for answering, Chris. I appreciate it. My pleasure. Thanks for being here. Yeah. All right. Charles. Charles is saying, are you wearing a catheter? I just have stamina. I know what you're saying. You wrote, I've been here for most of the live, and I've hit the bathroom 3 times so far. You're a machine. Love it. I don't want to break the seal, man. It's like when you're drinking beers and stuff. I don't want to break the seal. I'm just kidding. Yeah, yeah. No, I've got insane stamina, and I have a lot of faults. But when I do something I love doing, I'm so hyper-focused, committed to doing whatever I can to help my students. It's fun. It's fun. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Now, I just got to fill up my catheter. Can you hold a second? No, I'm just kidding. No, change it. I'm kidding. Is it the change, I guess? No. My record is 9.5 hours, which I did October 31st, 2019. It's on my YouTube page. You can see it there, my YouTube live. What are we now? It's 4:25. So we got 11, 12. I still count my fingers. Don't learn accounting and finance from me. I count my fingers. I do. I don't care. So I went from, let's see, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 hours. We're just getting started. Okay. Next up, let's see what we got here. And we haven't even started Zoom. We haven't even started the Zoom calls, right? So I said I'll do Zoom. Yeah, next. Yeah. Okay. Next up, Dave. And we had 340 people on the call before, right? What are we down to now? We're down to, down to 84. I almost fell off my chair there. I've got my chair. This is where you laugh at me, not with me. But I've got my chair on my treadmill. And the way I get energy, by the way, is I push a button and this goes up and then I start walking. So I might have to start walking. No, I'm just kidding. All right, my acai drink. There we go. We're good to go. I almost had a work-based injury. Yeah. All right. All right. Nitro, D-Nitro, Dave. And I asked Dave a couple of years ago, or whatever it was, why he has that. He used to work at the name Nitro. I thought maybe it was because of Fast and Furious, but it's because he used to work in the chemical industry, right? Yeah. Okay. And you live in Nevada, I think I remember. Yeah. Thank you. And thanks again for the Canadian stuff you said. I really do appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. And next up is Santos, the player. Now I'm thinking of Los Santos, one of the GTA. By the way, GTA 6 might be coming out next year. Yeah. If it does, whenever it comes out, that week I have to cancel classes. I'm sorry, but you understand. All right, so Santos, the player, is saying, hey, Chris, and everyone here. I'm from Brazil. Chris, great to have you. Thank you. I bought all of your courses on Udemy. Really enjoyed them. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. And I'm actually giving a keynote. If you go to my YouTube channel, I give a keynote for Starts, a big venture capital company, to a couple thousand people or something. That was me showing off to a couple thousand people in Brazil a year or two ago. I'm doing it again on October 29th, and you could watch. There's going to be 500,000 to 1 million people watching. Other people are presenting too, like the co-founder of Tesla is going to. That was me showing off again. Is going to be presenting as well. I'm an idiot. I almost fell off my chair. Did you see that? Yeah. All right. Thank you. And Rwan is saying, I was supposed to start with the first offering, but I had an undergraduate degree completing. I'm finished since August. Now I'm ready for this. I've known Chris, and he is a great man. Thank you. I'm Rwan from Jamaica. Thank you. Thanks for having us. I appreciate it. And I have a wonderful student in my platinum program named Michael Jordan Elcock, and he's from Trinidad. And we always joke about Carib or Red Stripe. Yeah. I have a lot of friends that went to UE, I think in Barbados years ago. Yeah. Cool. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And Abel is saying, hey, Chris, what are the best recruiting techniques you've used in the past and why? Have they worked? I don't really have any specific techniques. I've got a wonderful network. I've got a lot of connections, whatever, on LinkedIn and stuff. And I've always prided myself on helping other people, just because I do it with my heart, not for any other intentions. And I can always call in favors, always, pretty quickly. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that's what I would say. Yeah, but I don't have anything that, yeah. But I definitely, like, I interview a lot, like, before I hire people. And I've actually conducted over 1,000 interviews in my life. You know, that's one per week for over 20 years, right? So I know what to look for. I look for passion. You know, I'm pretty good with checking references, and I never call references that people provide me with because it's such a scam. You know, I could give my mom and dad and brother as references, and hey, call them. My mom will say good things. It's ridiculous. But I have a good network on LinkedIn, et cetera, and I can always find people that know, you know what I mean? Yeah. So, but when I interview people, I want them to, like, I always have people intern for at least 6 months with me before I even consider thinking about hiring, because one bad hire can destroy a company. So, it's a 6-month interview, and you can't act in that. If they're passionate about what they're doing, then I'm going to hire them. Yeah. Like Matt Lacousse, my chief creative officer. He was my son Dylan's golf teacher. And I met him, I sized him up in 30 seconds. He was amazing. And then I had him just work with me. And after a couple of weeks or so, I said, okay, well, we'll send you a paycheck now. And he's like, I'm getting paid for this? Yeah. Now he's a partner in my firm. He's great. Yeah. And my only partner. Yeah. All right. Melody is saying, what are your thoughts on Xbox saying they will remove the disc feature? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, streaming makes sense at some point, but broadband internet has got to be truly ubiquitous both ways. I don't think we're there yet for streaming entirely, but also for downloading games. I own digital rights to a lot of games in the cloud, and it takes forever to download and install them again. So I'm still a disk drive guy at this point, but there was a point with the iMac years ago where Stephen P. Jobs, who's right up here, he got rid of the disk drive, and people were like, oh my God, why are you getting rid of the disk drive? Then he got rid of the CD drive, and people were freaking out, why are you getting rid of that? And eventually it just made sense. But I think with video games, at least the way I consume media, whatever, I like to actually buy them. And also because I can sell them on eBay, right? And you can go to I don't know if you can search for me on eBay. See Haroun is my username. I've got over 500 purple stars. I'm a nerd. I've been using eBay since we took them public at Goldman back in '98. I remember that. I was a grunt then. But anyway, I always sell my used games that way. And whenever I look on the floor and I see video games sitting around, I tell my kids, these are depreciating assets. You got to sell them because they drop in price by $10 every month. Right. So, and then Ron is saying, thanks, Chris. I have all your courses. You know I've been around a long time. Well, thanks, bro. Thank you more so. Please, thank you. Yeah. And you said you probably don't remember me. I remember the name. I do. Especially early on. Let me see. If you remind me of questions you've asked in courses before, I might remember. I used to spend an insane amount of time answering questions. It was fun. And Ron is saying, what do you think about the new inflection point in global commerce about work? I think there will be some deflation before we see reflation in the markets. What do you think? Yeah, I really do. Like the fact that the government and the Federal Reserve is signaling that interest rates will stay low for a very long period of time. They're signaling to the market that they're bearish on the outlook, meaning they're negative on the outlook for the global economy. You know, and the reason why you have inflation, prices going up, is because demand is red hot. Well, demand is not red hot. Like interest rates have been close to zero since 2008 for a reason. And also, let me see if I can do this here. I'm gonna take a prop down, which is gonna cause my light to fall. That's okay. This is a piece of the Berlin Wall. And when I worked at a big hedge fund called Citadel, Alan Greenspan, who is the former head of the Federal Reserve, meaning the body that picks interest rates for American government. Alan Greenspan came and guest lectured. And the reason why I have the Berlin Wall here, and I got this actually, I was in Berlin last year at Checkpoint Charlie, just for a EdTech conference, and I got this there. The wall was beautiful. No, they painted it, of course. It's actually cheaper to get it painted than the real deal, that awful Soviet-style Eastern Bloc gray color. But Alan Greenspan, what he said was the reason we had unprecedented economic growth back in the 1990s was not because of technology companies. The reason we had unprecedented economic growth back in the 90s was because the Berlin Wall fell in 1989. Remember that speech from Ronald Reagan, my hero, my favorite president ever, when he said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." And he went off script when he said that. And Colin Powell, who was a speechwriter at the time, was furious with him. And that changed the world. And so the wall fell. And so Alan Greenspan told us the reason why the markets did so well in the 1990s was not because of tech stocks. It was because the wall fell. And when the wall fell, millions of brilliant Eastern Europeans who were happy to accept a low wage, they moved west to the developed world. And all of a sudden, the price of labor went down. And labor is the biggest input into inflation. That's why we had such unbelievable economic growth in the 90s. And I see how many people are being let go today. And it breaks my heart. You saw the news from Delta and the airlines. It's hard. And I don't see labor prices picking up anytime soon. Also, I wrote an article in VentureBeat years ago, and I compared and contrasted the Berlin Wall teardown event to Amazon Web Services. I forecasted this and I wrote about this. It's on the internet in 2014 on VentureBeat as a guest writer. Amazon Web Services is this generation's Berlin Wall teardown event because Amazon is incredibly deflationary. And maybe that's another reason why the government hasn't broke them up yet. It's like trying to shut down Walmart. Walmart's good for the economy to a certain extent because it keeps prices low. EDLP, everyday low prices strategy. So what Amazon did was in 2005, Jeff Bezos realized that he couldn't fulfill all the holiday shopping needs every November and December. And so what Jeff Bezos did was he created 9 big buildings across America with thousands of computers and turned them on. And then by January 2006, he's like, dude, we have all this excess capacity. What do we do with it? And he said, well, why don't we rent it out to other companies? And they built a business off of that. And the operating system of the cloud, so to speak, in many countries, not all, is Amazon Web Services. And so Netflix runs almost entirely off of Amazon Web Services. That's why Netflix prices are low. And Amazon, embedded within the DNA subfabric of their essence, who they are, Amazon always cuts prices. If we compare and contrast Microsoft Windows with Amazon Web Services as a platform, Microsoft, which was a monopoly, only cut the pricing point on Microsoft Windows from the 1980s up until the 2000s 3 times. Amazon, with Amazon Web Services as an operating system in the cloud, they've cut the pricing point more than 100 times. That's been amazing for tech startups. Without Amazon Web Services, Uber wouldn't exist, Airbnb wouldn't exist, Netflix wouldn't exist, and so many other great companies you've heard of. It's incredibly deflationary. And so in order for prices to rise again, to see reinflation, we would have to see prices for labor increase, which is not happening because a lot of companies are unfortunately letting a lot of people go because of COVID, et cetera. And we would also have to see a slowdown in Amazon cutting prices for their operating system in the cloud called AWS, which ain't going to happen. So my humble thoughts are that interest rates will stay artificially low for the foreseeable future. And that's a good thing for the global recovery. Yeah. All right. And Erica is saying, how do you keep an eye on what's happening with new platforms, particularly ones that might be worth investing in and or working for in some capacity? Yeah. So for me, I've got a good network, whatever, in the tech sector, and I'm just a nerd. I just love reading about this stuff. I love reading about business models and thinking about business. It's fun for me. Yeah. Yeah. So, and just from a consumer tech perspective, if you're interested on how to keep up on trends in a fun way, two things. Number one, go to a website called Engadget.com every day. It's fun. You can see cool new fun products. Number two, listen to a podcast called Twit, This Week in Tech. Twit, Twit, This Week in Tech. Leo Laporte, who lives in Portola Valley, not far away from here, he records it every Sunday, and it gets released every Monday. And it's just a couple hours of fun guys talking about tech, himself and his cynic friend, John C. Dvorak. Yeah, so that's consumer tech, yeah. And also, I know a lot of CEOs out here, and I'll start interviewing them next year as part of the MBA degree program. Obviously, I haven't been able to, for obvious reasons because of COVID. But I know a lot of CEOs here. I've met with most of the big ones and invested in them in the past, yeah. All right. Next up, Juan is saying, I went to UE. Oh, cool. University of West Indies. Awesome. And Red Stripe all the way. That's right. That's your beer of choice, right? Your Bock. Is that even a term, beer of choice? Yeah. So no to Corona. No to, I almost said Corona. Oh my God, sorry. To Carib, which looks like Corona, right? It does. Yeah. And Red Stripe, I remember it was like those little stubby bottles. Yeah. Like in that movie, Strange Brew, which is a Canadian rite of passage. Yeah. And then Michael's saying, "Hey Chris, thank you so much for continuing to be such a great resource for so many things. My pleasure." He wrote here, "My girlfriend is Brazilian. Any advice on buying reais since it's low right now?" Okay, on the Brazilian currency, the real. Yeah, I don't really have a good read in that. Sorry. What I would do is think to yourself, do you think commodity prices are going to increase a lot in the future? If so, buy real. Otherwise, don't. Because what happens is the reason that the Brazilian real, the Canadian dollar, and the Australian dollar go up or down is because of China's appetite for resources. So in order for China to buy oil from Petrobras, Petroleum Brazil, what they have to do is they have to convert from Chinese renminbi, their currency, into real in order to buy that oil. And by converting from Chinese currency into the Brazilian currency, it pushes the price up of the Brazilian currency so they can buy Brazilian oil. So you'd have to have a call on what you think commodity prices are going to be like in the near term, I guess. Yeah. Okay. And Michael is saying, we will be traveling there. Okay, when you're talking about Brazil, yeah. We'll be traveling there when COVID lifts. So we would like to get reais as cheap as possible. Yeah. I would say whatever your call is on natural resources, that's how to think about the correlation with the real. And Abby is saying, good night, Chris. Good night. And all on chat. It's been a pleasure tuning in. It's 12:36 in the morning in Scotland. Excellent. I went to go visit with a software company called Sage in Edinburgh years ago. Yeah. So he wrote, I'm going to go to bed here in Scotland. Look forward to catching up with the rest tomorrow. Have a great day. Thank you. God bless. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. All right. Next up, we got Ron is saying, laugh out loud, lol, you wrote here. I asked you to be my mentor. Okay, early on. That's right. Okay, and I asked you to remind me how, because they're new to me. And then I didn't respond. That sounds like that prick Haroun, I tell you. No, I'm just kidding. No. I get so many messages, and I'm so sorry if I don't respond to people. I just can't. I'm drowning. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah. Best way to reach me is always on calls like this. And I didn't respond. And I know you're super busy. I'm trying to get to Canada to start Seal 7 Capital, but I can't find a wife yet. So I'm trying to survive. Yeah. 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 And then Elan, I'm sorry. I have a couple friends from Israel that go by Elan, and I know that you go by Elan. And your brother's name is Alan, too. I think that's what Joey told me. Yeah. So Elan is saying, how does the MBA program set you up for career success? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll help you network better than you'll learn at any traditional business school, to the extent that it'll help you get a job better than traditional MBA schools can. I'll help you sell better than anybody you know, and I'll train you how to sell better than any professor at any business school, traditional business school that is. I'll teach you how to invest personally and not just professionally. Most business schools teach you professionally how to manage other people's money and not your own. I'll teach you how to start a company as well, so you can hit the ground running immediately when you graduate, or during the program if you want to start a company. You know, most business schools, even the best ones, bricks and mortar ones, when you graduate, you don't know how to start a company. They don't teach you the most important, skill set in business. And so if you want to start a company or you want to progress throughout a company, I've got you covered, or your money back. All right. And Elan is the reason, or Elan, I'm so sorry, reason we bought a cat. Elan and my wife, they follow each other on Ella. That's what my Arabic family says when they can't remember something. They say Ella. They follow each other on Instagram. And Elan posted adorable pictures of his kitty cat. And we bought the exact same one. Thank you. I owe you. All right, next up is Haroun, who's saying, thanks, Chris, for that explanation on deflation. You're most welcome. Yes, Amazon created the infrastructure to the common man that was once in the hands of the Fortune 500 companies. Yeah, they made it accessible to all. It's cheap to start a company, man. I can get you up and running really quickly if you take the MBA degree program, because the cost of computing is next to nothing now. You don't have to be in Silicon Valley anymore to start a company in tech. You can be anywhere, partially because of Amazon Web Services and cloud service provider alternatives like Microsoft Azure, Google Compute, etc. All right, next up, Melody is saying, my goal is to be able to create 20 courses for kids and to be able to give them to you when you go to Africa. Oh, cool. When I build a school in Rwanda with my student Vital. Thank you. Thank you. And then you wrote, I know the resources over there are scarce. Yeah. No, I appreciate it. God bless you for that. Thank you. We're all in this together too. Thank you. All right. And next up, we got Haroun, who's saying, however, breaking up Amazon will make them more powerful because their organization structure is already independent. You're dead right. You're dead right. They run as separate entities, unlike their brethren or Microsoft, which is just around the corner, which had the worst corporate structure ever, which Amazon learned from in Seattle, yeah, or Washington State, yeah. Okay, yeah. And thank you very much, Melody, for that offer. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right. You wrote "wife is a joke." Okay, I was wondering. I didn't know what to say, and I didn't know if there was more to it. I wanted to laugh, but if I didn't know it was a joke, I might come across as, yeah. Sorry. I still feel bad for not agreeing to be your mentor from 8 million years ago with that message. I'm sorry, dude. Yeah. Okay, and then you wrote here, Amazon does not operate on the synergy concept alone. That has propelled the disadvantages in acquisitions and operations. Yeah. And I got to say, Amazon is pretty damn good about acquiring companies and letting them run as separate entities. You wouldn't know that Twitch was purchased by Amazon for $1 billion, which is a brilliant acquisition, by the way. You wouldn't know that. It seems like a completely different brand. Yeah. Wow. We just reached the end of the internet. There's no more questions in the live chat. Okay. All right, I tried. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right, so let's switch over now to Zoom. This is the fun part, okay? If you want to ask questions on Zoom, read this here. Go to, all lowercase, harounventures.com/askchris. Yeah. and it'll tell you how to get on Zoom. It'll tell you the link and exactly what to do. Make sure to click mute on your YouTube video, please, window. Yeah, because we'll get echoes. Okay. All right, well, let me go. Can't remember which keyboard is which. Oh, it's this one here, that's why. Here we go. All right, good. All right, so what I will do, I have 3 computers running, just so one doesn't crash the others. I've been doing this a long time. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and open up Zoom with you. So go to harounventures.com/askchris, all lowercase, okay? And then you're going to click on this link here to ask me a question. And on your video, the YouTube screen, please click this icon here to turn off sound so I don't hear an echo. I'm going to go there with you. Open Zoom, Zoom, Zoom. All right, join audio, speaker, using computer audio. And I will wait to see if there's anybody here. I'll give you guys a little bit of time. There we go, I see somebody there, awesome. Now before I let you join, let me just go and get rid of 2 Chris's here because 1 is enough. All right, there we go, good. All right, whoa, we got a bunch of people. All right, so I'm gonna let everybody in who's here so far. The more the merrier, as many as you want. Don't forget to mute your YouTube screen, please. And thank you as always. All right, let's go to gallery view. And Melody is joining. Melody in the house. I'll ask Victor to start the video. All right, still waiting. And if you guys have more questions to ask over YouTube, keep asking. Yeah. And then Ruan, as we're waiting, Ruan mentioned here, I might be totally wrong, and sorry for taking for talking so much. I'm just so excited to talk to you. No, dude, please, you're doing me a favor. This is fun, man. I enjoy this. I enjoy talking to you. I enjoy talking to students, and yeah, this is all fun for me. All right, and we're still waiting. All right. And then Melody said you need to eat. Nah, I don't. Students come before food. Oh goodness, here we go. Can you hear me? I can't hear you. You're muted here. Ask to unmute. Oops. You unmuted and then I muted you. Hold on. Unmute. That was my fault. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That's what I'm talking about. How are you? You've got the same backdrop you had on October 31st, 2019. Right? Yeah, you didn't have the M50 then, but it's the same backdrop. I remember that. Except you're zoomed in more though.
I tried to change it and people didn't like it.
Right.
So I just kind of left it.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't recognize you without it. That's how I know you. I'm just kidding. Yeah.
That's like a signature background.
Yeah, totally.
Yours.
Yeah, that's right. It's a little bit different. Yeah. I used to have a brick.
How have you been? You doing okay?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Never better. Well, sort of. I think I'm good. Yeah. No, things are good. How are you? How are the kids? The kids are good?
I'm really happy. Thank you again for choosing me as one of the people for your program. I'm really happy.
Yeah, no, you're welcome. Glad you won the draw. That's great. That's fun. Yeah. It'll be great to interact with you in the program. Yeah.
So I was looking at some of the games that my husband has, and I noticed there was one place, I think it was on the internet. It's called Steam. Have you ever used that?
Yeah, video game downloads. Yeah, a lot. Yeah. It's for.
Is it good, or does it freeze up a lot, that service?
I use it. I bought a couple games from them years ago, and every time I want to re-download them on new platforms, I'll just go there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I did it through Electronic Arts. Yeah. It's decent, but it's just for downloading games you bought before. Some people stream a little bit, I think. I'm not up for that. It's just not robust enough. But yeah, it's decent. Yeah.
Yeah, I had I seen my oldest son. He uses that.
Right.
Because I don't usually get a chance to go on the Xbox because my husband will be on one and then my son will be on one.
Right.
So I just have the Switch.
And when you play the Animal Crossing, what does your husband play? What games? Resident Evil he tried, right? Yeah.
So he I think that was a demo that he had, but it freaked me out, dude.
It's scary. I can't do that.
It was really scary.
Yeah.
It was it was way, way scarier. Like the storyline
Yeah,
and
no,
that
that's
whole.
that's like I can't watch horror movies. Not my style. Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
it was
yeah,
like a horror
yeah.
movie. I
Except
couldn't do it
except for
either.
like Get Back or something. That was a good one. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I had never seen that one.
Oh,
The
dude,
last thing I'd
I
watched
think what
was
Best
Walking
Picture.
Dead.
Oh, I watched that show for a while. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, that was good. It was good. It was like World War Z, but the TV show version kind of. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I used to watch that show, but then I was just like, I don't know. I think I lost interest
Right,
after a while. Like when Negan kept coming back, I was just like, I
right,
can't.
right. I watched it. I don't think I watched the last season. I don't remember. I used to watch that and Sons of Anarchy. Yeah, yeah, but
That
yeah,
show.
yeah, but dude, I need it's okay. It's about motorbike and stuff. It was okay. Yeah, actually based here in Redwood City. Yeah, yeah. There's a real motorcycle Hell's Angel out here. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was okay. It was all right. It was all right. Yeah, yeah. But dude, I've got like I don't know what to watch no more. There's nothing left. Like oh, actually, you know what I'm watching, which is great, is Fargo, the TV show. It's on Hulu. Yeah, it's with so it's 4 seasons. It's kind of like the movie, and this season it's Chris Rock, and it's about gangsters back in the '40s. It's dope. Yeah,
Oh, I'm gonna watch that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
We've been trying to watch The Boys. Have you heard of that one?
I started watching that on yeah, 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 on
Dude, it's
Amazon or
good.
something. Yeah, I gotta watch it. My kids walked in. I had to change it. Yeah, 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 yeah,
They
yeah,
just
yeah,
got second season back.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll check it out. I'm watching also Ratchet, which is
Ratchet.
kind of scary. It's like the prequel to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah. Unfortunately, Jack Nicholson is not in it, but the acting is superb. The cinematography is off the charts too. It's cool.
Okay.
It's cool.
Yeah, I've got to watch that one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This one, there was one movie that I had seen recently that was just like mind blowing for me. I like the new Terminator, like the last
Right.
one that
Oh,
came
dude,
out.
that was awesome. Because
I thought
James,
it was good.
well, James Cameron directed it the first time since Terminator 2. That's why. It was awesome. Whoops. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I
I
just
can't hear you.
oh, I just muted myself by accident. Sorry.
It's okay.
No, I'm trying to. I'm unmuting. Cassandra is here, and then we got Victor. Hey, Cassandra, how are you? But Cassandra's on mute. Let's let me.
Hi.
How are you? Where are you?
Good.
Where are you based?
Good to
Oh,
see-
you're in Florida. That's right. That's right. Tiger Glory. You've got two
Yes.
sign-ons. You were saying I've never seen you before, but you've asked a million questions.
Yes.
Wow, you're like
Finally, after what, 2 years, right?
yeah, 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 yeah. Excellent. Very nice to meet you.
Yes,
Excellent.
nice to meet you too.
Excellent. A pleasure meeting you. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
And Melody, I'll join you in Atlanta if I go around.
Yes, yes, Cassandra. I usually stay more up north, but I can show you what's in my area.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. I love it. I love it. Look at these people. We got a lot of people here. And where in Florida do you live?
I'm in Jacksonville.
Oh, cool. Right on. Awesome. Awesome. I love Florida. My parents are snowbirds.
And
Yeah.
Chris, I lived in Canada for 6 years, and I work in Mississauga.
Dude, that is awesome. You were a 905er. Excellent. That's the area code. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Very cool. Where in Mississauga? That's awesome.
Yeah.
Was it? Were you close to the airport in Mississauga? Do you remember where you which area?
Wait a second. I need to stop.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, tech issues. I'm so sorry. Can everybody? Christina, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Awesome. Welcome.
Hi, Chris.
Hey.
Always great to put a face for you to see my face.
Yeah, yeah. Where are you based again? Where are you at?
So I'm in South San Francisco now.
Oh.
I'm a New Yorker.
That's
I
right.
actually I went to. I grew up in New York City.
Yeah,
since
yeah.
I was actually born in Macau.
Oh, right
And,
on.
yeah, so at 3.5, my mom brought me to New York, and I actually went to NYU undergrad,
Very cool.
and then I went to Columbia for the executive IT management program.
Oh, nice.
It's
Yeah,
funny how that time I considered in my 20s a traditional MBA, but they came up with this amazing new program, which was for IT professionals that want to do business and stuff, and they created this whole program
Right.
back then. So I did complete that. It's a 2.5, but it was a certification program.
Right.
But
right.
I found out later from my professors that I made it a full MBA type of master's science
Oh, wow. Very
program.
cool.
So
Very
that's
cool.
why when I saw your program actually on Amazon Prime,
Yeah, yeah,
your MBA program on there, and then I signed up for some courses on Udemy under you during the COVID. I call it the
yeah.
COVID bonus.
Yeah, yeah,
With
yeah.
I
Thank
was
you.
able
Yeah,
to be home more.
yeah, yeah.
And then I started following your webcast, and it's just an amazing progression over the past 6 to 8 months.
Oh, thank
And
you.
I'm just
Thank you.
super excited. I'm actually
Thank
in
you.
Oregon right now at
Oh, you
my
are? Okay.
in-laws up
Excellent.
in Oregon with my daughter and son and that
Right.
husband.
Right.
So it's I call that the COVID bonus too, because she's 7 years old and she's Zooming every day.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's
Like
awesome.
that.
Well, thank you so much. And I still have a 917 area code.
Just like me.
Yeah, on my cell phone. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
Yeah.
do too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, you do?
everybody
That's
always
awesome.
like, "Are you in New York?" I'm like, "Oh no, I'm
Yeah,
in
yeah, yeah.
California now
It's like,
for 10 years now."
yeah, it's
So,
like a Gmail address. You can't shake it. You got it forever.
oh
Yeah,
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 forever,
yeah,
and
yeah.
so,
That's
and it's
cool.
really great because my husband Christian, who I want to do your platinum MBA with,
Yeah,
he
sure.
actually's been in the gaming industry for 20 years now. He was born in
Wow.
Monterey.
Oh,
So
cool.
he's worked at EA in Redwood Shores in LA. And we
Awesome.
moved up here to San Francisco 10 years ago because of LucasArts for
Oh,
the Star
no,
Wars 1313 game.
that's awesome. Yeah,
And then
Battlefront I
he was
played
at
too. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Eastside. And then he just celebrated on Monday his 5 years of service at Sony PlayStation in
Oh,
San Mateo.
dude, that
So
is
in your neck of the
awesome.
woods. Yeah, not far from you. So.
Very cool. Oh, I love it. I spent so much time at Electronic Arts headquarters.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, I mean
yeah,
it's
yeah, yeah.
amazing
Yeah,
group. I
it's
mean,
big.
video game industry is
It's
huge. So
cool.
yeah, so Christian,
Yeah,
he has some amazing ideas and
yeah.
things, and
Right.
we really want to be a power couple. We're in our mid 40s, so it's great you told us that we're 26 younger.
You are.
And I
Yeah.
just enrolled him today because I'm gonna do the MBA, the silver level myself.
Yeah, yeah.
And then I just thought about him because he doesn't think, he could be an entrepreneur, that he could do stuff
Yeah,
that
yeah,
makes
yeah.
a difference. And I just really believe in him
Yeah.
and, our future. And I feel like we really can be a power couple that can
Yeah.
serve others because we want to do trainings and
Yeah.
help people.
Awesome.
And
You could
especially in
you
this
could teach
time,
teach
but we need to
online.
put our ideas
Yeah.
together.
Yeah.
And I feel doing your MBA program, and I really believe in the whole applied learning versus only the traditional brick and mortar or the old school traditional theoretical based learning. Because I
Yeah.
went through that. NYU, I had the traditional
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
undergrad liberal arts education, and then my Columbia experience was really amazing because it was more the applied way, and it made such a difference than doing the traditional MBA that they're known for.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Very
I
cool.
still am in touch with my professors and your peers. I learned, it's not just what you know, it's really who you know, and
Oh, dude,
what
totally.
you can
You
work
learn a ton
together
from
as
each
a
other. Yeah.
network.
Yeah,
So I
yeah.
hope with your program,
Yeah.
will we have where we have kind of a think tank where we can create masterminds together?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure your students are global.
Yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. So in the first program, we have, so I'm trying to turn the AC on here. I've got 41 countries represented. So we'll probably have a bunch more here. And there's a great opportunity to collaborate, give group presentations, which are optional, of course. But I think you'll like it. It'll be fun. And the great thing is that with your husband, because I've invested a ton of time and money in video game companies, private and public, we'll be doing a bunch of case studies on this stuff. And Melody, maybe Animal Crossing. I don't know yet. Okay. I'm just
Well,
kidding.
our 7-year-old and my husband, they play Animal Crossing, but
Yeah,
Overcooked.
that's Melody too. Yeah.
I recommend Overcooked for a parent and child dynamic.
Right. Yeah.
Game.
Yeah.
That game was a really smart game. And Christian and I, we just finished watching Ratchet too on Netflix.
Oh, cool. Nice.
We're big American Horror Story fans.
Yeah.
One Flew Over Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah.
Like you said, the cinematography was, the color, just everything was just amazing.
Incredible. Hey Ron, how are you, buddy? I went back and I watched One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest recently. Because of that, and Nurse Ratchet's a completely different character in that compared to this for Sarah, whatever her name is. But it is well done. It is incredibly well done. I'm up to I think episode 7 right now, But dude, there's nothing to watch, man. Like I'm
Oh, you
starting.
should watch Amazon Prime's, because I have
Yeah, 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 yeah.
your MBA series and my favorites
Right,
under
thank you.
watch list. But right next to it is The Boys.
That's right.
See, I told you, Chris.
That's
That's
right.
a good one.
Melody was saying that. I'm all over that. And I watched the first episode for a bit. And I think it was Dylan walked in. I changed it. But yeah.
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
awesome. Like
Yeah.
I got hooked on it right away.
Yeah. I was starting. It's that superhero one, right? With the
Yes.
the mean superheroes. I remember now. Yeah.
But it's not like the normal like Marvel universe.
Yeah.
It's like, but it's really great. The well written and the cast, everybody in it. So
Yeah,
it's really well.
that's awesome. I'll definitely check it out. I need more TV shows. Okay, forget about MBA stuff. I just want TV shows now, please, because I've run out of stuff to watch.
You should do a case study on how the.
I'm gonna have to go back and watch my favorite show ever, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, like the reruns.
Oh yes, we just had your anniversary reunion episode. Did you see that?
No,
Where,
I'll check it out.
I think it was a webcast though, and it's really great that they brought everyone that's.
Oh, I'll check it out because I want to do the Carlton dance. It's not unusual.
Yes,
Yeah. All right, let's see. We got
you
here.
watch karate, the Cobra Kai show?
I did.
Yes.
I did. And that main character, whatever his name is, that guy doesn't. He doesn't age.
No.
You know what I mean? Ralph, whatever his name is. Yeah.
Ralph Macchio.
Exactly. And then we got Charles in the house. Hey, Charles, how are you?
Charles.
Hi, Charles.
Hey.
What's going on? Hey, Charles, can you hear me? Oh, I can't hear you. I'm so sorry, bud. Let's see here. Yeah, Charles, I'm so sorry about it. I can't hear you. Yeah. Oh, okay. And I'm sure Charles will be back. Maybe he's trying a different connection. Cool. All right, stay with me, guys. I got questions here on the webcast.
I have a question about the MBA program.
Of course.
I'm
Go on,
sorry.
please. No, please. Yeah. Sure.
You said that the platinum is we have 3 hours with you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said that you can help people to find like I'm 50 now, but I want to change my career, but I don't know exactly what. I know I like to, like you said, you want to make a dent, put a dent in the history, and you want to do something for humanity.
Yes.
I feel I can do something great.
Excellent.
And I feel there is something to do, because I'm an electrical engineer, something about frequency, about healing people with frequency.
Right.
I want to send a wave to the whole, like Tesla with the wireless thing.
Yeah.
I want to heal the whole world,
Yeah. I was thinking of Nikolai Tesla when you mentioned that. Yeah.
And the question is, like, in the same time, I gotta feed my kids.
Yeah.
But I don't want to charge people. That's another thing.
Yeah.
I think doctors that charge people to get healthy, it's not good. It's not pure.
Yeah.
I want to stay pure.
Yeah.
So would you teach me to do business in a pure way and survive?
That's what you mentioned that in the email to me, and I was wondering. Okay, now it makes sense. Thank you. I remember reading the email. Yeah. I'll do whatever I can to help you find your passion. And I will help you if you create your business plan in the 3rd semester. We do it over 5 classes. Entrepreneurship classes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the semester 3. And then, of course, there's unlimited live Q&A like this, exactly like this, actually. So if you don't want to get the platinum program and you feel comfortable asking questions in front of your peers, then this is... I recommend this and not platinum.
Yeah, I have nothing to fight.
Yeah. No. But no, that's all I meant. Sorry. But if you wanted one-on-one time, then I think platinum makes more sense. Yeah.
And the group, how many hours is that? Is it every week? Like,
yeah.
Let's say you study for 1 week, and then at the end of the week, you have a group class with questions?
Yeah. So the way it works is, so there's 2 time zones. Time zone 1 is Monday and Tuesday, my time from 9 a.m. until noon, plus Q&A. Time zone 2 is also Monday and Tuesday, from 4 p.m. my time until 7 p.m. plus Q&A. Then the only homework is a 5-minute max quiz after each class. Take it whenever you want. And all it is I believe in pass fail and encouraging people to work together. And so all you need to do is get over 50% to pass the MBA degree program. You can take the quizzes whenever the heck you want. This is at your own pace. If you can't listen to class live, you can always watch the replays. Then every Thursday, we have MBA degree student office hours just for gold and platinum, which is Thursday morning to the afternoon. And then I'm going to be doing one-on-ones for a couple days per week. I haven't decided exactly when. I will accommodate everybody no matter what. And that's it. That's it. And you don't have to watch all classes live. You can catch up. If you miss a couple weeks, that's fine. You can watch it on high speed or skip certain topics that aren't of interest to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. Cool. And if anybody on on Zoom has questions, ask questions now if you want, or I can just keep reading questions in YouTube Live. Completely up to you guys. You guys are the customers. Okay. And Ron, it's so good to see you. Put a name to the face. Face to the name. I can't speak.
Yes, thanks, Chris. The offer is still up, I want a mentor and I always admire you. So
Yeah. No, thank you. I appreciate it. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. And then I've got.
You need to watch The Punisher.
Oh, dude, I haven't checked that out yet. There's a movie with Mark Wahlberg years ago. I never watched that either. But the main actor from The Walking Dead is in The Punisher, right? I think. Isn't he? I think so.
I know John Barenthal is in it. I'm talking about the series, like.
Yeah.
On Netflix, that one.
Yeah. I think it's the same guy. Yeah. I'll check it out because I used to read The Punisher. I've got Punisher #1 from 1986, Marvel comic book upstairs in a dictionary to keep in good condition. I'm a nerd, okay? Yeah.
It's okay. I read comics too. My husband, he has like a comicsology.
Yeah.
And we read all of those books together.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I love it. It's cool now because Comic-Con. Yeah. Oh, Asamina in the house. We have both of our winners here of the platinum and gold degree program. I haven't seen Asamina in like ages, man. All right, she's joining. Hey, Asamina. How are you? She's still getting up and running. That's cool. All right, cool. And while she's joining, let me go here to the webcast. All right, so we've got Jose. Jose, how are you?
Hello. Hi.
Oh, hey, Asamina, how are you?
I'm alive.
You're alive. Good.
How you doing?
Good. Are you in Crete or did I get that wrong?
I'm in Cyprus.
Damn it. Okay. I'm so sorry about that. Yeah. I thought it was Crete. Yeah.
They're next to one another either way.
Yeah.
A lot of people get them confused.
Yeah, sorry. That was I'm just ignorant. At least I know I'm ignorant. Yeah.
All right. How you guys doing?
Good.
How is everyone?
Good.
How are you?
I'm in Cyprus.
Excellent. And
On the Greek part or Turkish part?
On the Greek one.
yeah. And you're from Greece originally, right?
Yes.
Okay. Athens?
Yes, I'm Greek.
Athens, right? And you lived in Belgium for a while, right? When you worked
for a year and a half.
When you were at Ryanair. I remember that. I remember it was the fall of 2018, or maybe it was 19. You got on the webcast. No, it was 19. Yeah. On Zoom. Yeah. I do remember that. Yeah. Excellent. Look at this, man. This is Brady Bunch style.
I love this.
This is fun, man. This is fun. It's yeah. And Rowan is in the middle. But that's where Alice was, right? She looked around, remember, during the episode? Yeah. And I am dating myself there. Who else we got here? We got almost Brady Bunch style, but not quite. You need 9 people for Brady Bunch style. All right, let me go unmute. We have to have 9 people on at the same time. How fun is this?
One more. Come on, everybody.
Yeah. One more. Hold on.
I just wanted to say, y'all people are amazing.
Oh, we have wonderful
Thank you.
students
Takes
here.
one to know one.
Wonderful students. We have the best group of students ever. Yeah.
Chris,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Of course.
Okay, so for the MBA, right? We were using case studies, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and those case studies, will be weekly projects.
So yeah, the case studies. There's not going to be homework based on that. I might ask a question in one of the quizzes about what we covered in class. But I will cover real life companies. Like for example, I just had a prop lying around here. This is the quick case study we did on Intel, which is pretty brief. And Asamina, thank you very much for your comments about overheating. You run circles around me when it comes to video games and graphics cards, NVIDIA, all that stuff. ATI, which is Canadian, bought by AMD. But we do case studies on companies like this, or Nintendo I showed you, or Warren Buffett. Yeah, so he's a little guy.
It's a shame I don't have it here, but
Yeah.
on my second year in university, I built a monster computer.
Oh, cool.
A monster computer.
Yeah.
I put an 8-core at 4.2 gigahertz processor from AMD.
Yeah.
With NVIDIA 1070.
Yeah. Nice.
1 terabyte hard disk, SSD.
Yeah.
And approximately 32 gig of RAM.
Yeah. Very cool. That's awesome.
And I managed to do it at a very low price. I was surprised. So I got the parts separate and just put them together myself.
Right. Very cool.
So it came even cheaper.
Awesome.
So it's something I wanted since I was on my senior year in high school.
Right.
Equivalent of high school here, because the system in Greece and Cyprus is very complicated.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm used to having stuff like that.
Yeah. Very cool. Well, working in game design, you have to be very knowledgeable of the ins and outs of hardware. That's for sure. Yeah. I'm looking forward to learning from you.
You need to know if the computer is going to be able to support your software. You don't want it.
Okay, right.
You don't want the game to be crashing every 5 minutes.
Yeah. It's all about the graphics card my kids always talk about. Yeah.
That's why on every packaging now there's minimum requirements. Even if you check on Steam or if you have PlayStation on the store, on the Sony store.
Yeah.
They have minimum requirements.
Right. For Steam and stuff. Yeah. Very cool. And it looks like we have some younger people here. Who do we have here?
Yes, hi Chris.
How are you?
How are you?
Good.
Thank you. Hi, Chris. This is HV. My initials were
HV. Okay.
In the conversation.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, Vilia is my name, and I'm one of your students that just didn't have the chance to continue with the program when we originally started.
Yeah.
But one of the classes, one of the lectures, when we were talking about the book, I shared that my kids were really inspired by this, and they started writing their own books. They've been doing this for a long time.
Very cool.
But now he's writing a book. This is my son, Michael.
Hey, Michael, how are you?
On a couple of projects.
Good. How are you, Mr. Haroun?
Excellent. Oh my God, you're just as polite as. Oh my gosh, this is wonderful. I love it. Just like Melanie. Melanie, your son pronounced my name perfectly. Nobody does that. You're a genius. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And polite too.
My daughter too is working on a project. They're even doing the illustrations of the books, and they're doing what is this? Webtoons or cartoons?
Yeah.
Very cool.
They're really inspired by you.
Oh wow, thank you so much. And when the book's available on Amazon, let me know so I can buy it and read it and show it to my kids. I have 3 boys, and also so I can show the book to everybody on the webcast as well. Thank you.
Yes, they're doing a better job than their mom in writing their book.
Right. No. I love it. And you mentioned that you didn't have time to finish. You can start again for free. So just join us again if you want to. Yeah.
So how does that work? Do I just now go over all the classes that are recorded that are being part of the the access for the course, or how do I just start again?
Yeah. Were you in Platinum last year?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So if you want, you can just keep continuing and completing the quizzes there, and join us anytime we have Q&A. And I haven't had any one-on-one meetings with you. You get 3 hours of one-on-ones. So you can schedule that starting in January for the next year. And then we'll do that. So you can show me the amazing books that your brilliant children have made. Yeah.
Thank you. We have Michael here. He's got even the illustrations for the book. These were all drawings that my children made, and
that's amazing.
Connection to the content.
Oh my God, how brilliant is that? Good. That is incredible. Yes. You got to publish that on Amazon.
That's what I told him, because I started researching this and I've got everything narrowed down already, how we're going to do this.
Very cool. Oh, I love it. Very cool.
They're really excited.
Michael, you guys are so inspiring to us and to my kids as well. These are my kids. They're like sons to me. No, I'm just kidding. No. This is Andrew, Matthew, and Dylan. Matthew, Andrew, and Dylan. Dylan, Andrew, Matthew, D-A-M or M-A-D. You'll never forget now. Sorry. I'm an awful father. I'm just kidding. Yeah. But I want them to write a book as well. But you inspire my kids. And when I get your book, I'm going to show them as well. Yeah. Because their father, I'm like Phil from Modern Family, if that makes sense to them. I'm this goofy guy at home. Yeah. But that's cool. And who do we have in the top right there?
Chris, this is sorry.
Cassandra, that's your daughter?
That is Tora.
Hey, how are you, Tora?
Tiger Glory. She hacked my account.
Okay, right. The Japanese name, right? Very cool. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you.
With your help, she will be an anime designer. She will probably do an anime film or something.
Oh, I love it.
Very good at drawing.
Very cool. Very cool. Excellent. Why I can't wait.
I have the same passion too. I would like to do that as well.
Awesome.
Anime.
Awesome. Well, you guys can collaborate. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, I am totally Phil from Modern Family right here. I feel like Phil. Yeah. Excellent. Well, it's very, very nice to meet you all. And thank you so much for joining us. And you can always bring your kids into the program for one-on-ones or questions like this anytime. And it keeps us more relevant too, because we learn a lot from our kids. Right?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, like my kids, like they haven't turned on a TV in years. It's all YouTube and I guess TikTok now. And I watch TikTok every night. I watch TikTok. Oh, take care. Very nice to meet you. Take care. I'll see you. Thank you. Yeah, I watch TikTok with my kids. Yeah. That's fun. Although they don't, yeah, they don't. There's certain things sometimes I'll see like swear words and stuff. Not cool, but it is what it is. Yeah.
Just keep scrolling up.
Exactly. Yeah. But it helped us to buy our cat. We have a kitten now, partially because of one of my good friends, Elan. He posted pictures to Instagram and also TikTok. We do search for cute kitty cats. That's what Dylan and I do on TikTok, and anyway, because we're bored in the house here. That's how we roll. Yeah.
I'm happy, and I'm not allowed to see her now.
Yeah. Very cool. Excellent.
I also teach my kids to be their own boss, as you're saying. You should be working for yourself and no one else. And
I love it. I love it.
And Alexandra here started her music school. She started this idea when she was 12 or 11?
Yeah, 12.
She's now 13. And almost 14, and she gives other children music lessons.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
She doesn't have many customers, but still, it's the concept of being a business owner and working with the customers.
I love it. And you can do it online. You know what you can do even is I can teach you during this class how to teach on the internet. And that way you can have a gazillion students at the same time. Yeah. That's all. It's very inspiring.
and she needed to deal with something that probably many of us deal at some point in business. She got so many rejections from people saying, "Aren't you too young? Who do you think you are? Do you feel as
Right. Oh, I can't.
To just volunteer.
Oh,
yes,
to help.
yeah. Good for you.
And I just told them, well, I'm not going to volunteer because I know what I'm worth.
Right.
Yes.
Good for you. Oh, I love that. At such a young age. That's incredible. That's a quote. I want to put that quote up on my board here. That is awesome. Good for you. Good for you.
And she had friends that she taught violin lessons, and her friend told her, you know what, children just relate with other children.
Yeah.
And her friend told her, the way you teach me is so much better than our teacher in school. Of course, her teacher is a bigger expert. She knows a lot more than my daughter, but it's the way you communicate, the way you explain, because she knows where a kid would probably struggle. So I'm happy that she recognized that she's worth her, her work and time and expertise.
I love it because like I took a violin for years when I was a kid, and it was so theoretical. They had me do the Suzuki methodology. And it's you know what I'm talking about. You know exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
But kids should teach other kids. Like if people love watching streamers that are kids that are gamers. Like imagine an old man here teaching you how to play, I don't know, Fortnite or Minecraft. It wouldn't work. You got to teach people that are similar age to you. So you could start an online business and do very, very well. And I'll teach you exactly how to. Because your mom's already enrolled, so you get this at no cost. So I'll show you. Yeah. And we'll set up one-on-ones next year. And again, there's no cost because you already registered. And I'll teach you how to teach online. Anybody can do it. Yeah.
Thank you, Chris.
My pleasure. And it's such an honor meeting both of you, all three of you. And I'm very inspired, and I want my 3 kids to be inspired and proactive and entrepreneurs and confident and awesome like you guys as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chris, I have another question.
Sure.
So I plan to do the CFA.
Yep,
Which major you think would be best for me in the MBA program?
Which say it again. Which I know the CFA. I know
which area focus?
Yeah.
In your MBA would think.
Yeah.
I know. I love strategy and business policy and management.
Yeah.
And I know that's a great fit to analyze in business.
Yeah.
With the CFA.
Yeah.
Because it would give me what I'm missing from the CFA program.
Yeah.
So
I would say that if you want help with the CFA for level 1 at least and level 2, watch the finance and accounting classes. Part of level 3 of the CFA, it's a 3-year designation for those who are not familiar, is covered in the 4th semester where we cover option strategies, whatnot. So that's what I would say. Yeah.
So if anyone doesn't have any question, I have another one. I'm sorry.
Okay, sure. No, please. This is your time. And we do have Brady Bunch style here. We've got 9. So this is good. Okay, go on, please.
So what do you do when you keep failing and your goals seem so far-fetched?
Yeah.
What strategies do you use?
Yeah.
Example, for me, I want to start an investment company where bias keeps people like me from being recognized. And in my country, there's limited opportunities to work in the field of investment management. What suggestions do you have for me?
What advice do I have for you? Yeah. So you don't have to be physically located in any country to give investment advice. So there's a lot of offshore that occurs for investment banks to different countries. So for example, there's a great company called Cognizant. CTSH was the ticker till SAP bought them. And a lot of the work that they do is in India. And big investment banks like Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs, et cetera, in New York City, they'll outsource a lot of financial analysis to companies like that in India. It doesn't just have to be India. It can be any country. So what I recommend you do is go check out upwork.com, upwork.com. and see if you can get any sort of offshore financial consulting gigs there. So you can partner or work or be contracted or consulting with an asset management firm. Yeah.
Just to drop this idea, in Cyprus, if it's intellectual property, the tax is only 2%, 2.5%. Maybe that could help you out a bit, because there are a lot of firms here, a lot of investors, because the tax rate is so low. They prefer to start the companies here,
right,
and pay them offshore. Have them do anything else offshore, but have them rooted in Cyprus.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and I studied Cyprus, most tax havens before. Thank you.
That's awesome. Thank you for Samina for that. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Hi.
Chris.
Hey, how are you? Oh my God, you're getting so big now.
This is my oldest son, Jason.
How are you?
Hey, what's going on? Were you on the call last year?
No, that was Alex.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why. That's why I was saying.
Yeah, I'm the eldest.
Yeah.
This is the oldest one.
Very cool.
This is the one you seen last year.
Yeah. Oh, you've gotten bigger too, though. Yeah. How are you?
I'm doing good.
Excellent. Very nice to meet you or see you again. I appreciate it. Excellent. How cool is that? Dude, alors, tous les enfants sont ici. We have all the kids here. This is great. Yeah.
He's speaking French to you. Just like...
I have no idea what you just said.
Oh, dude.
He's trying to learn French in school, but it's a little bit of a challenge because of the face-to-face and everything. But,
dude, it's rough. The best thing...
I can help if you want.
Yeah, Asamina speaks French, English, Greek. She jack of all trades.
I didn't know that. Asamina, I might be asking you some questions.
Anytime.
Okay.
I lived in Belgium for a year and a half. Surprisingly, they don't speak English on the French part.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. Huh.
It was a shock for me as well.
Right.
In 3 months, I became an expert in French.
Yeah.
Wow, 3 months. That's awesome.
That's pretty quick. It's pretty quick. Yeah.
You have to eat.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, Chris.
More kids. I love it. Yeah. Oh, who's that? Oh, here we go. Hey, bud. How are you?
Good. So this is like my last year in high school, and I'm going into college, studying marketing.
Nice.
And I wanted to know, what were some books you recommend to start reading for, like, sales, getting in that kind of profession?
Yeah. I would say that my favorite book, there's not really that many great ones. There's one by a brilliant man, the former CEO of SAP, a big German software company, named Bill McDermott. And the book is called A Winner's Dream. But don't read it. Like, listen to the Audible version, because you can really hear how excited he gets in his voice. And what I would also do, hey there, what I would also do is listen to audiobooks from Sir Richard Branson. Right, so he's like some rich old dude in England, but he oozes positivity whenever he talks, and he is wonderful at sales because he's so upbeat. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
My pleasure. It's great to see you. Thank you. Very cool.
Hi, Uncle Chris.
Oh goodness, how are you? You melt my heart. Thank you. How are you?
Good.
Excellent. And what?
Isabella.
Oh, pleasure to meet you. Excellent.
In the Chinese culture, everyone that's like mom's friends are uncles and aunts.
So. Oh, cool. Excellent. Very cool. Well, thank you so much.
Say hi because she sees you every Thursday.
Oh, wow. Okay, right. Who's this crazy guy? Yeah.
She's 7, but I must say that Melody and is it what's your name? The Valaya? Extra mile. You guys inspire me today. Hi, how are you? You guys inspire me today, knowing that your kids, it's never too young, right? To teach them, in a growth mindset, to teach them, about business, things that we didn't learn in traditional, elementary, middle, high school, and even, in traditional liberal arts education. So I'm excited now. thinking that it's not just going to be something Christian and my husband and I do, but we really can enroll, our 7-year-old Isabella.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And we can learn a lot from social media trends and technology usage from younger kids, because my kids' jobs have not been invented yet. And the way they communicate with each other hasn't been invented yet either. So it's fun. Hey, I learned about TikTok from my kids. Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yeah, learned so much from them, and they're so savvy in how, they're all sponges in the way they learn. Like, I've learned so much just in the past 7 years as a parent, because I was always in corporate, and I never thought, when I became a mom, that I really would be able to grow. I thought I would stop because I left corporate America. But then now I feel like I have a whole new opportunity. I want to start a company and nonprofit to help, special needs kids. I want to help kids with their growth mindset, to really empower them and teach them the things that they might not learn on their, especially now, the distance learning on Zoom, or, even when, the pandemic ends, I feel like there's so much opportunities for them, because life will be different. It won't be exactly how we've known it to be growing up. And what opportunities we can to really empower our kids and really involve them. So I'm excited of what I'm going to learn with the Haroun education, and as well as seeing what, it's the next steps for so many of us that are your students, and what we can really make a difference in the world as as a group.
I love it. I love it. And I think that everybody has something to teach. It doesn't matter how old or how young you are. And so I'd love to help out, even with the children, please, to find something they're passionate about and teach.
For sure. I'll definitely keep in touch. And I mean, you'll see us, go forward.
Cool.
And all of us, your students, we're all gonna, I would love that we have kind of a think tank where we can all kind of share and see how, as a global kind of contribution, that we can make. I feel like your vision of how you said you want to just educate and help, that's like such, I really want to acknowledge you, Chris, because
thank you. God bless
you don't really always hear that.
You
Because yes, I totally am for capitalism too, but I've learned, especially from you with your transparency, with your webcast, that we really can not only make a difference, we can make money, of course. That's important, right? Sustain. But by serving others, we really fulfill and grow ourselves by having a contribution mindset, a gratitude mindset.
Absolutely.
And especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, it's really shifted, at least for me, the gratitude of knowing that we're all masterminds of something.
Yes.
We're all good at something, and we really can empower and teach others and make a difference. So thank you for being one of those amazing examples.
Please, thank you so much. And I'm grateful for my students. Every morning I get up, and the first thing I do before I get out of bed is I thank God for 10 different things in this order. Andrew, Matthew, Dylan, Christine, my mom, my dad, my sisters, Katie, Elizabeth, my brother, Jamie, my students, all of you. So I am grateful. I'm living the life of my dreams because of my students, and life is good. Life is good. And when life gives you lemons, you make lemonade, and we adapt. This COVID crisis sucks. It's awful. But there's so many people focusing just on the negatives. The positives are that our kids and we can all start our own companies at home. And if I can humbly somehow help make that dream become a reality by the time we're done with the Platinum program in a year from now, and even if whoever's still on the call that's not going to join the program, that's totally fine. We can still do it together, and I can answer questions every Thursday, whatever it is. But we're all in this together. Yeah.
Christina, if you need help with anything, like as far as like special education, let me know, because that's my specialty area.
Oh, really? Oh my God, thank you so much. Yeah, because it all started for me because Isabella, she had a severe speech delay for a long time, and I was able to get her the resources, and that really inspired me to realizing how much, it's not spoken of. Especially like even in the Asian culture, it's almost like taboo to speak of anything wrong or negative, and there's not much, people are ashamed of it. And I always thought, I treat Isabella just like she's just another, sassy 7-year-old. And, as a parent, you feel really alone when there's something you can't do, or if your child is even sick, we'll do anything for them.
Yes.
So I feel if I could, when I first started with her diagnosis, I was really concerned because I felt really alone, because my whole network was in New York and I was new to California and I didn't really have a community to go to. So I had to do everything on my own online. And that's where I realized now, because I did find the right resources and pull together a community and a team now for the past 3 years, that I realized if I can do that for the next family, if I can just make it there, even for one more fan, because I know how it feels, because I went through it. If I can just be that kind of stand for someone else, or be that support for someone else, that would really make a difference. And then you realize just how many people have it. Because I became very vocal for it, because I'm really proud of my little girl and what she's come through. Now she's this amazing, sassy, vibrant little human being, and it's all because I pulled myself together and I said, okay, well, if I could run a corporation, $500 million company in New York, I could do anything. So I created my Isabella Chang Inc. in my mind, and that I'm now the CEO, and I need to pull together a team, and I need to lead, to find all the proper resources and needs to give her the access to thrive like anybody else, to be happy and healthy, right? That's all we want for our children. For them to have the opportunities in life and be like their friends. So that really shifted. So that's why I want to become that serial entrepreneur now, to take all the skills I had from my 20s and 30s when I did corporate work, and now really be in the world of service and contribution, and knowing that I could make a difference for, even if it's just one child, I know I did good, so, and I could be proud. But thank you, Melody. I will definitely, as we go through the MBA together, I look forward to collaborating and having a think tank where we can really, come together and make a difference, and be a voice for the amazing kids that we all have. So.
Very cool.
You have an engineering background, but anything IT related that you need, you can always count on me. I have a ton of resources in a lot of languages, even ones I don't speak yet. So
yeah, I really want to create a web portal, a global realm web portal, to have it in different languages, resources for parents to have, a go-to, a checklist of what to do, how to have a starting point. Because, they always say the first step is the hardest and you always feel alone. So I want to create a world where people don't have to feel alone. They know that they have a go-to, a starting point. So then they can then, empower them, have the confidence. So.
I love that. That just makes my heart feel so good. I'm kind of doing something similar, but with reading. So I have a background in special education, but I've been in public school for quite some time and recently left the classroom to start my own company. And so it's small now, but it's starting to grow. And so it's similar to what you're saying as far as having empowering children and giving them that courage and the focus that they need. And then at the same time, you're supporting the parents. So that's kind of what my company is based on. It's called Loving Literacy. So we just help struggling readers in grades K through 2.
That's wonderful.
Awesome. And Melody
sometimes
just published,
sorry,
no, please, you.
Yes, Chris.
No, you.
Sometimes speech delays. That's what I've noticed with my oldest. When children are bilingual, that happens too. And
we have 3 languages. So
yes. And we signed her up for a 3rd language when she was little, and that actually helped. And they just, all of a sudden, I feel like they're little computers just processing information at first. That's why they're delaying the speech. And then all of a sudden they start talking, and you can't stop them from talking. That's what happens with.
Thank you for sharing that, because it's true, because I'm Chinese. I was born in Macau, but my husband, it's amazing. his mom is Brazilian and his dad is Chinese, but grew up in Brazil. So our family is, definitely a multicultural world where, we have 3 languages going on.
Yes.
So thank you for saying that, because I did think about that when initially I noticed that she wasn't speaking a lot, but she is very observant. I mean, she absorbs everything. All our kids are, right? They're all sponges. So yeah, I mean, I hope that she'll be able to speak fluent Portuguese and Chinese and English.
Oh, yes, she will. She will be able. And though I'm not an expert in this, since I'm bilingual, and I can tell you this: when my older child was signed up in a Spanish immersion class, and her teacher, one of her teachers, was also a pediatrician. She said because they had native speakers in teaching, children here in America, and her teacher said that even if she stops, let's say at the age of 7, learning Spanish, but she decides to go back to the language when she's in college, her teacher said she would not have an accent because the language is already embedded in her path for the native language. And she said that would be beneficial in so many ways with cognitive functions later on in life, in so many other aspects of life. So more languages is always a plus. It takes longer to, process it, but then it's a plus.
And it's so true what you said, because for me, so in Macau, everybody spoke Portuguese or Cantonese Chinese, but I came to New York when I was 3.5. And I didn't speak Cantonese at all until 11 years old, when my cousins came from Hong Kong to visit us, and I can understand them. And I asked my mom, how come I can understand their Cantonese Chinese when it's something I don't know, because I only spoke Mandarin and English, because I didn't have any friends around me that spoke Cantonese. So then my mom's like, oh, that's Cantonese. Oh, you knew that when you were a baby in Macau. But it stayed with me. And I must say now, when I went on to college and in the business world, I am so glad that I kept up with not, just knowing my English and having a basic comprehension of Spanish from high school, but knowing Cantonese and Mandarin, really helped in my career. Being able to help people and just understanding, and it really opened up a lot of my horizons. So being able to learn multiple languages, I see the benefits of it for sure. But that you can retain it, like you said, if you learned it before 7 years old, that's when your language and the art side, the music side of your brains, I heard with the pediatric development. So yeah, it does. I'm a good example of that, because I didn't speak Cantonese from 3.5 till 11. Didn't have the exposure to it in New York City with my mom's side of the family. I learned Mandarin in those years, but yet I still was able to retain my Cantonese.
I have enough trouble with one language. I don't know how you guys do this. Pretty amazing. Yeah. But I love the sense of community we have here. And quite often in business school, you learn more from each other than you do the teacher. It's true. And I have amazing students, and I'm looking forward to partnering with all of you and cross-collaborating, and this is awesome. This is what it's all about. It's fun. It's fun. And I'm a fly on the wall just listening. I'm learning a lot. So this is great. This is great.
But Chris, you speak French too, right?
Yeah.
A little bit. Je veux...
And Japanese.
I could say I could speak
a little. Being modest now.
I could speak Canadian English. By the way, we don't have the accent. When we say oots and a boot, Melanie, Americans have the accent, okay? It's not us. All right, so I want to put that out there. Canadians invented English. Yeah, actually, no joke. But French in Quebec, where I went to school. So hundreds of years ago, people from France immigrated to Canada, and they want to preserve the French. And so for people from France, when they hear people in Quebec speaking French, it sounds like Shakespearean English sometimes. They preserved the language to that extent. It's really interesting. Yeah. So, but the way you pronounce out is oot, okay? And a boot. That's how it's done. That's how we say it. Yeah. And speaking of...
I'm fluent in French, and I have a lot of questions in regards to French.
Yeah. It's a romantic language that I have trouble with. And speaking of Canada, We've got Dave Nitro, who's trying to come on here in the bottom corner. And his wife is from Brampton. And I've never seen him live, but he's asked a gazillion questions, and he's an awesome dude. He sent me a couple care packages once with Canadian coffee and candy bars. Yeah. We invented coffee and candy bars in Canada. Yeah, this is how we roll. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah. This is great. And while we're waiting for Dave, let me take a question here from the YouTube call. Jose is on the line. Jose is saying, "Hey, Chris, so glad to see you. Hope all is well, Jose. Great to have you." Jose is from Venezuela, although he lives in Brooklyn, and he's one of my amazing platinum students. Love you, brother. Great to have you. And then up next, you got Michael Jordan Elcock, who's from Trinidad. Carib fan, not Red Stripe. I'm not trying to create a little bit of competition here, but Ron, I got to throw that out there, okay? I'm just kidding. And so Michael said, "Hey, Chris, it's been a blast. I'd love to stay to the end, but I've got to go now. You're not just the absolute best." Oh, thank you. MBA professor, I know, but an incredible human being. Thank you. God bless you. Thank you for everything. Please. Thank you. God bless you. And next up, I got Colin, who say, "Hey, Chris, I have a client who wants to market his gold mining properties. What's the best way to help him?" Yeah. I would say, without talking too much about the sector in general, I would the quick and dirty answer is read my networking book. You can get it on my website. And that will help him be able to network, to find potential investors. And also in the third semester in the entrepreneurship track, we have the venture capital boot camp, which should be able to help him a lot from a business model and a funds raising perspective. Yeah. Or he can take a condensed version with a lot less detail in a course of mine called the Complete Business Plan course. Yeah, thank you. All right. And then we got JJ is saying, best way for speed fundraising for startups. Yeah. It all comes down to networking as well. Same answer. Thanks, dude. All right. Let me just run through the rest of these. Amy Johnson is saying, how do we get on the Zoom call? So Amy, what you have to do is right here. I'm so sorry it's hard to read, but I'll spell it out for you. You go to this website. It's all lowercase. harounventures.com/ask Chris. Ask Chris is all one word, all lowercase, and the instructions are there. Okay. Next up, we've got Jose saying, Chris, you're thank you. The best teacher ever. God bless you, brother. I love you, man. Love you. All right, cool.
Chris,
yep.
I gotta go.
Oh, you gotta go. All right, Cassandra, Tiger Glory, take care. Take care.
And we all should keep in touch.
Yeah. Great meeting your daughter. And finally, it's great to meet you face to face. Okay, yes. Great. All right, take care. I'll see you. Thanks. All right, cool. So I'll take questions now from Zoom, and I'll go back now after that to the webcast. So if anybody has questions, go ahead. Dave, I can't see you, buddy. Okay.
Okay, so I'll lead the way.
Sure.
So Chris, I see a major problem in Jamaica and in the Caribbean countries as well.
Yeah.
The cost for mobile connectivity is eating away the middle class disposable income.
Yeah.
So it's a significant percentage of income. So it slows down innovation. So the second order of this is that we don't have a feasible digital payment system, because I have friends who start entrepreneurship endeavors and they reach a block.
Yeah.
But I knew this was coming but I couldn't figure out how can I lower data costs for the average man so we can keep everybody connectivity at scale.
Yeah.
So because if I'm doing entrepreneurship, I want to own the infrastructure. That's what I always focus on.
Yeah. I mean, perhaps.
Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, perhaps there could be some sort of government initiative to offer mini Wi-Fi hotspots, and they can do a feasibility study and realize that if this increases disposable income because the average consumer spends less on their mobile bill by using Wi-Fi, then it more than offsets the cost of setting up these Wi-Fi hotspots. And it's something that Comcast does here in the United States, although I can't stand Comcast. Yeah. Sorry.
That's totally brilliant. That's
cool.
Brilliant. Because I don't want to go too long, but
sure.
I see this as a major problem because the average income in Jamaica is approximately 12,000. So that's almost $100 per week.
Yeah.
So on average 400.
Yeah.
And the economy has been flatlined for years, and we haven't diversified our economy.
Right. Right.
I know the government is traditional. They're focusing on infrastructure in the sense of physical rules and all that. But I see in machine learning, artificial intelligence, and connectivity as the way to go.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking about how can I bridge the gap. I know I can't fly to China because of the embargo, and I know that the social unrest because we are reaching an inflection point in global reserve currency and all those stuff.
Right.
So the connectivity is brilliant. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. Always happy to humbly help if I can. Thank you. Thank you. Very cool.
Hi, Chris.
Hey, Victor. How are you?
Victor.
Victor.
I'm fine, and you?
Good. Where are you based?
I'm from Mexico.
Very cool. Excellent. Excellent.
Yeah.
I talked about Cemex for a second there as well.
I hear it.
Very cool. Excellent. Great. Well, welcome.
And what? Sorry.
Welcome. Great to have you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, and I gotta say I admire you. Thanks to you.
Thank you.
I'm in love with finance, actually.
Awesome. It's fun, dude. I got a D in accounting first time I took it, so it's.
Neither do I.
Yeah. I still don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but it's actually, it's fun. Yeah.
Actually, thanks to you, I passed my because I failed actually finance director of finance in Mexico.
Yeah.
And by randomness, I saw your video, offering the complete finance analyst and all that.
Yeah.
But sounds interesting. And without intention, I actually passed my exam thanks to you.
Oh, nice, dude.
Excellent.
Thank you. Excellent. Well, congratulations.
I could understand that there were three parts, like all the sheet and all that stuff.
Yeah. It's fun. Oh, dude, it's fun. I've got so many props in this program thing as well. New props. It's fun. It's fun. I nerd out with a lot of props. It's fun. I even have Warren Buffett helping me. That's
actually, I admire him.
He's a small guy. He's really, really small. But I'm sorry. That's the only problem. You guys have to hear my dad humor. That's the only problem with all this. I'm sorry. Yeah. But thank you. No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And I have a question. I just saw one video on YouTube.
Sure.
And where you say that nowadays, thanks to COVID, it's possible to have a job online.
Yes.
And I don't know how it's possible to have a job, as a hedge fund analyst and and New York or San Francisco.
Yeah.
I don't know how this is possible or it is necessary to move on.
Yeah. No, that's a great question. So, a lot of companies for more than 2 decades now have slowly been outsourcing technology and other research process offshore. It's a lot cheaper. And I even found when I worked in the early 2000s in New York at Goldman, we started there outsourcing some research and analytical stuff to India. And there's no reason why it has to be to India. It can be to any country. Now, the market is much more developed now. And so if you're interested in working as a hedge fund analyst, for example, or helping people pick stocks, you can go online and see if you can help to build financial models remotely as well. You can go to Fiverr.com to get started, right? I know it's a simplistic one. It's a Tel Aviv-based company. It's a platform. Fiverr is Fiverr.com. And you can go there and see if you can offer basic financial services there, like financial modeling, etc. Then you can also try Upwork. And also within Mexico, I mean, there's a bunch of great hedge funds there as well. And I'm sure you can network as well using the networking principles of my book or what I teach in the course or in the MBA degree program.
So would you help me if actually I'm planning to have the MBA degree program?
Sure.
So would you help me with, to get a job as a hedge fund analyst here in Mexico? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you just generally speaking how to think about networking. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I would say. But in the first semester, in the personal growth track, I teach you how to create the most unbelievable LinkedIn profile. And I also help you think about creating one-page write-ups to help add value immediately to anybody that you have an informational meeting with. It works. It works. Or your money back. You'll see. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
Of course. My pleasure. My pleasure. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. All right. Cool. Let me go back. Yeah. Go.
Just the same.
Go ahead, please.
Just the last thing. What's the name of one hedge fund that you would say like, oh, this is great in Mexico?
I don't know. But I do know there's lots there, and I know it because I went to a bunch of conferences in Mexico when I met with the family that runs Cemex and PEMCO and BIMCO and lots of others there in the oil sector. And there was tons of hedge funds that were based in Mexico when I was at that conference. Yeah, this is back in 2007 when I worked at a big hedge fund called Pequot at the time. Yeah, but there was lots of Mexican hedge funds there. I remember that. Yeah, yeah, and it was in Acapulco. And the most interesting thing I learned there in Acapulco at the event was somebody explained to me Corona beer and why you put a lime in it, and I thought it was fascinating. And they said the reason was in Acapulco many years ago they had a big fly outbreak, flies everywhere. And the way to stop flies from going in beer is to put lemon or lime in the top. So I thought that was kind of I don't know. I learned that when I was, anyway, sorry. Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah. Cool. Excellent. All right, great. Let me go to the webcast, and then I'll come back here in a minute. Okay. All right. Let me see here. Michael Jordan is still here. Oh, we got Kara versus Red Stripe versus Corona coming up. Here we go. Just kidding. So Michael Jordan, Elcock is saying still here. The Brady Bunch Zoom call is the bomb. I love it. And you wrote, I love the positive expressions from everyone, particularly the young, highly intelligent children of your students. Awesome. Amen, buddy. I agree. I love it. Yeah. And then Jason is still here. Jason was the incredible student of mine that came on to answer questions. He's an eloquent speaker and a good guy and wicked smart. Jason said, just dropping by to say hi. Looking good, Zoom crew. Thank you. Now they're looking awesome. Brady Bunch style's working. Yeah. And then Jose, platinum students, is saying the same thing. And then Michael Jordan is saying to Jason, great job earlier in the open house. And yes, the Zoom crew is awesome. I agree. And the last question I see here is Michael Jordan Elcock is saying, Chris, I think the demand made by COVID-19 regarding attending school at home has prompted governments to shift their focus to ensure that no child is left behind and internet connectivity is key. Yeah. And they're so good about it where I live. So where I live, my kids are in public school. I don't believe in private school. So they go to public school. And the public schools here, if you don't have good enough internets, if you're a low-income house, they come by and they drop off a Wi-Fi hotspot. So it's great. So my three boys, they're my three sons. It's crazy but fun. They're all in school here at home. So in their rooms, so it's, but it's been fun. They got Chromebooks and stuff. The youngest one might return to school next week. We don't know yet, but things are nutty here with COVID still. Yeah, we certainly live in interesting times. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Now I'm going to go back now to the webcast, and then Raul, I'll come back and get your questions later. I'm so sorry I missed them. Thanks. Okay, anybody on the webcast or on the Zoom? I'm sorry.
Chris, and also maybe Yasmina or any of the or anyone who has experience with this, what would you recommend to teach as a source or product for children to start learning coding? For example, I want my younger one to start learning coding, and my Alexandra, my daughter, started this course on Udemy. I think Chris, you recommended it as one of the professors, a British professor who teaches coding. But for a younger child, what would be a more appropriate content that they could learn or start with?
Yeah, it's tough. It's hard. Like my kids are. Like when I was cool with my kids playing Minecraft, because Minecraft is like a software development kit for kids. You know, little things like they pull a lever and a rocket fires or a door opens. I think that's one of the reasons why Microsoft bought the parent company, Mojang. But I don't know. I can't really think of any kid-friendly code-based software. Asamina, do you know?
For software, no. I would suggest starting with tutorials so they get used to the programming languages. You cannot drop somebody that has absolutely no experience into starting to code from an app. It's going to completely ruin their heads. One of my colleagues here had no coding experience, and she tried one of the apps. She came right back at me and she was like, okay, we'll do it your way. I don't understand anything. And she's 36 years old.
Right.
So if a 36-year-old cannot adapt to the app, even though kids are more used to it, they're not going to be reacting very well to it. There are a lot of very good channels on YouTube they can watch to get started as soon as you pick a language. Okay. And in regards to language, I would suggest HTML5 or JavaScript.
Yes.
Those are all scripting languages. You can use them to build websites, tweak websites, even create code for games and everything. If they decide to use, let's say, Unity Engine to create like a mini game for themselves or for their friends or whatever, they can use JavaScript or C#, but that's a lot more difficult. You have to deal with the memory allocation. JavaScript does it on its own. So there's that. If you're not worried about the memory allocation, it's much more easier to start coding.
So, but where do they go? Do they start with the YouTube tutorials or?
It would be best. They start with YouTube tutorials, and as far as they can start writing, there's I have a couple of very good, not exactly apps, programs more or less. I've been using Atom a lot. It's very good, very helpful.
Atom, what is Atom? I am a complete opposite of what you do. I am not into.
As I said, I don't have much of it's an application for the computer where you can write code and compile it. You make a full program. You're writing it as long as you have a notepad on your computer. And Atom, you can do literally anything, because it supports almost all programming languages, from Java to ANSI to almost anything.
And Jason just came on. So Jason, he was our guest speaker. He has 3 young boys that are into technology, and he's a techie too. He recommended Scratch. So Scratch is good for younger kids, he wrote. It's visual and creates simple games. So gamification might make sense. So Scratch, I would check that out. Yeah. Thanks, Jason. Yeah.
There's also something on Khan Academy.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, Khan Academy, yes.
Yeah, if you look under computing, like, because I remember I had my son Alex do this at some point. And they have like an intro to HTML. So they could like take that one, and that's for free.
Yes, they're an absolutely amazing platform. My daughter, she does a lot of math on Khan Academy, just learning there. She loves it. So we'll look into this as well. Thank you, everyone.
I also suggest parenthesis, coding and math go hand in hand.
Yes.
So they'll have to be trained in both equally.
I also have them do some work in my tax firm, even though they're still young, but I try to introduce them to a lot of analytical thinking and math problems. So Thank you. I'm just a little bit unconventional. My parenting methods. My children don't do video games. I know, Asimin, I heard that that's what you develop. It's just, and I'm worried. I want them to learn and be exposed to the future, which is coding and tech lifestyle. But it's just we've never done video gaming of any sort in our house. And my daughter is almost 14. And they feel sometimes they're a little bit lame when it comes to, relating to other children and video games. But we're going to have to change that, I guess.
Starting them on that, the best platform to start them is Wii. It's not exactly video gaming. It's more like you have sports like tennis or dance. Yes. They won't consider it video gaming, but it's still video gaming. You can start from that. And trust me, as somebody that's been playing on computers, PlayStations, I never had a Wii, and I always considered it one of the most fun consoles.
Oh yeah, but I know of the video games out there. It's just we never experienced that. Yeah. We never do it. But thank you for your input.
Okay, before you go, there's an important site. It's called code.org, and it has major sponsors from Microsoft, Facebook, Amazon, Google, Bill and Melinda Gates. So this is for kids, and they can join teams online and create projects and compete. Because I have my niece and my nephew on code.org, and it's really good.
This. Very cool. Nice, thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's really good one. And also, when even Isabella was 4 years old and I would go to the Apple store, they actually have workshop for kids for free where they use, but obviously you need an Apple device or platform. And they have free workshop classes called Swift. It's an app that goes on an iPad or a computer where they teach kids how to code, but through animation, basic graphic moves like, a puzzle where you do move two spaces, but you're using math, but basic math for, even a 4 or 5-year-old can do. And it was really intuitive. There's a really great Girls Who Code. I know they're in the video game industry, like Christian, like they have special events where they'll teach kids. It's like an after school program. So I'm not sure how with the impact of COVID, they probably have Zoom classes where kids can learn. There's great software engines that it's free for everyone actually, kids to adults, called Unity. And even Unreal now, they have, these are the big game engines out there. They have it where it's free to use, to develop on. Obviously, if you become a huge company and you make games, you pay a percentage of the fee. It's like their licensing type models have changed a lot. But there's a lot of resources. But the Girls Who Code, I've been following them because we're in the game industry, and it's really helpful to really empower young women, girls, to get into computer science, the STEM programs and things like that. Your local library, I get the emails every week for South San Francisco where they have free Zoom coding classes for kids. That nice. They can go on. So I'm not sure where you live. Where are you from, Lilia?
I live in the Chicago suburb.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
we have. I'm sure. I know we have some academy. I think Code Ninjas or something like that. Oh yes,
that's another popular one I've heard of. So yeah, there is a lot of resources online for kids, especially now we call it the COVID bonus. That things that used to be, there's a fee to, now it's either discounted or it's free online. My daughter for math, she uses something called Prodigy Math, and it's game based, but during the Titan battle, when you boss battle, they're solving math equations or problems or word puzzles.
Yes. And they do a lot of that from school. I don't consider this video games though. That's the principle.
For me, that's a video game. But see, there's so much out there in innovation and resources for the kids where it's adaptive learning platforms. Yeah. And it's really intuitive and as the kids play, it's intuitive because it'll get harder, the math questions, if they win the battle because they solved the problem. So Isabella, even at kindergarten, when she was starting in March doing it, she was doing second grade math already by, 2 months in. So it really, and then when she doesn't know how to solve a division problem because she's only in kindergarten, it dropped it down to more her level, and it'll keep adjusting. And the parent, you get control in your parent portal because you get the feedback in the report card, their weekly summaries on where they're excelling, where they need help in. So it's really intuitive and adaptive. So, and another great like RAS Kids A through Z is a program they use for reading.
Yes, A through Z. Yes.
They get to read, and they could record themselves. So it's very interactive.
Yeah.
Like I know a lot of schools in the schools districts since COVID are using Epic, which is a great reading, story platform. But I really like RAS Kids.
That's Fortnite, right? Epic. I'm sorry. I want to be a part. I'm trying to be a part of this conversation. My kids learn about business and technology by playing Grand Theft Auto, which is I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Interesting.
I'm kidding. Dave, we got Dave Nitro on the call. How are you, man? Dave, can you hear me, bud?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome.
I'm doing good. How are you?
Dude, it's great to see you. It is such an honor. You feel like my brother. I've never seen you live. I've only gotten texts from you, and I want to thank you for sending me those amazing care packages a couple years back. My kids thought I was cool for a nanosecond, and then I went back to being Phil from Modern Family. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm glad the kids enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Do you like my COVID beard?
Dude, it's dope.
This is something that I did in March. I started, and I'm not going to shave it till this pandemic is over. I'm usually clean cut, just like you, but
yeah. No, I like it, man. That's awesome. Very cool. That looks dope. That's dope. Excellent.
I got my Timmy's cup right here.
That's what I'm talking about. That's okay. For those of you who have never heard of Tim Hortons, in Canada, it's a rite of passage, a very patriotic thing to drink Tim Hortons coffee. Tim Hortons has 70% market share in Canada versus Starbucks, which has 40% share here. So, and you sent me a can of Tim Hortons coffee and a mug, and I felt like I was back at home. So that's what I'm talking about. Thank you. and is your wife around too? She's from Brampton, right?
Yeah, she's from Brampton. She's not here right now. She's at work.
Okay, cool.
She's about to get home pretty soon.
Right on.
So
that's awesome. Very cool.
Yeah.
The world is a smaller place. Look at all of us here. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Halloween to pass to make those cookies Christine's mom makes.
Oh, that's right. With the cross. Or no, it's the crown of Jesus, the throne's on, right? That's she'll make them. These my mother-in-law is Greek. And it used to, by the way, our Amex, the special code that I had to use when I was having trouble with the credit card was my wife's mom's maiden name, which is Triandafilidis. And then they'd ask me to spell it, and I could never get my Amex back. It's that means 30 flowers in Greek, right? But she used to make these.
That means rose in Greek.
She'd make these wonderful cookies every Halloween and Easter too, like this. And then she used a fork, which is I think for the crown of Jesus, right? That's what they made. Those were good. Yeah. Makes
they're
great
dipping
food.
them in. Actually, they have a scientific reason. Since they're dipping them in syrup with honey.
Yeah.
Those ridges help the honey, the syrup to get absorbed.
Oh, I had no idea. How cool is that? And you haven't lived until you.
Are you in Greece now?
I'm in Cyprus.
Cyprus, yeah.
Very cool.
It's 4:16 a.m. here.
Awesome.
Oh,
I love
bless your heart for being on.
I love your dedication. It's the best. It's the best. Yeah. And Greek food is the best food ever. Like I'm Middle Eastern, and my parents are, and I like hummus, but I gotta say tzatziki kicks hummus's butt. It's the best. Tzatziki tastes good on everything. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I love it.
I am Bulgarian, and we're neighbors with Greece, and our cuisine is just like
similar
Greek cuisine and Middle Eastern cuisine. So I love any Middle Eastern, dish. Greek.
Oh, it's great.
Just
it's all good.
Great food.
Couscous rocks. And we have a student in the platinum version named Julian, and he's from Bulgaria, from Sofia.
Bulgaria.
Sofia. Yeah. He's a good guy.
I think yes. When I was doing the first lectures, I noticed the name, and the questions he was asking. I think he's in government, but I recognize that he is Bulgarian.
Yeah,
yes.
and he and his son are starting a hoodie company, and that's his business plan. His son Martin is 14, so it's a father and son startup. It's really fun. Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
I need the contacts. I love hoodies.
Yeah. Once their product is out, dude, I'm gonna wear it for sure, man. Yeah.
Well, I gotta go.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
All right, take care, dude. See you, buddy. So here's the hoodie I got. These are my merch. I tried it through YouTube. It was free for me to do. They screwed it up, like the color of it's like supposed to be blue there. Yeah. So it's Anyway, Julian and his son are gonna make awesome hoodies that kicks this one's ass. So it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
Very nice.
Yeah, Dave.
But definitely want your day one shirt though.
Oh, this. Yeah. I got to get it done, and I promised Dave that I got to send him a free one because of those awesome care packages he sent, which melted my heart. And thank you again for that. And it's so wonderful to meet you live as well. Yeah. And you're up just north of me, right?
Yeah, I am. We're in Modesto, California.
Oh, Modesto. That's okay. I thought it was somewhere. Okay, cool. Right on.
Cool.
Very cool. And, and did you grow up on the West Coast here?
Yes, I did. I was born in Denver, Colorado.
Oh, cool.
And then I was like 6 months old, and then my parents moved us over to Modesto.
Okay, cool. Right on. And have you gone back? Brampton is where your wife is from, right, in Canada?
Yeah, we usually go like once a year. We're there for about 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay, in the summers, right? No, not the winters, right?
No, we go both. Actually, we like the winters because kids love the snow.
Oh, it's different, dude. I brought my kids to Canada, and it took me like 8 million years to get them all done up in their snowsuits. The second they're outdoors, they're like, I have to go to the bathroom. I'm like, go in your suit. No, I didn't say that.
So true.
I didn't say that. Yeah. That's cool.
It's true.
Yeah. But Brampton, right? That's where your wife is from?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Brampton.
I remember that. Yeah, that's right. That's where I grew up. Yeah. And that's where Michael Cera is from as well. He was in Superbad, which I watched the other night. Forget it. Yeah. I'm running out of shows to watch, so I watched Superbad again, which is funny. Not a kid's movie, but it was funny. Yeah. Very cool. Okay.
Now, when you watch The Boys, it's not for kids.
Yeah, no, I know that.
Yeah.
I started watching it.
Don't watch it with the kids.
I was watching it. Oh. Yeah, Dylan. I had Dylan was there, a superhero at first. I thought it was cool, and then there was this person crossing the street, and she got offed by a superhero.
That's the beginning. You don't need him to watch anymore.
Yeah, I stopped it right there. I was like, Dylan, go back to your room and play Grand Theft Auto. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't say that. No. I said go. Yeah. I'm kidding.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Of course.
We're visiting with my husband's family.
Excellent.
Here in Oregon.
Hi, Christina.
Excellent. Christina,
nice to meet you,
Christina. Pleasure meeting you.
See you in class, everybody.
All right, for sure. I'll take care. Thank you. Chris, God bless you. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Thank you. I got to tell you, when you have kids, the outlaws become the in-laws. You know what I mean? Like they want to help out, you know? I meant in a good way. Like, yeah. And because of COVID, I can't visit the in-laws, so it's.
I consider myself lucky. My daughter has 4 legs.
Yeah. Oh, cool. Yeah. Pet. Yeah.
It's not a pet. It's my daughter.
Oh, okay. Oh, she's very young.
I can see that.
Very young. Okay. I got you. I'm so sorry. Yeah. Very cool.
We got a mini pincher from the shelter the other 2 months ago.
Okay. Yeah.
They abandoned her at the shelter when she was 6 weeks old.
Oh.
So
cute.
We got her home. She's very smart.
Yeah.
She reacts to Spanish, Greek, and English.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
She's a smart dog.
Yeah.
And she can give high fives.
That's
she loves
awesome.
high fives.
That is awesome.
Nice.
We had a heart attack last night because we lost Ruby the cat. We couldn't find her anywhere, and so I was worried, really worried, and Dylan was freaking out. So what I did was I opened up, and we just feed her dry food, but I opened up a can of tuna, and I put it a couple bowls in different rooms, and she came out like right away, right? Yeah. So anyway, but they put a chip in her, like when we got her from the shelter. It's a chip in the back. And so if the Humane Society finds her, they waive it, and they could tell who the owner is, I guess. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's fun, though. It's fun. Dave, do you have a pet?
It gives a specific number because I'm volunteering at that shelter.
Okay, cool.
I'm going once every 2 weeks or so when I have time.
Yeah.
And I'm spending like a couple of hours.
Yeah.
So basically it's like a magnetic thing.
Yeah.
They cross it over here.
Yeah.
It gives a number, and if that number is registered in the system, they know who it belongs to, and they send a letter that the animal is here, come pick it up.
Right. Very cool. Yeah. And Dave, you got a dog, or what do you got, buddy?
Yes, I do. His name is Loki.
Loki. Dude, from Thor? Is that from Thor? Yeah. Oh, that is dope. I love it. My whole life
is Marvel. I mean, look at my shirt. I mean.
Oh, dude, that is awesome. You must have loved my Comic-Con comment then. Very cool.
I did, yes.
Awesome.
I am a geek. And
awesome.
I guess geeks are more popular now. I don't know what's going on.
Dude, I've got a massive comic book collection. I have Rocket Raccoon #1 in mint condition from when I was a kid. It's worth something now because of Guardians of the Galaxy, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. So I love that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. So I have a whole bunch of memorabilia all over my walls, pictures.
Very cool.
I got little Pez dispensers. I got hats.
I love it.
Everything, you name it.
I love it. We have the Pez Museum right around the corner from me in Burlingame here. That's right. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go see that.
It's dope on a rope. It's fun. Yeah. It's awesome. It's awesome. Very cool. All right, let me see. We got a question here from the YouTube live. Raul has a couple. And Raul, I'm so sorry. I did skip over your question by accident. Raul is saying, "Hi, Chris. My university is not as good as I want. I'm learning things that are not new or don't have any applications in business. So my question is enough to complement my education with books and courses like your MBA program, or also I need to change my university?" Yeah. So I can't decide whether or not you should change universities, but what I will tell you is everything you'll learn in this MBA degree program is immediately applicable. There's no theory. It's based on all my practical real life experience. And starting next year, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going down to Silicon Valley and interviewing the who's who, CEOs, CFOs, founders of companies as well. So you'll get access to them as well. So it's going to be all non-theoretical. And if you're not happy, you get your money back till the 14th of January. Yeah, thank you. All right, let me move on here. And I'm so sorry about missing your question there, Raul. Next question I've got here is from Munib Irfan. I have lots of friends named Irfan. Yeah. And Munib is asking, you may have already answered this, but can you please do a 1-minute elevator pitch for my wife to be part of the Haroun MBA program as a platinum student? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And so for more details, go to harounmba.com. You can look at sample lectures there. But I teach you real life practical concepts that you can use immediately in the real world to take your career to the next level that are not taught in traditional business schools, like how to present, how to network, how to sell, how to manage your own personal money, how to start a company, and much, much more. Unlike traditional business schools, I'm coming up in the 67 mark here, 60 seconds. Unlike traditional business schools, the pricing point's a lot lower. And there is a 100% money back guarantee between now and January 14th. We start on December 14th. And in the Platinum program, you get 3 hours of one-on-one coaching with me as well, either in person or over Zoom. Thank you. I think I went over the limit 1 minute there. Sorry. Yeah. Hopefully that was helpful. Yeah. Next up, we got Emily saying, "Wow, I live in Hong Kong. I can't believe that you're still streaming right now." Oh, it's crazy. Dude, I used to have people, when I used to do my weekly call and go forever, that would watch it at night. They go to sleep and they wake up and we're still going. Right. Yeah. And Melody was on the call October 31st of 2019 when we went 9.5 hours straight. Let's see how we're doing now. We got 7.5 hours. Okay, we might not pass it. Yeah. All right, come on, bring it on. What other questions you guys have?
You ever played?
You asked him.
Oh, sorry.
That's me.
You go.
I was gonna ask you, Chris. Have you ever played this game called Clax?
No, I've never heard of it, and I love games. What is it?
LAX. If you ever get a chance, look that up.
I'll check it out. Is it iOS or is it Switch?
It's old. It used to be on the Atari.
Oh, dude, I definitely played it then. Yeah. I've got a couple of Atari cartridges here because we did a case study on inventory concerns with the Atari Corporation. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll check it out though. I love games. Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, yeah.
So you were looking for TV show recommendations before?
Yes, I'm out of stuff to watch. Please tell me.
So there's Lucifer.
Okay. Yeah.
Grimm.
Is that a good one?
The Witcher is really good as series. Not as close to the book or the game, but it's really nice.
Okay, cool. I'll check it out. Thank you. Thank you. Excellent.
That's because the past week I've been in quarantine.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Because I had contact that came positive.
Yeah.
On the COVID.
Right, right.
So I've been house confined.
Right.
I had a lot of free time to watch a lot of stuff.
Right, right. Did you get tested? Are you okay? Did you get tested?
I'm having symptoms. I'm having my test on Monday, I think.
Okay.
On Monday or Tuesday.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
But
rest well.
You're taking it.
Yeah. I don't hear you. Are you still there?
I'm here. I'm just saying. You're thinking that.
No, repeat it again because you broke up for the past. I want to hear, please. Yeah.
The positive thing is, if anybody needs antibodies and I'm positive,
yeah.
After it's done, I can give antibodies.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool. Yeah. What I've done when I've come in contact with people that I think might have it is I constantly drink hot water. I would drink it all day long. I don't know if it works, but maybe it kills the germs in you, whatever. Yeah. But I got to tell you, I've gotten sick less often since COVID because I've been washing my hands a lot. And I remember talking to my doctor a couple years ago. I asked her, I said, why is it that you're not always sick? Because you're always around sick people. And she said, number one, I never touch my face. And number two, I wash my hands a lot. And I bite my nails. It's awful. And so do my kids because monkey see, monkey do. And so what I do is I have this awful tasting nail polish that I put on the kids as well. It's anyway. It doesn't work. My nails are awful. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah.
I'm not biting my nails. I'm not ruining my nail art.
Good. I couldn't be a male model for hands. Yeah. It's just not something I can do in my life. Yeah.
I relate to that. You know that I'm stressed at work when you see my nails. It's just whenever I'm working on a project, I'm just biting my nails. I don't know. I don't even realize I'm doing it.
Yeah. Neither do I. It just happens. Yeah. I've never.
For me, I'm stressed at work, and there's absolutely no reason for me to be smiling, and I have a polite, fake smile on.
Yeah. Oh. It's the grip and grin.
That's the reason I'm either pissed or stressed or something.
Yeah.
Do you need, Asmina, do you need to meet with clients often? Because I heard that you're developing video games. Probably you don't really need to face too many clients, or.
My official job is flight attendant.
Oh, so that's the absolute opposite. And you have to be smiling all the time. I think that's the expectation.
We have the mask. Nobody can see it, so.
Yeah.
Oh, that too, yes.
Yeah.
But am I sticking my tongue out? Am I cursing under my breath? Nobody knows.
Exactly. You can mouth. Oh. Yeah. I've noticed, actually, when I've gone into stores like Office Depot to buy stuff, I joke around a lot, always. I'm always pretty laid back. But people can't see my humor. So they think I'm being serious. So I just don't. It's different. You can't smile with your eyes, I guess. Yeah.
That's true. I've noticed the same thing.
Yeah.
I think people can still feel the vibe, whether positive or negative. Yeah. I still believe that we have, the posture, body language, just even your eyes.
Yeah.
They can often tell a story. And since I deal with people remotely and very often on the phone. Whenever I talk to someone, I try to always genuinely smile and whenever I talk so that they could feel the energy that I'm really positive and smiling, even though they can't see me.
Right.
And I've experimented even with people when I talk, I feel that they feel this. Whenever I'm not meaner, but not as positive,
right.
I feel their reaction is the same.
Huh. Interesting.
whenever I'm more positive, even though we've been discussing something, let's say a little bit more negative, just the positive voice and the smile helps in the way they accept it. Whatever we're talking about.
Interesting. Yeah. And I changed, actually, I changed Siri so that it's the voice of an Australian. Because I really believe it's so true. When Australians talk, like Jason, he's so pleasant. But if you close your eyes and you hear an Australian man or woman talk, it sounds like they're smiling. It's really upbeat. So I put on a fake Australian accent a lot of times. No, I'm just kidding. No, but I use Siri.
Talking about shows, so it's everybody's style. Everyone's style is different. But recently my husband started watching the show on Netflix, and it's a really down to earth, relaxed American middle class show. Nothing really sophisticated. Man with a plan. It's for someone who has a family and children and just all the things we go through in a relationship and having children, balancing life. But it's a really positive and fun, show to watch.
Cool. Very cool. What is a good family show to watch on Netflix? What do you guys think?
I've seen a movie recently the kids can watch with you, and it was actually really fascinating if you like animals. It's called My Octopus Teacher. And so it's about a gentleman that decides to go back to where he originally came from as a child. He lived like on the shore of, I think it was in South Africa is where he lived. And he was talking about how he always felt close being to the ocean. And that's where he wanted to just kind of live out his days. But while he's there, he follows an octopus for a whole year. And he does like this social experience. It's pretty neat.
Yeah. That's cool. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. It's getting tough, man, to find shows for the kids, I tell you. It's really hard. I mean,
it is hard.
Disney Plus.
There's an animated version of Jurassic Park on Netflix, Jurassic World, something like that.
Oh, we'll check that out for sure.
So if you want to watch with kids, that could be interesting.
Yeah. I played Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga with my kids. We finished it on Xbox. I got to put that out there.
I love that.
It was awesome.
Which reminds me, in regards to coding and kids, maybe the Lego robotic sets.
Oh, smart.
Lego robotic sets?
Yes.
Oh,
yes, they're like sets that the kids get to build a robot and write some basic code and it moves around.
Genius. Oh, genius. Oh my God, that is perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That could be a good start as a game in the sorts.
And we do a case study on Lego too. You guys are going to enjoy it. It's fun. Yeah.
And another show interesting on Netflix that we love watching with the children, actually the children told me about it, is Never Promised Land.
The Promised Neverland.
The Promised Neverland. It's Mikey, you can come and say it. Is it? Oh, he's shy. He's being shy now. It's an anime. Is it an anime? It's a really interesting show because it children watch it. It's animated, but yet it gives so many life lessons that you would be amazed. It's a really, I find it really wise, all the lessons in this.
Interesting. I love.
So the name is again
The Promised Neverland.
The Promised Neverland.
Oh, interesting.
On Netflix.
I'll check it out because when I read books to Dylan, I'll read like a Dr. Seuss book to him. I feel like Dr. Seuss is talking to adults as well. It's really interesting. Yeah. It's fascinating.
So this is about it's cultural too, but life lessons in general. It's about an orphanage in Japan. Right, Mikey? In Japan, and it's just you learn a lot about Japanese culture, but yet I'm sure this would relate with so many other cultures, and just how the bond of a family it could be so strong, even among those who are not related by blood. But if they grew up together, they relate on a whole different level. Like Chris said, Steve Jobs was adopted. But still, sometimes blood does not always mean it's everything. It could be the people you grew up with and the influence on you from them.
Yep, absolutely.
That's a nice
absolutely. Thank you. It's so interesting because we're now at a point where we've run out of entertainment. There's no new shows, and that's why TikTok is a big deal, I guess, partially. And God bless Major League Baseball for trying to play and the NBA and oh gosh. But you know what I mean? Like there's not much left there. As I mentioned before, I got to watch the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air again. I think my kids would like that. Might be fun.
Oh yeah, I just finished watching it.
I was disappointed as I go to J.K. Rowling for the transphobic comment. Right. Harry Potter is still one of the nicest.
Yeah.
Set of movies.
My son Dylan is starting to read it finally. I bought the Harry Potter books for my kids, and there's always other people in their class that read them at like -5 years old. My kids were like, they don't care. And my kids use the Harry Potter books as little weights, so when they make a tent with blankets. Yeah, and finally Dylan is reading them. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Very nice.
So,
yeah.
So Chris, I don't have a movie for you because I mostly read and think, and I watch documentaries a lot.
Sure.
So I'm not really a movie guy, and I haven't played much video game, partly because I couldn't afford it when I was younger too. But,
sure.
Well, so my question for you is that I went on and created some ideas for institutional money, so that those are low volatility portfolios. Mm-hmm. I also went on to create some value investing portfolio, and the thesis behind it is that I can manage them via organizational structure.
Okay.
So during the COVID, I've tested it in the market, and they performed really well, up 25%. One question I have for you, and I think it's really critical for everyone who's in here now, who are entrepreneurs and going forward, as well as for me. Sure. How do you think about machine learning and artificial intelligence in investment management, and also for entrepreneurs? How should they think about it? Because AI has built the top technology companies today. They're the backbone to them.
Yeah, absolutely. So from an investment management perspective, there's only a handful of companies that have figured out how to outperform the market and generate alpha, which is what they call how much they outperform the indexes by. The most notable one you should look into, if you want, is a company called Renaissance Technologies, which is founded by I'm so sorry, I didn't hear you there. Which is founded by Jim Simmons, and he has a couple thousand Linux servers running in parallel, and he generates 40 to 50% returns every year. Nobody knows what's in them. They're heavily guarded. He's been doing this since the early 2000s, and he's got an office out here in Berkeley, California. His son lives here. And there's a bunch of different inputs. And the most simple... Yeah, go on, please.
No, I said I've researched it, and I see where he used more statistical techniques and data mining. I see that as too expensive, especially for me if I'm even starting out. So I start looking at Ray Dalio, and he uses mostly expert systems and algorithm decision making. And I see that more practical for me to go on building systems going forward.
Yeah.
So you can continue.
Yeah. So that's what he did. So for example, one of the simplistic inputs, there's tons of inputs, is that if it's raining a lot, he'll short restaurant stocks because people don't go out to dinner, etc. Now, when it comes to Ray Dalio and his firm Bridgewater, which is the largest hedge fund in the world, it's a pressure cooker. I have a lot of friends that work there, and the turnover employee-wise is 40% per year. And he talks about principles, and I respect a lot of what he's said before. But one thing about the corporate culture there, which is really bizarre, that nobody talks about, is that he records everybody knows every single meeting is recorded in every room except for the bathrooms, and that's really uncomfortable. And he gets away with it because he pays up big time. A lot of hedge funds do, but a lot of people are very miserable there. Yeah, but a lot of times that's what works on Wall Street is pressure cookers. You put a lot of pressure on somebody to perform or they're out. And the problem with that is it leads people to do things they shouldn't be doing, like compromising their integrity and insider trading. There's a lot of corruption, and I've gone to...
I was really thinking about that as well, and I see where he go with the radical transparency. I don't know if it's too radical, but I rather go with Warren Buffett and the way how he operates. I like him.
No, he's great. He's great. Dave, is this
somebody with the computers?
Oh, Dave, is this your wife? I'm so sorry.
Yes, this is my wife, Amira.
Amira, pleasure to meet you. And you're from Brampton, right?
North York.
North York. Okay, excellent. Well, it's always great to talk to a fellow 905er, right? Was that? Yeah. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good, thank you. So, you grew up in metropolitan Toronto area, North York, and when did you come here?
It was the year 2000.
Okay, cool.
Her parents live in Brampton now, so.
Oh, Brampton. That's okay. Yeah. And I was mentioning that Michael Cera is from Brampton. I watched Superbad again the other day. He's one of the actors there, but that's great. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you finally, and thank you. And you guys were my very first YouTube subscribers. And I remember that because I would go in the backyard and vlog and stuff before I started doing the office here. And then you guys would comment, especially Dave as well. Dave would come on the weekly call. And I want to thank you so much for when you went to Canada and you brought back those goodies. There's that. The ketchup chips are the best. I love it. And yeah, I wouldn't share it with the kids either because it was too good.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. They're the best, man. They're the best. Yeah. That's awesome. So are you going back to Canada to visit, or because of COVID, you guys kind of can't?
Right now we can't because of the COVID, but we're hoping soon.
Yeah.
Travel opens.
Right. Yeah, I hope so. Because we wanted to go back, and there's like a couple weeks of quarantine, and we tried to get around it because we have Canadian passports. And Justin Trudeau, what he's done is you get fined $750,000 if you don't do the full quarantine, and you spend 6 months in jail. They don't mess around. But then again, they haven't had as many cases as the States has. Yeah. So
that's kind of hard.
It's crazy, man.
Hard.
It is. It's nutty. But we can't see Christine's parents, her yaya, her grandmother. She's Greek, or my parents. But we do FaceTime and stuff. So we get our fix that way. Yeah.
That's nice.
Yeah. It's cool.
Technology.
Yeah. It's pretty cool. It's cool. But it's so nice to meet you.
Thank you. You as well.
Yeah. And thanks again for it's so fun. You guys were the very first people that watched my vlog. It's just I'm so grateful. Thank you.
I can't believe I wrote a book because of you.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yoop, right? Yoop. Eat. I got it on Kindle, and I showed my kids. They loved it. It was awesome. It was a kid's book. I remember that. I bought that on Kindle the second it came out. That's right. Yeet. I remember that. Yeah.
Eat is the name.
Yeet, Yeet. It's on Amazon. Yeet.
Yeah. Very cool.
Nice.
Very cool.
Check it out.
Yeah, I think I wrote a review. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, you did.
I did. Very cool.
The problem I had with it was doing the paperback, trying to get the sizes of the pages and things like that formatted correctly.
Yeah.
Having a lot of problems with that.
And the color, it's expensive too. Yeah. Actually, you were my first student that wrote a book. You were the very first. I said before, Philip Germany, the second, who's another one of my great students, he's the first one who did a paper-based book. But you were the first one to publish it. And you were the first subscriber to my vlog, and you're Canadian. There we go. This is great. Yeah. This is great.
Nice.
Excellent.
Well, because you're my cousin. We call you my cousin at my house because your last name is my grandfather's first name. Haroun.
Oh, dude, that's awesome. And where's your grandfather from?
From Iraq, from northern Iraq.
Yeah, and it's so hard to chase my roots because in Egypt, where my dad grew up, your last name was your dad's first name, so you can't. It's hard to trace it. Yeah. And so we have no idea. I did a DNA test, and they said with some sort of probability or high probability, I'm from the south of Italy or something. Yeah. I don't know. Who knows, man? I'm a mixture of a bunch of stuff. Yeah. I am Canadian. There you go. I'm Canadian. Yeah. Excellent. So how long we been going now? We've got 8 hours almost. This is awesome. This is good.
Okay, Chris, you haven't expounded on the AI.
Oh,
I'm trying to pick your brain.
Okay, sure. Okay, yeah. So when it comes to AI, hardly anybody's figured out how to create portfolio management systems that can outperform the indexes. Mutual funds have lost a lot of market share to ETF funds because mutual fund fees are high, and 90% of mutual funds underperform ETFs anyway. But I've not come across that many people that have been very successful. Nice to meet you. that have been very successful when it comes to using AI to pick stocks. Because the problem with AI is people try to be very short-term focused to pick stocks, and you can't just make money by looking at a low RSI and go long, or a high RSI and short, and 50-day moving day, golden cross, and all that stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
because I studied Warren Buffett, like
good,
everything he wrote.
Yeah.
So you could just expound on it for the entrepreneurs as well, because it's really important.
Yeah. So when it comes to, I don't have too much. I mean, I've invested in a lot of AI companies and done okay, whatever.
Okay.
My most recent exit was Palantir. So I sold it before they filed to go public, because I was in venture capital, and you don't get that many chances to harvest your investment. But Palantir is a software company that the Obama administration used to find Osama bin Laden. And without Palantir, they would not have found him. And Palantir software was also the first notable investment was done by the CIA in it. And when I was at my old venture capital firm, I hired the CTO of the CIA, great guy named Gus Hunt. So that's how I learned about it from him and from others as well. And the CIA is a wonderful investor, actually. Their venture capital division in technology companies. They have an office out here, a venture capital division. And so a lot of technology we use, and I will answer your AI question properly, I promise. I'm not just buying time, although I am buying time. I'm just kidding. But the CIA, they've invested in a lot of tech companies that are now technologies we use, like Oracle. So Oracle, the first contract that Oracle had, Larry Ellison had, big database company, was with the CIA. It was called Project Oracle, which is the first notable relational database they use after DB2, IBM product. Also, GPS, guided missiles. That GPS technology came from guided missiles, right? So it's unfortunate a lot of this is for war purposes, but they're definitely really good at that sort of thing. They look a lot into AI as well, and they use a lot of algorithms from companies like Palantir and their products called Metropolis and Gotham. You know where they got that from, to help find patterns. And big banks use Palantir software as well to find vulnerabilities in their infrastructure from a cybersecurity perspective. In terms of individual products that we can use as consumers, I don't really know of that many, to be honest, that are incredibly helpful. There's a lot of data mining companies and business intelligence software applications that are helpful. Little things like pivot tables in Microsoft Excel, or you can use really fun products like you can use Tableau, which is now owned by Salesforce, Hyperion, etc. So, but I don't really know, actually. I don't really know of any sort of AI-based application that we can license as consumers that would significantly help us to pick stocks. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much.
Sure.
In regards to the AI whole thing,
sure, yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of him, Konstantinos Daskalakis. He's an MIT professor. He became an MIT professor at the age of 34.
Right. Wow.
He wrote a thesis and solved the Nash equation, equilibrium.
Oh, yeah,
He's a really smart person.
Yeah.
He recently said in an interview that AI can never overdo the human factor.
Yeah.
Because it's something that the human made.
Yeah.
As long as you need to teach it some stuff and you need to put data in it.
Yeah.
Even your smallest
yeah.
Miscalculation can lead to something extremely bad.
Yeah.
Even though your gut feeling will always be right. If you do the same calculations by hand, or have an AI do it, the AI doesn't have the, let's say that we're saying like the gut feeling. It does not have that sense.
Yeah, it's not human.
And I've come to notice that whenever my gut feeling told me that something is not good, it ended up not being good.
It's the sixth sense. I hear you totally. And even Palantir software, like they found that one of the issues with it, and you'll see this in the IPO prospectus, the S1, if it's out, I think it is one of the risks a lot of customers have of using it. One of the issues is it's the margins aren't as high as you think because you have to feed lots of data into it and monitor it as well. But it's been successful in helping governments solve national security issues and stuff. Yeah, yeah.
But here, the point is, government can dispatch 100 to 200 people feeding the information all the time.
Exactly. They've got an army. Yeah, yeah.
On a personal level, I don't think anyone has that capability yet.
Yeah, or the budget.
Unless you're like a multimillionaire and can pay that amount of people to do that.
Yeah. Even then,
I don't think people
it's
have
hard.
that capability yet.
Yeah, yeah.
Anything that takes intuition and human imaginary faculties into perspective, AI cannot and will never do that.
Yeah.
So that's where express systems comes into place, where you can write down your ideas and principles and feed them through machine learning languages, and then that's the closest thing to having your faculty working alongside AI and not pure data mining.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense.
I would say from my personal
and the amount of advancement we have in AI, that is not exactly possible. Because we need several people feeding information all the time, and another several people monitoring the results that come out, monitoring how the process is being done. Because as I said, it's learning, which means that if it gets the result faster, next time it might try that faster route, but it might not be correct.
Right, right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And my personal experience is that in the industry, in the field that I work in, which is accounting and tax field, I see more and more companies going out of business because of AI and software being developed to eliminate, let's say, accountants or devalue their service and expertise. And this is happening. This is an industry that if professionals do not adapt to, they may no longer have their jobs.
Right.
But I see more and more, despite of the great advancement in technology, I see clients struggling with software, struggling with AI technology, and they start to miss this personal touch of just the human touch. And I believe that for someone to be successful nowadays in our field, for example, they need to leverage the software and the AI and what they can offer, but finalize it with that human touch and put their personal input into things and deliver it to the client. Again, it depends on the industry you are in, but that's for my industry.
Yeah, yeah. I think technology and software can disintermediate and replace a lot of finance jobs, but largely in the trading and execution side. I think the role of having a trader in-house at a hedge fund or on a trading floor is going to be disintermediated and replaced with technology because it's just matching spreads. That's it. And clearing trades. Yeah. So anything manual, it's a good thing. It helps us because we can focus on other more valued tasks. And it's interesting because back in the 80s, people were really worried about automation in factories and robotics replacing jobs. But we'll always adapt, and we'll enter new industries, learn new coding languages, whatever it is. So I'm a big proponent of leveraging technology. And for me, I have one employee I work with really, and the rest I've outsourced. And I've replaced a lot of things with technology. And I believe in having a small team, but spending a lot of money on technology, right? It's an incredible value proposition. For example, I don't have a crew here that's helped me with this live call. I just use pedals. I bought cheap pedals. I hooked up. I love trying to automate as much stuff as I can so I can focus on what I want to do, which is number one, creating content for my students, and number two, equally, adding value to my students by doing live calls like this. Yeah, everything else I want to disintermediate if I can with technology. I do have a great staff I work with though. Yeah, but I believe that small groups of people can change the world. But once you get a big bureaucracy involved in too many people, it's chaos. Yeah.
I absolutely relate to that, Chris. And this is one thing that I really loved about the way you run business and because I've watched a lot of your YouTube videos and followed you. What is your opinion of this? This is just an idea that I've had for many, many years, and I'm struggling with how this can be implemented. that's one of the reasons why I signed up for the MBA program. Is I have this vision for a big comprehensive financial product that I know may be a legal nightmare. And why isn't it that no one is doing it? So that's the first thing. And I feel that it's because it's this legal nightmare. For example, and I wanted to design this product for a middle class family or someone who is not at a at a high income level. For example, someone walks into a tax firm. If you have a fat portfolio, you have a lot of people working for you. But what about those who want to have this financial independence but simply cannot afford advisors? What about them? And then my vision is they walk in and they get this product from, let's say, having their tax situation reviewed, comprehensively reviewed, getting the advice on how to manage their finances. Then this, along with that, would come choosing the right insurance products, which say my company would provide, moving on to retirement planning with the little they have, no matter how much or little that is. And then their college funds for the children, and just moving to a really comprehensive financial picture for this not so wealthy family, should I say just a regular family. Along with that would come real estate for those who want to plan on buying a house. So I see this, all of it starting from their taxes, from the way they manage their money. And this could really grow. But I don't know if, I know it's possible, but this would be really intricate to put under one company.
So the best example, and we do a case study on this in class, is with Intuit. And I actually show you how to use the Mac and Windows version of Quicken in a couple of the lectures. I think it was in the finance and accounting track in the first or second semester. What Intuit has done, a great company founded by Scott Cook, and the case study we do, by the way, is Microsoft trying to buy the company, and antitrust blocked it in 1994, which is the right decision. But what Intuit does is they start off with your tax returns, with QuickTax. And once they have that data, then what they can do is upsell you to Quicken, which is financial management software, as you know better than I do, you understand accounting better than I do, that will help to manage all aspects of their finances, from portfolio management to real estate as well. Quicken has since cross-sold other products like Quicken Loans and other insurance products as well. The issue is that I think, and there's definitely a market for it, that the tax code changes constantly. And I always recommend that people, this is just my humble opinion, that people hire accountants. Because accountants will help you, if they're good ones, to stay within the law whenever there are new tax changes. I spend a lot of money on tax lawyers as well. It kills me how much I pay per hour. My firm is called Tax Ninja in San Francisco. They're great. But they can help me with my tax returns to write off stuff I had no idea about before. And the tax code changes constantly. And so products like a tax cut from H&R Block or Quicken's tax or Intuit's tax products as well, they're good, but I don't think they can replace accountants at this point, at least not yet. Not yet. And the more
So no, please. Sorry.
No. And speaking, the more wealthy you become, I'm certainly not wealthy, but people like Warren Buffett, here he is again, he pays less in taxes than his assistant does. It's just because there are so many different tax loopholes that accountants can help to uncover that I don't think software can do yet. I don't. But there are one-stop shops for insurance, for example. You can go to State Farm's website or Allstate or whatever it is and buy multiple products at a discounted rate. But it's so complicated for software to replace all this. Yeah. But I don't know. Yeah.
Yes, everyone, I'm gonna actually drop off now.
Oh, you are? Oh, what time? Dude, you're on the East Coast. You're in Atlanta. What time you got there? Oh, it's 10 p.m. Okay, go to bed. Okay, take care.
It was lovely seeing you.
Great to see you.
Great seeing you too.
Great.
It's 10 o'clock over here.
Yep,
so
it's late. Yep.
Yeah, I'm ready to turn in. I've been up since like 4.
Wow. Okay.
Oh,
Well,
wow.
All right.
Well, you need a break.
All right. Cool. Well, have a good night. It's great seeing your kids and meeting your oldest son this time as well. And I'll see you soon. Yeah, for sure.
Yes, thank you. I'll see you next week.
Awesome. See you Thursdays.
Every
Thursday.
Nice meeting you, Melody.
All right. Take care, Melody. I'll see you. Have a good one. Thanks.
You too.
Thanks.
And Chris, you're
Sure.
right. There are products out there.
Yeah.
However, my idea was to have this more personal type of service where you would work with the clients in person, as if they're getting a whole team of advisors helping them from taxes through insurance to something else, and with a personal touch. And that's, of course, very expensive.
Personal. I thought it was more software. Really, I'm so sorry for misunderstanding.
No, more of a personal. Because the software is, like you said, these software like TaxCut, that's I believe the older name of the H&R Block software. But TurboTax, all of these are great softwares if you know how to work with them. But what we say in our industry, it's garbage in, garbage out. That's just the term of it. What you put, that's what you're gonna get out of it. If you don't put the correct information or you don't know how to do this, you're definitely not going to get a good result. And that's where this personal service would come into place, where you would teach people how to do things properly. And selling the different products, that's how we would make money. But also the products shouldn't be just for the sake of selling them. But they should only be what the client really needs.
You're totally right, and there's a massive market for it. They call it private wealth management, and all the big investment banks have it. It's basically an asset gathering service. They can manage money, and the problem with a lot of the big investment banks is they have to sell their own products, and they make money on commissions, which sucks. But I hear and. I'll say that the issues I personally had with private wealth management firms is you get somebody to sell you on it, right? Somebody is very sophisticated. And then once they close the deal, they hand you off to a junior employee that basically has no idea, how to manage finance. And they charge 1% of your liquid, hey Mikey, your liquid net worth all the time. Yeah. But no, there's definitely a need for it. It's more of a relationship based business. But
I also I think I remember a lot of the things that you've taught and said in your videos. I remember what you said about a smaller client is just as much work as a bigger client.
More because they have a bigger percent of their net worth with you. Yeah.
And now that was my original idea, and it has been for many years. But the more I work with and try to develop this, I am scared that I am changing my vision now. I feel that it's easier to work with wealthier clients. It's just much more easier to do this, and I'm scared that I'm changing my vision now.
Right, from a nostalgia perspective, yeah. There's always going to be a demand for one-stop shop private wealth management for all levels. It's just people go after the big elephants and whatnot because it's just a higher profit margin business. And the dirty secret is that a lot of these investment banks, they do it so that they can hold the assets of these wealthy people and then loan out, and they get permission to just loan out their shares through their stock loan business on their trading floor through what's called a prime brokerage firm, and also gives them the opportunity to sell their products directly to these high net worth investors. But the big firms like Morgan Stanley kind of entered that business, the mid-tier end, by buying Dean Witter back in the late 1990s. I think it was 1998. So they've tried to enter that market unsuccessfully. But for them, they're always focused on the bottom line, and big clients means bigger profit margins. Yeah.
And they also focus a lot of on investments, but do they focus on
teaching and guiding clients on making the wiser financial decisions?
Yes, for
do they focus on this? I don't think so. They just focus on stocks and the client's portfolio.
Well, they look at private wealth management as a whole, and they'll not only help with product diversification, but they'll help with tax planning for your kids, etc. They're full service, but it's only for the ultra wealthy. It's ridiculous, and and they call it private banking if you have tons of money as well. They call it different things. Yeah.
So that's what I want to do on a different type of scale for the not as wealthy clients. I would say not even wealthy. Let's just say it simply for the poor. And then someone would ask, how would you make money? And that's the thing. You make money through helping them become financially independent, through teaching them how to get there. And that is a very lengthy process. The more I think, the more I get scared from my own idea.
How about this? You're very well spoken. You're camera friendly, and so is Mikey. Hey, Mikey. How about teaching online? And when you teach, you can cross-sell your products as well. And that way it's Oh, good. Good. And you can make up for it on volume. Yeah. Where'd you start teaching?
Well, I started with webinars just when COVID hit.
Right.
Because I'm Bulgarian and we have a huge Bulgarian community in Chicago. And I realized that a lot of the people here were so confused. They had no idea who to turn to and what to do. And I started hosting webinars for the Bulgarian community and giving them my expertise. These were free webinars or some were at a very low cost, just close to none. To teach them and guide them financially and tax-wise through all of this. And I had a enormous, not feedback, but great reaction from the community that they loved it and they were asking for more of those, and I realized that maybe that's something
there's demand for it. Yeah, that's great. Well, you could start a YouTube channel, you can vlog about it, you can repurpose your content, you can teach courses, charge for the courses as well. You can upsell or cross-sell different products, etc. And you make up for it on volume. Right. So it's kind of like online teaching where a lot of courses are really sold for $10. But if you can have a lot of customers all over the world and scale the business, then you can make up for it on volume. The issue is that you always have to think about a massive total addressable market if you want to scale the business as well. Yeah.
But teaching, that there is always, something you can teach with
everybody's
whatever knowledge you have.
Absolutely. No, I get it. Okay. I get it. No, that's great. Well, you can have an incredible brand of you teaching and selling your services at the same time. And so some of your products might be negative profit margin, but at the end of the day, who cares if you're making the world a better place and generating a positive return? Yeah.
What comes around goes around.
Yes.
Right? Or something.
Yes.
So through my free webinars that I hosted, and my idea was to have those webinars and the knowledge get to the ones who cannot afford a personal advisor. And through these webinars, I landed 2 of my biggest clients that I did not even dream of.
Good for you. You give and you receive. That's how the world works. It's perfect. It's karma. I love it.
Believe it.
I love it. Good things come out of it. Good for you. I love it. You give with your heart and you don't think of getting anything in return, and good things happen. Yeah. Good for you. Yeah.
And with that, I have another business question. I don't have issue advising my clients, but when it comes to me personally, sometimes I feel that I'm one of my clients.
Yeah.
I am the founder of my tax firm, but I have a hard time sharing that information with clients. And I see that everyone out there is always very proud of their work and what they have accomplished. And they always say, I founded this company, I built this from scratch.
Yeah.
I'm the CEO.
Yeah.
I never call myself a CEO.
Yeah.
A lot of the people that I work with, my clients, they don't even know I'm the owner of the company. I always try to keep a very low profile. Sometimes I feel that I'm almost misleading people by not sharing this, but I don't always feel comfortable just saying, "Hey, I'm the owner."
Yeah.
This is who you're working with.
You're very humble. You're very humble. So I have to mention something, and it's a chapter in my book I had to pull out. And I pulled it out in 2016 when Trump was running, because I didn't vote for him, okay? But one thing he said, which is true, and he overdoes it, right? And don't get upset when I mention this. But Trump said years ago, when he was running his companies, not when he was a politician, that if you don't remind people of your successes, they'll never know. And so you have to feel comfortable talking about your accomplishments. I'm not saying vote for Trump or not. This is a business comment before he entered politics. But he's right. And it sounds obnoxious, but there's ways to tactfully do it. So if you find yourself meeting with a potential client and you brag a bit and you feel uncomfortable about it, you can then say, I humbly believe that, or I've learned a lot through making mistakes. My successes have come because I made mistakes, and I'm humbled to say I've added a lot of value. You have to do it. No, you have to do it because if you go to the about section of every web page in every company, and you click on the management profiles, they brag about their experiences. And so, with the platinum version of the MBA thing, I pride myself on helping my students, my customers, sell themselves better on LinkedIn. And there's a tactful way to do it. You don't have to come across as bragging, but everybody does it. And if you don't, you're at a competitive disadvantage. It's like if you want to get promoted and you work in a company, you'll never get promoted without reminding people of your accomplishments. And I know it sounds obnoxious, but nobody has ever made CEO or gotten, big raises without asking over and over and over again. It's the crux of the very first lesson I talked about today, the Steve Jobs thing. You got to ask, and you got to remind people of your accomplishments. And there's a way to do it tactfully, without bragging. You could say, I'm very humbled to say that we've added a lot of value to our clients, and then you can give examples, quantitative examples. Yeah.
My only worry is this, and it depends on, of course, who your client is. Everyone has a different mindset.
Yeah.
But for example, I try to create a brand for my company so that you look competitive and you look like a big company. But yet, behind the curtains, it's just a very few people running the show.
Just like my company.
We're not a huge company.
Yep.
But we create such an image so that you can attract people and they can see that you provide a good service. You need to look good, almost as a big company.
Yeah.
And I feel that if I say I'm the owner and I pick up the phone all of the time, they could say, well, probably you're not a big company. Maybe I don't want to work with you.
Right.
I'm just, that's my only problem of saying I'm the owner, because often owners, they those big shots, that people never get to talk to them. And I feel that's not right.
Right. Well, here's another way to think about it. You can develop a social media following, and you can become a thought leader by creating YouTube vlogs on money management, wealth management, creating LinkedIn posts, repurposing your content, writing a book, using my simple template, which is free, of course.
Yes, I have it.
And okay, good. And gutting the book, like taking one chapter every week and putting it on LinkedIn, which is what I did, and making vlogs out of it so you can repurpose the content. And you seem like a very thoughtful person, and you want to help people. Actually, you don't seem like you are one. And so if you give, you will receive, like you got those 2 big clients. But here's another way to give. Create social media content so you can reach many more people, because YouTube is the only gold rush in history where it costs you nothing to make the product. And YouTube is also the only gold rush in history where you can get immediate access to billions of potential customers for free. So think of yourself as a thought leader Give your opinion as much as you can through your book, through LinkedIn posts, through YouTube vlogs, whatever it might be. And only good can come out of that. And you'll feel great about yourself too, because you're helping your clients. And then eventually you'll get this big social media following to the extent that you don't have to brag about being the owner of the company. People will see you as an authority. And the way you become a thought leader is to think like a thought leader. I think, therefore I am, like the Rodin sculpture. And give your opinion quite often on YouTube, like you did with those webinars to the Bulgarian community in Chicago.
Yes. Oh, they were very comprehensive.
Keep doing that.
And the new SBA programs.
But take pieces of, you got to repurpose the content too. Like, so take pieces of your webinars and repurpose them as vlogs. That's what I do. So every Thursday, as you know, I have my webcast from 8 until 11 a.m. And then what we do is, and I used to do it all myself for ages, I would then take the best questions that were asked and I would repurpose it. So every vlog you see of mine comes from a 3-hour window of opportunity every Thursday from 8 a.m. until 11 a.m.
Yes.
And I turn those into vlogs, and I turn those into Instagram posts, and I turn those into tweets, and I turn them into LinkedIn posts as well. So the message is you repurpose content, and that way you can work smarter, not harder. And this way you're helping people. You're helping people a lot. And that creates brand awareness, and that way you don't have to brag about being an owner and whatnot.
Yes, I just want to be just like you would, a small team, but you look like you have 20 people in your studio right now. That's what I want to accomplish for my company. A small team, but looking like a huge, big shot accounting firm. That's my idea.
Yeah. Well, look, you're already in the Platinum program from last year. You didn't have time to do it. So join me again next year for free, of course. And let me work on your studio and make it amazing. You don't have to have high-end equipment. As Seth Godin said, you already have everything you need to build something bigger than yourself. I did. I was interviewed on Udemy's Instagram account, and I just used my iPhone here with a couple lights. That's it. The audio, everything. Check it out, or you can go to my Instagram profile and check out that recording. You have an iPhone. You have high-speed internet. You have the experience. You like to help people. You think with your heart first, which is the way you have to be. Just like you did that webinar and you got 2 massive clients because of that. Imagine doing that, but on a massive scale, right? On YouTube, right? The way to become a thought leader is to think like one, and you already have it all. All you have to do is take little pieces of your weekly or whatever it is, the webinars, how often you do them, repurpose the content.
Yeah. Yes, certainly. Thanks. Yeah. Another thing I noticed in just people's behavior, I always try to analyze maybe a little too much, but when I've had clients who know that I'm the owner, they behave differently than usually when they didn't know I was the owner. For example, when they know you are simply the tax expert sitting in front of them and they share a lot more, but for some reason when they know that you are the owner, they start to not be so genuine. They try to impress you or not tell you the truth or the problems that they're running into for some strange reason.
Where do you close more deals? When you act as the owner or the tax advisor?
I think, well, the question would be the problem with pricing. When people don't know I'm the owner, they are not as resilient to the pricing of the firm or the service for some reason. I think that when they know I am the owner, they feel that they start negotiating or for some strange reason. I don't understand why. But when they know you're just the employee there, they never try to negotiate pricing.
Oh, interesting. Do you ever do you find that you oversell? I don't know. I'm just saying, like, have you ever turned business away or told them you might not have time?
To take a client?
Yes.
I try to not take the client who is not perfect for me.
Okay.
Even though I can do the work.
Okay.
I try to look for the ideal client. Because of this pricing issue, I noticed that I shouldn't be selling to those who feel that my price is not worth it.
Right.
So what I tried doing recently is experimenting with, turning clients away. If I feel that we're going to go into, if they don't understand the value, I don't even bother into selling myself in any way.
You ever thought about when you're selling as an owner to sell until you sense they're interested and then stop selling?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. I believe I'm a good salesperson. When I decide to sell a product to someone, I always sell it.
Okay.
If I believe in the product, I would sell it. But the question is how quickly or how. My goal is for the client to not feel that my price is high. My goal is for them to understand that there is a value in the service.
Yeah. And you can also mention the fact that your customer service is off the charts from a support perspective, and that will allow you to charge higher prices.
That's what I do. I charge higher prices and I work with less clients.
Right.
So that I could focus more on them and give them more time instead of charging them by the hour. I would price them a high price, but I would invest so much time that I don't even count it because I want them to get more of me and more of the expertise than count hours.
I think a great lead magnet for you for generating awareness and more customers, more big customers, is by taking your webcasts that you do, your webinars. They're incredibly value added because you got 2 huge clients. Imagine publishing that on YouTube, little bits of it as vlogs. It can only help. It can only help. And I'll help you with your strategy as well in the Platinum program, which you already signed up for. Yeah. So,
thank you.
Of course, I'll take a look if you want when we have our one-on-ones or during group meetings. It's all good. At the setup you have and your webinars as well. And I also teach you in this program how to edit videos from scratch using Premiere Pro and Final Cut and all that stuff, how to use cameras, how to use B-roll, how to get good audio, etc. I teach you everything from scratch. This is a one-stop shop for everything.
So, my daughter Alexandra is helping me with the tech stuff. Honestly, she's been amazing help.
Very cool.
She's been great, and I have those courses from Udemy, from you, and cool. She's watching them because I want her to learn this so that she could help me. I don't have time for that.
And she can create her animation empire as well. Yeah.
They are working on these anime or webtoons. My children are really artistic, and they create a lot of art and work on many stories that they want to publish.
It's awesome. I love it. I love the creativity.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, of course. But the bottom line is, like, you've got gold in front of you, which is your webinars. We can step up the production quality if needed, and then we can repurpose and take little snippets and do professional editing on it. I'll teach you. Even in our one-on-ones, I could teach you and go through it with you. And heck, I'll do it for you. I don't care. It'll be fun. Then we'll publish these vlogs. And this is how you become an expert in this area. And this way you don't have to do as much marketing. Once it's out there, the customers will come to you. It takes a while.
Yes.
But you just got to say, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do my webinar once a week. It's 2 hours. And I'll get my kids to help me, taking a couple of segments of it and turn them into vlogs. And then you'll just distribute it on multiple platforms. You'll repurpose the content. And that's how you build brand awareness. And that's how you can get bigger customers. And you'll never have that issue with people saying, are you the owner or not? Because you come across as a content expert. And it worked for you anyway when you did that webinar. You got 2 massive clients.
Yes.
That's the strategy right there. Except
but one of them only came. I kind of sensed this one of the clients he would only come to work with me if he knew I was the owner. And that strategy worked perfectly for him.
Okay. Well,
otherwise, if he didn't know that, he would not have come working with me.
Right.
But the other client didn't even care. He never asked. He never cared about who the owner is or what is. No, he came there for me and for what my expertise is.
Right. Right. We're gonna build you up into a social media superstar. You're gonna own your market. Your total addressable market's gonna go up a gazillion fold. We're gonna make this happen.
So I need to be more. I have an issue with being on camera and just being out there with social media.
Okay.
But I have to work on this. I understand.
If it's something you're not comfortable with, that's cool. But
that's the way.
Yeah. But I think these are the new rules of commerce. And quite often, it's so competitive out there now to get customers that you have to give away something for free, add value, and then you can close customers as well. And I'll help you with that. Yeah. You've already got the golden nugget is the webinar you did, and you got a couple of big customers. Imagine that on a much bigger scale. And I'm going to teach you how to do a live call like this as well. The software I use, I buy. It's called Wirecast, but I also teach you in the program in the 3rd semester in the sales, marketing, and communication track how to use different products like OBS, which stands for Open Broadcasting Software, which is free software to use to do what I'm doing right now. And it's free. We'll only use the equipment you have. You're not going to buy anything new unless you have to. I like to work with my students with what they have.
And I have my Teachable account. I have had my Teachable account for a long time before I signed up for the MBA program. Right. I have the GoToWebinars account. It's not like I don't know these programs or features. I just I'm hesitant about using them, but I understand it's necessary.
Yeah.
So thank you.
Yeah, of course. These the new digital economic reality is. You have to use these free tools to get your business across, especially now with COVID. Yeah. So,
Chris, you're so nice, and you've been staying with us all day long. I feel like we're taking too much of your time.
No, it's okay. I love doing what I'm doing. I love to humbly help if I possibly can, and I will help. And again, you signed up already last year. You didn't have time to do it, so start over. And starting next year, you get the 3 hours as well of the calls things. And you can always ask, like, I've already done about 230 hours of live Q&A this year with my students, not including the public weekly calls and not including MBA office hours and not including one-on-ones. So I've done it, and I have my team calculated as well. And my marketing guys said, don't tell them the number of hours. They're going to freak out and think, oh my God, it's so much work. Well, it's not. It's just free for all Q&A. Yeah. So, and you don't have to ask questions that pertain to that particular class during that class. You can ask anything. This is an AMA, ask me anything. And the great thing about this program also is that there's a wonderful sense of community. And you witnessed it here about an hour or two ago when everybody was talking and helping each other, Asamina and everybody, on how to think about inspiring your kids to code and what products to use.
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
Cool. Excellent. And I saw Kemi come on as well. And Kemi, I think, is from Brampton. She's from England originally, and she moved to Brampton, and she has the most adorable daughter she showed, I think, about a couple months ago. There you are. Okay, I'm asking you to start the video. I only hear you.
I'm in the garage. So.
Oh, there we go. How are you?
So I was trying to fix that.
Excellent. Last time we spoke, you went outside your house in the backyard in Brampton, right? It was Brampton? I think it was Brampton, yeah.
Brampton, yes.
Yeah, very cool. And it's so funny because...
Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly. Dave right here, his wife was on recently, and his wife's parents live in Brampton. Small world.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Excellent.
Sorry, network.
Yeah, it's all good. All good.
I wanted to show you. Let me show you.
Sure.
Okay. She's still sleeping? Let me show you this. Can you see me?
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Oh, hi there, sweetie. So cute, getting so big now. That's right. It was 2 months ago. Yeah, she's getting a lot bigger now, or probably more than that. Oh,
she just woke up, so
so
she is
adorable. Adorable.
Yeah, she requires some time to
boot. Yeah. No, totally. That's awesome. Very cool.
My friends are asking go now. I just want to say bye.
Okay, Dave, take care, buddy. It was great meeting you live finally, and thanks again for the stuff you sent me. God bless you.
God bless all of you.
Take care. God bless you more.
God bless you, Dave.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
Bye.
See you, buddy. Yeah.
So first of all, I wanted to say congratulations again.
Okay, cool. Oh, thank you. I
don't know if you can see me.
I do. I see you perfectly. Yeah. You got the light in the background and everything. Yeah.
Oh, I'm hiding in the study because if she sees me, she's going to be like, Mama.
Yeah, she wants attention. Yeah.
Save me.
Yeah.
No, I wanted to say congratulations. I actually stayed on from the beginning. I was talking to my dad.
Wow.
And then when you came on, I'm like, Dad, I need to go. Chris is on.
Yeah.
And Dad said, but I want to talk to you. I'm like, no, Crystal.
Yeah.
This is a once in a lifetime opportunity.
Yeah.
I'll call you back.
Oh, goodness.
And I was on.
You.
Then I fell asleep because I was nursing her.
Yeah.
And then I came back and you're still on. And I'm like, oh my God, he's going to set a world record.
Awesome. And you're joining us for Platinum, right?
Yes.
Good. That's right. You get the scholarship. We talked about that before. Yeah. Awesome.
No, thank you.
Perfect, of course.
I told everyone, my dad, my pastor, I literally gave it as a testimony, and everyone was like, okay, we know Chris Haroun. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, here we go. She's going to go about Chris Haroun again. I'm like, oh, Chris.
So nice. And your dad is in England? Where you lived before?
No. So my dad is in Nigeria.
Okay, cool.
I grew up in England.
Okay.
But because a lot of stuff happened, I lost my mom, like I said.
Right. Yeah.
So and then I was pregnant, and then we just said, you know what, let's just start afresh.
Yeah.
I had been wanting to move to Australia because I do this thing where I spin the globe, and I'm like,
oh, I love that. Yeah.
Where should I go?
Yeah.
I've never been to Canada, so I was like, okay. And because, well, not to sound political, I'm not really a fan of Trump, so I was like, no, I'm not going to America.
Yeah.
So I decided to come to Canada, and then COVID caught up, and then I was just indoor.
Yeah.
But it's been a blessing.
Yeah.
Having you as a mentor, I could go on and on about that, but look, you're a great person.
Thank you.
And one of the things I wanted to say was that I've been learning to be more vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
Vulnerable in the sense of, I see how you talk about everything you do with so much passion. I'm a passionate person, but I think different impacts that I've experienced in my life has made me step back.
Right.
So I wouldn't even switch on the video.
Huh.
Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even want to talk about family. Family is like a no-go area for me.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Right.
So like when I see, and this is why I say you inspire me a lot. It's like if you're someone who wants to make a difference in life, you have to learn to be vulnerable because we're human, right?
Yeah.
So people want to tap into that human side of you.
Yeah.
You can't afford to shut off, that side of you because people can't relate to you.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
So I kind of struggled with that a lot. I struggled with not so much acceptance because I have a strong self-esteem, but it was a case of how am I being perceived? And I think I had to understand who I was first before I can understand how people would perceive me.
Right.
So that's why I was asking you some of those questions, like how do you deal with people who are rude?
Yeah.
How do you deal with people who are rude online and in person?
Yeah.
How do you handle situations like that? Because when I do meet people who are rude, I tend to just fall back.
Yeah.
And I build a wall.
Hey, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, it's if you have to deal with them in business and they're being somewhat insulting to you, and it's unjustified, then I always revert to unjustified criticism is nothing more than a disguised compliment.
compliment.
Yeah, but if I can avoid them at all costs, I do.
Yeah.
I cut people off all the time. You know, if yeah. Anyway, so.
No, because that's the thing. It's like,
yeah.
What? How do you draw the line of when? Okay, so I understand that whole line of you say something and you're like, I understand, but then someone's trying to catch you out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I know you understand, but
yeah.
What do you have to say about this? And it's like, I understand. Okay, you're not answering the question, and then they start to be more persistent.
Yeah.
You see?
Is it somebody you're working with, or is it like, can't you just avoid them? Sorry to have such a simplistic answer.
It's with work.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay, I got you.
It's been with
Yeah.
When sorry, I'm sure you can hear Ari. Someone.
No, it's perfect. Please. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Someone's attending to her. It's just a case of I've dealt with people like that in the past. So like I work in the healthcare sector, right?
Right, sure.
You meet a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know, it's a flux. You know, some people come across as being mean, but it's because they're anticipating an outcome of something because someone's life is at stake, right?
Right. Yeah.
So you learn, like I'm a very patient person.
Yeah.
But then there's also so much that a person can take.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So it's having to, and I try as much as possible not to take work home.
Yeah. I know it's hard. It's hard. Yeah.
But then I wear my heart on my sleeve.
Yeah.
So if you make me happy, I'll be happy. I'll
Yeah.
But if you crash it, that's it.
Yeah. So I conditioned myself many years ago so that whenever I come to my house, I meditate on it and I touch the front doorknob.
Sorry, Chris, just bear with me.
Sure.
I'm listening to you. I'm going to put you on mute, but keep talking.
No problem at all.
Grab Ari because she wants to see me, but continue.
I understand. No problem at all. And I mean understand in a loving way. Sorry. But I conditioned myself years ago so that when I touch the front door of my house, when I work for other people and I come home, everything about work is gone behind me. She's so cute. Everything is gone. And I forget about it because one of my problems was when I was younger and when Andrew and Matthew were really young, I would come home and Matthew would come running up to the front door, pitter patter, you know what I mean? And he'd say, Daddy, did you have a good day at work or a bad day? And if I said I had a good day at work, he'd light up like Tweety Bird and say, great, can we play baseball in the backyard? And when I would say, well, it was only an okay day, he'd go, oh, and walk away. And that wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. And so I conditioned myself mentally so that I can't bring work home. I'm not allowed to. And for religious reasons, I don't work on Sundays. I don't. You know, our foremothers and forefathers have known since the beginning of time, regardless of what religion we are, that we can burn out if we don't take one day off a week and disconnect and spend every second with family. And I believe that you're doing a disservice to yourself to bring work home, especially on that one day a week, which is supposed to be with family.
Right.
So I think you can meditate on it and condition yourself, kind of like you condition yourself not to like certain foods because they're not good for you. But you can condition yourself so that when you touch the doorknob at your house and you come home, work is gone. It's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone. And you know what? In the whole scheme of things, if you're frustrated at work, you're going to look back upon it years from now and see there's a silver lining. And you'll be grateful to God that you were maybe guided down a different path and that you were frustrated, because with frustration comes reinvention.
I agree.
There's nothing.
So, because this is a thing. Like I said, I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I've learned over time.
Yeah.
I mean, this might be veering off course. My mom died in my arms, right?
Yeah. So sorry.
And I had to be the one who had to go break the news to my dad.
Yeah.
And I couldn't mourn.
Yeah.
I couldn't afford to break down, because if I break down, he's looking at me as a source of inspiration, right?
Yeah.
So I think over the course of things that have happened in my life, I've learned that life is unemotional.
Yeah.
And it's something that I've learned from you, like in business, you can't afford to be emotional about stuff, because life itself is emotional. There are many things out there that are dying, and there are many things that are being born, you know, like animals and life in general. It's the cycle is always going on, and you can't afford to be emotional.
Right.
But and it was a strong principle for me to hold on to that. As much as I love working in healthcare, I feel like my life. You say something in French. I know I can't pronounce it. I know I'm going to make a terrible job, which is reason. No, it's a French word.
Raison d'être.
The reason.
Reason d'être. Yeah.
So I feel like the one reason I'm here is to help people, especially kids.
It's a beautiful thing. Yep.
Give them a reason to believe in life.
Yeah.
You know, to have hope.
Yeah.
Instill in them some form of love, and I feel like I want my life to be that of service to people.
Right.
But I don't want anything in return. I only ask that you pay it forward, because that's the only reason, or that's the only way things would change. When you don't pay back, you pay forward.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So the reason why I've been looking for a good business to go in, I didn't want to call it a business. Just like you said, your passion, if you find something you do, you won't necessarily call it a job.
Right.
It'll be a way of life.
Right.
You see?
Yeah.
I've worked with the government in Nigeria.
Uh-huh.
I would advise you don't do it again.
Okay, right.
You know, I've worked with quite a number of people, consulting and, you know, building. I'm very good with strategies.
Right.
So I've been trying to hone in all my skill sets, the little things that I've been able to look into and see, oh, okay, I can do this, I can do that.
Yes.
And make sense of it. But the key thing, I guess my question is, I become jack of all trades.
Yeah. And a
right?
master.
Give me a computer, I will fix it.
Yeah.
Give me a car, I will fix it. Plumbing goes off, I do it. You know, pretty much all technical things in the house, I will do it. I have a background in engineering, by the way. But tell me about your life problems. I want to solve it. I'm someone who wants to develop ideas as to how to go forward. But because there's so many things in life, you know, data analytics, business intelligence, financial analysts, and this is like, okay, what do I do? You know, and then that's why I just, at some point it became depressing for me, because I felt like I could do so much.
Yeah.
But I didn't know what I wanted to do. Right. But I always fall back on the fact that I want to help children. So I always go back to what you said about if you are given a month off and, you know, what will you do?
Yeah.
I would gladly go to a village, stay there, and help and bring life.
Love it.
But then the question is, I think the flip side was, I have a family to tend to.
Yes.
How can I ensure that there will be income coming in whilst fulfilling what I want to do?
Yeah.
So that's what I've been, okay, I don't want to leave 9 to 5, but then I really want to do this. But then how do I go about this? Then I go in a circle.
Yeah, yeah. We'll take care of that. So it's a cliche, but failing to plan is planning to fail. And most people don't write a business plan before they start a company. They fly blind into it. And it can be the biggest decision you make career-wise in your life. It can add years to your life and hurt your family life as well and your health. Yeah. We are going to plan from scratch. Okay, we're going to write a lot of business plans together. Not just that, but we're also going to figure out how to structure your days and what your personal and professional goals are as well in this program, so that it'll be a rudimentary.
Sorry, I'm laughing because I did that.
Yeah.
And then the next day, I was like, all the things I wrote, I didn't even achieve one.
That's okay. Remember what James Cameron said, the wonderful Canadian director. He made Avatar and Titanic. He said, if you set your goals so high and you fail, you still fail above everyone else's expectations. There's nothing wrong with pushing the goalpost out. If I was a quota-carrying sales rep, I would be fired all the time because I would set my quotas up here, my goals, and I would miss quota all the time. It's okay. It's okay not to be a perfectionist. If you strive for perfection, as Salvador Dali said, you'll never attain it. But if I can get you to achieve just some of the items you write, to add more structure to your days, so that each day you're more balanced from a personal level, a health level, family level, spend time with your husband, your wonderful daughter, etc. Talk to your dad back in Nigeria and accomplish a lot at work, and maybe write a book on the side, and do little things every day, like update your LinkedIn profile or work on a certain part of the business plan. It's more manageable if we structure it together. And so
another thing, just to add to what you said.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you short.
Sure.
It's the LinkedIn. So my LinkedIn profile.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Like I said, because I held back.
Yeah.
I didn't want to put my picture up and then I didn't want to put my my resume up because I think there was a psychological thing of everyone is. I'm not one to compare myself with people, but then I find myself psychologically doing that. You see, saying that, okay, this is what people are achieving at the moment. Where am I at? Yeah. So I then started holding back, putting up my resume. Yeah. For some very weird reason. Yeah. And I just left it at that. But I think the very first video of you that I watched, it changed my mindset to see that I was missing out more opportunities. Right. By holding back. Right. You see? Right. So it's one of the things that I'm looking forward to in this course, to know how I can structure my my LinkedIn profile very well. Yeah. My CV, I made it one page. Yeah. Which was a miracle. It's tough to do, But I've also been surrounded with people where, so I'm in healthcare, for example, but then there's this next job as a business analyst in a bank. So you find people changing their CV to say they did stuff that they didn't do just to get through the door. Yeah, we won't do that. But then the flip side is if you put that on your LinkedIn profile, then you have to go change it. And then when you want to change jobs again, you have to go change it. And look, I think that applying for jobs because you see an opening is a difficult proposition because you're competing with thousands of people and the person that gets the job is not always the most qualified. It's the one that knows people there. You've got a great personality. You're very confident. You're easy to talk to. I'm going to help you network and get informational meetings. And whether or not it's in person or over Zoom, it doesn't matter. We're going to figure this out together so that if you want to switch from healthcare to another track or something different like a business analyst position, we will make it happen. I promise you. We're going to do it through networking. It's going to happen. I guarantee it. Thank you. I think that was what...
Sorry to interrupt, but it's getting 6 a.m. here, so I'm going to go.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you. And it's great to see you.
Bye, everyone.
Great to see you.
It was lovely meeting you all.
And stay healthy and God bless. All right, thank you. Thanks.
Kemi, may I add something? When you said you having trouble when people are being rude, I watched. Sorry, you can try again. I very often come across Marissa Pearce. She is Britain's, I think, most well-known clinical psychiatrist.
Right.
She gives great advice, and she's on YouTube. She has plenty of videos. She gives great advice on how to deal with people who are being rude to you and just how to manage your feelings. She says it's all about controlling your reaction. Just you cannot control others, but you can control how you would react to it. She would. I don't know if you've heard of her, but
no, but I will check her out. I mean, I do.
Marissa Pearce.
Marissa Pearce.
And she's great, just overall.
Just block.
I'll check her out.
Yeah, and Kemi, also block it out. Like work can be a battlefield sometimes. When you come home, you got to condition yourself. When you touch that doorknob, it's gone.
It's all gone.
You leave it outdoors. Otherwise, you end up like Chris Haroun with Matthew, who wants to play baseball. And I can't play with him because I'm not in a great mood. It's not fair. It's all up here. It's a switch. I think, therefore I am. The second you get home,
my faith,
gone.
Because I'm a Christian, right?
Yep.
And then there's a part in the Bible that says, if someone slaps you, turn the other side.
Yeah.
So there's also this man that I tend to watch every now and again, Sadhguru. And, he used to say, your feelings are internal. You can't choose, or you can't, I don't have control over what you do, but I have control over what I do. So how I choose to react is very, very important. So when I encounter people like that, I tend to just walk away, right? But I think sometimes I end up pondering, how could I have handled it better? What can I do? And the reason why I also brought it up is I was more, that was so cute.
Only my youngest one does that still. The other ones are too cool for school. You got to enjoy every second of that. And remember, when they're 12, you've already spent 90% of your time with them. Well, actually, now because of COVID, more time. But anyway, go on, please. This is your time.
No, it's fine. I think it's me. I tend to go back and I ask myself, could I have done anything better? Could I have handled it better?
Right.
But I know I can't do anything. And I guess the reason why I brought it up is because if I want to go deep into helping people, I would encounter more people who have different emotional structures, who can have an influence on how I feel. But I need to learn how to block that and not go back home and ponder about, should I have served this person better? Should I have answered them better? Should I have gone the extra mile? I can't please everyone. I understand that.
Yeah.
So it's something I've just been keen to find out what people, think and how they handle stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I block it out entirely. When I touch that doorknob, I would forget about everything. When I leave this studio, everything is left. Like it's this beautiful box of a studio with my beautiful, awesome students. Everything is left in here. And I'm not allowed to come in here on Sundays even. That's a rule I've set for myself. But you can compartmentalize your life so that, and when I used to work in Japan, there was this dude that did a lot of meditation there. And he used to tell me that sometimes he'll meditate and in his mind, he'll take all of his stress and he'll put it into a box and then close that box. And he's not allowed to open that box again. The mind is a wonderful thing. And you can condition yourself.
There's this thing
not
that
to,
I did.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard about it, Vipassana.
I have not, no.
Have you?
No.
It is hands-on the hardest thing that I've ever done in my life. So you go to a place, it's an ancient technique, right?
Yeah.
Meditation, pretty much. That's all it is.
Right.
10 days, they put you in a place. You're not allowed to speak for 10 days.
Oh, wow. Oh, one of my students did this, Kevin, in Illinois recently. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard,
So you don't eat meat. They serve you everything, accommodate. Everything is free.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. For 10 days, you're not allowed to speak. So 4:30 a.m., they wake you up with a bong. No bong.
Yeah.
What, is it a bong? No, not a bong. Bong is what you use.
Gong.
Gong. Thank
you.
Yeah. I don't know. I was thinking bong.
That's right. Hey, I watched Old School the other day, and I saw a bong in it. Yeah. Sorry, go on. Yeah.
So they wake you up with that, and then by 4:30 you have to be in the hall. By 4 o'clock they wake you up.
Right.
4:30 you need to be in the hall.
Right.
And from 4:30 up until 7, you're meant to meditate.
Right.
And it's just simple, Chris.
Right.
You're just supposed to focus on your breathing in, your breathing. So you breathe in, focus on that, and you breathe out.
Right.
Just for that.
Right.
Just 3 hours, do that.
Right.
And I just noticed I had mental diarrhea. I would start, I'll focus, and then something would just make me think about hamburger. And I'm like, no, come back. No, don't go. And I come back, and then it starts again.
Yeah.
And the technique is just to show how fragile your mind is. You should be able to have control over your mind and not the other way.
Yeah.
Chris, third day I tapped out.
I
just couldn't.
That sounds like tap. This is my safe word. Get me out. Yeah. Here's how
you have to do that the whole day.
Oh, that's tough. Here's what I do. Everyone's got their own systems. What I do is I don't feel stress in my life because what I do is I tell myself, and this is just me, I tell myself, God already knows what's going to happen.
Right.
And if I question my faith, I don't want to question my faith. I know it's bizarre logic, but if and the analogy is this. You're in a car You're driving up the mountain. It's a nice sunny day. And then all of a sudden, it starts to rain. You're like, oh, cool. I got this. You're driving. And then all of a sudden, there's lightning and thunder, and you can't see. And there's boulders falling from the, from the side of the mountain, and you're freaking out. Just relax and let God take the wheel.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I totally get it.
And Winston Churchill had this great quote. He said, I knew a man who on his deathbed talked about all the worries he had in his life, none of which came true.
So he wasted time thinking about that.
Yeah. Things are never as bad as we think. Just have faith, and your solitude is holding your beautiful daughter. Just, you're so rich in so many ways and blessed. You've got a clean start in Canada, starting over again. What a wonderful place to raise a family.
You said something yesterday, and I couldn't agree anymore. It was you never know real happiness until you hold your
child for the first time. Yeah,
totally.
Time. Totally.
And I remember I was in labor, and I drove myself to the hospital.
Wow.
Credit Valley.
Yeah. Credit Valley, that's where my dad had his heart attack. He's fine, but I remember that well. Ooh. Yeah. January, this is about you. Go. Yeah.
So when she came, I'd never experienced anything like that because I didn't know what to feel.
Yeah.
You're used to feelings of happiness, joy. You know how that feels. But this was like a new template for me.
Yeah.
When they brought her out, I couldn't cry because I was just like, this what? Huh?
Yeah.
And she didn't cry. She just looked at me, and I'm like, I did this.
Yeah.
And it's precious. And so I told my husband, I'm not doing it again. Don't expect any other one.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that we kind of agreed that he knows I want to do is have. I don't want to call it an orphanage.
Yeah.
But I want to have a home for kids.
Yeah.
Where because 7 billion people in the world.
Yeah.
We keep on bringing more. And there are more out there that are displaced, who need love, who want a home, who want to be shown some sense of security.
Right.
If we're complaining about, people stealing and whatnot, especially in the UK where there are a lot of stabbings and, a lot of kids who are moving drugs, it's mostly because they don't have a stable home.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So I've been trying to get people involved in, fair enough, if you are worried about adopting because for the fear of maybe this child that you've adopted might hurt your child, I tell people try and dedicate some time to talking to kids, inspiring them.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I said during our course of this MBA program with you is to set up a program that allows influential people, to get themselves involved in helping kids, in any way whatsoever. If it's just to spare maybe a weekend for a child to come and spend time in your home, to know what a home is like, to see you and Christine dance to jazz.
Yeah.
I
can't dance. She can dance. I'm like Elaine on Cheers. You remember? I'm sorry, you guys that don't remember that.
I'm sure you can.
Yeah.
But if it's just to do that, I'm sure we would see change in the world. There is a lot of change happening, but I'm more focused with kids because they're a blank canvas.
Yes.
And what you instill in them, that's the next generation.
Yes.
Just like you said, education, it could solve everything.
Yeah.
But what we instill in the next generation is very, very important. How they handle themselves, how they understand life, how they treat life. Kids these days, we just run water and just let it run. And I'm like, oh my God, only if you were in Africa where we had to look for water, we had to walk like miles just to get a bucket of water just to, bathe. You don't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's if I was to ever have any business plan, in that sense, it would be that one thing.
Awesome. Well, we can work on creating whatever business plan you want. during the program. Yeah, it's going to be fun. You're going to architect your future and inspire millions as well with your business empire, charitable or for profit. It doesn't matter.
I'll be grateful. And
awesome.
My last question.
Sure.
Because I don't know how you're doing this, and you've been up for God knows how many hours now.
Right. No, it's all good. I love what I do. Yeah.
How? I'm trying to put it in context, but you would be able to help me put it in context. How can I secure an investment for my child? What is the best way in doing that? In ensuring that I can put something. So I want to put something down for her that she can grow.
Yeah, there's an educational savings program in every country. And it's kind of like the RRSP in Canada. And it can grow tax-free for your kids. That's what I recommend. And the earlier you start, the better. And a lot of grandparents in Canada, when the second the kids are born, they'll donate money to put into that tax fund. I would talk to a local accountant who's more familiar with the rules, though. And so I did that with my kids. It's kind of like before my kids were born, I already got them a Gmail account. I'm a nerd like that, but I also
did that for her.
Oh, good, exactly. Yeah. He's a smart guy. Good.
So all her pictures, everything.
Yeah.
Oh, she has a phone as well.
So
all
cool.
Her pictures.
Yeah.
Everything is just there.
Oh, I love
including an iPad. And I'm like, you're being crazy now. He's like, nope.
Yeah. I love it.
She better start having her own things now. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I love it. But no, I think you could start with an educational savings program, kind of like the RRSP, Registered Retirement Savings Program in Canada, which is like the 401k in the United States. Every country has one. We'll talk about it during the program in more detail. And start saving that way. Yeah. And
so it's not just education alone. It could be used for other things, or it's just towards education.
I would talk to an accountant. Yeah. Usually it's educational savings program. And there are accountants on this call right here that could run circles around me right now. So I'll defer to you if you want to talk. Yeah.
Yes, Kemi, usually those educational accounts, the way you spend them is really tightly connected to educational costs. And there are some limits and regulations on how you can maneuver those spendings. But the only way you can take the money out, at least here in the USA, I see you're in Canada, right?
Yes.
But possibly you will have something similar. The only way you can take the money out without paying tax on this, and it's not for education, would be if your child gets scholarship, full scholarships for their degrees, then therefore, you would be allowed to at least move the funds from one account to another child's account, for example, or for other educational needs, or just take the money out. And also another advice I would give you, lead by example. Many parents focus on how can I save for my children, but they very often overlook their own retirement accounts. And they never do that. I would say first start with your retirement accounts and your husband's, and that's how you lead by example, and you teach your child that when you are financially secure, then you pretty much teach them to do the same. And Chris is right to start with her also as early as possible because of the accumulate interest and just the power of compound interest. And I'm sure in Canada is pretty much
it's the same.
A similar concept. But yes, it's never too early or never too late. Just start. Educate yourself on these topics and start with yourself, with your child, and you'll learn more about this.
No, thank you so much. That's an invaluable.
Even if it's as little as $25 per month, even if it's as little as that, try to put something away so that you get used to the idea of saving.
Saving. Yeah.
Yes.
So I opened an account for her where I have been putting money every month. So I've made that a routine. And one of the things that because I learned from my dad at a very young age is that when I was young, as I think when I was about 8, they would give me the budget for the house, and then they would tell me to, whatever we need, I should go get it. So I used to go to the superstore with my mom, and I would write a list and whatnot. So I've been indoctrinated into that whole idea of budgeting from a very, very young age, and it's one of the things that my husband and I agreed that from a young age she needs to understand the concept of money. As much as it's nice for your kids to have everything, oh, I want this, I want that, they need to understand that money doesn't grow at the back of the house.
And it's hard to do that nowadays. Many parents overcompensate for many things. But you have this culture of upbringing and the concept of understanding this at an early age. So I think you'll be a great example for your daughter. In this.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We are the best students.
I love staying on the call. My little one is constantly just asking me to, please, Mama.
No.
It's time for you to go.
Totally understand.
I would love to stay and chat some more. But I really gotta go.
Okay, no worries. Thank you for your insight. And one of the wonderful things about the sense of community we have here is that people can help each other out with questions I can't answer. And quite often you learn more from each other than you do the teacher. And I'm learning a lot today, as I always do. And thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And Kimmy, one last thing about this that just came to mind. Since she's so young now, this is, of course, I think practical, but whether you agree with this or not, when you host birthday parties or different family gatherings, instead of getting what I call impractical gifts or just, you know what I mean. Ask your closest friends, only your closest friends and relatives to contribute to, let's say, this educational savings account instead of buying a bunch of useless toys that you would just probably never use, and they would be. That's my personal opinion. Not everyone shares that idea, but that's another way to have everyone contribute to this.
Dude,
no, you're amazing. You're amazing.
I love
It's funny you say that. I'll quickly say this. It's funny you say that because I told my husband that I wasn't going to throw her some lavish first, birthday party, because for me it doesn't make sense. And the party is more for me than the child. The child just wants to sleep, eat, and that's it. So what I did say was that whatever we'll ask friends and family that money gift is more better than just gifts, or if they could give to a charity, that's fine. But I also want her to grow up with that sense of every day I'm born, in the sense of I wake up into a new day, so that I appreciate each day, right? But I also want her to have a sense of also finance and doing something meaningful, not just, oh, I want Uncle Chris or Auntie this person to give me a gift. They don't give me. Oh, they don't love me. And no, none of that. So you're right. That's another thought process that I'm not going to share with my husband, that, whatever we get straight into her account and it can grow.
If you feel comfortable, because sometimes many folks don't feel comfortable asking for this, but it's the same concept whether you buy a gift and spend the money, $50 on something, same thing. They could just contribute it there. It's no different. It's not that you're asking for more than what they would have normally spent.
Sure. But if you never ask, you never know, right?
That's right. Yes. Exactly.
True.
Smart.
And that's why you could only do it probably with the closest friends, and those who are not as close, just let them be and choose whatever they want.
Sure. I agree.
Have a good night, everyone.
Have a good night. Thanks so much for your insight. It's helpful. Thank you.
Everyone, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. It's wonderful meeting your kids,
Bye,
too.
Leah.
All right. Bye, Mikey. Bye, Mikey. I'll see ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a good one, buddy. We've got a big family event here. This is great. I've seen so many kids. This is awesome. This is fun. This is fun. We're having a good time. Okay, cool. Give me 1 second. Let me take a question here from the webcast, and I'll come right back here. All right. I remember where I was here. All right. Hold on a second. All right, hold on a second. Whoa, dude, there's tons here. Hold on 1 second here. 1 second. All right. Yeah. Mustafa. Is Mustafa on the call here as well?
Yeah.
Oh, you are? Okay, cool. You had a question here. Why don't you ask here instead? Go ahead. I'm so sorry. Yeah.
No, it was not a question. I just want to thank you. You know, I reached out to Chris. Little story to you guys. I reached out to Chris a few months back.
Yeah.
Asking a business question. You know, totally want to start a business. What's your opinion? He gave me his humble opinion, very detailed. And then he gave me access to his program. He said, you know, take the program. It's going to help you. I started the business 3 months ago, and every single day, pretty much, I take the course and go back to the business and pretty much apply immediately what I'm learning. Awesome. So I want to thank you for your advice, for your community, for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
It's just fun to be here.
Awesome.
I saw you still live.
When
I turned it on YouTube. So I thought to myself, I'm going to join and thank Chris and the community.
No, I appreciate that. God bless you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And where are you based?
I'm based right here in Chicago, but
Chicago.
I don't live in those buildings. But
yeah,
right here.
Yeah, I was about to say beautiful green screen. That's cool, man. It looks legit.
Thank you.
It's cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for the comments. God bless you for that. Thank you. Thanks,
Chris.
Very cool.
Just an awesome community. I'm learning a lot.
Awesome. Thank you. I learn a lot from my students. This is great. Thank you. God bless you. Very cool. Okay, cool. All right, and let me move here to. Melody said, watch the Ozarks. Not with the kid. I watched all 3 seasons. I love it. Yeah. And by the way, Jason Bateman on the Ozarks, I used to see him a lot when I was a kid in the 80s in movies. He was in Teen Wolf and all that stuff. And then in the 90s, you didn't see him at all. And the reason is because he was in rehab, and he's publicly disclosed this, in the 90s, drugs and alcohol. And then he completely reinvented himself in the 2000s. And that's why he's been very successful with Arrested Development and, of course, the Ozarks, etc. And every movie he's in is funny. He's good. Yeah. So you always do get a second chance. And then Michael Jordan Elcock, from who's our platinum student from Trinidad, is saying, Chris, have you forgotten the lecture that went for 10 hours? I know. It's going on a long time, but I'm loving every second of this. Yeah. And we're about to set a new record. Whoa, 9.5 hours is our record before, straight up, which is October 31st of 2019, and we're going to smash it. We're going to smash it here together. It's great. It's fun. All right, next up, Emily is saying also, I'm planning to change careers to the finance industry as an analyst. I'm already in your silver MBA, and I'm also doing the CFA level exams. Currently, I have 2 offers, international business, and MSc in finance. Okay, I got you. Any idea which one I should take, Chris? Yeah, so it's tough for me to explain what to do there. What I would do is this. Go onto LinkedIn and find people in positions that you want to be in and see what credentials they have or work experience. And that might help you think about how to fill that gap and which route to take. Yeah. And if I completely misread that, let me know and I'll answer another way. Thank you. And then Emily said, by the way, you're the best teacher. Oh, thank you. I've ever met. Thanks for everything. You're most welcome. Thank you. I've got the best students. And then you is saying, Chris, you're an amazing teacher. Thank you. But I worry about you. Have you had dinner yet? Health first. No, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been drinking this all day. This is my, it's high calorie, not many carbs, but it's got every antioxidant on the planet in it. There's kale. No, this is a super drink. Yeah. It's good. I'm just getting started here. Yeah. Thank you for your concern. I appreciate it. All right, and Cassandra is saying, yes, Chris, please take care of yourself. Thank you. Go in nature. Eat too much by the computer. I work in information technology. It's very bad for us. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you. No, I appreciate your concern. Thank you. I'm going to, just like 50 Cent said, I'm going to get rich or die trying. As I've said before, I'm going to teach or die trying. Yeah. Nobody knows that album. It was a great album 2 years ago. And then Kemi is saying, "Hi, Chris. Wow, you're about to set a world record. How can I join Zoom? Oh my God, that was a while back. Okay, great to have you. Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Jose, he's from Venezuela. Great guy. Lives in Brooklyn in the house. He's one of my platinum students. Jose is saying the longest Zoom meeting in the world took 23 hours and 39 minutes. It was a call that started at 8 a.m. on Wednesday, May 13th. I know my great mentor, Chris, can beat that record. Hey, let's do this. Just kidding. Thank you. Jose, always great to have you, bud. All right. And next up, Satans is saying, hey, Chris, Mark again. How are you? I love your grind. You stay on it. What age did you make your first million? You rock. Thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate that. And it's great to have you here. Thanks. And let's see. Next up, Bios is saying, I'm having the same jack of all trades syndrome, and I can relate, Kemi. Yeah. I've been there too, where it's like you try to please everybody and do a million things at once and become a jack of all trades but a master of none. But eventually what happens is through frustration, you find your true passion in life. And you stop becoming a jack of all trades and you start to master the one once you find out what that passion is. But it takes time. And that's the goal of this MBA degree program as well, is to do whatever it takes to help you find your passion. All right, a couple more questions here. I got DigiArt Studio is saying, I really appreciate your passion for what you do. Chris, thank you. And then you wrote, it's been like 8.5 hours and you're still going. Thank you. Oh, Kevin Patel. Kevin, you're on. Thank you to DigiArt Studio. Kevin, how are you? Kemi just mentioned this program where it's 10 days and you're not allowed to talk. And it's the same program you went through as well. And Kevin is one of my amazing platinum students from the great state of Illinois. I don't know why there's an S in the end of Illinois, but there is. And so, Kevin, how did you make it all 10 days? And any advice you have for us? Thanks. And then Geronimo, who's from Brazil, is saying, such amazing content. Just listening to all this, Chris, today, I really don't have any questions. But it was one of the biggest classes I've ever seen anyone do. Thank you. And I'm so happy you're a part of it as well. Thank you. Very cool. Excellent. This is awesome. All right, Zoom questions. What do you guys have?
Hi, I'm Jay. This is the first time I've joined one
of
these Zoom calls.
How are you, Jay? Where are you based, man?
New York City.
Oh, cool. Excellent. Whereabouts in New York?
The Upper West Side.
Oh, right on. I used to live on Broadway in 90th, on the second floor, right above the express stop. Yeah, it was loud. I wore it was cheap rent, relatively speaking. I wore earplugs every night. Nice Starbucks across the street. But that's cool, man. Yeah, excellent. What street are you on?
I'm between Central Park West and Columbus on 94th.
Oh, no, nice. Excellent. Cool.
So I've caught up with your whole Zoom live lecture from today.
Awesome.
And thought I'd join in. I had a few questions.
Sure.
So I'm currently finishing up my training in medicine.
Sure.
And I always had a passion for business. Mm-hmm. I remember in high school, I was the president of the investment club. Mm-hmm. And I remember like the teacher who was mentoring me, she told me at that time, cloud computing is happening and it's going to be big. This is maybe 2008 or...
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. And you don't really understand what implications it has or how it's going to be monetized or, and now like you talked about with Amazon Web Services earlier and just knowing like, how the technology would translate. So my current schooling is in medicine and now I want to take what I've learned about the human physiology, human anatomy, neurochemistry, and seeing that the world is changing at a more increased pace, maybe perhaps exponentially.
Yeah.
And see how, we can, how acquiring a new set of skills would help translate.
That's cool. And are you Are you interested in, given your medical background, are you interested in investing and working in the finance industry, investing in medicine?
I don't know if it's, so I see like it's the early stages of virtual reality.
Yeah.
And so, and then my understanding, this is, my 2 cents of kind of studying history, studying what I've experienced so far, that a lot of what life is neurochemistry.
Right.
If we look at, the opioid epidemic, how opioids work on our brain neurochemistry, or any drug, or how we interact within society, or why we do anything, right? It either, brings us some sort of pleasure, or we're kind of going away from pain.
Right.
And understanding neurochemistry, I think, even these social media algorithms, they're optimized to keep your eyes attracted to the screen as long as possible. And it's the same kind of phenomenon where in the casinos, you have the variable reward system.
Yeah.
So I think if you can, in a virtual world, be what you desire or what you want to be with the path of least resistance, people are going to be drawn to that. So I that's where my understanding is that people are and then there are going to be people who are terraforming Mars, but so I think and as less and less humans are going to be involved in terms of labor and production, we're going to have ample time to kind of spend our time.
Right. Right.
So.
Right.
But I just don't know how, I don't have the business background. So I studied biochemistry in undergrad.
Yeah.
And I didn't know where, so I work at NYU hospital, and, NYU's business school is right there as well.
Stern, yeah.
So I was trying to figure out, so I was trying to figure out, and Columbia's not too far from me as well.
Yeah.
So was trying to get your thoughts from having, vast experience in the business world. What is taught in those traditional business programs?
Yeah.
And I have colleagues who are MBAs, and trying to figure out what would be the best route to approach learning about business.
Yeah. No, thank you for the question. My goodness, dude, you're smart as heck. It's amazing. I wish I could speak as eloquently as you do. So I would say that these traditional business schools, like NYU, has got a lot of rock star professors. Like there's a guy named Damodaran who is
I've seen his website, and I'm just I don't have the time to.
Yeah. It's a little theoretical stuff, but and then Columbia, I went there, but I kind of think like business school in general, they teach you a lot of theoretical stuff. But nothing practical enough that you can apply immediately. Like ask your buddies that graduated business school, can you manage your own money now? Do you know how to sell? Do you know how to interview? Do you know how to start a company now? That's the problem with traditional business school. And so I want to kind of do my part to teach real practical stuff so you can hit the ground running immediately. Now, when it comes to medicine, and working in business or finance. Sounds like you're interested in nascent technologies. There's a lot of people that work here in the Bay Area on Sand Hill Road, which is the venture capital road here, kind of like Wall Street is in New York for banking. There's a lot of people that work here on Sand Hill Road in the Bay Area that they have medical degrees, and they're investors in a lot of cloud-based healthcare startups. And so I've invested in a bunch of them. And the people that have been on the boards of those companies are people like Beth Seidenberg, who was at Kleiner Perkins forever. She has an MD as well. And even when I worked in the hedge fund space, there was an MD I worked with named David Farhadi, who understood, the healthcare side of things because he's an MD, but he didn't have to do the MBA to be able to pick up and understand finance. And here in South San Francisco, which is the biotech innovation capital of the country, you have a ton of biotech companies that are getting a lot of investment from venture capital firms. And the hottest sector now within venture capital is not traditional cloud-based tech companies. It's anything to do with life extension, molecular biology, and sometimes some cloud extensions too, if you're talking about medical records that are HIPAA compliant, et cetera. And so in order to get into that industry, I don't think you need to have, any sort of additional degrees in addition to your medical background. You just have to be able to network a lot. And you already know a lot of stuff. You speak more eloquently than almost all the people I meet with here in venture capital when it comes to healthcare and stuff. I'm blown away by you. So what I recommend is just take your game to the next level by networking. Go to my website. You can download this networking book for free. We also cover a lot more of that stuff in the program, obviously, a lot more detail. Go on, please.
Have you heard of One Medical?
I have, yeah. Kleiner Perkins backed them. And so the beautiful, and for those of you not familiar with that, what One Medical does is usually when you go to the doctor, you have to set up an appointment like 3 weeks from now, and you go and you wait like 8 million hours to see a doctor. It's awful customer experience. One Medical is venture backed by Kleiner Perkins and others here in the Bay Area. They have offices everywhere so that you can schedule online. It's like using OpenTable for doctors. And you can schedule a time to go meet your doctor. And there's a one-stop shop for every type of doctor, every type of blood test, et cetera. It's like a fee of just under $200. I'm sure it's higher now. That's what it was a couple of years ago. Yeah, it's great. I love that business model.
Yeah, and so my wife just started working with them.
Oh, great!
As a physician.
Great company. Yeah.
It's been a very good experience just from her standpoint.
Yeah.
As a physician, being able to kind of get a lot of bureaucratic stuff out of the way, and she's able to spend more time interacting with the patient and getting to know them.
Yeah.
And it's quite amazing. So having a growth mindset is inherent within the culture that's taught within as she kind of onboarded.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. Well, it sounds like you're interested in investments and startups and cool new technologies. And given your medical background, I think you'd be a great fit. I think if you want to get there, it's all going to come down to aggressively networking. Relationships are more important than product knowledge. Yeah, and I'm happy to help you if I humbly can. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think just from watching, I purchased your Udemy course before.
Sure.
I started it, but then other things came up in terms of training here.
Yeah.
And I think you exemplify several great qualities in terms of your ability to listen and your ability to have intense gratitude for everything you say and do.
Thank you.
So I really appreciate that just in terms of like how you are able to communicate and listen to your students.
Thank you.
And having gone through the traditional approach to medical education, I think, a great deal of it was self-driven and online based. So definitely, I think education is ripe for disruption. And I think COVID definitely accelerated that.
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, absolutely. And it's, from a technology perspective, you haven't been able to do much telemedicine unless you worked in radiology, but they're slowly changing that. And there's great tech companies like Intuitive Surgical, ticker ISRG, where you can do remote operations and whatnot. So, but we're seeing a ton of money going in that sector now. And so my brother and my dad are radiologists, which means they fix radios. Sorry. I've gone a little while without dad humor. I'm sorry. It's been 10 hours. Thank you. And I see the silent laugh from Kemi because she's on mute, but I feel your laughter and thank you. Excellent. Cool. And you're wearing a Yankees hat, is that right?
Yeah.
How did they win? I know they were down 2-0. Or is it the game tomorrow?
I haven't followed sports in a while.
Yeah. No, I was curious. Because my Blue Jays are out of it. And Giancarlo Stanton, the guy's an animal, man. He broke the record for consecutive games to home runs. He broke Reggie Jackson's record the other night. It's pretty cool. Yeah. It's amazing. The guy's a beast. He's great. Very cool. Excellent.
So I just want to add something to what Jake just said.
Sure.
I think the world of healthcare right now is seen a radical transformation alongside with other sectors. And I think there's just so much out there, especially once you have the passion to want to get into it and merge tech with it. The sky is just the beginning. It's not even the limit. You see. So it just depends on, what are, like the Da Vinci, for example, the Da Vinci surgical system. When it came out, it changed a whole lot of stuff. Knowing that a surgeon can be, far away from the patient and still conduct surgery, and the surgery is seamless. And, same thing with when we had keyhole surgery. No one ever thought that would happen. And, those things are happening. So just to add to what you said, Jay, it's a whole host of stuff out there. But one of the things I like about Chris's method, Chrissy, I'm calling you just like the way your granddad would call
Hey,
you.
man, that's right. That's right. Chrissy, buy land. They're not making it anymore. That's what he used to say to me. Yeah.
It's mostly you learn more from getting your hands dirty. That practical aspect. And as much as I enjoy reading, actually, I tell a tale. I don't enjoy reading. I enjoy visuals. Totally. It sits and it resonates well with me. And I think that ever since 300 hours, that's a host of information. But I've learned so much than I would if I had put down money and I'd had to go to school for that. You see, because I had to compare with my BSc and my master's, and I could say this is a different, game when it comes to education. So it's something I will highly recommend, for you to check out. There's so much you will learn. You can ask questions. He would respond. And it's very, very important that you have that kind of relationship with your teacher, because you're not afraid to ask questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question, and it also drives you to think outside the box, call outside the box, if I could say that.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
Yeah, I've been carrying my placard everywhere. Chris.
Thank
saying,
you.
Enroll.
Thank you. No, I appreciate it, and I love your questions. And you're totally right about there's no such thing as a dumb question, because if you ask the question, everybody else wants to ask that question anyway, right? And there's the only thing I ever mention rules wise on day one, and we've never had an issue with this, is there's a no bully policy. No bullying allowed at all. And our first class has been first class. Amazing. Yeah. So
I have a question for you though.
Sure. Yeah. Of course.
What was the rationale behind not wanting to be accredited? I know you mentioned it, and I may be wrong, but I want you to touch on that.
Yeah.
Because I think it was not bureaucracy. Bureaucracy is not the word. You didn't want any influence.
Yeah, I don't want any standards body tell me what I can and can't teach.
Right.
Otherwise, what happens is you give in to what they think you should be teaching, which is theoretical stuff that can't be applied in the real world. And also, if I did the accredited, like these standard bodies, it's a scam. They charge an arm and a leg for registration and paperwork. And what happens is, because they charge a fortune, you have to raise prices. I could do it. I could easily do it, and then jack up the price to 10 grand per student and make a lot more money. But that's not what I'm about. Yeah, I don't think the educational experience would be pure. Yeah.
But then why is it that universities charge so much?
Yeah.
Is there a reason why?
Yeah, they've got a massive infrastructure, right? The cost, and one of the things about private schools that people don't realize, and a lot of universities, is they have religious institutions on campus so that they don't have to pay taxes, right? But it's so, like, you'll see a lot of private British schools in the province of Ontario because of that. But the infrastructure is ridiculous. Like there are so many people that work at a university, right? You got building maintenance, you got the janitors, you got the teachers, the research assistants, the cafeterias, security. It's ridiculous. And so the overhead is insane. And without big endowments, a lot of universities would go bankrupt. And I actually think that most universities are going to go belly up within the next couple decades. You know, the better names like the Harvards or the Worlds or whatever it is, they'll make it because people will think, well, I'm not going to go to university unless I can get that brand name. But I think that what's going to happen is people are realizing that it's so stupid. You do a 4-year undergrad, you spend $100,000, you don't learn anything. You only have 13 hours of class a week. It's ridiculous. And so these universities charging that ridiculous amount, they're incredibly poorly run. I think they go bankrupt. And I think what happens is they have financial trouble initially. And they dip into their endowment until they deplete it entirely. And then they do a Hail Mary pass, it's a football analogy, sorry, and try to, as a last-ditch effort, get alumni to donate as much money as possible, which is like a lifesaver with a short rope. And then they go under. I think online is going to take significant share. I really, really do. But I think it's a scam to pay a standards body an insane amount of money just so they can put their stamp of approval on it, whatever the hell that means. And there's so many different accreditation bodies all over the world. And there's diploma or degree mills as well that just milk the system. Like these. There's a lot of I don't want to. University of Phoenix Online.
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I think I found. I mean, I finished with. So I think just like Jay. I think that's the name, Jay or Ray. I may be wrong. I wanted to do medicine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, okay, because in the UK you can go straight to doing medicine after your A levels.
Yeah.
However, when I checked the cost, it was ridiculous. It was something around 30-something grand. So I'm like, okay, I can't put my parents through that, right? So I decided to go do a first degree with the hope that if I finish my first degree, then I could start working and maybe, go to medical school. Then I finished thinking, oh, maybe the fees might drop. Nope, only went up higher. So I'm like, okay, let me go do my master's. And I did my master's in biomedical engineering, thinking I could work with a medical device company.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had to do UK CAT and then GMAT and all this series of tests, which you obviously have to pay for, but with no guarantee that you get it. And even after you get it, first 3 years is about 30-something grand.
Right.
No, it goes up after 3 years.
Right.
Right?
Right.
But then when you finish and you work as a doctor, the first salary is not even anywhere near what you spent.
Yeah.
So you would need to work at least 15 years or 10 years to break even, depending on the specialty.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
So I had to ask myself, is it worth it? Is it, to go through that? And I applaud people who go through medicine, but if you also have to think about the quality of education versus how much you have to spend, it questions a whole lot of stuff.
Right.
And then, so I finished that. I finished my master's. Then I started working. Then I had to do Prince 2. And then I had to pay for that. And even after my Prince 2, I wasn't exactly guaranteed a job, And now it's like, as a BA, you have to do CBAP. You have to do all the certifications, just to show in your CV that you have it. But there's certain things, don't get me wrong, that you do need the certifications for because it only proves that you know what you're doing.
Right.
But at the end of the day, when you look at cost to knowledge, if I can put it that way, it's not that worth it because it's mostly theory, just like you said. Practical knowledge is more, is the right way to go about things because it's more applicable.
Right.
Which brings me to the next question. In terms of your content, how often would you say you will update it?
Yeah.
Or
yeah,
is there just that one?
Yeah. So I'm going to be continuing to add more and more electives over the years. And a lot of it I'll be doing real case studies on companies, going with a film crew, which means Matt and I. and also interviewing CEOs and CFOs. And if there's any question ever on how valid the content is, if it's up to date, because people can always ask me during the Q&A session. But I've been making online courses long enough to know that everything I make is future-proof to the extent that I never say anything or teach anything that will go out of date. You know, it's not like I'm teaching programming languages, which change with different versions.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Just so you know, Geronimo wants to join in.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, so he's asking for the link.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Geronimo, here's what you do, buddy. Hold on a second. Wrong keyboard. Here it is here. Yeah. All right, so Geronimo, go right here. It might be tough to read, so I'll read it to you. Go to the this internet address, please. It's harounventures.com/ask Chris, all lowercase. Oh, I see a kitty cat. Yeah. Oh, they get, wow. My cat, dude, my cat's like this big. He grew this much. He's this big now in 1 week. Yeah.
We had to get rid of ours. We had two.
Yeah.
But we had to get rid.
Yeah.
It was painful, but.
Yeah. It's we have one right now, and we know if we get two, they'll want to play with each other and not me. Yeah. Or Dylan, I should say. Yeah. It's
so cute.
It's fun. But our cat name is Ruby. We got it from the shelter a week ago, and oh my God, she's up all night. Yeah, she's fun though. But we lost her today for a while, and we couldn't find her, or actually it was last night. And so what I did was I got a can of tuna, and we wouldn't feed her that, but I put it in a couple bowls in a bunch of rooms, and within 30 seconds she came out to it. Yeah. So I had tuna salad for dinner. Yeah. All right. Can you guys give me 1 second? I'll be right back. Is that okay? All right, good. All right, thanks.
1 second up.
I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm back now. Sorry. And if you guys want a refund, I completely understand. I'm sorry. And I know you're going to question my commitment for stepping away for a minute, but I'll be right back. Yeah.
Oh, so it's a minute now. Okay.
Oh my God, I can't stand it. Okay. I can't stand any of my students. No, I'm just kidding. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay. There you go. All right. And Geronimo, I'll let you in a second.
Hi guys, Jay.
Hi Jay.
Kimmy, and where are you from? Chicago, Mustafa?
Yeah. Why don't you connect with me, Jay, maybe on LinkedIn or other? I have some experience in cloud computing and I might be able to help you as much as I can, of course.
Well, yeah. So I mean, I don't know. I think it was just a story in terms of like when I was early on. I didn't quite understand the concept, but yeah, definitely.
There are lots of things broken in the healthcare system, as you know, and I think if you marry it with technology, the opportunities are endless. And with your background and all, you just want to put it in a framework, and you're good to go. Yeah, the sky's the limit.
Yeah, especially, and I think Apple's doing it with wearables, and I think it's people's health data is going to be heavily leveraged, and with, for lack of a better word, being able to kind of
absolutely.
I think one of the things, like when I ventured into healthcare, I actually wanted to go back to Africa to make a change. It was one of the reasons, but there are just too many problems aside from infrastructure. There's also the case of if you wanted to do cloud-based technology, servers, there's no light, you see, and there are many other things that we can go into it, and there's just not one end. But one of the things I've been looking at the moment is more around policy and typing the policy to the people, because one policy can't even fit. It's a fragment of different tribes. Different tribes handle things differently. And just like you said, data tells you what to do, right? There's a wealth of data back home, but they don't even know. They don't even know how to utilize it. Let alone, they don't even have an accurate database of their own citizens, you see. So there's a lot of opportunities back home. And in the West as well, there's still so much opportunities to develop. You see, we're looking at people with palsy, how to improve their own. I think that there was a research about how they were going to use neural implants to help them. We've also seen the stuff with diabetes and how you can put an implant and it tells you, it releases insulin. So there are many things out there. It just depends on how far do you want to color outside the book. And you have to be radical in your thinking. If you think it's impossible, trust me, it is possible. And that's one thing I've also learned as well. There's just so much out there.
All right, we got Geronimo, and we got Kevin. Oh, great, Kevin is coming, and Kemi, you'll enjoy this because Kevin went through that 10-day thing.
You're back. That was a minute.
I am so look. I told you this whole Haroun Education Ventures thing is a scam. He's full of lies. He says he goes away for 60 seconds. It's actually 90. If you want your money back, it's totally cool. I completely understand. I am a fraud, okay? But I'm an honest fraud. I know I'm a fraud. Just kidding. All right, cool. We've got, a bunch of people coming in. Okay, cool. Awesome. Oh, I see some of my students actually from my the Platinum program. Listen. Scam. He's full of lies. He says he goes away for 90. If you want your money back, it's totally cool. I completely understand.
Someone needs to mute.
That was the only honest thing I've heard all day. And you got to hear it twice. Because repetition's the mother of all skill. Excellent. Kevin, how are you, man? What's going on, dude? So
good. How are you?
Good. And so Kemi was asking earlier about that 10-day program you went through where you didn't talk for 10 days. That was you that went through that, right?
Yes. So it's called Vipassana.
Yeah.
And I think that's what Kemi was saying. I think that's correct, right, Kemi?
Yeah. I did. Yeah. But I had to tap out. It was too hard.
Yeah.
It's beautiful, but it's hard.
Yeah.
But it's morning 4 o'clock to 10 o'clock in the evening. You just sit and basically just spend some time with your soul. But they provide you food and, you're in nature. You don't have to worry about anything. You don't have your cell phone. My wife allowed me to go. So I just...
I want to go back again. And I actually recommend it to people because I think it's one of those things that you will understand the depth of your mind and the construct of your mind. I noticed that I was worrying about things that I need not worry. I didn't have my phone. I didn't have my TV. I didn't have any other distractions. But I was still worrying about them, if you see what I mean. And I think it's important that if you can have a clear mind, it's just like a canvas. If you can clear the canvas, you have a beautiful space to work and do as much as you want to do. But if it's too clogged up, sometimes it could be hard getting fresh thoughts in. But after day 3, I was like, nope, I'm done. Pack my bags. I'm like, I'll be back.
Good for you for making it 3 days. Wow.
Interesting. Yeah, after 4 days, I think 3 or 4 days, you actually feel, just in place. You have to just cross that hurdle a few days more. But after that, it becomes simple.
Yeah, try it out. If Christine would allow you, you should go.
Right. Thank you.
I don't know how you made it.
Yeah, the biggest thing I learned was, I think I was thinking about my business idea and was trying to figure out, what I want to do with my life. But I went in with all the thoughts that I'll clarify all those thoughts. But basically, I came out with something different because it's not about business. It's not about, anything like what we think life is all about. Life is about very simple things. And sometimes it's just like you holding your baby. That moment will never come. And it brings you in the present. Basically, we try to, approach life as I want to get to here. I want to do this MBA and I want to do this and that. But sometimes you have to bring everything in perspective and just being present.
So if I may interject and give my 2 cents, I think so. I've come across these 3 concepts. What makes people happy, and it's the idea of personal growth, so that you're a little better, improving in what matters to you every single day. A sense of contribution, that you're able to make a change in someone else's life in a positive way, and a sense of community. And I think this is why you find so much joy in teaching this course, and because you've kind of hit all 3 of them with your model. Because you have a whole community that you've created, you're able to contribute to their growth, and so that provides a sense of contribution, and then you yourself are growing through that journey, and it's a very ideal lifestyle that you've created.
Can you repeat those 3 again? I'm just writing them down.
Dude, he sounded like wicked smart. Like that was amazing. Yeah. I love that. Yeah.
So it's a sense of community, right? So that's why people gather and have like religious organizations or all sorts of groups that humans have historically created. Personal growth. So, this is why when you binge on a show on TV, you kind of don't feel so great, because maybe something like it's that stagnation that kind of gnaws at you. And then a sense of contribution. So this is why when people get older and they've had success in the real world, they tend to those that are happy, they tend to volunteer their time, or they mentor, they teach, or they get into philanthropy, because that's how they can leave their mark or become immortal in a sense by the impacts they've had on others.
So that ties into the sense of fulfillment, right?
Yeah, so it's all about fulfillment. Happiness is transient, and so the long game is to live life with a sense of fulfillment. And the quickest way humans get that sensation is by having kids, because that's instant fulfillment. You have this being that you've created into existence that is dependent totally on you, and being able to provide and care, and it's also a part of you, and that brings fulfillment as you're raising this kid, as you're seeing the child grow, and you grow along with it, and your family unit is just community.
Right. That makes so much
sense. That was deep.
Dude, that was like
that blew my fuse there.
I gotta tell you, man, that was off the charts, man. You got to start a vlog or something. I'm blown away. Yeah.
And the Oscar goes to Jay.
Jay, first, good afternoon, good night to everyone. But I think that was really deep and connects a lot with the legacy notion that most philosophy derived from the Stoics in most part talks about. I don't know if you guys ever heard about that. Because when you talk about legacy, it's about ethics, it's about your offspring, it's about your job. There is even a saying that I got from a book that a good life leads to a good death. That means that when you go away, you have made so much things that will outlast your life, and that's really something that we should think about.
You have a lot of philosophers as students, Chris.
Dude, I don't want to. I'm nervous, man. Like I remember when I worked at Goldman Sachs, it was right around the time that Nirvana Unplugged album came out, and there was a song called "Dumb." And when I was in the training program at Goldman, I thought to myself, if I don't say anything, people will think I'm dumb. If I say something, they'll know I'm dumb. Remember that song? So I'm in awe of the brilliance here. And Geronimo, it is a pleasure to finally see you live and hear your voice. Thank you.
I think that's the first time we had this opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen your questions over the years. Yeah.
One thing that I should correct you, I think that no one is dumb. we each have our own life experience. So maybe Jay and I talked, and Kemi talked a little philosophical, but each person will have a totally different experience in life. Nowadays, I'm doing masters in education, and more when you see what's about really education is about understanding people and understanding that they come from different subjects areas, and you can't really just think that everyone will have the same behavior, which is I think one of the main problems that we have with traditional education. You try to fit everyone in the same size, the same can, and that's even more interesting when I see Kemi talking about education. That's why I got into the Zoom call, because we start to think how education changes lives, but we sometimes don't realize it. We just think that it's something that we are obligated to do because of money, a better job, but we don't realize how much we can build upon a good education. I think that's something really interesting to think about, and how different it is if you see what we have here in Brazil. I'm Brazilian, I haven't said, but Chris had said before, I think. And while in the USA you have a crisis about the cost of education, here in Brazil we have the best education is from public university. When you get the higher education, we still private education, but most private education it's better when you are educating kids, because we have a great difference between the money that goes to the education. I think that would be K-12, the English term.
Right.
That's really interesting to think about.
Yeah. It's I'm blown away by just the brilliance of, as Kemi said, these philosophers, and I wish I could add to that. I don't have anything intelligent to say. I'll leave it to the floor to comment on this. And what I'll do is,
I think your job is to make us more practical, though.
Yeah.
So that you're doing a good job.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's been. I
started a company, so that's.
Yeah, we're an hour 11 now. We've done 10 hours so far, so I'm going to try to. I'll say, but Christina, how are you?
Hi, I am back, everybody. Hi.
Great to have you back.
I had to do dinner and put my daughter to bed.
Yeah.
But, I just want to, Chris, what is your record? I know October 31st.
Yeah.
What are we trying to beat here?
Yeah, we beat it about a half an hour ago. We our record was 9.5 hours. We went 10 hours so far.
Cool.
And the amazing thing is that I have some students that start these calls at night, then they go to bed because they're tired, then they get up in the morning, and they have their browser open still.
I did the same today.
Oh, you did, and it's still on. It's still on. That's the thing
Yeah.
about having an international class, is that learning never stops, which makes it fun. Yeah.
But I had to jump back on because I left the computer on while I was doing all the other stuff. But Jay, I want to acknowledge you. Is because of your, happiness thinking and or fulfillment and everything that made me say, okay, I got to jump back on our Zoom call.
Blew me away.
So I want to talk. And Geronimo, boa noite. My husband's actually half Brazilian, so.
Boa noite.
Boa noite. Yeah, he's gonna be doing the platinum course with me. So I hope to see everybody on there. But yeah, I wanted to jump on because Jay, thank you so much for really bringing to the forefront for us to remind everybody really, you know, our life purpose and, you know, what we can do. It just made me think about what I want to create going forward, and vision boarding, you know, really helps, especially for all of us that are going to be the MBA candidates to start December 14th with the Haroun education for our MBA program. I think this community is incredible, especially today. I mean, I've been on since on and off since 11 o'clock Pacific Standard Time here in the West Coast of California, Oregon. So it's pretty exciting to see everybody around the world all jumping on. And Kemi, I was listening to you while I was preparing dinner and putting my daughter to bed. Thank you so much for your contribution tonight. Listening to you and stuff. And I look forward to knowing all of you more going forward.
Likewise, and thank you.
Thank you. Chris, you know, I already have the utmost love and respect for you. You know,
thank you. Thank you.
Your contribution is just immense, making a difference. Just know that.
Thank you.
Every moment what you're doing is just it's really admirable and just you know, life-changing for so many.
Thank you, and thank you for being a part of this as well. And
welcome, Christina, to our like alumni community, I guess.
Kevin is
2021.
Yeah, Kevin's our in the platinum program right now. He started last December.
So you're immersed in it already. Yeah. I'm really excited for it because I've only been watching the webcast. I've done some of the e-courses, one-offs and stuff. So I'm excited to jump.
You're in good hands.
You're in good hands. Really fun. We have great alumni base, great students.
Can I just ask that we give Chris a round of applause?
Oh, thank you. No, please. Thank you. I appreciate it. I've been told that the new thing people do exactly is what Christina did. Christina, show us again. This is the thing people do on for applause now. That's a new thing. Yeah. Apparently,
I learned it from my 7-year-old.
Yeah.
100% distance learning, so they do the all around clap.
Yep.
They do this.
Yeah, I learned that from Jason Blythe. Actually, he taught me that. That's a new thing. Yeah. It's what my teacher used to say to me: mouth closed, ears open. I remember that. That's what they used to say. But this means clapping. Yeah. So, and the only
will we have a new Slack channel for the new batch?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I will create one and I'll send it out. Yeah. And what I'll do is I'll talk to my marketing and sales folks, and I'll have them help out with that. And we'll have it out well in advance of December 14th, so you guys can start bonding. And yeah.
All the new people who are still not decided for buying the MBA program, like if you're still not decided, buy it anyway, because I got the platinum program in the last batch and it was really impactful for me. Like Chris just stayed me and helped me with the plan and stuff, and on the one-on-one calls he helps you to plan your career, and it's applicable for all the age groups. Like I'm still 20-year-old and it was still useful for me. And as you listen to Jason talk, he's from a different point of life and it was helpful for you. So Chris's course is helpful for all the people in all walks of life.
Thank you. And I'm honored to have you as part of this program. Thank you. Yeah. And if it weren't for you, we would have started classes for time zone 1 at noon, my time. But you said because of India, earlier 9 a.m. Yeah. So thank you for that feedback. I appreciate it. Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah, and it also works for people from the South Asian countries like Japan or South Korea, where Stella and others live.
Yeah, and Stella's on the call here. Thank you, Rod. I appreciate that, buddy. And Stella, I saw her name here as well. Dude, we have a lot of people from the Platinum program here as well. Rose is here. Oh my goodness. Yeah. We got. Oh my God. Stella is here. Stella's from Seoul, South Korea. Himanshu just woke up. He said, I woke up and joined again. Chris, great to have you again. Excellent. Yeah, Rose is here. Rose is saying, hey, Chris, thought I'd say hi before I go to sleep. This is a new live stream record. Thank you, Rose. And Rose is one of our wonderful platinum students from Virginia on the East Coast here. Thank you. It's great to have you. Yeah. Let's see what else we got here. A lot of emojis. Oh, Jose, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yankees lost 2-1. So the elimination. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Yeah. And then let's see here. Hold on. Oh my good. There's just a ton of questions. Wow. Power Capital saying, Chris, I admire your stamina. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Stella is saying, hey, how are you guys? Great. Hope you're doing well as well, Stella. Always great to have you. And it was great doing that one-on-one with you and Kevin on Thursday in those 2 sessions. Yeah. Whoa, tons here. It goes on and on. Then Jose is saying, oh my God, Christine, let you get a cat. That's awesome. Congratulations. Thank you. Oh, it's the best. And dude, so Christine was totally against it. And when we got the cat, she loves it more than anybody. Yeah. It's fun. I love cats. Yeah, it's our first pet. And then, here's a question.
Cat person or a dog person?
I thought I was a dog person because dogs are more friendly and cats are snobby. But I turned into a cat person because there's less maintenance too. Oh, there's your dog. How cool is that? Oh, cute. And I knew with the kids, that's adorable. I knew with my kids, like my kids said, if we get a dog, I'll walk it every day. You know what happens. Yeah. All right, very, very cool. I got a question here from Kelvin, who's saying, hello, can anyone give me the link to the Foundation of Entrepreneurship course? Absolutely. It's right here, and I apologize if you can't read it. It's all lowercase. HarounVentures.com/ all one word, free course. So free course, and you can access that for the next couple days. Thank you. And then Rosetta is saying, hi everyone, I'm Rosetta from Nigeria. Excellent, Kemi, someone else from Nigeria here. I have a background in law, and I always wanted to have a business of mine. Despite my acquired, hold on, I'm so sorry, it just skipped on me. Here we go. Despite my acquired skills in working with startups, I've been failing in mine. Yeah. And then you wrote been failing to raise equity for your startup company. I've engaged in affiliate and network marketing, which are taking me away from my business. Yeah. I now have 2 businesses. I'm struggling to be sustainable. Question, please, could you advise me on what to do? Yeah. And then you wrote here, I feel like the story of success of my startup would make me an authority as a solutions provider to startups. Yeah. But you wrote out all my business today. I'm so sorry you're going through that. Yeah. It's hard because a lot of times we underestimate how long it takes to raise money and what a distraction it is as well. I want to help you immediately. Regardless of whether or not you join, let me give you access to a short course of mine for free. So send a message to support@HarounVentures.com, and I'll give you a free coupon for a course of mine called the Complete Business Plan Course. It's a short course that will help you be able to raise money and create a business plan at the same time. And I give you 25 templates for creating a presentation to raise money. And so that would be the fastest way I can help you. Otherwise, I don't want you to have to wait until you take this entire MBA degree program next year. So email again, support@HarounVentures.com, and mention that course, please, the Complete Business Plan course, and we'll get back to you immediately with a coupon there. Thank you. And then Preeti is saying, or Pratik is saying, I just got up and you're still live. Yeah, we're still here, man. We're still here. And then you said, can I join? Absolutely, yeah. So the way to join is, let me get the right link here for you. Go to, it's a little bit small here, but go to HarounVentures.com/ask Chris, all lowercase, ask Chris, one word. And those are the instructions for how to join the Zoom. The more the merrier. Yeah. And we got Michael Jordan Elcock, who's my awesome student from Trinidad. And he's saying, I'm just loving this session. Thank you. Everyone is making a great contribution. But as both Chris and Christine have observed, Jay is an exceptional young man. Dude, the guy blows me away. Yeah. Amazing. Jay, thanks for your medical service and input. I agree, dude. It blew me away. Jay, don't go anywhere. I see your name there. I want to hear more from you, man. I'm telling you, you learn more from each other than you will the teacher, that's for sure. And then Michael said, Chris, you're the luckiest professor on the planet. Yeah. Well, to have such great students. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then last comment here is, thank you very much, Chris. I'm grateful. We'll do so immediately. Okay, about the free course. Yeah, I'll respond to you right away. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. All right. So we're done with questions now here on the live chat. Now it's time for Zoom to see if anybody has more questions about the program. Yeah.
I only have one statement, and then I also have a question.
Sure.
And I have to go put Ari down. Oh, sorry.
Oh, so cute. Oh.
All right. Someone just want me to ask the question.
Oh.
Okay. So you did say that product relationships are more important than product knowledge.
I believe so. Yeah.
And I also, just on that, I want to use the opportunity to say a big thank you because, obviously, starting this program, I'm going to have access to meeting quite, a number of people who are brilliant, who are smart, talented, and just like Jay said, going back to what Jay said, because I had to write that down. That was just so profound.
Isn't it brilliant? Unbelievable.
In a year, I'm going to have my own sense of community, which will obviously improve me, personal growth. And obviously we can draw from each other's skill set,
Right.
So in that sense, that is some form of fulfillment for me.
Right.
And I'm very, very grateful because without you, that wouldn't have been possible. So all thanks to you.
Thank you.
Once more.
Thanks.
And then my last question for the night is, you said you prefer public schools to private schools.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah.
Because in the UK, for example, quite a number of people prefer to send their kids to private school for connection purposes, and they also believe that there's a quality of education that they would get that they can't find outside. So the question is why.
Yeah. So I'm in a decent public school district. Of course, I did all the research here, but I am worried about entitlement as well. And I went to a private school in Oakville, Ontario, about 45 minutes away from where you are right now. And I'm grateful to my parents to be able to provide for me and send me as well. But I did notice there was a lot of entitlement, and it's not a reflection of the real world. It's not a reflection of the real world. And I got to be careful what I say. I'm not going to name the school. You can probably look it up and see it. They've asked me to come back and give tons of speech. I'll never do it. Ever, ever, ever. It's just not a reflection of reality. I think what happens is you give your kids a false sense of what the world is like by sheltering them in an environment that's just not realistic. And then they graduate and there's entitlement and they expect a lot from the world. And it's just, I don't know. I kind of, and when I went to school in New York City just for a graduate degree, and I met a lot of kids whose parents are billionaires, and they're all miserable because they've been given everything their entire lives, private schools, everything. And sometimes the best type of parenting is tough love. I'll take a bullet for my kids. But at the same time, you have to have an element of tough love. Otherwise, when you have small kids, you have small problems. And then when you have big kids, you have big problems. So it's just my philosophy. Again, I'm in a decent enough public school district. But I just don't want my kids to be sheltered in an environment where it's not reality, because I don't think they'll be happier later in life. Sure. Yeah, that's just my humble thoughts. Yeah.
No, thank you for that. Because you spend more. They spend more time in school than they do with family. COVID has changed that.
Yeah.
But you're right, because they tend to have the sense of entitlement, especially when they see friends whose fathers have jets and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
And of course, I've given a ton of money to the charities I'm involved with, the Limo Foundation, and we give kids from East Palo Alto, where the high school graduation rate is 40%, full ride scholarships, because a lot of them have, this is where I get opinionated here, deadbeat fathers. There's no such thing as a deadbeat mother. And it's not their fair. They were dealt a crappy set of cards in life. So I'd rather give money. I love my kids to death, obviously, but I'd rather give money and send other people to go to private schools than my own kids. Yeah. Because of course, it's not dangerous in my household. Whereas a lot of these kids in East Palo Alto, it's dangerous for them. So, yeah.
When the environment is not enabling.
Yeah.
Then you should step in just to protect them.
Yeah. And the Limo Foundation, which I'm proudly on the board of, it's the only charity or organization I care about now outside of my own. What we do is we have staff that will go and pick up the kids from their houses at 7 a.m. COVID's made it tougher, obviously. 7 a.m. Take them to the Limo Center. We have a great big building. It's beautiful. Teach the kids there. Then take them to private schools in Palo Alto, in Atherton, great areas. And then bring them back to the Limo Foundation headquarters. There's sports there, dinner. They can study the computers. They got the best of everything. I teach them as well. No. And then we drive them back home. Not me, but people that work there. And the reason why I do what I do is because it was in January of 2016, and I wanted to help these kids out. And so what I did was let me show you guys actually. I don't know if you guys will see this on the YouTube call, but you'll be able to see the screen right here. So what I did is, let's go over to my website. Sorry, wrong website. Ignore that propaganda. Let's go to Haroun Ventures. Okay. Go down to the bottom, I think it's, hold on. Yeah, down here. Charity. Okay. Do you guys see this, my screen? Might be a bit of a delay. Yeah. There will be a bit of a delay for you guys on Zoom. But I'm involved, and this is another charity I was involved with. One of my students started this. Her name is Brenda. It's called Providing Opportunities for Women. And she gave an empowering speech at San Francisco State. My favorite students in the world, San Francisco State. I love them. I'll never teach at Stanford again or guest lecture there. There's entitlement there. Don't get me started. But Brenda started this organization, Providing Opportunities for Women. And she gave a presentation which blew my mind. She basically said that there are more CEOs in America named John than there are women CEOs. How disgusting is that? It's brutal. But anyway, here's the Limo Foundation here. Okay, and so what I did right here. So I created this one day event. Whoops, let me go back a screen here. Sorry. I created this, let me freeze it here. I screwed up again. I created this one day event, screw you Squarespace, now it's make me log in, for my students at the Limo Foundation. And I taught them for one day in January of 2016. And it was on a Saturday, and I called it an entire MBA in one day. And it was 12 hours long. And here's some of the students there. And I gave them a certificate. And there were kids between the Limo Foundation.
We cannot see your screen.
Oh, you can't? Oh, you can't.
I'm having to watch online.
Oh, you're watching? Oh, yeah, you have to.
I'm watching via YouTube, but Zoom is open on my phone. That's.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? Here we'll do. Here we go. So you'll be able to see it now on both.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
on
great.
Zoom, yeah.
Okay.
See it now.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, there's a bit of delay there. Sorry, guys. So I created. I taught these students at the Limo Foundation, and they were from the ages of 7 or 9, I should say, up to 17. And this is another event. Just ignore the picture scrolling. That's a venture capital thing. But I was so blown away by how much they were paying attention all day. And I created these degrees for them, Limo Scholar right here and stuff. And I signed it and like a degree, whatever. And then, again, it was called the entire MBA in one day. And here are all the wonderful students. And I was so inspired by them that Saturday that what I did was I actually created, and I'll come back to Zoom so you could see me full screen here. But what I did was I set up a camera in my house, in my bedroom. And my wife saw it and she said, "Honey, this is not happening." I'm like, "No, I'm making a course." I'm just kidding. Sorry, that's awful dad humor. Sorry. And then what I thank you, Kemi. I can see you laughing. I appreciate that. Yeah. What I did, I'm totally kidding about that. What I did was I recorded a course that Sunday the next day. And I let the camera go for literally 10 hours. I made the course 8 hours long. And I called it an entire MBA one course. And then I put it up on Udemy, and literally a day or two later, Business Insider picked up on it, whatever they wrote about it, and the rest is history. But I never did it to make money. I did it because I wanted to help those students. And that the degree I created for them that you saw those kids in the Limo Foundation holding is the genesis for this thing here. It's why this is the Haroun thing, whatever, MBA thing. It's why I do what I do. And that day, helping them and giving back just changed my life. And that's the genesis of why I do what I do, to help others. Because I really do believe that you can solve every problem in the world with education. And my favorite students are the ones that are born, poor, smart, and hungry. And they've been dealt a crappy set of cards in life. And I want to make a difference. I want to help. And that's kind of comes back full circle why I'm against private school. Anyway, kind of a long-winded answer. Yeah. But that's why I do what I do. Yeah. So
I'm still wondering how Christine keeps up with your dad jokes.
Oh God, she doesn't even laugh. Like, it's just kind of yeah. And my kid Dylan kicked me out of his room the other day. He was on a Zoom call and I was embarrassing him. He's never done that before. I was officially Phil from Modern Family, like with him as well. I was cool until, I guess now, kind of. I don't know. Yeah. But they have a little brother in me. It's fun. Yeah.
Michael from Arrested Development.
Yes, exactly. From Arrested Development. Yes. And don't forget, Michael Cera is from Brampton as well. Okay. Yeah. It's true, and that's where Kemi lives. It all comes back to Michael Cera. Yeah. Stella, how are you?
Hey, Chris. Hey, everyone.
What's going on? And
Hey.
Stella is based in South Korea, in Seoul, and she's one of our wonderful platinum students. And it's always great to have you. Always great to have you. What time is it in Seoul right now?
It's 1:25 p.m.
Oh, great. Excellent. I'm not used to seeing it light there when we have our calls. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. I have to talk to you at 9:30 p.m. my time in order to have sunlight there. Yeah. Excellent.
I was like, I freaked out because when I joined, like, it was already like 9 hours.
Yeah. No, we set a record, man. We all did it. We did it. Yeah. It's fun.
Wow.
It's fun. It's fun. Hey. Well, that's the clapping thing.
We should let you go now, Chris.
Oh,
I really feel bad.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. I'll answer questions forever. I'll teach or die trying.
You need to sleep more tomorrow to cover up the sleep.
Yeah. No, I'll have to sleep in for sure. A little bit. I can't sleep in too much. I love life too much. Yeah.
One quick question, like one of my friends who is in the platinum degree program, he cannot pay with PayPal. There is some issue. So do you have like any other payment method?
Yeah. The only thing I could say is whatever they accept is all we can do. I'm sorry. So to make it easier, just because I don't have a big staff and I outsource everything, I just use the payment engine that's on Teachable. So they accept, I don't know, credit card or PayPal and Stripe or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're very good with him. Like he told me that you gave him 2 weeks additional for payment because he couldn't, pay it.
Yeah.
Due to some issue.
Yeah. If I wrote that in an email, then that's fine. He could there's no rush for him. Yeah. I'm good to my word. Of course.
All right, Chris, I'm gonna head because I only have 1% left on my phone.
Okay.
I just want to say a big thank you to everyone.
Yeah, we're great class here, eh?
This has been amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you once again.
Yeah, no, thank you everybody.
I'm not gonna go emotional or crying or whatnot, but you already know.
Oh, God bless you. God bless you. Lots of hugs here.
Hope to see you in the MBA program.
West Coast. Yeah.
Likewise, I'm looking forward to building great relationships with everyone else who's starting this December, and also the alumni. This has been fantastic and only possible by Chris.
Oh, good. Thank you so much, and I've enjoyed every second of this. I'm still in awe of Jay. Like I gotta say, Jay.
Oh yeah, Jay.
Jay, like
I don't.
Jay, you.
I am humbled by you.
Oh my God,
your dedication.
You're so Canadian. I love you, even though you live in New York, dude. You have to write a book. Let me market it for you because your brilliance needs to be heard.
So there's one other concept I wanted to share.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys know about the concept of myelination.
No, I don't. No.
So it's basically how information within our brains is like processed. It's like insulation on our nerves that allows much rapid transmission of information. So the reason why we each know our names well is because we were told this is your name and you've been exposed to it multiple times. And this is the same concept between like spaced repetition of information to learn it for long term. And I always was curious, like, why are some people successful while others aren't? And it really does start within your childhood and what you're exposed to, the level of vocabulary and information. And then just like how compound interest works, so does your education and information. And if you're, and then I look at Elon Musk and why he's able to come up with these ideas that are changing or building the future, basically. And it's because as a child.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What you broke up there on my end. As a 1 second. As a child, what? Sorry.
Elon Musk was like a voracious reader.
Yeah.
He was reading, according to his brother, he was reading 2 books a day.
Yeah.
He was consuming information very rapidly.
Yeah.
He encountered a course on computer programming at 10, which was for 6 months. He did it in like several days. And so compounding that over his lifetime, he's able to come up with these ideas. And what online education is doing is those who are interested or self-driven or motivated, they're seeking this information, and because of people like Chris, this information is readily available, and it isn't just in some ivory tower. And and if someone is driven, and if you're kind of handed this on a platter, you're less likely to want to partake in it because it wasn't earned. It wasn't something you had to kind of like work hard for. And but the concept with myelination is every single day your 5 senses are taking in information, so input, and then you're producing a certain outcome, an output. So your actions, even the words that I'm telling you right now, you're processing them through whatever perspective you have from your respective backgrounds, and then you're producing a certain action after this or thoughts, and that'll change the actions that you take, and subsequently those actions will change the input into your brain, and then those will lead to certain outputs, and over that time that basically results in your life and the trajectory and where you end up. And so I think just being aware of like the content that you're putting in. If you put in, Grand Theft Auto all day, you might think that violence isn't that bad, I'm not saying that's necessarily true, but you may become desensitized to that. And, and this is where, same thing where people are able to get themselves funneled into particular ideologies on different spectrums, liberal or right wing or any particular, or even what China wants to do in terms of controlling its media and the narrative it tells its people.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's just that this compounds over a very long period of time, and it results in who we become as individuals. And, some people aren't afforded, because this happens so early on as a child, your neurocircuitry is wiring and it's not fully developed until like your mid-20s, your prefrontal cortex. So a lot of that time, you're not really in control of the inputs that you're getting.
Right.
And, what schools your parents put you in, or who your neighbors are, or who your friends are. And, but all of those things, all those variables play out into what in the end is your life.
So Jay, what's the title of your book?
Yeah, exactly, dude. Totally.
Jay, where can we find you? What's your LinkedIn? What's your last name?
I don't have any of that. This is because of just like I stumble literally. I use YouTube to provide this sort of ambiance for when I go to study.
Yeah.
And I came across your live stream.
Wow.
And it was already a couple hours in. I started from the beginning, and then I just started watching it. And I just saw the level of dedication and passion you have for what you're doing.
Yeah.
And like you said, when you do multiple interviews, right?
Yeah.
Like the truth comes out.
Right.
Right. And like in terms of hiring employees, or you can't fake it. You can't, you're not going to, if you're going to get tired of teaching, or I've not seen you get, short with any of the questions your students have. You listen with such tenacity.
Yeah.
And I'm in awe of that.
Thank you, dude. Okay. Couple things. Number one, I want your Twitter account so I can follow you.
I don't have Twitter.
Okay, you don't. Okay. Number
Do you
two.
have an email ID?
But I guess I don't know if I want it to be on this. I don't know if someone's going to watch this YouTube
public.
to this.
It's public. Okay. Can you do me a favor? I have a template for how my kid or my students can write books. You have genius in you, and I'm going to share right now exactly how to get. I don't ask for email addresses or anything, but I want to show you because I think you need to put this on paper. Okay. So I want you to do this. I want you to go to Haroun Education or HarounVentures.com, same thing, / all lowercase, write book. Can you see my screen?
One moment.
Okay. So I'm sharing my screen here. Yeah. So go to HarounVentures.com / write book, all lowercase. And then I want you to click and download this book template. Okay. And it's a free download. I don't ask for any emails or anything. And it's a template for how to write a book. And it's in 6" by 9" format, which is the books you see behind me on my left shoulder. And all you do is, if you know how to use Microsoft Word, you can write a book, and then you right click here on the table of contents to update your your book. And then what you do is right here on the first page, I've got how you get it published on Kindle for free. This will get forwarded to the right new address for Amazon paper. And this is for Audible. Okay. And this is if you want to get a cover your book, whatever. I want you to download this, please. Okay. Again, it's HarounVentures.com / write book. I want you to download it, and I want you to write a book because I want to learn more about your brilliance.
So I guess I do have this limiting belief of writing, and I guess I can share a little bit about my story, and I think it kind of resonates with who when you talk about who Sequoia wants to invest in.
Yeah.
It's the individuals who got a chip on their shoulders, who didn't have the silver spoon.
Yeah.
And so I was originally born in India, and I think there's a few people here from India or Indian descent.
Yeah, absolutely.
Came here when I was 6. I didn't speak English. Got left back in 2nd grade and 4th grade. And then at a certain point, I started understanding English and, started doing well academically.
Right.
So, I know that, action cures all. And I guess I'll it's hard for me to commit to it.
No, Jay. Okay, Jay. Here it is. It's easy. Do you have an iPhone or Android? What do you have?
iPhone.
Okay. So here's how I write my books. A lot of times, I'm walking and I've got Microsoft Word open. It's a free download, right? Office 365. And I hit Siri, and I talk, and Siri writes. That's all you got to do with your brilliance. Do that a gazillion times. And then once you have all that stuff together in one big Microsoft Word document, sort through it, add H1 headers, H2 headers for sections, topics, etc. Create a table of contents. And then page 1 of that document that you can download gives you instructions on how to publish it. It costs you nothing. That's it. That's it. Do you want to do it?
I want to.
Okay, okay. Everyone clap. Come on, let's do it. Let's cheer him on here. Let's cheer him on.
Oh. But so I'll start on this journey of 1,000
Good.
miles.
Okay, great. Now I want a deadline date. And I say with love my heart. When are you going to finish it by? You can give me any date you want. I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but the world's a better place with your brilliance in it.
No, I know what you're doing. I do, because we won't do anything if there's no deadline.
Yeah.
It's like Ben Franklin that says, don't wait until tomorrow.
Yep.
What you can do today.
Yeah. If you want, I don't want to force you to do something you don't want to do. That's cool.
I mean, I'd love to continue, because I think, and I think this is one of the things you talk about in terms of confidence.
Yeah.
I don't think, and it's a limiting belief.
Yeah.
I don't think I have the capability of this due to previous emotional ties with the subject matter of writing.
Yeah.
So.
But you don't have to write. All you have to do is talk, and Siri will dictate. If you want, I don't want to make you uncomfortable. That's cool.
So I will.
But
I
think
will
about it. At least.
Implementing what you said.
Okay, good. Okay, write it. Do me a favor. Write one chapter within the next 6 weeks. How's that? If you want. Yeah.
Baby steps.
I'll buy your book.
Yeah, totally.
First Amazon customer.
Dude, I will buy the heck out of that thing. Yeah, for sure. Actually, what I'll do is I won't buy the book. I'll buy the Audible version because the way he speaks makes it so dope. Or I don't even know what the word is. I'm in awe. Yeah.
So, but I'm also curious to, what I have said so far. Does it make sense, right? Because we tend to get, we can tend to get into our own heads and think like what I'm saying is the only way to view and perceive the world, and I understand everything kind of mentality.
I've never done this before.
It was like listening to Dr. Jordan Peterson speak.
Dude, it was insane. Like amazing. Like smarter than Elon Musk. Like you've gotta put pen to paper, or at least just talk to Siri and create that book. And don't structure it. Just freaking get it all out of you. Get it all out of you. Costs you nothing to do.
Okay. I will start recording
awesome.
Some of these thoughts.
Awesome.
Did you learn all this by reading, or are you a psychology major, or are you a psychologist?
I think it's through reading. It's
it's not your profession, you mean? It's like a hobby.
Yeah, no, so I think this talked about in Chris's course. So you think about, you can play out these scenarios, right? Let's say you do become rich as a billionaire and you have all the money in the world. Now what? What do you do with it? Are you happy? Like what is the meaning of it? Right? So if you play out all of these scenarios of what success means to you and you've actually achieved it, but then what is the end goal, right? So, and one of the concepts I bring to mind is like the Egyptian pharaohs thought that they were going to take all these materialistic things with them to the afterlife. And now we have Indiana Jones movies, or so they couldn't take that with them.
Yeah.
And so if it's not like monetary gain, right? It's not like, oh, I'm going to have X number of dollars, yens, or euros or whatever, and then I'll be happy. It's not a final destination. It's I think it is mastering the neurochemistry that we have and being able to live out your life in a manner that's congruent with your values, and that you're able to, like, by your actions, like, do something positive.
All right, dude. Don't structure your book. Just make it tiny little chapters of your brilliance. My book here is just 101 little random thoughts from smart people, but you can do 101 random thoughts from yourself. You're brilliant. Don't structure it as well. Don't overthink it. Just every now and then, when you feel inspired, which is probably all the time, given your mind is unbelievable, get your Siri phone out, record in Microsoft Word. That's a chapter. Don't structure it. Don't overthink it. Make it random thoughts. And there's an author named Michael Lewis. He wrote Liar's Poker and a lot of other great books.
Moneyball.
Exactly. I read a book of his back, I think, in 1992 or 93, which was the follow-up to Liar's Poker, called Money Culture. And it was just unstructured chapters about business and random stuff. And I loved it. I loved it. So make it unstructured. Your thoughts on life, philosophy, human motivation, whatever. And you know what, dude? After you've got all 50 or 100 chapters of random stuff, whatever it is, then think of a title for it.
Okay.
It's...
But what is the purpose of this book?
To share your brilliance with the world. Because I want to read it. I want to read it. It's just
the purpose is also if you're not clear right now who is your ideal audience, but it can be like something which is coming from like your experience of the pain you might have if you don't have this knowledge, to help those people who don't have the type of mindset you have right now. Like, just imagine how much pain they might be going through, and your information, if they don't get it, they might maybe do something which can hurt them or harm them. So I think thinking through the impact which you're going to make on so many lives in multiple ways.
I agree. I agree, dude. You're teaching us how the mind works. You're decoding it.
Well, yeah. So, but I think most people live in this place of, I guess it would be like ignorant bliss, right? So in this current day and age, we have issues with, at least in America, with obesity. It's also in terms of internet and like entertainment and all of that, like there's hyper stimulation. So there's no time in history where we've had this much stimulation, or as we do now. And we don't know the effects of little kids on their iPads and iPhones and devices that are growing up as their brains are developing, what effect it's having on their ability to focus and delayed gratification. And anything worthwhile in life is based on your ability to focus for long periods of time and delay gratification. And if you don't have that capacity, then you're just, it's like squirrel. And it's an easier population to control when you can, like the Facebook algorithm, like that whole Netflix documentary on social dilemma, or I think it's called social dilemma. So it's basically people who do understand the system can manipulate the human brain and cater to you what they think it's your idea. Like they make you feel like it's your own idea, that of course, like this is so the world's changing at a very exponential rate. And also with that, there, like the fact that we are discussing on the internet from different walks of life, different experiences, and communicating and learning from each other, like, that is due to the technology of today, and that's great. But there's also unlimited entertainment on the internet.
Right.
and you can click from one thing to another and never be of a shortage of things that are just not going to intellectually drive you or convert into any tangible results within the real world. So.
Yeah, I think writing a book also, just imagine you get married, your kids would read it, your grandkids would read it. So there's so many things positive about writing a book. And I think in our class, there's one guy, Eric, he wrote his book and we did a testimony. I think Stella and both of us were talking to him for like 30 minutes, and we really felt that it really changed his life after, like, he wrote it like 6 months ago. But I think it's amazing, like his whole perspective of himself and his confidence has skyrocketed like way up.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I mean, I did not expect that this would be the trajectory of the conversation when I spoke up.
It's amazing. Do me a favor. If and when you publish it, just let me know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I hope to. So, just wrapping up my training, I just didn't know if I'm going to have the time to invest into the course.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about doing it next year, and
or just join me on the weekly call. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Yeah.
Hey, I don't have time too. Like, I have only a full-time director of pharmacy in 2 hospitals. I'm a pharmacist. I have 3 little kids, 7 years old, 5-year-old, and almost 3 years old, and one more like me, my wife, who really demands a lot of my time. And so I don't really have time, but I'm still doing it because you're never late for the party, right? I think if you have, as you said, you're in healthcare and you want to start something and make an impact. I mean, you will never like have like, this online world is so, different. You can, and I think you say it very right, Chris, like you can put the dent on the universe if you want to in any way. Yeah. And if you want to do one thing at a time, I mean, it's important for you to say, okay, and how do you make yourself so focused on one thing at a time? Like for example, I'm right now here, so I want to be just here and then go to my kids and I want to be with them. So I think Parkinson's law, it just says the time just expands to the time to give it to it. And it works out so well. Like if you focus on 80-20 rule, this MBA program can squeeze into your daily routine in a very, very elegant way, because the type of connections you will make after 2 years, if you don't join and you make it right now, maybe that would be your, that trajectory might change because you met that one person right now rather than later after 2 years. So it's just like that movie Sliding Door, right? You have to make certain decisions at a certain time, but I just don't want to make it too loud, but I think I recommend everyone to join it right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
No. So, and then this is me just playing devil's advocate and nothing against you, Chris, but so there's been a rise in terms of internet gurus and people kind of like, I think it's Dan Locke.
The millionaire guy from Vancouver and stuff. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah.
So it's kind of a scheme where, and this is playing on basic human neurochemistry, where we want things, we desire things, right? And it's the same issue that's with social media and young teens, where they're seeing these choreographed Instagram pictures where people are, photoshopped and aesthetically much better looking than actual humanity looks.
Yeah.
But then these are the individuals they're comparing themselves to. And so they constantly feel the sense of inadequacy and lack. And it's just because that, their filter is telling them, you're not good enough. You're not good enough. Them scrolling through their phone. And that's the message that they're getting. And that's why, and they're not able to express that emotion. So they results in self-harm behavior. And then I also just understand, like I've been watching the HBO show, The Vow, and I don't know if you guys know about this.
The sex cult or something? Is that the one?
Yeah. So it was like a personal growth group that then, you know, was, I guess, for lack of a word, bastardized into like a sex cult, basically. And this is the importance of understanding. I mean, it's like we understand how to use our phones, our gadgets, but understanding the human brain and how it functions and all the different biases and that are associated with it. No one gives us a manual. And, you know, this is after years of studying like biochemistry, medicine, and like my own personal journey on just like trying to find different sources that have come to like crap, this is like, it's easily manipulated, right? So like I think my understanding of like these internet gurus is someone who kind of just shows you like what kind of lifestyle you can have, then say, hey, buy my course, and if they're funding from the money they get from the course, then they're pouring it back into showing a extravagant lifestyle.
It's self-fulfilling.
Yeah. And then
not all of the internet gurus are like that though. If you have followed, I have followed someone like you know, one of my mentor, Ryan Levesque, for the last 10 years. And it's not about like, I think you can see after 2-3 years, like if it's something, you know, of the person is faking. You cannot like follow them for 10 years if they're not genuine, right?
Yeah.
No, I get that. This is me just playing devil's advocate. So
yes, and I totally agree with it. And one of the things I think Chris taught us in this course was the importance of sales. And I know that a lot of gurus, internet gurus, like they pitch that, you know, they want to look sleek and everything. But on the other hand, they're learning those skills, and somehow, like, you know, as you talked about, you know, values are so important. Everyone has that pivotal moment where they realize that this cannot, my business will not sustain for long if not, if I'm not true to myself or my word. And that's when like that person who is faking for a couple of years transform to a real person who makes it to his life, like whatever his journey is. But to say like, you know, there's so many good things about social media and the courses, like I would not have learned about valuation in detail, but I've done my executive MBA at Notre Dame here. And I had like, you know, CEOs and CFOs sitting around me throughout the class, and I know tons of them, and they are my friends. But just the basic concepts of finance, like, you know, they didn't have time to teach us that in the executive MBA, like 5 days. You don't get to go deeper. But the good part of the executive program was the networking. But on the other side, like, you know, Chris is very good in explaining the fundamental, you know, just the lessons of business. And he would use like, I think, you know, what do you call it? There's so many things, like he will actually bring things and he'll explain it like you know,
props
you're
and
teaching
stuff.
like a 5-year-old. And it becomes so fun sometimes to just learn. My actually 7-year-old daughter, she always watches the video, and she will ask me questions. Like the other day, you were making banana shakes in front of the video and showing us like how does the
I remember that one banana, the
work
denominator. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, so she remembers that, and she's like, remembers the concept, and I'm hoping that she'll remember it for the rest of her life.
Well, dude, Dan Locke won't teach you how to make a banana milkshake, but I will. How's that?
No, and I don't know much about a lot of this. You know, I just wanted to. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on that, or.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of scammers out there that are trying to amass a fortune by showing off what they have. And so, you know, one thing I'll say about Dan Locke, he's got a ton of followers, right? And I'm not I don't care about that. But what he does is he has got superb cinematography. He does. And he certainly hired a graphic designer to make his thumbnail images. It's so cheesy. It's not something I would do. It's not my style, but it works for him. But it's just not who I am. You know, I don't get it. I don't. He does seem endearing. I will say that, and real, but also showy at the same time. You know, and I've met with, I met Tony Robbins, really good human being, by the way, right? It's not just show. And I've met him business reasons elsewhere in one of my portfolio companies. He's a good human being. He's not faking it. You know, he really does genuinely want to help others. Yeah. So, but yeah, but I love your skepticism because it's refreshing.
So, and I do understand, because throughout history there were snake oil salesmen, and with any change in technology, human beings are the constant. For at least now, until we self-implode. But so people are going to play out like they did historically.
Yeah.
And you know, So I just wanted to. I guess is it called due diligence?
Yeah, dude. No, totally. Well, there's always, unlike any other program, MBA score, whatever it is, there's a 30-day, 100% money back guarantee, which lasts up until January 14th. So we start December 14th. So people that sign up, whatever, you got until January 14th. So there's no risk. Yeah. Or don't sign up. Just, watch the weekly webcast and ask questions, and I just love to hear your thoughts because I think you're brilliant. Yeah.
Thank you. I think you're doing a lot of good work.
Oh, thank you. It's I'm really good at selling snake oil. Let me tell you that. I'm just kidding. Oh, Christina, you got to go?
No, I actually just wanted to share with Jay just 2 cents from experience, because
sure.
One of the great things you have on your side is your youth. You know, I think when I came on, you said you were in your 20s?
Just 30.
You're 30. So I'm 44 now. And, for me, just from the takeaways, I grew up everybody wants to hear, I think, your story. One of the things you were sharing about, you don't know if you want to write. And I'm the same way, just so you know. I'm not a writer. I always like coaching people, supporting people, serving others. So I can totally relate about the whole writing thing. But thank you, Chris, for sharing about recording. One of the great things with I call it the COVID bonus this year, has been, on social media. Like you said, there's a lot of internet gurus that have been doing a lot of online challenges and about life development work on business, on sales, marketing. I've taken a lot of the time after my daughter goes to bed, taking and enriching myself. And I agree with you on that. But I must say, from your share about how you came here when you were young, failing out of school, I want you to know that people want to hear that. You build a lot of rapport and relatedness for people to knowing the real you. Like, you were really real and raw with us. And I really want to acknowledge you for that, and showing the vulnerability, because I know that can be a very difficult thing. I could tell you earlier, when I first jumped on Zoom after the YouTube, I didn't want to come live on Zoom, because I'm much more comfortable behind the scenes. Even in my career, I was a CIO, COO in New York, in healthcare for 19 years of my life. And I haven't been in the past 12 years. So I kind of shied away from it too. But I must acknowledge you, because by you sharing, I realized there's a lot of people that can relate to your story or can pull from it. Like all the things, a person's life experience. And that's for everyone, I think, at least from my exposure. I've done a lot of life development work in my life, and everyone can learn from others.
Yeah.
That's the thing. A lot of times we wish our kids don't repeat our mistakes, but even as adults, I can say just in the past 8 months since COVID lockdown, I was sheltered in place with my daughter for 204 days. We did not leave our property.
Wow.
And I've been online. I live in the Bay Area in San Francisco. And I took on learning as much as I could. Every time she was going to bed, I went online to study. I play all the replays. And I must say the common denominators that I said earlier when I was on the initial Zoom portion, I said that we can all learn from each other, the good, bad, and ugly. And I think I watched The Social Dilemma, like you said, on Netflix, and I see that there's always, different sides of everything.
Yeah.
But I must say, the past 8 months, I've seen more good, with what people have shared. A lot of people in these challenges with the internet gurus, it's really amazing to watch the participants share their life. One of the challenges is to go on Facebook Live and share yourself, introduce yourself to complete strangers of like 100 to 300,000 people in a group. Like I did the Tony Robbins comeback challenge. And that was really scary for me. Guess what? I didn't do it. So Chris, I really want to tell you, I would need to acknowledge you because today's the first time that I've come live on any platform, and I'm super on
awesome.
in all major platforms.
Awesome.
To really, see, because I feel like I want to share my experiences, so maybe I could pay it forward too. Because I'm sure there's a lot of people like me too, that has a lot to contribute, a lot to serve, but we're, I want to look good. I don't want to, make a mistake. I want to be my type A perfect self, and I love Chris's shirt. When I came on your webcast at 11, went the day one, not one day.
Yeah. I gotta find a way to get these out at cost to everybody.
Simply incredible. I wanted Jay to grab that concept because there's no better time than right now. There's never gonna you're never gonna have more time, and that's something I've learned. I talk to my husband a lot. He's always like, "Oh, when I have more time, I'll do X." And guess what? We've been together 12 years, and I'm like, you know what? It's not getting better. There's more to do, more to every stage of your life, every chapter. There's something to do, and we're always busy. And I realized I could do more now than I ever have. Even when I work 7 days a week in corporate America, I'm more, being a mom. I never thought being a mom would take up so much of my mental abilities, but yet being my daughter's CEO, has really made, and I realized I could make a difference for a lot of other parents, because it's a whole new realm for me now, in the parenting realm and the growth mindset for kids realm. It's like really incredible how every stage of your life, you never know who you can make a difference for. And Jay, just even today, you're going to reach millions of people since we're on live on YouTube, live cast on Zoom with Chris.
That's terrifying.
Exactly. Well, I felt that's why I didn't want to come on Zoom. I was like, I don't think I I told my husband, he's like, what do you mean? Just go on, just share, and listen and be a part of your new community. So,
I love it.
But yeah, there's no better time than that. You're always going to be busy.
Yeah, and due to, my, hello?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm not sure.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. We had network congestion on my end. We're good now.
Like, I want to see something published on December 14th, 2021. On our graduation day, I want all of us celebrating your book launch or your vlog. If you don't want writing, I actually was thinking about it. I'm the same way because I don't think I could write a book writing. But I said I could speak to people. I could go on, and do a live cast or not do it live. If I'm more comfortable pre-recording it, then I can edit it by learning Final Cut Pro or whatever software that's out there, open source, and then publishing it once a week.
Weird guys, I need to go.
Oh, all right. Hey, Kevin, take care, buddy. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it, man. God bless you. Thank you. Yes. Thanks.
Bye.
The physical book. The book can come later. You can have a ghostwriter or someone to transcribe it for you. But like for me, I want to see you. I want to hear you. That's where, I get TMI'd, and it's not too much information. It's touched, moved, and inspired. And you've given that. And, you know, for me, it's funny, it's hard to TMI me because, you know, I've been in the life development since I was in my 20s. You know, I've been surrounded by big gurus in the world, and I've traveled the world, you know, learning. And I can say, like Chris and everyone you've inspired tonight, sorry, I don't actually know what your time zone is. For me, it's nighttime. It's 10 o'clock here on the West Coast. But, you know, you really kind of gave me a spark. You know, and I'm someone that, you know, really admire young people, you know, of any age, really. Because, you know, even if you're in your 70s and 80s, to me, you know, what you share, it's just that your age is just a number. You know, and it's such a gift. I want you to really get how much I admire you for being vulnerable and sharing and just putting it out there. You know, it really.
I love it. You've inspired me so much.
Can I compliment here, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on 1 second. I'm having a sound issue. 1 second.
Okay.
Can I? Okay, was that was Geronimo, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And then where's? Okay, Christina, I heard you, and then you cut off for a second. I don't want to miss anything. I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
You can't hear me now?
Now I can. Perfect. Okay, I'm so sorry. Finish your thought, and then I will move on to Geronimo because I didn't hear that last part, and I'd love to hear it. Thanks. And Gagan, how are you? Yeah, come on, please.
Oh, sorry. So Jay, my thoughts was just that, you know, just by you sharing, it makes such a difference and profound difference for people. And sometimes you don't even know it. Like for me, you know, in my life, I never really thought what I thought or shared or when I help people, it really made such a difference. But it's amazing when later on, you know, you meet the same people or you come across a community of people and they acknowledge you. Like it's really hard for me to get acknowledgement. Like I love helping, supporting, but it's so hard for me to receive any help or acknowledgement usually. It doesn't land on me well. I get very closed up and like embarrassed or feel less than. And that goes back to my limiting beliefs and my stories that I'm not good enough, you know. But yet everything I do is try to be perfect and do everything right. So, but thank you, Jay.
Amen to that. I agree, and thank you, Christina, too. Those are wise words. Blown away. Thank you for sharing. And then Geronimo, you wanted to say something, buddy?
Yeah, I relate to what Jay has said about his fears and doubts about sharing his idea and his thoughts. And the first thing that came to my mind, I don't know if he has read or heard about it, was Meditations from Marcus Aurelius, one of the main philosophy books of all ages. And it wasn't a book. It was his diary. It was his thoughts, his ideas. He was trying to understand the world that he lived in, everything that was around him. And maybe that's the best idea. We maybe talked about sharing, and when we say share, maybe we think you said about gurus, and we have this in Portuguese we say síndrome do impostor. I think that in English would be imposter syndrome. That it's like you don't believe in yourself. You think that maybe you are a fake or a guru, like you said, and maybe this idea, this exercise, is what can show you what you can do and what you want to do, what you are capable of doing. Because
I think we might have lost Geronimo. Do you guys hear Geronimo?
No, he's frozen.
No, he's frozen. I can't hear him anymore.
Okay, Geronimo. I'm so sorry, dude. You froze up there. When we hear you again, we'll switch over to you. Thank you, though. Thank you. Okay, cool. While we're waiting, let me go here to see if we had more questions here.
Chris, Suraj had a question though. I think Suraj raised his hand.
Oh,
has been raising his hand for a bit.
I didn't even know you could raise hands. Okay. Oh my God! Please just talk whenever you want to. Sorry, I'm an awful teacher. Okay, Suraj, you have the floor. Go ahead, please. Thank you for that, Kemi, or whoever. Yeah.
Hello, namaste, Krishan. Hello, everyone. I'm Suraj from Nepal.
How are you?
I'm fine, sir. What about you?
I'm good, thank you. Thanks for joining.
So, first of all, I would like to thank Chris sir for whatever he's doing. I really appreciate.
Thank you.
And I don't want to ask anything for now because I think I missed all out in this session. Maybe some of my queries have already mentioned, and it was great to hear from you all. Actually, I joined your session at midnight 12 at the beginning.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know at which time I fall asleep, and I just joined an hour ago, and obviously I will repeat it. So I just curious about how to manage time schedule with your MBA program, but it is not a big issue. We'll manage it. And at last, the another thing why I'm following Chris so much is we have a common thing, and I think we both take it so seriously. That is a quote by Malala, and Chris you know better. With gun, you can kill terrorists, but education, you can kill terrorism. Thank you, Christian. Thank you all.
Thank you.
I just want to say
Thank you so much, and I appreciate that. And I'm so sorry for I didn't know about the hand raising feature, and God bless you.
No,
And thank you.
Okay, I was hearing from others.
Thank you. And
it was so grateful.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And in terms of time management for the program, so what you can do is you can take as long as you want to complete the program. You don't have to do it all within 1 year.
Actually, I was asking for the time schedule that you have started at the evening, but morning, but here is the time is midnight.
Okay. So you're asking about the time zones?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure. So, and I'm so sorry for not knowing the time zone in Nepal, but all the classes are.
It's similar to India.
Okay.
15 minutes difference.
Okay, cool. So I have so my classes start at 9 a.m. San Francisco time, Pacific time, on Mondays and Tuesdays. That's time zone 1. So we go from 9 until noon. And then as long as you guys want for Q&A, which goes on a long time sometimes. That's time zone 1. Time zone 2 is also Mondays and Tuesdays, but it's from 4 p.m. My time until 7 p.m. my time, plus Q&A as long as people want to ask questions. So those are, that's that. And then in terms of the one-on-ones for Platinum, I haven't set the schedule yet. But because I'll have a lot more time next year than I do this year, I'm going to make it much more flexible so that I can accommodate everybody, regardless of what time zone you're in. Yeah. Oh, and there's also MBA office hours on Thursdays as well. Yeah. And you can always watch replays. All the Q&A is recorded as well and put in the course for you. To watch along with the lectures. And then is that my pleasure. I'm so sorry for not seeing your hand up. That's a new feature in Zoom for me, at least. Yeah. Okay, cool, excellent. And do you have any other questions?
Not exactly. I'll follow you on other weekly webcasts.
Okay, cool, awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, cool.
Hey, Chris.
Yes.
1992. Hey, I got a question for you, Chris.
Sure. Hey, Charles. Yeah.
Oh, my question is I've texted you a few times and whatnot, and I've been going through my MBA at a university, and I know that through all this, that they don't. You said about 20% you actually used, 80% was pretty much nonsense. And I'm sort of learning that, but I do feel that everybody in this course, or at least in this room right here, has a pretty good foundation. And I have a 4-year degree foundation, but I'm going to tack another 2 years on after living life for 45 years.
Sure.
I guess My question is, I really want to, I want to take on as much as possible as far as learning from experienced people like yourself and whatnot. I've started a bunch of businesses myself, and some are mildly successful, some are not. My point is you kind of put down the school a bit, and I guess I know you have that foundation. I bet everybody in this Zoom here has, or majority of the people in the Zoom have a scholarly foundation. Do you think that helped you going into your post career as opposed to not having that foundation? Or let's say just taking your course and not having that foundation. Because I guess I'm a believer in having that foundation on top of your course and on top of other things.
Sure, I understand. Yeah.
Just to sort of add it on, and
yeah.
I was just kind of wondering what your thoughts were on that, because I'm doing rock star work in college, and I'm spending a ton of money. And,
no, I understand. I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
And I don't know if I needed it necessarily. And to be honest with you, I didn't start my 4-year degree, or not 4-year, my 2-year extended post college MBA degree until I took your, believe it or not, I took your
8-hour course, entire MBA 1 course.
How to make a business plan, and your how to make a business plan. Inspired me.
Cool.
And
thank you.
I wrote a business plan, and it was janky to say the best. To say the least, it was one of the worst things I've ever probably done.
Okay.
But I learned from that, and it inspired me to go to school to learn how to write the business plans and to get tighter with it. And and I remember you mentioning you didn't even learn how to write a business plan in school.
That's right.
I kind of got a little discouraged there, but I know we're learning how to do that. But I definitely want to take your course on top of everything I'm doing. My question is
sure.
do you think the foundation that can only help, right? I mean, like having a math foundation and having a 4, 5, 6 year degree, and then taking your course, or in the midst of that taking your course, that I can only imagine that helps.
Yeah. Now, first of all, thank you, Charles, for the question. I appreciate it. So I can speak from my own experience. Having an undergraduate degree in business, 4-year degree from McGill University, and a 2-year MBA from Columbia University, is I didn't learn that much stuff that was practical that I could apply in the real world.
Yeah.
You know, I think that some of the more tangible skills we need to learn in business school in order to increase the chances of us being successful are how to sell, how to present, how to interview, how to manage your own personal money. We're quite often taught portfolio construction, how to manage money for other people, but not for ourselves.
Yeah.
Little things like how does a mortgage work? I wasn't taught that stuff in my 2 business degrees. Also, how to start a company. I mean, you'd think that when you graduate from business school, okay, great, you know how to start a company, but they never actually cover that. And a lot of the topics that were covered were incredibly theoretical. Things like supply and demand graphs for macroeconomics. Nobody uses that in the real world. Maybe you do if you're an economist or you want to work for the Federal Reserve. So that's what I would say. Pardon me. I was a little bit disillusioned with the whole process and the expense as well. It was ridiculous. And then I realized also after working for many years that relationships are more important than product knowledge. Your network is your net worth. And I wish I had kind of been told that, and been told that I need to find mentors, been told that I need to network aggressively to get customers, or to get informational meetings, which can turn ultimately into a full-time job. I found it was just very theoretical in nature, and quite honestly, a bit of a waste of money relative to what I spent. Now, everybody's got a different experience, and I can't speak for other people, but for myself, I can. Now, yeah, go on, please.
I was just going to say, I would just want to say this to you.
Sure.
I took about 15 to 20 years. It was about 15 years since I was in college last. And because of this COVID thing, I decided I was a professional musician for almost 20 years.
Cool.
And in the meantime, started up 2 businesses while I was touring on the road.
Yeah.
And tables full. Anyway, long story short, I went back to school, and I just felt in that 20 years of not going to school, my brain sort of kind of got mushy in a weird way, if you can believe that. Now, I got soft. I think it just got soft. Now, when I went back to school a year and a half ago, and I'm almost done with my MBA, cool. It was like I was getting a workout for my brain, and I hadn't had those feelings for 20 years. It was amazing, and I loved it. I still do to this day, and I seek more knowledge. And when I found you, and I, just kind of finding this knowledge. So my point is I felt it was like a massage, or it was like workout for my brain.
Yeah.
And I feel it is still to this day. I'm doing calculus and statistics, that like calculus 2, and it's just when I do it, it's like a project. It's like a puzzle. It's like a workout, and it's frustrating and challenging. But when it's done and said and done, it's so rewarding.
It feels
and I
good to
know,
solve
like
it.
you said, it's so impractical. But to learn how to learn again, and to use this tool as school is to keep the brain worked out.
Yeah.
I think that's what I'm getting out of it at the end of the day.
That's great. That's great. That's great. Yeah, and I took so I took calculus and statistics, and I found for my purposes that I didn't really use much of it. I guess the underlying basics of calculus helped me to understand the rise over the run when it came to volatility in the beta. And statistics, I kind of understood what probability metrics are, standard deviation, and Poisson, which is French for fish, I think. I can't remember. But we covered that as well. I don't know. I'm a stats nerd, I guess, a bit of. But I found that a lot of it I didn't use. But I do understand what you're saying, that it is a rewarding puzzle. I like mathematical challenges as well to keep the brain sharp. I enjoy, this is out there, I enjoy video games too because I find them challenging. But to each their own. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
If I may add.
Yeah, please do.
Having spent the last 12 years in formal education for med school and training, and this is with the transition of like YouTube developing and online learning platforms developing, a great deal of what is being taught, like I could not, so in med school you had the option to go to lecture, or you can watch them pre-recorded later. And I would watch them from home and didn't really go to lecture because I had to speed it up in order to be able to maintain my focus. And then people, other young entrepreneurs came up with learning platforms that simplified. They used different learning concepts. So like the idea of like placing things within a certain location to be able to memorize it. And this is what like people like grandmasters of memory do, like memory of loci, or flashcards, or they came up. There's multiple different ways of learning large amounts of information more efficiently. Wow. And I think the biggest takeaway from going to medical school and higher education was learning how to learn effectively. And that's about it. And if I was to, I don't have kids yet, but if the only thing I was to be able to teach them is to be curious, and then I think everything else will fall in place.
Yeah.
If you just teach them to have the love of learning in itself, it is neurochemistry in terms of like when you learn something that it goes in line with like progress. You're better off today than you were yesterday, this moment, than you were the previous moment. And that is incentivized from our evolutionary history, or for some reason we get a little hit from that. And, to just, and then have the resiliency to get over the initial part, which is the toughest part of developing any skill set, and then to endure and to a point where you kind of build some sort of a skill set where you feel confident in it, and then slowly work. Then the better you become at it, the more it brings you joy.
Yeah. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more.
It doesn't matter in this day and age where we can get the visual stimulus or the auditory stimulus for that information. If it's, on this camera across the country, or, in a room having a conversation over coffee.
Yeah. I think Chris earlier brought up a good point where you didn't even really need the school. Like you said, look, I've been through my 4-year degree. I've also got a real estate broker's license. Before that, I was a sales agent and then touring musician as well after that. But when I got my broker's license, one of the biggest things I learned was I was a snake oil salesman. Like, I didn't need to have to go through all that to learn how to sell real estate. You don't need a license to sell real estate. You need a license to sell real estate for other people, but not, for what I was trying to do. And I figured that out, and it was interesting. But when I'm explaining my point is I think I had to learn, and I think a lot of people might be in the same boat, is you have to learn to unlearn, or you have to learn the rules to break the rules, or to know the rules to get around the rules. If I didn't take my broker's courses and be a broker, I wouldn't have known the rules to break or to tell people, look, you don't need this licensure, So I just thought it was interesting because I feel if I get my MBA and then take Chris's course and maybe other courses, I'll know the rules. And then when I take his course, I can break the rules. You know what I mean? You know the rules to break the rules. So you can adjust that because you learn the rules. I just thought of it as a little bit of a value to have those rules. Yeah. Because to know them versus not knowing the rules, and you are in more of the dark, I think.
Yeah. I think what I get it, and I think what Jay said in terms of being intellectually curious goes a long way. And so when I first studied business in undergrad, I was an awful student, and I got a D in accounting because I was memorizing equations and not understanding it. And then I kind of just worked in the real world and relearned it all by trying to understand why things are the way they are. And so I'm very intellectually curious. The way I teach accounting and finance and business concepts is in such a way I use a lot of props, but I really try for us to understand why things are the way they are and how to rearrange formulas. It could be a balance sheet, assets equals liabilities plus equity. Why is it called a balance sheet? We visualize it as well. I'm a visual learner. It's fun for me with props. I have an old scale I bought from China from the 1800s on eBay. It's beautiful. It's fun. I'm a nerd, I know. But that's how I teach accounting and finance. And I make the backdrop different for every class as well. And I try to make everything an experience. But I want us to thoroughly understand why things are the way they are. Because if we understand the genesis of why things are the way they are in business and accounting, formula-wise, rearranging formulas, etc., then we'll never forget it. And I got a D in accounting because I was memorizing. In high school, you can do well memorizing. Then you get to undergrad and you can't do well memorizing. You have to understand stuff, which is why I got a D in accounting. And now I'm teaching accounting. Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah.
I think there's just so much out there. And I think you rightly said, Chris, early on today, that the most important investment you would ever make is the investment you make in yourself.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Never be cheap when it comes to education, or if you see a book on a shelf you want to buy and you're like, oh, I should wait till the soft cover comes out. It's the hard cover. Just splurge. Just do it. It's a great investment. It always is. Yeah.
Jay and Chris and everyone on here, honestly, awesome. I wanted to go to bed, but I'm like, nah, I can't miss this. So I had to hop back on. But it's been amazing listening to every single one on here.
It's fun, dude. I'm telling you, we learn more from each other than we do the teacher. That's the wonderful thing of this program. I mean, it's just you've got people from all over the world, all walks of life, and because it's international, it never ends. You know, it's
Yeah.
it's
Different
like,
time zones.
yeah, it's like when you invest in the Japanese markets, they're open when you're sleeping, and if you're an international trader, you got to stay awake 24/7, except for on Saturdays, I guess. But yeah,
It's 1:31 here.
oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're 10:31 here, I guess. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is fun, man. We're in our 12th hour now. It's a marathon, and it's fun, and we're learning.
But I think one of the thing I've also learned is that learning opens doors to meeting people from all walks of life.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I've learned so much here than I have in the past. I'm not gonna say my age here, just like Chris doesn't ever want to say his age.
I'm 48. I'm 48, but I'm a man child going on 7, and I've got these here. These are my older brothers. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Dylan is so cute. When he came on yesterday, he is so adorable.
He's like a son to me, you know. He's great. I'm just kidding. They're all my boys. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, he's fun. He's fun. They're great. But dude, he was embarrassed by me the other day. It was awful, man.
Hello, Chris, and everyone on the call.
Oh, hey,
it's Gagan.
Hey, Gagan, how are you? But please don't worry about lifting your hand. Just speak whenever you guys want to. Yeah, please. How are you?
So I've been listening to everyone, especially Jay and Charles recently, and I would like to add, Charles, that I'm sure whether everyone is aware that there is a course on learning how to learn. Mm-hmm. It's a free course on Coursera, and it goes into the fundamentals of how our brain, how we disseminate, how our brain is structured to take the information. Like in listening right now, my mind is functioning on the fixed mode. So I'm focusing all towards everyone. I'm listening, using all my senses, and being aware of what is happening. And there is another state, diffused state. In diffused state, it's like daydreaming. So maybe I'm listening to the call, and there is some idea or something pops in my mind, and I'm getting distracted. So I would like to tell everyone to check that course on learning how to learn. It's a very amazing course. I have really.
It's on Coursera. It's called
Learning how to learn.
Yeah. It's free.
Learning how to learn,
and it's free. Yeah.
I'll check it out.
Cool. Is that on Udemy? What platform?
No, Coursera. Coursera.
The teacher is Barbara Oakley. There is a book with the same subject from her. It's a wonderful course and a wonderful book. I think that everyone should try to do this course.
Right.
I think for me personally, I've learned. How will I say this? I have learned learning the wrong way, if that makes sense. And it stems from when I was growing up. You know, you ask the question why? Why is the sky blue? And then they're like, I don't know. Don't ask me any question. And they shut off that capacity of wanting to ask. You know, or why is the dog walking like this or barking? And they're like, shut up. And you're like, oh, okay. And then that represses that side of you. Yeah. You see? Yeah. So I think for me, I grew up learning to get to the next stage. Not necessarily learning to understand what it was I was reading, but because the way education was placed, for me was you just have to pass to get onto the next stage. And then when you finish, you just need to get a job. And then when you get a job, all your questions are answered. And it's like, but I have more questions. Who's going to answer my question? So I ended up in this psychological mess because I had so much questions, but the environment that I, grew up in, not necessarily my parents, but every time I went to school, my teachers, you want to say, I didn't understand why 2x plus 2y is equal to 4z. What is x doing there? Why x? Why y? What is this? And they never took time to make learning pleasurable. It was more daunting and tasking. So I felt like I had to go to school for social reasons, like to make my parents proud, to get a job so that I could be a director, I could be this person, I could be that person, but not necessarily to venture into the world that I'm leaving and trying to understand the world that I'm leaving in and why it is the way it is, if that makes sense. Yeah. So I'll be keen. I really want to. I'm trying to destroy all that I've learned and start again.
Yeah.
Because there's so much out there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you only get better if you're opening to grasping and learning and, absorbing more stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're going to love it. I'm going to teach things in a brand new, differentiated way. I never use any textbooks. I don't use anybody else's methodology. I teach from the ground up using props. There's one class where I use a blender and a banana, and it makes you understand finance.
Oh, yeah, I've watched that. Oh, my God.
You saw that? Okay. Yeah. It's brutal. It was Did you see when I electrocuted myself? Did you see that one?
Yeah.
It was awful. I used to, and then Matt, my editor, my chief creative officer, he went back and forth. Dude, it was brutal. I electrocuted myself. Yeah.
I found the beeps funny. Beep, beep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we had fun with it. It's been a nutty year though, man. I gotta tell you, we're 80% of the way through the core curriculum now, and it's I've got so much more to create. It's fun. I'm having a blast, and it never ends. Yeah. So it's fun. I'm having a good time. Yeah. Charles, tell me about your band, man. What kind of music did you play?
I play with a band called Nako and Medicine for the People, and I play with a band called John Wayne and the Pain, both nationally touring, Nako World Touring.
Nice.
Recently had a fallout with Nako and Medicine, though. We had a little social issue there, not personally, but just with Nako.
Yeah.
And but obviously nobody's playing music these days, and
that's rough.
as soon as January hit, I think our last show was New Year's Eve, and we stopped playing music, and my brain started just kind of swirling about is this music thing gonna what's going on, what's next for me? So I've been involved with other businesses while doing music, and I just decided, look, I'm gonna just finish the 2-year MBA, and just all my credits transferred for 20 years ago. I was pretty stoked about that.
Nice.
And what's really honest is you inspired, like,
oh, cool.
Crazy as it sounds, I was just trying to figure out how to make a business plan, and your business plan in a day or in a week or whatever on Udemy came up, and I was like, hey, maybe this is a good start. And it was scratched the surface of everything, and holy smokes, it got me fired up, because my business plan was so awful. I showed one of my partners, and he was like, yeah, this is awful, and not that you showed me how to make an awful business plan, but
I'm glad
awful business plan.
No, I'm glad you wrote it, because my job, I feel humbly, is to save you time and money and heartache by convincing you. I'm the eternal optimist, but by convincing you through your own writing of the business plan not to start a company or to start a company. And I can't tell you how many business plans I've written but never finished them. Yeah. And it's kind of a good sanity check for me before I embark upon a new business model that's going to destroy years of my life. Yeah.
I will say, though, that business was booming when I was playing music for a living.
Yeah.
Now all we do is do like live shows here and there, or, whatever. It's nothing. So it just feels like everything's falling apart on that level.
Yeah. So, what instrument did you play?
I play them all. In the bands that I was in John Wayne and the Pain, I played, in Nako, I just played bass, but in John Wayne and the Pain, I played bass, keyboards, synthesizers, bass, and samplers, turntables, all at the same time.
Nice. All right, Geddy Lee or Paul McCartney? Who's better at bass?
Geddy Lee.
Yeah. Did you ever see Neil? You ever see Neil Peart before he passed away?
Oh,
it was
rest in peace, Neil.
Oh yeah, dude. I as a Canadian, by law, and Kemi, you're gonna love this. As a Canadian, by law, 30% of all music on the radio has to be Canadian. just because they want to preserve the culture and all that stuff. And so, dude, I heard so much Rush growing up. It was awesome. It was awesome. It was awesome.
I noticed that as well, because whenever I was driving, it was mostly Canadian music. I was like, huh?
Yeah. Oh, dude, it gets out of hand. Like, you're like, dear God, please take Justin Bieber and give us Jim Morrison back. You know, like it gets so out of hand. It's crazy. And some radio stations in Canada, they play all the Canadian music between 2 in the morning and 6 in the morning, whatever. Just But Rush is good. I love Rush. Yeah.
But you got me on Miles Davis.
Yeah, he's great. That
David.
album, So What? Yeah, True Blue.
Davis.
Yeah. That's.
So I only listen to Jazz FM.
Yeah.
Whenever I drive.
Yeah, John Coltrane is great. A few of my favorite things. Oh my God, that's incredible. I love it.
But if I want to study and do anything creative, it's mostly classical music that I listen to.
Oh, you do? Okay, cool. Yeah. Cool.
That gets me going.
Cool.
All right, Chris. Thank you for this opportunity.
Oh, dude, hey man, it was a pleasure talking to you. And
But how do we keep in touch with Jay? Come on, guys. Seriously, are we just gonna let him go?
No, he's gonna publish a book.
I'm gonna talk to my wife and see if I can enroll in this course.
Oh, cool. Actually, I hope you enjoy it, and just know that you take up until January 14th, and if it's not a billion times better than you thought, I want you to ask for your money back. No, which is cool. All I want though is I want to read your book. Yeah.
So I mean, I still have
your enforcement. You have a team here who will win
support peer pressure.
Yeah.
Do you have any social media that we can follow you? Anything that we can keep up to see where you're at? So we don't want to miss it.
Yeah. Well, if this wasn't a live stream, I would feel more comfortable giving
of course. Yeah.
Information.
Just what's your
send it to Chris?
Yeah.
Email Chris, and then you can tell him to share it with the people on Zoom, possibly.
If you want, yeah. Or just tell us what your home address is now, so we can all mail you a letter.
Oh God!
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah. No, cool. I'd love to hear more from you, man.
No, definitely. I mean, I've learned so much. And
likewise, more so on my end, please. Yeah, we have all walks of life here. It's great. I love it.
Yeah. So thank you guys so much. Yeah. I did not expect this evening to go this way. But it's just your drive and passion to teach drew me.
Thank you. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, and I think other students can learn more from you than they can from me. And I'm so humbled that you've been a part of this call, because you're freaking brilliant, man. There's this unbelievable cerebral intensity to you that I respect, I admire, and I want to read some of your stuff. I want to learn from you. I love it. Yeah.
So my first thought is I think this is something that I just grew up with, where it's hard for me to take compliments.
Yeah.
I don't know maybe Christina might understand. Like I read this book called Battle Hymns of Tiger Mom, and this was years ago. And in terms of Asian cultures, your parents don't ever say positive reinforcement.
Oh, yes, that's me.
So it's
waiting.
No, I don't think it happens, but but I think the overwhelming positive affirmation and reinforcement that's provided is like overwhelming. It's like and it's
do this to yourself. Give yourself a pat on the back.
Yeah. That's most important.
I would just say this, Jay. If you, I was the same way. I couldn't take a compliment. I get them all the time, especially on stage and everything. It was tough. And I had so many people, I was like, I'd kind of look down. They'd go, "You take that compliment," and they would almost be, you have to. I learned over years. It took years to just go, "Yes, thank you," and I think you'll do the same, obviously, but it took a long time to accept those feelings of gratefulness from other people, and as a as a compliment to you, all you can think of is, look, I'm just humbly figuring this out myself, or whatever. And but the folks that keep telling me to take the compliment, they say you take that compliment like it's almost a disrespect to them if you go, if you pull back or whatever. You almost go, yes, thank you. That's it's weird. But same boat.
And it goes back to back to neurochemistry and how like the narrative we tell ourselves about our story, and it's wired in so well that you talk about, but as people age, they're just, oh, that's who they are, and they're never going to change. Right. And it is something that you can change with different decisions and different associations, and it takes time, and it is a more delayed gratification road that we're not used to. So we just take it as that this computer that we have, our eyes, ears, nose, and the way we are used to seeing the world is just how it is. But if you think about bats or dogs or all these different animals, they perceive the world very differently from their senses than we do.
Amazing.
That's true.
Love it.
Amazing. I love it.
And one of the things, I have a take, and I totally can relate to you. Are you from New York? Because that's where I'm from. And I totally can't relate. To this day, at 44, I'm still waiting for my mom to acknowledge me that I'm a good daughter and that I make her proud. So, but the best takeaway I think I've gotten,
because I'm waiting for my parents to acknowledge me. Like, shit. Waiting for that they think I'm fucking around still.
I was doing the Tony Robbins Mastery University, and it was in a 6-day intensive course called Date with Destiny. And in that course, you have your group, your participants. There was 26 of us, and we had to really support each other, coach each other, and everything. And I was giving, but I couldn't receive. I couldn't receive coaching. I couldn't receive acknowledgement. And it was super hard for me when on the last day, I was so confronted that I got a standing ovation from my group and the group next to us. And I couldn't take it. I couldn't absorb it. And the best thing I think I learned in that time was I was being actually selfish and I couldn't believe that because my whole life, everyone says I'm selfless. I said, what do you mean? They said, Christina, did you ever think about the fact when you don't give others the same opportunity to contribute to you, to acknowledge you the way you do for
Bingo.
Others, you are being selfish because you are not giving the people around you the gift of contributing to you when they are so grateful for you of what you've contributed to them. And that really shook me to the core. So that was the first time in my life. I was 27 years old, and it was the first time I was able to, and I was in total breakdown, that I really rose up to owning who I was, and I gained the confidence, and I gained the perception of, wow, that's true. I always thought, oh, it's my story. Oh, I'm being humble because in my culture, like yours, the Chinese culture, you want to be humble. If someone says, oh, your dish was amazing, your dessert you made was so good, you say, oh, no. Oh, it's too much sugar. I should, make lesser. Whatever it was, you're taught to kind of not diminish your greatness, but it's to be humble. So that's my culture, my upbringing at least for me. And it was the first time when someone shared that with me that I was actually being selfish for not giving others, that I really learned that. So now, it's still hard. It's a muscle. You have to practice it. Because like you say, it's in our neurological, right? 27 years of my life, I was in that mindset and belief. So even now at 44, it's, little by little, I try to accept it. And every day, a little bit. Thank goodness I have a 7-year-old. She acknowledges me all the time, and I try to accept it. And I wanted to bring the point of curious when you said to teach our kids about being curious. I really, that's a great point, and you should put that in one of your chapters. And that's me in the 7 years of being a mom. One of the great things I learned is modeling.
Yep.
Being my daughter's role model. Since COVID, I called it the COVID bonus. I set up in our house my laptop. She has her Chromebook, her hotspot, her laptop for her distance learning for school. Yep. And she's like, Mommy, are you learning too, Mommy?
Oh, that's awesome.
And I said, yes. She says, are you on your Zoom call too, Mommy? I'm like, yes. And she gets all excited, and she'll be like, oh, hi, Professor, to my teachers, and then, she calls you Uncle Chris, because I always tell her I'm on the call every Thursday. So, in Chinese culture, like I explained earlier when she came on to say hi to you, that's a term of endearment for all of mom and dads in the Chinese culture, friends, it's uncles and aunts. So,
I love it.
And that has been a really great gift. That my daughter sees that I'm learning, that I'm enriching myself, that, mommy's just because, I was successful, I've done so much, that there's always room to grow. So I'm modeling for my 7-year-old that, look, mommy's 44, I'm an adult, I have but I still can learn, I can still, grow as a person. And I think that's like you said, the greatest contribution we can make for our kids is to teach them about being curious, and that any moment they can learn from someone else of any culture, any background. I mean, look at us. We have like the UN here, it's like from 11 o'clock in the morning until now.
I love it. It never
7
ends.
minutes to 12 hours, Chris.
Oh, wow. Oh, dude, let's do it, man. We're only 10% of the way there. Yeah. I love it.
Chris, you should do some back stretches.
Back stretches. Oh, I'm good, man. I bought this this used Herman Miller chair, and it's great. I never get tired of sitting on it. It's a good investment.
I'm surprised your wife hasn't even called, like, Chris, get your backside in bed.
We've been divorced for about 12 hours now. And no,
all right, guys. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Jay, it was good chatting with you, dude.
I've already gotten kicked out of my bedroom, so
okay, gotcha.
Gonna have to humbly get back in there.
All right, dude.
Thanks, Jay. Well, I'll see you in
thank
class.
Thank you so much.
All right, buddy.
All right,
take care, dude.
Thank you so much, Chris.
Thanks, man.
Take care, guys.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Thanks.
Chris, I had a question. So the Platinum MBA, so we have the 300 plus hours module on Teachable. We have your live Q&A classes every week. So do we have also kind of a hub or a dashboard where we can connect with our December 14, 2021 classmates as well, or only on the Slack, right?
So there's a Slack channel. Yeah. Slack channel is pretty helpful. And if there's demand for some other type of platform that's easy to deploy, then I'm happy to do that as well. Slack has worked out well for everybody. It's free to join, and